Chapter 25:15. Tanka Village Guangyan. Let's go. The scholar beckoned to his servant boy and climbed aboard a kiwi mule cart. Coming, young master. Once settled in the cart, the scholar ordered his servant to prepare brush and ink. A poem had taken shape in his mind, and his literary impulse demanded release. Young master, the cart jostles something terrible, the servant boy Guangyan protested. How can anyone write properly? The ink will spill everywhere. The scholar shot him a sidelong glance. When has your young master ever cared about such things? Guangyan had no choice but to retrieve the four treasures of the study, wrestling with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the lurching donkey cart. Once everything was arranged, the scholar lifted his brush and wrote. Return excitement last year with books and sword returned to Xunyang, climbing high on Lushan to gaze at hometown. Did not see Chen city selling Zhao jade, but heard Feng prison abandon Guangzhou. Hongdu creeping grass pulls clothes belt. Dayu plum blossoms laugh at guests' attire. Today light carriage faces strange characters, one area full of dust reading desk. Signature, Guanglu, Bingzi year during the Longsing reign of the southern Song dynasty. The Guang clan had fled from Zhuji Lane in Nanxing to settle in Dazhan Township, Dali Fort, Nanhai County. This journey of Guanglu and his servant amounted to retracing the long march of their ancestors. Each step of the way stirred memories of that southward migration, and he could not help but sigh at the weight of history. A wanderer returning home should feel expectation and joy, yet Guanglu harbored no such sentiment. The moment he crossed into Nanxing, he had entered enemy country. Guangdong, where his family had lived for generations, now flew the banner of a great Song regime. Guanglu found the situation both absurd and heartbreaking. He wondered constantly how his beloved Guangzhou and all his family and friends were faring. During the Ming Dynasty, Nanxing had served as the station of the Lingnan Sub-Provincial Administration Commissioner and a major distribution hub for goods traveling between Guangdong and Jiangxi. Both Kiwei and Dacheng maintained trading posts along the North River route. Since no passenger boats ran directly from Nanxing to Dali, Guanglu and his servant alternated between boats and carts, enduring a bumpy journey. Fortunately, Kiwei Travel Agency had arranged everything. Whether riding in a cart or sitting in a boat, finding lodging or grabbing a quick meal, someone always had it sorted. The road itself proved smooth enough. What unsettled him were the Australian patrol teams and patrol boats that appeared constantly along the way, the checkpoints and watchtowers guarding every strategic pass, the frequent inspections and interrogations that cast a pall of tension over everything. This day they arrived at Dali Fort, situated on the Pearl River Delta alluvial plain. Water networks spread in every direction, river channels crisscrossing to make transportation effortless. Following the boats plying the North River trade route between various strongholds, he could be home in just a few days. He had expected the Kun rebellion to have left nothing but broken walls and ruins, with people struggling to survive. The scenes along the way surprised him. Though riverside market towns bore collapsed houses and the scars of fire, villagers thronged to market in lively crowds, and traveling merchants filled the roads in endless streams. Much of the former prosperity had returned. Simple shacks lined the riverbanks on reclaimed wasteland, clustering together to form what looked like small villages in the distance. "Boatman, what are those stilt shacks?" Guanglu asked the man working the oar. "I don't recall seeing them before." The boatman gestured toward the shore. "You mean the Tanka villages? From your accent, you don't sound like an outsider. Surely you've heard of the Senate's beneficence." Guanglu smiled ruefully. "To be honest, I offended a magistrate some years ago and fled to wander the world. Only when I heard that Liang had changed hands did I dare return home to fulfill my filial duties. I truly don't know what's happened here." At this, the boatman's manner grew respectful. Those dog officials of the old dynasty, hardly a good one among them. A gentleman unafraid to defy power must be a good man indeed. "You flatter me." Guanglu felt a twinge of embarrassment. His clash with Magistrate Huang had been mostly impulsive. The man surnamed Huang was certainly no saint, but Quang Lu himself had simply been acting on temper. The old dynasty didn't just collect fish tax from us Tanka people, they taxed our feathers, fish bladders, fish oil. Poll tax too, every bit of it. And they made us perform corvée labor. Our taxes were heavier than anyone's, yet we weren't allowed to study for the imperial exams, weren't allowed to intermarry with land folk, weren't allowed to live on shore. We couldn't even wear shoes when we stepped onto land. Big water, fish eat ants, dry water, ants eat fish. The strong bully the weak bully the small, and when there's no one left to bully, they bully the Tanka boys. The boatman recounted these hardships, yet somehow a light kindled in his eyes. The Senate issued an edict the moment they arrived. Everyone is equal under Great Song's heaven. They abolished all the old dynasty's base statuses, exempted many of our taxes, allowed us to live on shore, to study, to join the army, to sit for the exams. It felt like a dream. Those stilt houses you see, master, the chiefs gave us permission to build on wasteland. They even let us reclaim the surrounding fields tax-free for 5 years. The harvest on shore was poor this year, famine spread everywhere. But the Senate organized dike repair work. Show up to labor and you eat. Quang Lu listened with growing unease. He understood the Pearl River Tanka households well. In spring and summer, when waters rose high and fish ran plentiful, they might fill their bellies. The rest of the year meant poverty. To survive, wives and daughters often had to sell their smiles. If the Kun rebels had abolished their base status immediately upon arrival, treating them as free citizens, these people would never serve the great Ming again. "You've done work for the Australians too, haven't you?" Quang Lu asked. The boatman laughed. "How could I not? I won't hide it from you, master. 3 years ago, someone sat in my boat and asked me, if someone let you build houses on shore, live like land folk, raise a family and make a life the same as anyone, would you support them?" I said, "I don't understand what support means. I only know that if such a parent official existed, I'd follow him in everything." Later, when the chief attacked Wurzhou and recruited boatmen, I brought more than a dozen brothers to help the chief sail boats and haul grain. "Oh, why didn't you parlay that into some official position?" Master jests. "This old man is 60 this year, can't read a single character and too old to learn. We water folk spend our whole lives begging for survival on the river, bodies full of aches. Every rainy day, every joint and bone screams. And living bent over in these narrow boats year after year, my back has hunched. Never mind being an official, I hadn't even the ability to be a runner." The boatman's clothes were more patches than cloth. Beneath his shrimp hat, his temples showed spots of white. The wrinkles on his face might have been scars carved by the years. Once his floodgates opened, everything poured out. We Tanka households were base people, looked down upon by everyone. I didn't marry until past 50. My wife was a widow, also Tanka. She remarried me after her first husband died. I thought since she was more than 10 years younger, I could rely on her in my old age. Never imagined she'd die before me. Never got to see these days. She was a good woman. Washing clothes, cooking, catching fish, hauling cargo, she grabbed at every task. These patched holes in my clothes, her handiwork. Without her, I'd still be wearing rags that let in wind and rain. I always figured she must have owed me a debt in a past life and came to repay it in this one. She said the same. But why repay for only a few years and then leave? When she died, my soul went with her. Nearly fell into the river and drowned a few times. A cool breeze swept past. The corners of Quang Lu's eyes grew moist. In truth, he had witnessed too much human suffering for this to rank among the worst. These few tears were not for this one Tanka man, but for the whole broken world. Not wanting the boatman to see, he stepped out from under the boat awning. His gaze fell upon a couplet painted in faded, chalky characters on the canopy. "Tanka born, Tanka die, in boat for generations of Tanka cross wind go, cross wind come, inside awning a life of cross wind horizontal scroll. Better to die early seeing him transfixed," the boatman said. "A scholar wrote that for me some years back. I can't read. My friends on the water can't read either. Every guest who passed through laughed when they saw it. Must be a good couplet." Good it may be, Quang Lu said, but it's grown old. Let me give you a new one. Wonderful, sir, you're truly a man of feeling. My village isn't far ahead. Let me go ashore and find some red paper. The boatman steered toward the Tanka village up ahead. That suits me. I'd like to buy some dried Xiang fish while we're there. This old man has no silver, but those goods I've got plenty of. Since master has a taste for them, let me offer some as a gift. Quang Yan tugged secretly at Quang Lu's sleeve, signaling his fear of being robbed or worse. Quang Lu patted his shoulder and murmured reassurance. No harm. Your young master is accomplished in the 6 arts, complete in both civil and martial skills. Ordinary men can do nothing to me. Besides, we've entered the Fen River now, not far from Dali. I hear an Australian garrison is stationed right in Dali, and their patrol boats frequent these waters. This is no lawless place. It's also a chance to see just how peaceful and orderly Australian rule truly is. Young master, what couplet will you give him? Winter goes, spring comes, joy from east, south, west, north bids farewell to the old year. Bitterness ends, sweetness arrives. Gaze upon lake, sea, river, stream to celebrate new life. Horizontal scroll, great and good rivers and mountains. Quang Lu stressed those final 4 characters heavily. Young master resents Governor Xung for losing this great and good land, doesn't he? Quang Lu did not answer. Was it truly Governor Xung who lost it? Just then, a saltwater song drifted from the bow. 3 mud piles build a stove ni. Sand pot cooking rice, no bottom wind stove ali. Rice va no leftover overnight rice luo. Stove pit no strip of overnight firewood ali. Others marry daughter have a red skin trunk luo. We marry daughter a rotten chicken coop ali. Others marry daughter have flower sedan chair to sit ni. We marry daughter just boat crossing to boat ali. Above possess treasure ship, below possess skiff a. Without your older brother the skiff so miserable ali. Rattan strip, bamboo strip, bag bundle everywhere luo. Head shake, tail swing like deep sea fresh dragon ali. Master fix boat but not prevent leak luo. Your sister-in-law sleep down at night, look fish swim ali. Master fix awning but not lay leaves luo. Your sister-in-law sleep down at night, also look sky river ali. The lyrics were mournful, but the singer's spirit soared. The small boat skimmed forward to the rhythm of his voice. Before they reached the shore, someone called out, Uncle Salmon, Principal Tian and Doctor Who are coming. The boatman shouted back, All right, I'm on my way. What kind of fish is a salmon? Quang Yan asked curiously. A childhood nickname. Those are for land folk, the boatman said. Young brother, you don't know. My original name was Zheng Carp. When I helped the chief transport grain, the chief told me, carp live in ponds, too small a pattern. Salmon is a deep-sea fish. You have to be like the salmon, trekking thousands of li to find the place you came from. That's called the salmon's dream. If a man has no dreams, what makes him different from salted fish? I've never seen a salmon myself, but since the chief said so, it must be something fine. After that, I changed my name to Zheng Salmon. Quang Yan sniffed at this, thinking, These Kun rebels truly are crude. End of chapter. Chapter 25:16. Principal Tian and Doctor Who, although the Tanka people were now permitted to live on shore, most belonged to the destitute class and could not afford proper dwellings. Instead, they built wooden shacks clustered together on river tidal flats and the sea skin, the foreshore near market towns. To address this, the Senate had passed legislation allocating these state-owned lands to newly established Tanka villages under the designation of village collective land, with explicit boundaries and acreage defined for each settlement. This was meant to prevent future disputes over territory. The Tanka shacks used bamboo and wood for frames, bamboo fencing and reed mats for walls, and thatch for roofs. Floors and beds alike were woven from bamboo strips, leaving gaps that let wind and light pass through from all sides. The smallest could barely fit a single body, the largest held no more than 2 beds. All were built in the stilt house style, raised above the ground. Quang Lu and his servant followed Zheng Salmon into the village. As they walked, he observed that these houses were not even as good as the pigsties on his family's rural manor. Yet to the Tanka households owning their own homes, however humble, was a source of immense pride. Many fake kun had come to the village today, making the place unusually lively. The ones called Principal Tian and Doctor Hu were a man and a woman who appeared to be only in their 20s, preaching policy to the villagers. Accompanying them were about 10 other fake kun, some who looked like artisans, others like physicians. Guang Lu could not immediately identify the rest, but they all wore matching blue cloth short jackets and carried satchels over their shoulders. The one called Principal Tian was surprisingly young. He spoke with full qi and had the strong, martial physique of a fighter rather than a scholar. Even his expression carried a certain dullness, almost clumsy. This man is a principal. Guang Lu found himself surprised. Folks, the chief has newly established national schools in both Guangzhou and Dali, and our village has been granted 5 public expense study quotas, Principal Tian announced. Over the past 2 years, literacy work teams have been visiting villages to eliminate illiteracy, and the children here have learned quite a few characters. But the Senate requires examinations for entry, so we want to hold one here in the village. The child with the highest score will earn a spot at the boys' national demonstration school. The next 4 will be able to attend Dali National Primary School. Principal Tian, what does public expense quota mean? A villager called out. It means tuition is waived. Students with excellent grades can even receive scholarships, Principal Tian explained. Another villager asked, what about money for food, clothing, and other expenses? The scholarships from the chiefs are quite generous. As long as grades are good, none of that should be a problem. Principal Tian knew the villagers were desperately poor. To them, children represented half a labor force. Asking any family to support a child who contributed nothing while studying was genuinely difficult. And if the grades aren't good, they can still apply for student loans. Interest-free, Principal Tian said, his voice losing some of its conviction. Loan was a new word, but everyone understood it meant taking on debt. Though this was official debt without interest, it was still debt in the end. The villagers began whispering among themselves. Their enthusiasm for sending children to school seemed tepid at best. Principal Tian continued his pitch, extolling the benefits of education, but to little effect. Meanwhile, Doctor Hu, though a woman, was directing operations on multiple fronts. With 2 artisan fake kun at her side, she studied the blueprint in her hands while instructing one group of villagers to dig pits, ordering another to unload fire bricks from the boats, and dispatching the young physicians in her party to treat the sick. A true heroine. What are they doing? Guang Lu asked Zheng Salmon, curious about the pit the fake kun were excavating. A few days ago, the county parent issued a notice saying public toilets were to be built in our new fishing villages. Zheng Salmon sighed. The chiefs are good in every way, except they insist on managing heaven above, earth below, and everything in between, including, apparently, shitting and pissing. He did not quite understand the purpose himself. Before, such matters had been handled anywhere convenient, with waste going straight into the river. Guang Lu pondered briefly before grasping the kun thieves' intention. Shit and piss were certainly filthy and foul-smelling, but that did not make them worthless refuse. Quite the opposite. Guangzhou had historically been controlled by numerous manure tyrants, large and small, who dominated the collection and sale of night soil. Every link in the chain had its profit-takers. Rumor had it that these manure lords had mostly fallen victim to the kun thieves' machinations, and now that profit flowed into their coffers instead. The toilet's location had clearly been chosen with care, positioned on higher ground to prevent flooding when the water rose, obviously to avoid losing fertilizer. The kun thieves claimed to build their state on industry and commerce. Everything came down to profit in the end. What puzzled him, though, was why a simple dry latrine required such elaborate preparations. The pit seemed unusually long, and so many fire bricks had been transported. The cost was far from trivial. Guang Lu decided to stay and see what medicine these kun thieves were really selling. Doctor Hu was instructing a young man nearby. Her thin, small frame appeared almost fragile against his sturdy build, yet he stood before her with complete deference and respect. The sight startled Quang Lu. According to Zheng Salmon, the young man was named He Lizhi, also from a Tanka household. He had learned some medical skills from the Senate's mobile medical team and become a barefoot doctor. It was Zheng himself who had recommended He Lizhi to serve as village head, and the villagers had raised no objections. Under Ming rule, Pearl River Tanka households had all fallen under the jurisdiction of the River Anchor Office, Hebo Suo. After settling on shore, they had established a new village management model according to Senate requirements. The residents of Tanka New Village were scattered households without the clan systems found among shore dwellers. In a typical shore village, most inhabitants shared a single surname, at most 2 or 3, and all matters were decided by clan sons and clan elders. In this era, possessing knowledge that everyone needed made it easy to become an authority. This 3-compartment septic tank toilet is designed primarily to intercept parasite eggs in feces, Doctor Hu explained to He Lizhi. You learned some medicine with the mobile medical team. Do you remember how feces transmit parasites? I remember, He Lizhi replied. Parasites are worms that hide inside the human body, sucking up nutrition and causing illness. Some worms live in the intestines and lay many tiny eggs. The eggs are discharged with stool. If other people come into contact with that feces, they might ingest the eggs. One person spreads it to 10 to 100. Doctor Hu nodded with satisfaction. For Tanka people who were largely illiterate, remembering 80 or 90% was already impressive. She did not rush to correct his minor errors. Back when she had first studied medicine, she had scolded her bloody every single day. According to the medical team's research, water-dwelling people are almost universally infected with one or more types of parasites. Their health suffers as a result. That's why proper feces management is essential. These worm eggs don't just affect your own health, they spread downstream with the water flow. The Sanshui and Sihui areas have a local disease called schistosomiasis. Shund has no Onchomelania snails, but when the medical team investigated, they found a small number of cases here anyway, probably carried downstream when the river flooded. This humble one understands. After settling in the first 2 compartments, the feces in the 3rd pool are essentially free of worm eggs and can be used directly as field fertilizer. However, the scum and sludge from the first 2 pools must be composted and fermented to completely kill the eggs before use. Our agricultural technicians will teach you how to compost. As village head, you must fulfill your management responsibilities. He Lizhi thumped his chest. Chief, rest 100 hearts assured. Whoever dares to shit or piss where they shouldn't, I'll confiscate their crime tools. Doctor Who could not hold back her laughter and burst out with a snort. While they were talking, Principal Tian walked over looking dejected. Liang, how is enrollment going? Hu Qing asked. Don't even mention it. Harder than fighting a war. Tian Liang rubbed his head with a pained expression. The exam rankings are out. Of the top 5 scorers, only 2 are willing to go. The others all say they don't want to. I moved up the next students in line, but they don't want to go either. Such a wonderful opportunity. Why won't anyone take it? Meanwhile, the wealthy families are all fighting tooth and nail to get their children enrolled. Hu Qing knew that for this spring's enrollment, the chiefs had imposed quotas restricting students by background. The original intent was to recruit more children from poor families. For public expense students, the background restrictions were even stricter. Anyone above middle-class status was ineligible, no matter how good their grades. Only the poor qualified. In practice, however, enrollment had produced the opposite result. Though the gentry and great households mostly had their own clan schools and private tutors, and looked down on this Australian learning in their hearts, they had numerous children. Sending a few from branch families or born of concubines was an easy way to curry favor with the Senate. Middle-class families were the most eager of all, but the poorest families showed the least interest in education. Even free public expense spots attracted no takers. On one side, middle-class parents pulled every string and exhausted every avenue to get their children enrolled. On the other, every form of persuasion fell on deaf ears. Though Tian Liang was not silver-tongued, the benefits of education were obvious. Even barely scraping by with a Class B diploma as he had done years ago opened doors. One could be recruited for work or join the army. Raising a child who doesn't work costs quite a lot, Qings said. Do what you can to persuade them. If it truly doesn't work, we'll go back and ask the merchants in Dali Town if any are willing to sponsor living expenses. That's a long shot. Tian Liang shook his head vigorously. You want merchants to sponsor Tanka children's education. They'd consider it bad luck. Qing knew this kind of prejudice could not be undone by a single Senate document. Worrying now would accomplish nothing. She changed the subject. How were the exam results today? Sister-in-law Zhou's eldest boy has a sharp mind. He tested best. Tian Liang's face clouded with concern. But her husband just died. She's raising 4 children alone. The family is truly struggling. Qing knew his recruitment was not going smoothly. She sighed and shook her head. Chief Tian, your school only takes young children, otherwise I'd sign up myself, Liang joked. You just keep learning with the literacy team and the medical team. Do the village head job well. Strive to get into the Agricultural Cadre Training Institute for advanced studies later. Principal Tian, his belly full of frustration over enrollment matters, answered grumpily. End of chapter. Chapter 25:17. Mobilizing for school, rest assured, Qing continued. Following the Senate always leads to better days. I've heard the chief's plan to promote fish farming throughout Guangzhou prefecture, adapting techniques to local conditions. You've come ashore, true, but you can't compete with families who have worked the land for generations. Learning to till fields at this point would be a struggle. Fish farming, though, should come naturally to people like you. Liang stroked his chin, looking troubled. The chiefs may not realize, but fish farming is no simple matter. All the fry for Canton Prefecture come from the West River, and the techniques for catching them have been monopolized by Zhejiang villagers for centuries. If the chiefs truly want to promote fish farming, they'll need those people's cooperation. The chiefs always find a way, Principal Tian said. Perhaps they have other methods. What methods? I don't know. His mind remained fixed on student recruitment. Regardless, this was Qing glanced at Liang, who said, I'll figure something out. Let's go see sister-in-law Zhou. When the three left the latrine construction site, they found a crowd of villagers and children gathered around Zheng and an unfamiliar man who appeared to be writing something. It's so beautiful, a child cried out, and murmurs of admiration rippled through the onlookers. What do you know about reading? You just say it's beautiful, a villager teased. I can too read, the child protested. Winter goes, spring comes. Something east, south, west, north, something, something. Bitterness, something. Something river, celebration, something life. The crowd erupted in laughter. Another child read aloud properly. Winter goes, spring comes, joy in the east, south, west, and north as we bid farewell to the old year. A magnificent land. Bitterness ends, sweetness arrives, gazing at lakes, seas, and rivers to celebrate a new life. Can you teach me to write? One child asked. Sir, please write a pair for me too, another villager chimed in. I've moved into a new house and want to paste a couplet on my door. Quang Lu was in reasonably good spirits today. After days of exhausting travel, he hadn't touched a brush in too long. Though the brush, ink, and paper here were crude, they sufficed for practice. He smiled and said, My calligraphy isn't free. One salted fish buys 1 pair of couplets. Salted fish we've got plenty of. At this, everyone scattered to fetch their dried and salted fish. Quang Lu didn't mind the humble payment. He simply spread ink across the red paper. Writing couplets was basic work for any scholar, and the phrases came ready-made. He knew most people here were illiterate, and the Kun rebels' learning was equally limited. Using obscure allusions or literary essays would only confuse them and, worse, might invite someone to find fault and cause trouble. Better to stick with common, auspicious platitudes. Qing and Tian Liang exchanged glances. The stranger's attire, his bearing, and especially that hand of elegant standard script, better than any they'd ever seen. Such skill was impossible without years of bitter practice under a renowned teacher. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell this was a young master from a noble family. Why would someone like him come to a fishing village to write couplets? Tian Liang thought of himself, principal of the Nanhai National Demonstration School, yet frequently writing characters wrong and always crooked. Shame flooded through him. His face flushed crimson. Qing noticed and asked with concern, "Ah, Liang, why is your face so red?" "Do you have a fever?" She reached out to touch his forehead. "No, I'm not sick," Tian Liang stammered, his face reddening further. Meanwhile, Lijai had found sister-in-law Zhou to discuss her eldest son's schooling. As they talked, she began to cry. "I know I'm ruining his future, but if I let him go, what will he eat? There are 3 younger siblings at home who need food too. This is simply our fate." Tian Liang and Qing knew she spoke the truth, but at this moment, they could think of nothing except appealing to the villagers. Lijai whispered with Zheng Giyu for a while, then walked into the center of the crowd, cleared his throat and addressed them. "Fellow elders and villagers, our village is lively today. The chief sent people to help us build public toilets. Sister-in-law Zhou's boy scored highest on the test and can attend the chief's school. This is a significant event for our village, but everyone knows the situation in sister-in-law Zhou's family. Let's hear your thoughts." "Lijai, I've got to be honest, reading books seems pretty useless to me," one villager replied. "The chiefs exempted our fish tax and let us come ashore. That's already more than enough." More voices joined in, but none expressed any willingness to help sister-in-law Zhou's family. Lijai felt humiliated. He glanced nervously at Qing and Tian Liang. By now, Tian Liang had steadied himself. He decided to seek help from the noble young master before him. "Sir, your calligraphy is exceptional. You must be a scholar. I'm just a soldier, not good with words. Would you speak about the benefits of reading?" The request surprised Quang Lu. He hadn't expected this fake Kun rebel to ask for his advice. He'd grasped the situation well enough. The Kun rebels recruited students regardless of background, which actually aligned with Confucius's principle of education for all without discrimination. The problem was that since ancient times, education had never been something the poor could afford. A family needed at least 10 mu of fertile land to support one scholar. As the saying went, poverty breeds wicked schemes, wealth nurtures conscience. These villagers were former Tanka people who drifted on the water, already struggling to survive. Little friendship existed among them. They'd become neighbors only because the Kun rebels had allowed them to come ashore and build houses. Expecting mutual aid now was naive. High-sounding principles like ordaining conscience for heaven and earth, securing life and fortune for the people, continuing lost teachings for past sages, and establishing peace for all future generations would accomplish nothing, no matter how eloquently spoken. Quang Lu straightened his clothes. "Reading has many benefits. You can become an official, a clerk, an apprentice in a shop. At the very least, you can teach village children and scrape by with food and clothing. Isn't that easier than scratching for a living on the water or in the mud? Take my couplets. Everyone sees my calligraphy is beautiful, so everyone wants a pair. In this short time, I've earned dozens of salted fish. This is the countryside. In Guangzhou City, unless you're close friends or relatives, you couldn't get one from me without paying several taels of silver as a writing fee." The villagers laughed at this. The man talked big, several taels for a pair of spring couplets. Seeing these unruly folk clearly didn't believe it, Quang Yan felt compelled to defend his young master. "Truly, summer insects cannot comprehend ice. My young master is from the Quang clan of Dali, a family of scholars for generations. His calligraphy and painting are pieces that even Master Qiu Tao couldn't put down, sighing that he himself was inferior. What would any of you know?" "So arrogant. Who is Master Qiu Tao?" someone asked. "The Vice Minister of Rights, Master Chen Zheng." Silence fell. Fear spread across every face and no one dared speak. Though common folk possessed little formal knowledge, they knew something of the top gentry in their region. Chen Zizhuang's paternal and maternal families were both prominent in Nanhai, with clan members serving as officials for generations. He himself had placed third in the imperial examinations, Tanhua, rising to right vice minister of rights and academician reader-in-waiting, lecturing daily before the Changzhen emperor. His reputation was immense. Similarly, Li Dawen of Fashion had risen to right vice minister of revenue, establishing the Li clan as the undisputed premier family of Fashion Fort. The awkward silence hung heavy. Tian Liang, already slow of speech and clumsy with words, felt completely lost. Fortunately, Hu Qing rescued him. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried that unique penetrating quality characteristic of women. Folks, the great Song chiefs excel at everything because they've read many books. They sent literacy teams to teach everyone to read and admit your children to school because they want better lives for you, lives where you're no longer bullied. Soon, the chiefs will send agricultural technicians to teach fish farming. Don't laugh. Without education, you won't even raise fish as well as the chiefs do. Sister-in-law Zhou's child has this opportunity to attend school. He represents our whole village's hope. Distant relatives aren't as good as close neighbors. We've all endured hard times. Let's support each other. The crowd remained silent. Quang Lu suppressed a wry smile. Your intentions are good, he thought, but this is asking a tiger for its skin. The Tanka have no clan system. This hastily formed village is just a motley gathering. Why would anyone respond to a few calls from village elders? Yet he felt it would be a pity for the child not to attend school, even an Australian school. He spoke up. These dozens of caddies of salted fish will count as my donation. Sell them to provide living expenses for sister-in-law Zhou's eldest son. With him taking the lead, Zheng Guiyu felt his face had been saved. He immediately responded, look, everyone, this guest has helped sister-in-law Zhou. We're all Tanka, we must do our part. I'll state my position first. I don't have money, but if anything useful is needed, I'll contribute my labor. Someone else spoke up. Doctor Who saved my life. Whatever she says goes. I truly can't spare anything either, but tell me how I can help. Count me in for physical work. Count me in. Several more voices joined. He Lijai struck while the iron was hot. I count 85 households in our village. Regardless of family size, each household contributes 5 caddies of fish per month. The village will collect them, sell them in town, and use the money as a living allowance for her eldest son. When he succeeds someday, he can repay everyone. What do you say? 5 caddies of fish per month wasn't burdensome. Everyone agreed it was manageable and voiced their approval. Sister-in-law Zhou thanked them profusely and brought her child to kowtow to Quang Lu. He raised his hand slightly. No need to kowtow. I only hope he studies hard and never forgets to repay the village elders who helped him. With that, he nodded to Zheng Guiyu and turned to leave, but Tian Liang stopped him. Quang Lu tensed, wondering if his identity had been exposed and this simple-minded fake Kun intended him harm. Instead, Tian Liang spoke with guileless sincerity. Mr. Quang, your handwriting is truly excellent. You must have read many books. I'm Tian Liang, principal of the Nanhai National Demonstration School. Our school has just been established and we still need teachers. We're currently recruiting qualified candidates. If you could come teach the children to write, it would make our school so much better. End of chapter. Chapter 25:18. Principal Tian Liang's words put Quang Lu somewhat at ease. So that was his game. Still, these Kun thieves were remarkably undiscriminating, appointing such a man as school principal. He cupped his hands in a polite salute. You flatter me truly. However, I've only just returned home. Allow me to settle in before making any plans. I shall certainly pay you a visit in due time. With that, he made his way toward Zheng Guiyu's small boat. Watching Quang Lu's retreating figure, Tian Liang called after him, please come take the civil service examination. We shall meet again. Quang Lu's voice drifted back as he walked on. Young master, are you really going to teach at the Kun Thieves' School? Quang Yan asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Quang Lu reached back and rapped the boy on the head with his fan. You and I have just returned and know nothing of affairs here. Petty officials like him are the most treacherous and vicious, and they wield real power. Cross him and there'll be no end of trouble. Best not to get entangled, agreeing casually costs nothing. Kuang Yan rubbed his head, muttering, I understand, young master. The master said, the superior man understands what is right, the inferior man understands what is profitable. Today I learned the sage spoke true, even when sending their children to study, these mudlegs must talk of profit. Are you and I any different? Kuang Lu replied indifferently. As Kuang Lu departed, the villagers dispersed as well. Tian Liang turned to Hu Qing with an embarrassed expression. Sister Qing, I feel like such a fool. I can't do anything properly, my promotions always lag behind my peers and I can never find the right words. Hu Qing reassured him gently. Blockhead, those with glib tongues aren't always reliable when it comes to getting things done. The chiefs assigned you as principal of the Nanhai demonstration school precisely because they trust you, they know you're loyal and dependable. But what if I fail? Don't worry. I'm here and Wen Yang will help you too. Before the northern expedition, Tian Liang had risen to company commander. His unit, the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Line, served under the East Road Army and following Fu Sanxi's lead, had captured the Chaosin region. The East Road Army had crushed the Ming forces under the Guangdong vice-commander-in-chief with little effort, sweeping through eastern Guangdong like wind through dry grass. Yet soon after, like units on every other front, they found themselves mired in a grinding security war. The clan powers in Chaosin were formidable, and the people fierce. The great local families had never bowed readily to government authority, let alone to outsiders like them. Though the prefectures and counties fell easily enough, the directors appointed to each county soon discovered their orders couldn't reach beyond the city gates. Clerks dared not venture into the countryside without a national army escort, and even then they were frequently ambushed by local braves, suffering heavy casualties. To establish the Senate's authority, the East Road Army fought almost daily, storming strongholds and fortified villages. Tian Liang himself had clashed with enemy forces in close combat several times and counted himself lucky to have escaped serious injury. His luck ran out during a battle when he fell into the water and choked on sewage, contracting aspiration pneumonia. He was sent to the field hospital for treatment. That was where he met Hu Qing. As head nurse of the East Road Army Field Hospital, Hu Qing organized care for the wounded. Chronic understaffing meant she often had to check the wards herself in the middle of the night. One evening, while changing Tian Liang's IV bottle, he seized her hand and wouldn't let go, calling out Xunyang, Xunyang in his delirium. Hu Qing's first thought was that this soldier was deliberately taking liberties with her, until she realized it was fever-induced rambling, and she forgave him. As the antibiotics took effect, Tian Liang gradually emerged from his fevered haze and realized the person who had been caring for him day and night was not his Xunyang, but this slight, small-framed Sister Qing. Disappointment mingled with gratitude. Over time, they grew familiar with each other. Tian Liang would tell her stories of his past, how he and Xunyang had come to Lingao, how they had grown up after arriving, describing the harrowing details of the Chiang Mai battle in vivid color, along with his feelings for Xunyang. Hu Qing asked if he understood Gu Fu's feelings. He said he didn't. Tian Liang asked if she understood Xunyang's feelings. She said she didn't either. She was just an aging spinster who knew nothing of such matters. Tian Liang gaped at her. By Ming Dynasty standards, a woman unmarried at 20 was already an old maid. Hu Qing was 27 and still had no husband's family. She told him she had once been betrothed, but a natural disaster struck before the wedding. Her parents died one after the other, and she was forced to flee with her younger brother Hu Wenyang, wandering until the Senate took them in at Guangzhou. She was assigned to the sanitation school. By then she was already 20, but under Dean there was too much to learn and too many patients to save. There was simply no time for personal matters, and so she had been left over. Tian Liang comforted her, saying not to worry. A fine woman like her would surely find a good home. Hu Qing laughed when she heard this, but she knew the truth well enough. A good home was beyond her reach now. Her face and figure held no advantage over the female secretaries at the College of Arts and Sciences, so naturally she wouldn't catch the chief's eyes. Naturalized citizen cadres of similar age and standing had long since established families and careers. Having grown up under the red flag of the Senate, she could never accept becoming someone's concubine. Men of lesser means she looked down upon. Men younger than herself looked down on her. Her brother Xunyang, now grown, had taken to worrying on her behalf, leveraging connections with the chiefs to introduce several prospective matches. All had come to nothing. In short, her situation was the old familiar bind. The heights were out of reach, the depths beneath her dignity. Then came the day of Tian Liang's discharge. Hippo Senator arrived leading a team to inspect the army's sanitary conditions throughout the Chaos-Han region. There in the field hospital ward, Tian Liang finally saw the Sister Fu he had been dreaming of day and night. She had come along to guide the sanitary work. He was so overcome he couldn't speak. Guo Fu sensed the time had come to settle certain matters. She asked Tian Liang for a private word. He had imagined that after so many years apart they would have endless things to say, but in truth, the conversation faltered after 10 minutes or so. As they talked on, both came to realize the other had long since walked a different path. "Is the chief good to you?" That was the last thing Tian Liang remembered asking. "He is," Guo Fu replied with a faint smile. Her face, now shed of its girlish softness, was dignified and beautiful. After she left, Tian Liang sat in a daze in the ward for a long time. When Qing made her rounds, she found him still there. He told her about his meeting with Guo Fu, how life had suddenly lost its purpose, how he no longer knew what meaning his existence held. Qing was never one for consolation. She struggled for words, then suddenly remembered a philosophical saying she had once heard Chief Lin Motion utter, and offered it to Tian Liang. "There are two great tragedies between old friends," she said. "One is never seeing the person you long to see. The other is seeing them." Tian Liang wept, crying openly before a woman for the first time in his life. Later, as the fighting subsided, the Senate launched an ambitious construction campaign across Guangdong and Guangxi. The desperate shortage of local cadres led them to transfer soldiers and officers ill-suited for continued military service into civilian posts to support the effort. Tian Liang was among them. Qing's younger brother, Xunyang, had first served as district mayor of Nanhai District before being promoted to Secretary General of Guangzhou Special City, though he remained in charge of Nanhai District. Through this connection, Qing arranged for Tian Liang to be placed in the important position at the Nanhai National Demonstration School. Of course, Tian Liang might never know the full story behind his appointment. When he received the notice, he was utterly bewildered. Given his education and qualifications, any number of positions might have been possible for his retirement placement, but he had never imagined being assigned to the education department. The twin titles of Principal of Nanhai National Demonstration School and Education Inspector of Nanhai County, whatever their prestige, sent Tian Liang, who knew his own limitations well, hurrying to the personnel department to ask if there had been some mistake. The personnel department insisted there had been none. Tian Liang had no choice but to take up the post. This Nanhai National School was one of 3 anchor points for the Senate's educational institutions in Guangdong. The first was naturally the Guangzhou National Demonstration School, a comprehensive full-time institution modeled after Fengshenghe. It encompassed 3 levels: junior primary, senior primary, and middle school, following a 10-year curriculum. Based on academic performance, students were culled at both the senior primary and middle school stages, while outstanding students from elsewhere were admitted. Those who ultimately graduated represented the elite among naturalized citizens. Because resources were limited, only one such high-level school existed across all of Guangdong and Guangxi. What would follow with somewhat broader reach were the national schools established throughout the region. Though called national schools, these were essentially primary schools. According to Hu Qingbai's plan during the second five-year plan, Guangdong was to establish a national demonstration senior primary school in every county and a national demonstration junior primary school in every town. The Nanhai National Demonstration School, where Tian Liang served as principal, was precisely such a county senior primary school. Despite bearing the name Nanhai County National Demonstration School, a Guangzhou demonstration school already existed within the city proper. To embody the ideology of serving the townships, the Nanhai School was located west of Guangzhou City, adjacent to Dali Town in the newly established Foshan County. When Tian Liang arrived at Dali, his staff consisted of 5 naturalized citizen normal school graduates and 5 old-timer soldiers, and half-disabled soldiers, discharged to serve as both handymen and guards. Exactly a squad's worth of people formed the entire team for the Nanhai County National Demonstration School. Though it was a key educational project, Hu Qingbai had no extra funds for constructing school buildings. Never mind this county demonstration school. Even the Guangzhou demonstration school was currently making do by occupying the Guangzhou Prefecture Confucian Temple. So the site Tian Liang received was confiscated enemy property, the ancestral shrine of a powerful local clan. They hung up a sign and the school opened for business. Once open, they had to recruit students. The Senate could not yet mandate compulsory education. Families still had to pay tuition themselves. Hu Qingbai had actually set tuition quite low. Strictly speaking, even at full enrollment, the fees collected wouldn't cover the wages of these 11 staff members, and 10% of the spots were reserved for publicly funded students. That said, more than 2 months after Tian Liang took office, having exhausted himself running around promoting the school, with the spring semester's opening imminent, over 30 of the 200 spots for the first academic year remained unfilled. End of chapter. Chapter 25:19. Returning home, the discount seemed generous, but ordinary folk weren't buying. Tian Liang found himself with strength and nowhere to apply it, utterly at a loss. Fortunately, Hu Qing had been traveling through Nanhai County lately, overseeing the Rural Health Training Initiative. Their partnership was a small comfort amid the frustration. Sister Qing, if only that scholar would agree to teach here. You silly goose. Hu Qing laughed. Do you even know who he is? Who? That's Quanglu, the Quanglu, she exclaimed. One of the most famous gentry masters in all Guangzhou, him becoming our teacher. You'd sooner see the sun rise in the west. Gentry from a great household. He didn't seem like it to me. Quite easygoing, actually, wrote spring couplets for everyone and was the first to donate. Who says gentry must have monstrous faces and jagged teeth? Hu Qing replied, This Quanglu is no ordinary gentleman. Even the Senate values him highly. When you return, you must file a report with the municipal government notifying them of his arrival. Is he some kind of reactionary? Well, I wouldn't call him reactionary exactly. He's simply an important figure. In truth, Hu Qing couldn't articulate precisely why Quanglu mattered. She had merely seen his name on the Administration Council's list of key gentry to monitor. Then I'd better write that report immediately. But how did you know all this? Don't you ever read the official documents? Documents? Tian Liang scratched his head, embarrassed. I don't read very well. It's a struggle to get through them. How on earth did you become a captain? Hu Qing sighed. A company commander has plenty of paperwork to handle. There was a lieutenant in my company, military academy graduate. He took care of all that. Played the hands-off manager quite well, didn't you? Sigh, that's precisely why I ended up as a principal. Tian Liang's dejection was palpable. Even principals must apply themselves. If you can't understand basic documents, how will you manage anything? Hu Qing grew earnest. Tell you what, whenever I have free time in the evenings, I'll help you work through the documents. We can improve your reading along the way. Quanglu and his servant departed from Dali and traveled steadily southward. Within a few days, they arrived outside Guangzhou City. It was the depth of the Little Ice Age, and even in Lingnan, the cold wave brought weather as bitter and bleak as the northern provinces. Trees that had flourished in previous years now stood withered and listless. Yellow leaves carpeted the ground nearby while dead grass stretched to the horizon. Gazing toward his homeland, Guang Lu saw only desolation. His thoughts turned to the chaos of war spreading across the realm, the people suffering in deepest misery, the disorders plaguing both imperial court and provincial offices. He had carried the ambition to serve his country, yet failed to ease his ruler's burdens. Instead, a moment of rash anger had condemned him to wander foreign lands for years. Sorrow welled from within and his eyes grew wet. Then the city wall appeared and Guangzhou, the city he had dreamed of day and night, materialized before him. But what Guangzhou was this? No longer Guangzhou prefecture of the great Ming, but Guangzhou special city of the Kun bandits. Seeing it again now stirred strange and bitter feelings. Above the city tower, the Kun banner snapped in the wind. Soldiers patrolled with rifles. Below, bailiffs in black jackets and short coats monitored the stream of commoners and vehicles, stopping travelers at random for inspection. So this was what it meant to be a citizen of a conquered nation. "Master, it grows late. We should enter the city," Guang Yan reminded him. "Let's go." Guang Lu swallowed his bitterness. He settled accounts with the porter, dismissed the mule and hired carrier who had brought them this far, and walked through the great north gate with his servant. His home lay in Xianlin Lane beside the Temple of the Five Immortals. This day happened to be the 24th of the 12th lunar month, the day when every household bade farewell to the kitchen god. The year 1636 had blessed them with favorable weather, and the Senate had undertaken extensive construction, infrastructure projects, and industrial investments throughout Guangzhou. The markets hummed with prosperity, and the streets presented a scene of abundance. The farewell to the kitchen god was among the most significant days of the 12th month. Crowds thronged the streets, and everywhere was noise and celebration. Since the New Life movement began in 1635, and with the extensive demolition and rebuilding within the city walls, Guangzhou's appearance had transformed dramatically since Guang Lu's departure. As he walked, taking in these changes, his heart churned with conflicting emotions. Suddenly Guang Yan called out, "Isn't that second master approaching?" Looking up, Guang Lu spotted a handsome young man racing toward them on a two-wheeled rickshaw. Before reaching them, the young man leaped from the vehicle, covered the remaining distance in a few bounding steps, threw himself forward, embraced Guang Lu, and burst into tears. Guang Lu wept openly with him. Passers-by, though ignorant of the circumstances, sighed at the sight. Born into troubled times, they had witnessed too many partings of life and death. They understood what reunion meant. "Ryu, this is hardly proper. In broad daylight before everyone's eyes, have you no sense of decorum?" Though Guang Lu scolded, he could not suppress the smile spreading across his face. Ryu wept as the words tumbled out. "When we learned that brother had met with disaster, we worried night and day. Uncle missed you so terribly he fell ill, constantly asking after you, never knowing when you might return. Gone for years with only scattered letters reaching us. Big brother, how could you be so heartless? If you have something to say it plainly. Why carry on like a little girl?" Guang Lu blinked back his own tears. "Every day abroad I worried about father and all of you. But correspondence was difficult and my wanderings were unpredictable. I could rarely find anyone trustworthy to carry letters. All these years I've relied entirely on you brothers to care for the family. Say no more, big brother. Uncle, sister-in-law, and the children are all waiting." Ryu wiped his face. "Come home with me now." He signaled for the rickshaw to approach, secured the luggage to the vehicle, and the brothers walked homeward together with the servant. Along the way, Ryu could barely contain his joy as he recounted family news. During Guang Lu's absence, they had subsisted on rentrice from their rural lands while old friends and relatives provided occasional assistance. Life had not been prosperous, but neither had it descended into poverty. This brought some comfort to the long-wandering exile. Soon, they arrived at the house. The Guang family residence had been built after his grandfather passed the Jinchi examination, and now showed unmistakable signs of decay. The ceremonial Jinchi flagpoles that once stood before the entrance had vanished, leaving only their stone bases. Since his father had only achieved the rank of stipend student, never passing the provincial examination or obtaining the Jinshi degree, the family's fortunes had inevitably declined. In his earlier years here, coming and going, Quang Lu had never given the place much thought. Returning now as a wanderer after so long, gazing upon the old house again, he felt the ancient sorrow of seeing grain grow wild among palace ruins. Yet knowing his aged mother dwelled here pierced his heart. Before he could dwell on such thoughts, a young servant at the gate spotted him and flew into the courtyard crying, "He's here! He's here! The eldest master has returned." Quang Lu stepped through the gate, turned past the spirit screen, and saw his white-haired old father being supported toward him by two nephews. Remembering his own willfulness, how he had offended the magistrate and been forced to abandon his elderly father, his wife, his children, how he had roamed foreign lands for years, failing in his duties as both son and husband, causing them endless worry, guilt overwhelmed him. Covering the distance in hasty strides, he reached his father, dropped to his knees, and wept bitterly. Though Quang Sihao had received word of his son's return, only now, with the young man weeping before him, did the reality strike home. His long-missed son had truly arrived. For a moment words failed him. He could only stroke his son's head with trembling hands while tears streamed down his own face. At this sight, everyone present began to weep. For a time, no one spoke in the main hall, only soft sobbing filled the silence. At last, Quang Lu looked up at his father through tear-blurred eyes. "This son is unfilial. This son is guilty. This son deserves 10,000 deaths." He kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead striking the floor with dull thuds. Father Quang lifted his son. Though 1,000 words pressed upon his heart, none would come. After a long pause, he finally managed, "You're home. That's what matters." "I am well enough. It was your wife and children who suffered most. Go to them, quickly now." The household helped Father Quang to his seat, then assisted Quang Lu to his feet, urging him not to weep. This was a joyous occasion, they said. Too much grief was harmful to one's health. Gradually, after much consoling, father and son regained their composure. Someone then led Quang Lu to the rear hall to see his wife and children. Husband and wife had been separated for years. Their reunion naturally brought an outpouring of long-suppressed feeling. Only his son remained somewhat distant, unfamiliar with this father who had been absent for so long, and perhaps a little afraid. This was the Kitchen God Festival. Ordinarily, relatives and old friends would all be offering sacrifices at their own hearths. But hearing of Quang Lu's return, they came in droves to congratulate him. Soon the house rang with laughter and joyful voices. Even the neighbors emerged to watch. Several families who had long been close to the Quangs prepared gifts and arrived to offer their congratulations. Quang Lu hurried out to exchange bows with each visitor. In the midst of this bustle, he spotted several servants approaching with 2 loads of gifts. He recognized the leader Zhang He, servant to his good friend Zhang Mu. Zhang He caught sight of Quang Lu from a distance. Leaving the gift-bearers behind, he hurried forward, knelt, and announced, "Greetings to First Master Quang. My master learned of your arrival and has prepared local delicacies along with 200 taels of silver to welcome you home properly. My master wishes you to know. He understands you must attend to your father with filial devotion these next few days, so he will not intrude today. After the new year, he will personally present his card and pay a formal visit." Quang Lu smiled. "Please convey my thanks to your master. I will accept everything with gratitude. Once I have settled family affairs, I shall certainly call upon him to express my appreciation in person." He instructed Ryu to provide a suitable tip, and the servants departed. No sooner had he finished than he returned to the main hall to reminisce with relatives and friends, only to learn that acquaintances from various districts had heard of his return and sent gifts as well. Even the family of the late Liang Yuanju presented offerings. The front of the Quang residence, normally so quiet, suddenly bustled like a marketplace. Ryu rushed about directing servants to record and tally each gift while distributing tips to the bearers and porters. The heavy gloom that had long hung over the household lifted entirely. Quang Lu was returning from a neighbor's house when a few more young pages approached bearing gifts. Their leader did not announce himself loudly at the gate as others had done, nor did he present a card with ceremony. He simply stood aside, watching. When Quang Lu passed, the young man stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and whispered, "My master is Chen Zizhuang. Learning of First Master's return today, he has sent this servant with gifts and congratulations. Here also is an invitation." He pressed the gift list and invitation into Quang Yan's hands, set down the presents, and slipped away as quietly as he had come. End of chapter. Chapter 25-20. Xunfeng Night Banquet. At the foot of Xunfeng Mountain, the cold wave had brought frost that withered the leaves and stripped the branches of evergreen trees. Even Guangzhou Prefecture, blessed with spring-like weather year-round, now wore a mantle of bleakness. Xunfeng was called a mountain, but in truth it rose barely 80 meters above the surrounding land, little more than a hillock by any proper standard. Shabei village lay more than 10 li northwest of Guangzhou City. The Chen clan had settled here since the Shaoxing era of the southern Song dynasty, when their ancestor Chen Kangyan took up an official post in Lingnan. Within the Buddhist hall of the Chen residence, a white-haired old woman knelt chanting sutras before a Buddha statue. When she finished and made to rise, a young man standing nearby hurried forward to steady her. Only after the old woman had settled into her seat did her two sons take theirs. The daughters-in-law, grandsons, granddaughters-in-law, and unmarried daughters remained standing in attendance at the sides. "Mother, our Buddhist hall here is simply furnished, and there are no famous temples or eminent monks near the village. It is also quite inconvenient for you to travel to distant Buddhist assemblies." The speaker was tall, with sharp angular features, a broad mouth, and sparse eyebrows. A long goatee adorned his chin, lending him an air of mature authority. "When father passed away, I was in the capital taking up my post and failed in my duties as a son. The turmoil in official circles caused you great distress. Thinking on it now fills me with guilt that keeps me awake at night. Now that I have returned home, I wish to give you peaceful days and long life. There are many monasteries on Baiyun Mountain north of the city. I have found a site with excellent Fengshenghe beside Baiyun Temple and wish to build a villa there. Within it, I will construct a nunnery with sculpted statues where you may offer incense and worship Buddha. Each month I will invite virtuous monks to perform rituals. This is how I intend to fulfill my filial duties. Zizhuang, your filial heart brings me great joy." The old woman turned the rosary beads between her fingers, but such a mountain villa would cost a fortune. With the family and country in upheaval and bandits usurping Lingnan, our Chen clan, having received imperial grace for generations, should spend our wealth to relieve the national crisis. To be loyal is to be filial. Though satisfied with her son's devotion, her refusal was firm. The old woman was born of the Zhu clan of Jiujiang, a place that had borne the title Confucian Forest Township since the reign of Emperor Daizong. The Confucian atmosphere there ran deep. Her father, Zhu Rang, had earned his Jinshi degree in the 32nd year of Wanli and served as secretary in the Ministry of Revenue before becoming prefect of Quzhou. The Zhu line would later produce Kang Yaowei's teacher, the renowned Master Jiujiang, Zhu Siki. Lady Zhu had received Confucian education from childhood. She knew books and rites, and embodied the virtues expected of women under feudal ethics. Her eldest son was the head of the 3 loyalists of Lingnan, a man whose name would be honored by later generations, Chen Zizhuang. Chen Zizhuang, courtesy named Zheng, pseudonym Qiutao, had placed third in the imperial examination of Wanli's 37th year, earning the distinguished Tanhua title. Throughout his official career, he remained upright, once denouncing the eunuch party directly before the Tianqi emperor. Later, Wei Zhongxian seized upon phrases like, "A mediocre ruler loses power," "A wise ruler grasps power," from policy questions Chen had submitted while presiding over the Hangzhou provincial examination, branding them as slander. Both father and son were stripped of their posts. When Changzhen ascended the throne, Chen Zizhuang was reinstated and rose through the ranks, junior supervisor of the household of the heir apparent, academician reader-in-waiting of the Hanlin Academy, then Right Vice Minister of Rights. When the position of minister fell temporarily vacant, he served as acting head of the ministry. Now in his 40s, Chen Zizhuang had weathered the storms of court politics. He recalled when he passed the examination as Tanhua and rode through the capital in the spring breeze of success, the very fulfillment of a verse he had composed at age 7. Wait for me to tour the imperial garden in another year, finding the opportunity as Tanhua to ask after Chang. He had served alongside his father at court, and those early days held happy memories. But recent years had bred in him a deep sense of powerlessness. Since the Tianqi era, the Dongguan party and the eunuch party had ground against each other relentlessly. In peaceful times, such factional strife might not shake the foundations of the state, but the situation in Liaodong was deteriorating. In the first year of Changzhen, his fellow townsman and examination classmate Yuan Changhuan was also restored by the new emperor, promoted to Minister of War and Right Vice-Censor-in-Chief, charged with supervising the army in Jiliao. Chen Zizhuang had organized a grand farewell gathering for him. The poems and paintings of 19 attendees were compiled into a scroll titled Picture of Farewell Banquet for Supervising Liao. The outcome was tragedy. Yuan Changhuan never achieved the success they had hoped for. Instead, the inscrutable emperor sentenced him to death by slow slicing. The collector of that commemorative scroll later gouged out the signatures, leaving only the 4 characters, Fu Gong Yazu, that Chen had inscribed. With strong enemies beyond the borders and rebellions within, what had begun as civil unrest in the northwest during the early Changzhen years had now become a wildfire sweeping across the land. August of Changzhen's 7th year marked the darkest period of Chen Zizhuang's life. His mentor, Right Administration Vice Commissioner Lu Minglong, had held fast at Long City in Gaiyuan Prefecture, Shanxi. When the city fell, the peasant army killed him. News of his death shocked the capital. Changzhen posthumously honored Lu Minglong as chief minister of the court of the imperial stud and held a personal memorial ceremony. As Right Vice Minister of Rights, Chen Zizhuang presided over the service while suppressing his grief for his lost mentor and friend. In the 8th year of Changzhen, the rebel armies of Gao Yingxiang and Zhang Xianzhang captured the middle capital at Fengshenghe and desecrated the emperor's ancestral tombs. When Changzhen learned of this, his anguish was immense. In fury, he had Yang Yipeng, the censor-in-chief of grain transport who had failed to send relief in time, beheaded in the marketplace. Then the emperor changed into mourning garments to make offerings at the imperial ancestral temple before secluding himself in Wying Hall, refusing to emerge. The ministers dared not speak, yet they felt such a grave matter demanded an imperial address. Thus Chen Zizhuang submitted a memorial. When even the graves of commoners suffer damage to a single handful of earth or tree, there is none who does not endure the pain in silence. Since the matter concerned the imperial ancestral mausoleum itself, one could not simply bow and rise with the rest of the court. The emperor should issue a penitential edict. Changzhen adopted this counsel. Chen Zizhuang also proposed 12 suggestions regarding current governance, 10 of which the emperor accepted. This brought him both encouragement and pride. But fate's gifts always come with hidden prices. In the first month of that same year, Changzhen issued a decree. Any descendants of the imperial clan who possessed civil or military talents worthy of employment could have their names submitted by the clan court. After examination, they might receive official positions. Changzhen's intent clearly reflected dissatisfaction with the officials currently before him. Yet this measure violated the ancestral rule established by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, that the imperial clan may only be titled, never given official positions. Chen Zizhuang pondered the matter repeatedly, deliberated with friends and colleagues, and revised his draft 3 times before finally submitting a memorial in opposition. This proved his undoing. The Prince of Tang learned of the memorial and impeached Chen Zizhuang before Changzhen. The emperor imprisoned him for acting recklessly and deceiving the sovereign regarding non-ancestral kin matters. In the Ministry of Justice prison, 66 officials were imprisoned alongside him. Besides Chen Zizhuang, 23 were minister-level officials, including Chen Qiu, the governor-general of 5 provinces' military affairs, the man who had mistakenly believed Li Zicheng's feigned surrender at Chexiang Gorge in Shanxi, allowing the peasant army to revive from certain death. In the end, thanks to the pleas of many colleagues and the Empress Dowager herself, Chen Zizhuang was released, stripped of office, and sent home. Chen Zizhuang wept bitterly as he kowtowed at Qianmen, bidding farewell to his emperor. He mounted a donkey, boarded a boat at Lu River to travel south, and composed Lu River Reflections. People shouted at the short donkey along the path, were the willows at the green gate willing to be sparse. The crane in the opened cage enjoys riding the carriage. The fish in the dry rut rejoices deeply upon getting water. Dreams race ahead beyond the heavens to enact a return alive. The unfinished books in the box have not yet been burned. Xing Gong does not wag his tongue lightly. How can I seek you to compose the poem of Suichu? Yet before he even reached home, word came that the Kun thieves had already occupied Guangzhou city. Had he returned to the capital then, perhaps the emperor, desperate for capable men, might have appointed him governor-general of southern Gan to mobilize troops from several provinces in aid of Xing Wenken's campaign against the Kun thieves. But anxiety for his mother drove him to spur his horse homeward, reaching Guangzhou before the enemy could seal the passes. This powerlessness, this sense that worldly affairs refused to bend to his will, left Chen Zizhuang deeply troubled. His desire to build the cloud-gurgling villa served a dual purpose, to pray for his mother's longevity and to exhaust his own frustrated ambitions. The shifting of hills and valleys is not my concern. Laughter, tears, and indifference follow the human stage. He still remembered clearly the insight that had come to him upon leaving the capital. He too wished to use the ancient Buddha and the blue lamp to settle his turbulent heart. Mother's teaching is wise. This son will never disgrace our family's honor. I vow to contend with those Kun thieves to the very end and restore our great Ming's rivers and mountains. Chen Zizhuang's reply was respectful, but inwardly, he remained deeply conflicted. Elder brother, do you still remember the extraordinary gentleman I mentioned, Mr. Yan? The speaker was the young man who had helped old lady Zhu to her feet. Chen Zisheng, Chen Zizhuang's younger brother by 19 years. I remember. While I was in the capital, we corresponded. He understands the patterns of history, both ancient and modern, and harbors great strategies for governance. It is only a pity he failed the examinations repeatedly, truly a loss for the sacred one. Mr. Yanai was Chen Bangyan, one of the 3 loyalists of Lingnan, courtesy named Lingbin. During Chen Zizhuang's time in the capital, Chen Zisheng had interacted frequently with Chen Bangyan, Li Suiqiu, and others, forming bonds of unusual closeness. A few days ago, Mr. Yanai met with me in secret, Chen Zisheng said. He wishes to visit you, elder brother, to discuss important matters. It seems Lingnan is not entirely filled with useless men and those who forget righteousness for wealth. Chen Zizhuang stroked his beard. Chen Lingbin is loyal to the sovereign, devoted to the country, and well-versed in Confucian studies. Shangyang, Shangyan, and Shangtu, my 3 sons, can study under him. At that moment, a gate attendant came to report. Master, First Master Li, First Master Quang, and First Master Chen have all arrived. They wait in the front courtyard. Good. Invite them to the reception hall in the rear immediately. Have the maids serve our finest tea to the honored guests. Chen Zizhuang's expression grew solemn. Though Li Suiqiu and Quang Lu were 6 or 7 years younger than Chen Zizhuang, they had exchanged poems with him for many years and were old friends. Both had attended Yuan Changhuan's farewell banquet before he departed to supervise Liao. Li Suiqiu even regarded Chen Zizhuang as a mentor, and their friendship ran deep. But for Chen Bangyan, this was his first meeting with Chen Zizhuang. After taking leave of old lady Zhu, the brothers walked quickly to the reception hall. Chen Zisheng approached Chen Bangyan and made the introduction. "Elder brother, this is Mr. Yanai of Longshan, shunned. He established a school beneath Jinyan Ridge where he gives lectures. Scholars from far and near come to study with him, hundreds each year. His influence is considerable." Chen Bangyan cupped his hands in greeting. "Kaya Sheng praises me too generously. I merely scrape together a living. I have long heard of Master Qiyutao's great reputation, but while you served in the capital we had no opportunity to meet. It is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes that fate brings us together today." He turned to the others. "Mizhu, Zhanruo, I trust you have both been well." Li Suiqiu and Quang Lu had known Chen Bangyan for years. After the customary pleasantries, host and guests took their seats in proper order. Chen Zizhuang understood with perfect clarity that not a single word of today's discussion could reach the ears of the Kun thieves. To be overheard would mean the extermination of his entire family. He dismissed all attendants and sent every maid and servant to the front courtyard. Chen Zizhuang surveyed the room, steadied himself, and spoke. "Gentlemen, you have not come here today to discuss poetry and the pleasures of refined company. The current situation has rotted beyond repair. How can we restore the great Ming's rivers and mountains and drive out the great bandits? Though I once stood in the temple of the Son of Heaven, I am now but a farmer without 3 heads or 6 arms. Everyone present is a trusted confidant. Whatever insights you possess, speak freely." End of chapter. Chapter 25-21. Empty talk. Li Suiqiu lifted his teacup and took a sip to wet his parched throat. "When the Kun thieves first arrived, I assumed they were merely maritime merchants with some peculiar skills and tricks up their sleeves, that their purpose in settling Lingao was no different from the Franks in Macau. When Purple Company's Australian goods first appeared in Guangzhou, I even purchased an Australian mirror for my mother and wife. Never did I imagine that Governor Wang would later heed slander and insist on provoking them. I attended He Rubin's military parade in Guangzhou before his so-called expedition to Qiangzhou. Who could have foreseen that not only would He Rubin's entire army be annihilated, but they would fight their way to the gates of Wyang Courier Station and extort 300,000 taels of silver as ransom for the city. Every village and town below Guangzhou Prefecture was ravaged. Only then did I recognize them for what they were, pirates with sturdy ships and devastating cannons. Later, I learned that other pirates on the seas had either been crushed or absorbed by the Australians, who had become undisputed overlords of the ocean. That was when I finally understood. These thieves are formidable bandits with unfathomable ambitions, far beyond the likes of Liu Xianglao or Zheng Zhilong. And later, at East Gao Villa, I watched from the rockery as they constructed their iron ladder stretching all the way from the Great World, iron automatic carts belching black smoke and white mist running along the tracks. The Australians advance relentlessly, step by step. Who would have imagined that these pirates, so adept at commerce and industry, would dare raise the banner of the great song to contend for the realm? Li Suiqiu's brows drew together, his face etched with anxiety. Quang Lu had been away from home for several years and lacked first-hand knowledge, so he asked, "Does Mizhu mean to suggest these people are not descendants of the Zhao Song? Though their appearance resembles that of our people, everything they practice follows far Western methods. Could descendants of the Zhao Song have drifted to the far West and fabricated this tale of coming from Australia?" Li Suiqiu was equally puzzled. Taoist Kui at the Temple of the 5 Immortals often hosts small gatherings he calls salons. I have attended them myself. Though the Australians have never stated it openly, anyone with discerning eyes knows that Fatty Kui is a true Kun. These salons at the temple discuss everything: astronomy, geography, the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. They also demonstrate various ingenious machines. Hot air balloons ascend into the sky, allowing one to survey the entire prefectural city from above. Microscopes reveal that a single drop of water teems with 80,000 creatures. Many scholars of weak constitution have already been seduced by these wonders. Chen Zisheng spoke up. Although the Australians' theories resemble those of the Far West, I believe the Australians surpass them. Matteo Ricci taught that the sky envelops the earth, so beneath the earth is still sky. A man's head touches the heavens while his feet stand upon the ground. The earth resides within the sky like a yolk within an egg, surrounded on all sides. Yet Ricci held that the sky was finite, with the earth at its center, and above it lay 9 celestial spheres: the moon heaven, Mercury heaven, Venus heaven, Sun heaven, Mars heaven, Jupiter heaven, Saturn heaven, fixed star heaven, and starless crystal heaven, crowned by the primum mobile and the empyrean, with sun, moon, and stars all revolving around the earth. The Australians, however, possess a solar system model with the sun at its center, and beyond the planets lies only void. This is far more elegant than Western theories. Seasonal changes, solar and lunar eclipses, all manner of celestial phenomena, their model explains everything. Moreover, their ships are sturdier and their cannons more deadly. If the Australians originated from the Far West, why does no one there know their origins? Li Suiqiu nodded. What Kaya Sheng says is reasonable, but this is precisely what troubles me. What do you mean? Kuang Lu and Chen Zisheng asked in unison. Li Suiqiu said, when Western methods first entered China, Su Guangqi and others embraced them wholeheartedly. The Westerners claim that sailing from the Far West to China, upon reaching the equator shown on their maps, one can observe both the North and South poles level with the horizon, with scarcely any elevation. When the voyage turns south past the Cape of Good Hope, the South Pole rises to 36 degrees above the horizon. Thus the Cape and China stand opposite, top and bottom. The sun and moon traverse north and south across the heavens through the 28 lunar mansions. In the southern sky lie unknown stars, presumed to circle the South Pole. The north has the purple forbidden enclosure, Teiyi, and other celestial formations. But why does the south lack equivalence? Does this not invert the natural hierarchy of superior and inferior? How fortunate are those born near the North Pole, how unfortunate those born near the South. Does this not still define the distinction between Hua and Yi, between Chinese and foreigner? Since the earth is round like a melon rind, taking the North and South poles as its stem and navel, if one views the rind from inside the melon, there is an object attached between stem and navel rotating with the melon itself. The region near the navel forms the southern path, narrowing as it approaches. The region departing the navel toward the stem forms the northern path, broad and expansive. Thus on the summer solstice, day and night are equal in length. On the winter solstice, day and night are equal in length. But when days grow short, why must they still complete a full day and night, exhausting 1/4 of the 360 degrees? The theorists remain blind to the absurdity of their claims, saying, what is day above is night below. Do they not realize that under such a theory, the degrees can no longer be uniform? There must exist a country whose inhabitants' heads point toward the South Pole. When the sun passes through the tail and winnowing basket constellations, it simply circles overhead without deviation. Surely there can be no rising or setting, only endless day. And there must be another country whose heads point toward the North Pole. At that same time, would it not be endless night? If their theory holds true, that above, below, and on all sides lie mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and people, with no fixed up or down where they dwell, then if we say there is no distinction between east, west, south, north, up and down, pushing this reasoning to its conclusion, it would seem all people hang upside down in the world, and the hierarchy of noble and lowly established in the Book of Changes through high heaven and low earth can no longer be determined. Should such theories spread and bring calamity, making everyone believers, in time there will be no distinction between ruler and subject. What Mizhu says is absolutely correct. Chen Zizhuang, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Whether it is Matteo Ricci's map of 10,000 countries or the Kun people's world map, China is called Asia, while the Western Ocean is called Europa. I do not know the explanation for Europa, but inferring from the far west, it must be words aggrandizing their greatness. As for Ye, the Ria explains it as secondary. The Xunyang says ugly, the Zhengyun says few, and Zai the Xunyang says tiny, the Yupian says few. Asia is a Western word. In Chinese, it means secondary small subcontinent. The insult to China could not be more extreme. Modern scholars discussing history often sneer at the Zhao song for its weakness. Yet when Yuanhao changed his name to Wuzu, meaning my ancestor in Chinese, Liang Wenjiang submitted a memorial saying, "These two words, my ancestor, what manner of speech is this? My means me. Ancestor means what common folk call Weng, father or grandfather. If we permit him this title, then in future imperial edicts we must address him as my ancestor, creating a situation where the court calls a barbarian thief my father. I do not know who would dare utter such words. Moreover, when the barbarian thief devised this name and title, he deliberately intended to insult and mock China. Now, from Yuanhao down, for all names and official titles, they employ barbarian terms and observe barbarian rites in everything. How then can they use Chinese only for this one title, to be our subject, yet compel us to call him ancestor? We should cite this to refute him and beg leave to reject it. Yet people today willingly accept insults and disrespect from Westerners and Kun people without even recognizing them. Why has not a single person seen through their treachery?" He finished with a succession of sighs. Seeing his elder brother's distress, Chen Zisheng rose and bowed to Chen Zizhuang and Li Suiqiu, his face flushed with shame. "I am grateful for the instruction of my two elder brothers. This foolish younger brother was previously captivated by the elegance of Australian theories and failed to perceive their underlying intentions. I am truly ashamed," Li Suiqiu said. "Both Westerners and Kun people calculate their calendars by the sun. Thus they model the circular rotation of north and south paths as round instruments, like copper spheres. This does not contradict the canopy heaven theory, but merely assumes the earth sits at the center of the sky. Westerners and Kun people stubbornly maintain that China is minuscule, while Europe and Australia are vast and distant. Yet if we reason from the canopy theory, the earth would be larger than the sky, so they must invent the globe theory to extend their argument. It is most fortunate that Kaya Sheng understands this and remains undeceived." Chen Bangyan was close with Chen Zisheng in ordinary times. Though he had corresponded with Chen Zizhuang, this was their first meeting in person. Seeing that the group had reached some consensus, he spoke. "The gentlemen present are truly learned, and this student is filled with admiration. In my humble opinion, the resonance between heaven and mankind concerns the very safety of the state. Throughout the dynasties, interpretation of celestial phenomena has been controlled by the imperial family, with the Directorate of Astronomy established to specialize in such matters and others forbidden from meddling. Now the Kun people teach indiscriminately, instructing children with hair still in tufts in methods never taught in past dynasties. Moreover, their theories instill meanings of no superior or inferior, no ruler or subject, no noble or lowly. The spreading poison runs deep. This is truly a method to use the barbarian to transform the Chinese. Their intentions deserve punishment." Li Suiqiu said, "In my view, what the Australian scheme for extends beyond these rivers and mountains of state. As for the path of sage learning, they constantly disparage it, revealing a grand ambition to invert heaven and earth. Could it be that the Kun thieves truly intend to rule the country as merchants? That merchants would rule the country may not be accurate. It is simply that we will not be among those who do. This is truly inconceivable." Quang Lu, having lived abroad for so long, knew little of Guangzhou's circumstances and could not help exclaiming, "Since Dong Zhangshu, every dynasty without exception has taken Confucianism as its foundation. It has been 1,000 years since the Sui emperor established the examination system. Duke Wenjiang of the Zhao Song, Wen Yanbo, once told Shenzong, "Your Majesty rules the realm alongside the scholar officials, not alongside the common people." Only the Mongol Yuan rarely selected scholars through imperial examinations, and so their mandate lasted no more than a century. The Taizu emperor rose from common cloth, drove the Tartars north, and restored China. For more than 200 years, the state has been built upon nothing but the heart's blood of scholars. Since the Kun people claim descent from the Song dynasty, do they not understand this principle? They understand the principle well enough, but people learn differently. Chen Bangyan paced the hall as he spoke. When the Kun people first arrived in Lingao, so it is said, they possessed the land of a single ship and a following of no more than a few hundred. Yet within a few short years, they gathered a host of 100,000, swept aside the government army, and seized Guangzhou. The people followed them gladly. Have you heard of any scholar contributing to this? Their obscure arts and cunning tricks turn stone to gold. Their ships are sturdy and cannons devastating. Have you heard of any scholar contributing to this? Today, in the governance of Guangzhou, the citizens praise it with one voice. Have you heard of any scholar contributing to this? The Kun people's so-called good governance is governance that does not share the realm with scholar officials, yet still governs effectively. The affairs of Guangzhou are merely a repetition of the Qiangzhou story. Chen Bangyan's words forced everyone present to confront the question they had subconsciously tried to avoid. The Kun people were already, or were about to become, a separatist regime contending with the imperial court, and they had no place within that system. Whether they would even wish to join was another matter entirely. Recalling the phrase the Kun people repeated most often after entering the city, "Stand up, do not kneel." Our great song does not practice this. They truly could not imagine how a separatist regime with no superior or inferior, no ruler or subject, no noble or lowly, one that deviated so utterly from the Confucian concepts engraved in their bones over decades, could possibly function. What maddened them even more was that in the current situation they seemed to have done nothing wrong, yet could do nothing, or had perhaps done nothing at all. If an Australian senator had witnessed this meeting, he would certainly have sent them a quip. Inconvenient truths, the certainty of death, and mustaches on women are three things we would rather ignore. End of chapter. Chapter 25-22. Continuing empty talk. Sensing Chen Bangyan's urgency, Li Suiqiu asked, "Lingbin, you have sharp insight. Do you see any countermeasures available to us?" "The best time to oppose the Kun was when the thieves first entered the city," Chen Bangyan replied. "Their foundation was still unstable then, and Governor Xunfeng had not yet been defeated. Had we rallied righteous soldiers to coordinate with the governor from within and without, we might have stood a chance." Quang Lu shook his head. "The Australians' firearms are devastating, far superior to ours. I've heard a single cannon shot can ravage tens of li. How could we possibly fight them? The state has nurtured scholars for 300 years, yet those ministers willing to die for their integrity are few and far between." Li Suiqiu cursed. An entire city of government troops surrendered Guangzhou without lifting a finger. Hateful. Among the gentry in Guangzhou, most have already acknowledged Kun rule, Chen Zisheng observed. Prime Minister He Wuzhu has visited Prefect Liu. He attended the Luo Tian grand ritual at the Temple of the Five Immortals, and didn't even decline the collective wedding the Kun people held for prostitutes. As for Minister Li Daiwen, his clan cousin Li Quzhong once tyrannized the countryside and was punished by the Kun, so now the Li family is thoroughly submissive. The Huo family is said to be cooperating with the Kun to open an iron factory, and their loyalty battalion was reorganized into the National Army, earning considerable merit in bandit suppression. The Liang family has always been on good terms with the Kun people. Indeed, the Kun's initial foothold here was inseparable from the Liang family's patronage. Strangely, though, after the Kun entered the city, the Liangs have kept their distance. They've made no move to curry favor. "At least Liang Kun, who still has some sense of shame," Li Suiqiu said. "Alas," Quang Lu sighed, No reinforcements outside, no loyal men inside. Can we only lie low and wait for an opportunity? Indeed, against absolute strength, no conspiracy or trickery could stir any waves. The handful of them talked in circles but could devise no countermeasures to expel the giant bandits. Li Suiqiu turned to Chen Zizhuang, hoping his teacher might have some insight. Teacher, do you think the imperial court has any plan for a punitive expedition? Chen Zizhuang said little, for his heart was like a bright mirror. The Kun thieves' separatist power was already established. Today's great Ming was a court full of factional disputes and foul atmosphere, where frontier officials were executed on a whim. Externally, Liang crumbled day by day, and officials there feared the enemy like tigers. Internally, natural disasters struck continuously while peasant uprisings blazed in every direction. The emperor's ancestral grave had been dug up by hungry rebels just days ago, and the memorial urging His Majesty to issue a penitential edict had been written by Chen Zizhuang himself. With the Kun thieves now occupying Lingnan, the great Ming was like a leaking ship with yet another hole. When one is already covered in lice, one stops worrying about the biting. Could there truly be any so-called interaction between heaven and man? Chen Zizhuang rose and walked over to Chen Banyan. Lingbin, in your estimation, which is stronger, the Kun people's Fubo army or the Eastern barbarian soldiers? Chen Banyan considered the question. The Fubo army should be considered stronger. Correct. Chen Zizhuang stroked his goatee and nodded with approval. Chen Banyan continued. Nowadays, the only troops capable of fighting are the border forces, all stationed at Guaning and impossible to redeploy. The inland troops have long been out of battle. They lack siege capability and are short of provisions and pay. They're barely adequate for suppressing roving bandits like Li and Zheng. Wang Xun first lost Guangdong's standing army, so the province has no usable forces. The Kun thieves' military might far exceed even the Jurchens. Only by mobilizing troops from several provinces and besieging them with 10 times our numbers might we accomplish something. It's just what? Quang Lu pressed. If anyone in our dynasty could repel the Kun thieves' army, why would we have let the eastern barbarians rampage along the 9 borders, entering our lands as though they were uninhabited? If the emperor hadn't executed Governor Yuan Changhuan, even if he had merely been dismissed and sent home, with Governor Yuan sitting in Guangzhou Prefecture, things would never have come to this. Quang Lu's voice carried regret, a shred of hopeful what, if lingering in his words. The matter of Lord Yuan has indeed disheartened many loyal men, Li Suiqiu said. Yank Li Yunlong, Zhifuzhang Erguo, Lizhangzheng Kishan, Weiyang Liang Keizhang, Zuxin Han Zonglai, and others often met with me at Jizuo Luo Binwang Sanmu Hall on Fengshenghe Street, east of the city. We talked freely about current affairs, taking the salvation of the world as our own responsibility. Yank once served on Lord Yuan's staff and followed him to fight in Liaodong. After Lord Yuan's execution, Yank saw through the red dust, took Zen Master Kangyan as his teacher, and shaved his head to become a monk. Once Yank passed through the emptiness gate, the rest of us began harboring similar thoughts. Zhifu and Lizhang intended to travel to Xunyang Temple in Jiangxi to pay respects to Zen Master Kangyan, but alas, the Kun thieves entered the city, and they never made the journey. A heavy breath escaped Chen Zizhuang. The blow of Yuan Changhuan's death to Guangzhou's scholars had been immense. After a moment of silence, he asked, Miju, you are on good terms with the gentlemen of the Fu Society. Do you know if anyone there has dealings with the Kun people? Li Suiqiu thought carefully. The gentlemen of the Fu Society associate with scholars of brilliant literary talent. I've never heard of them consorting with coarse characters like the Kun people. However, he paused, I have seen quite a few Australian foreign goods in Tianru Zhang Pu's home. What is teacher getting at? A distinguished guest stayed at the Liang residence. Lord Liang didn't say who it was, but this old man can guess with reasonable certainty. Chen Zizhuang stroked his beard. If it were merely a local relative or friend, there would be no need for such secrecy. Lord Liang comes from a family of officials, and his family friends are mostly in Jiangnan. I suspect the visitor was someone from the Fu Society. Li Suiqiu's eyes widened with sudden realization. I recall Yan Zian and Yan Renggong of the Hangzhou Reading Society mentioning that a Wanbai Book Society opened in the city some years ago. The proprietor is a Sanshui scholar who built a phoenix villa on the old site of the southern Song imperial city. Besides the book business, he also runs a substantial silk trade, but the books sold are said to be unlike anything ordinary, especially that set of commentaries and subcommentaries on the 13 classics. He stopped short. That's right. The commentaries and subcommentaries on the 13 classics are Australian goods. And later, a black ship belching dark smoke appeared outside Hangzhou City. Chen Zizhuang recalled his own observations from the capital. In recent years, Australian foreign goods had become commonplace there, even appearing in the imperial palace. Many high officials and nobles deposited silver in the Delong Bank. The very name revealed its shared backing with the Delong Bank in Guangzhou. The Australians' reach clearly extended far beyond Lingnan. Master Gao Ju, who is now a favorite before the Australian prefect, is said to have connections inside the palace, Kuang Lu added. As these pieces of information from different sources came together, a vast network of tentacles slowly revealed itself before their eyes. From the capital above to Suzhou and Hangzhou below, and south to Qiangzhou, the Kun thieves had long been infiltrating. They were forced to acknowledge that this group of maritime merchants claiming descent from the Great Song was indeed dreaming the spring and autumn dream of restoring the country, and implementing their plan step by step. I never imagined. Li Suiqiu's voice rose to a roar. For so many years, among all the gentlemen at court, not a single one exposed the Australians' conspiracy, deceiving the sovereign and defying their superiors. My great Ming's 300 years of rivers and mountains are finished. If we had known, Chen Bangyan said, his voice thick with anguish, Governor Wang should have gathered soldiers from 5 provinces back then, while the Kun's wings were not yet full and crushed them with 3 armies. We would not be facing today's disaster. When Governor Wang moved to suppress the Kun thieves, Li Suiqiu said bitterly, plenty of officials in Guangzhou, great and small, opposed him. Some even accused him of recklessly provoking border conflicts. In reality, which of them hadn't taken bribes from the Kun thieves? Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. The rear hall fell instantly silent. Master, master! It was Chen Zizhuang's eldest son, Chen Xunyang. Chen Zizhuang's voice turned stern. Did I not say that no one is to come to the rear hall without my permission? Master. Mr. LV has been waiting in the front hall for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He says he has a matter requiring a face-to-face meeting. Chen Shangyang's tone was urgent. Which Mr. LV? Kuang Lu asked. LV Yizhang, the Kun thieves' Guangdong region counselor, Chen Zisheng answered quietly. The one who used to be Governor Wang's staff member. Li Suiqiu snorted with disdain. Shameless wretch. He still has the face to come see teacher. Since being captured by the Senate in the Battle of Chiangmai, LV Yizhang had surrendered and become Guoya's staff member. After Liu Xiang took over Guoya's work, LV Yizhang had offered many strategies to Liu Xiang, trading on his familiarity with Guangzhou officialdom. He was now the right-hand man of Prefect Liu and held the formal title of counselor. The sour scholars in the city had made up a joke about him. He never became a counselor in the Great Ming, but managed to become one in the Kun Song. Jokes aside, LV Yizhang's tireless efforts had played no small role in quickly pacifying the city's gentry. It was just that Chen Zizhuang had never given him a good face, leaving him rather embarrassed. In the past, whenever LV Yizhang came to visit, Chen Zizhuang had avoided him with various excuses, sometimes even leaving Guangzhou entirely to escape the many watching eyes. Yet now the man had found his way to Shabei village. Chen Zizhuang knew that avoidance was no permanent solution. Since LV had come, he would meet this skillful broker. Shangyang, ask LV Yizhang to wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. Before long, Chen Zizhuang passed through the winding corridor and arrived at the front hall. LV Yizhang sat calm and composed, sipping tea, hearing footsteps and finally laying eyes on Master Qiyutao, who had repeatedly left him hitting walls. He quickly set down the cup, rose, and bowed with a smile. "Master Qiyutao, I trust you have been well since we last parted." Chen Zizhuang's face remained expressionless. He neither returned the bow nor exchanged pleasantries. He lowered himself heavily into his seat and answered in a cold tone, "What business brings Mr. LV here?" He. LV Yizhang maintained his pleasant demeanor. "This student comes firstly to pay respects to the old master, and secondly, under orders from Mayor Liu of the municipal government. If you are here to persuade me to defect to the Australians and accept some puppet position, save your breath." Chen Zizhuang cut him off. LV Yizhang thought to himself, "You are the foremost gentry in Lingnan. Had you offered your services when the Senate first entered the city, they might have placed you in an important position. But I requested audiences with you time and again, only to be turned away. Clearly you disdain being a guest of honor to the Senate. Now that Guangdong and Guangxi are settled and no one can stir up waves, never mind whether you want to serve. Whether the Senate even wants you is another question entirely." Nevertheless, LV Yizhang maintained his composure and offered the expected flattery. "The old master possesses both literary talent and military strategy. If you are willing to serve the great song and benefit your hometown, that is naturally excellent. If the old master wishes to live leisurely among the forests, my great song Senate will not force anyone." He smiled. "I came this time on Mayor Liu's special instructions to meet you in person and convey a certain matter face to face. Whatever the matter, tell the servants." Chen Zizhuang merely lifted his eyelids. "Why must you see me? This matter is of great importance. If I speak only to servants, I fear there may be errors or misunderstandings. That is why I requested a face-to-face meeting." End of chapter. Chapter 25-23. Proposal of raising troops. You've seen me speak. Many Ming officials and gentry abuse their power to bully the common folk, seizing farmers' fields during times of natural disaster, accepting property entrusted by others to evade taxes, encroaching upon sand flats to reclaim new land. The wealthy have paths connecting their vast estates, while the poor have not enough ground to plant in all. These corrupt practices have accumulated for so long that reversing them seems impossible. Emperor Changzhen shows no concern for the people's survival. Though the Central Plains have suffered years of drought and famine, he continues to increase the Liaodong supplies tax, driving refugees to rise up across the land. Our great song understands the suffering of the people. Upon returning to the divine land, we shall practice benevolent governance and reform the accumulated abuses of the previous dynasty. On the 15th of this month, a lecture on the new policy for land tax and land reform will be held in the auditorium of the Guangzhou National Demonstration School. Old Master, please attend without fail, so that you may educate your clan's children and help them avoid violating the new laws. Preaching new policy again. Chen Zizhuang's heart sank. One of the Australians' favorite methods of tormenting the gentry was holding these endless lectures and meetings every few days. Worse, they demanded the head of household attend personally. If the patriarch was unwilling to come, at least the eldest son or grandson had to appear. They absolutely refused to accept a nephew or concubine-born son as a substitute. Whether you wanted to listen or not, you had to be there. A single lecture could consume half a day or more. The gentry complained bitterly about this ordeal. Those who failed to appear faced fines of tens to hundreds of yuan, a sum that stung considerably now that their incomes had plummeted. They held the knife. He was the meat on the cutting board. However reluctant, he could only bow his head. What new policy does the great song have this time? The detailed rules haven't been announced yet. Generally, it concerns land tax, land consolidation, and new laws. Tell me, Mr. LV, how do the laws of the great song differ from what came before? Chen Zizhuang asked. The question gave LV Yizhang pause. The differences between the two systems were too numerous to explain in a sentence or two. After a moment's thought, he said, "In short, everyone is equal." Chen Zizhuang suppressed his emotions. "Very well, I understand. I will certainly attend the meeting. Mr. LV, you may take your leave." LV Yizhang produced 2 notification letters, left 1 copy, and had Chen Zizhuang sign the other before departing with it. Only then did Li Suiqiu and the others emerge from hiding. Chen Zizhuang read the notification aloud and recounted what LV Yizhang had said. Li Suiqiu mentioned that the tax bureau had recently ordered him to report his income, joking that the Senate might as well be called 10,000 taxes, a pun on the imperial salutation, 10,000 years. They all understood this was yet another means of suppressing the gentry. Since taking the city, the Australians had refused to recognize Ming Dynasty titles. Exemptions from corvée labor and tax privileges for Ziyukai, Wuren, and Jinshi, all abolished. No one entrusted property to them anymore. Without this gray income, taking up honest work was unthinkable. They couldn't possibly work in this life. They could only survive by collecting rent from their land. But the new land policy the Australians had recently begun promoting left them deeply unsettled. The new land policy had already been gradually implemented in the security zones surrounding Guangzhou. For the gentry, it was nothing short of a devastating blow from an entirely different dimension. Land surveys prevented them from hiding assets. Once the progressive land tax took effect, families with large holdings either had to divide their estates or sell off land. With ordinary people owning their own fields, tenants became harder to find, forcing landlords to lower rents. Fewer poor folk were willing to sell themselves into bondage, and the slave tax made it impossible to maintain large households of servants to lord over others. The economic foundation of the gentry landlord class would crumble entirely. And if a legal system treating everyone as equals followed, wouldn't that mean a superior committing a crime would be punished the same as a junior? The younger generation would no longer fear the authority of their elders. Li Suiqiu read the Australians' newspapers regularly. Nearly every issue carried reports of corruption in Ming officialdom or officials driving the people to rebellion. Though these new policies damaged his interests severely, he had to admit that the world's wealth was largely concentrated in gentry hands. The Australians extracted wealth methodically. They could fill the national treasury without provoking popular revolt. His friend from the Fu Society, Huang Zongxi, had also criticized the laws since the 3 dynasties as merely laws of one family, the emperor's family, calling them unlawful laws and advocating their replacement with laws of the world. A thought flickered unbidden through Li Suiqiu's mind. What if the current emperor adopted these methods? But he immediately recognized the absurdity. Such measures would sever the very roots of imperial authority. Not implementing them meant waiting for death. Implementing them meant hastening it. Either path led to destruction. How bitterly ironic. Truly, they are removing the firewood from beneath the cauldron. These Kun thieves are digging up the scholar's very roots. Chen Bangyan shook his head with a heavy sigh and stepped forward to address Chen Zizhuang. Master Qiyutao, this is the very essence of using barbarian ways to transform the Chinese. The Kun thieves press us with great urgency. Within 3 years, the words of the sages will vanish from Lingnan, and a foundation built over a millennium will be destroyed in a single day. Chen Zizhuang's own emotions churned. To rebel meant certain defeat. To remain passive meant sitting in a besieged city of sorrow. But he was a seasoned man, and he shook his head at Chen Bangyan. Mr. Yana, your loyal heart can be seen by the sun and moon themselves. But today, time, terrain, and popular support are all against us. An uprising would only add to the meaningless sacrifice. Success or failure lies with heaven, Chen Bangyan replied. Whether we match the enemy depends on momentum, Chen Zizhuang asked. Things have come to this, there is only one fight. Everyone understood the situation clearly. The Kun thieves had gradually tightened the noose around their necks. In another 3 to 5 years, The gentry who had once commanded wind and rain would be reduced at best to ordinary wealthy men. At the slightest sign of disobedience, the destruction of their families would be a matter of moments. If we're to start an uprising, we must have a strategy. Quang Lu, who had always been fond of military affairs, responded immediately. Raising troops means certain death. Do you gentlemen truly have this determination? Chen Zisheng sneered. Raising troops now would indeed be suicide, Chen Bangyan said. For the present, we can only lie low and await developments. The court has lost 2 provinces. In time, it will inevitably take action. We must accumulate our strength and wait for the opportunity to respond. I fear that before the court reaches any decision, we will have already been reduced to commoners. Li Suiqiu smiled bitterly. What will we have left to respond with then? Not so. After the Kun thieves burned the Wyang courier station, I wrote to the county magistrate proposing the establishment of Longshan Fort Village militia to defend our homeland. Like the Loyalty Battalion, some of our militia were reorganized by the Kun thieves. Among them are my own students, loyal and righteous men, everyone. Many Lingnan gentry have suffered encroachment by these thieves. They fear only the Kun thieves' military force. Their hearts remain with the great Ming and can be rallied as allies. Even if we don't raise righteous troops now, we should build broad connections. Once our loyal men have learned the Australian methods of warfare and the time is ripe, we will surely overthrow these overseas barbarians. Chen Zizhuang responded immediately. Since the Kun thieves intend to force us to sell our land through taxation, we might as well take the hint. Sell what must be sold. The silver obtained will serve as pay for soldiers fighting against the Kun. We sit in a besieged city of sorrow, not knowing when the emperor's heavenly troops will descend. Quang Lu sighed. He had returned from the capital not long ago and knew the court's chaotic state all too well. Unless powerful figures in the court push strongly, I fear this matter won't be resolved for 3 to 5 years. Naturally, we'll have support at court, but we cannot rely on the court alone, Chen Bangyan said. Someone will arrive from the capital soon. Since you gentlemen are kindred spirits and pillars of our southern Yue, I will naturally introduce you when the time comes. In Guangzhou City, within the conference room of the Political Security Bureau, another intelligence exchange meeting was convening. Since the Triad Grand Alliance incident at Ka, the Political Security Bureau had internally concluded that a large-scale riot was highly likely to occur within the old Guangzhou prefecture in the near term. Relevant work had therefore accelerated. Today's meeting focused on a key issue: the gentry. After the Senate had moved north to Guangzhou, they had fought wars, suppressed bandits, dealt with plague, handled witchcraft cases, all while engaging in a battle of wits with the city's gentry. The senators juggled 10,000 matters daily. Those figures who hadn't caused much trouble in ordinary times naturally received little attention. Yet every dynasty produced individuals famed for their integrity, and the 3 loyalists of Lingnan were precisely this type. Although they hadn't yet openly broken with the Senate, dust doesn't sweep itself away. Various signs indicated these men were more or less active behind the scenes. Though time and space had shifted, a person's temperament and the social education they received remained unchanged, which meant their choices when facing the tides of history wouldn't change either. Some senators believed these men could be influenced and pacified, but Wu Mu disagreed. If they were people who could be pacified or bought, they wouldn't have raised the banner of opposing the Qing in the original timeline. Besides, the great Qing's treatment of the gentry had been far gentler than the Senate's. Lin Baiguang flipped through the materials in his hand. So the 2 loyalists, among the 3 loyalists of Lingnan, have met. What about Zhang Jiayu? Mu Min replied. The title 3 loyalists of Lingnan was bestowed by later generations. It doesn't mean these 3 men had any connection at present. This should be Chen Bangyan's first meeting with Chen Zizhuang. Zhang Jiayu is only 22 by nominal reckoning this year, a full 12-year cycle younger than Chen Bangyan, Li Suiqiu, and Quang Lu, and 20 years younger than Chen Zizhuang. Moreover, Zhang Jiayu's grandfather and father were both commoners, and his home is in Dongguan. He moves in different circles than the wealthy and powerful Guangzhou families like the Li, Chen, and Quang clans. Originally, he should have become a Juren this year, but with our arrival, his credentials will freeze at the level of Ziyukai. In other words, he's unlikely to enter this circle of wealthy elites. His future path holds great uncertainty. Wu Mu spoke up. I heard Du Yibin spotted Zhang Jiayu on the flower boat during the collective wedding. Later, Fatty Kui arranged to meet Brother Zhang at the Temple of the Five Immortals and filled his head with new ideas. He's young, receptive to new concepts, and personally capable. Apparently, he's already joined the Shenao Learning Society that Du Yibin established. Many intellectuals seeking to join us have applied for membership. We still lack educated men, especially intellectuals like Zhang Jiayu who are willing to embrace new ideas. Rather than letting him follow Chen Zizhuang and the others into trouble, we should put him to work for us. It also helps create division in their ranks. Didn't Li Suiqiu also go to the Temple of the Five Immortals? Liu Xiang asked. Seems Fatty Kui's charm wasn't enough. He couldn't bend Li to our side. Lin Beiguang set down his materials. Li Suiqiu is already in his 30s. You can't view him through 21st century eyes. Don't you know that historically, when Chen Bangyan wrote to the 33-year-old Zhang Jiayu, he addressed him as Old Master? End of chapter. Chapter 25-24. Deeply rooted and intertwined, Mu Min couldn't resist a jab. Douglas Adams really understood human nature. How did that quote go? Anything that is in the world when you're born is normal and ordinary, and is just a natural part of the way the world works. Anything that's invented between when you're 15 and 35 is new and exciting and revolutionary, and you can probably get a career in it. Anything invented after you're 35 is against the natural order of things. Given how short ancient lifespans were, I'd say we should adjust those numbers down a few years. Lin Beiguang shook his head. Du Yibin hound Song Yingsheng day and night. Now you all want to form some Lingnan 3 loyalists boy band. Honestly, I can't stand you people and your obsessive collecting of historical celebrities. Liu Xiang raised his hands in protest. Nobody here has that hobby, certainly not me. But consider this, Lin Beiguang said with a grin. If you had a few historical celebrities following you around, constantly declaring the chief is so wise, and prostrating themselves at every turn, wouldn't that give your ego a nice little boost? Obviously, but alas, no such luck. Minister LV calls me wise and mighty every day, but his flattery has grown stale. Seeing the meeting veer off track yet again, Wu Mu intervened. Let's get back to business. Based on intelligence reports and materials compiled by the Grand Library, we're looking at a deeply rooted and intertwined network of relationships, not just in Guangdong, but throughout the entire Ming officialdom and gentry class. The Senate's public information has certainly spread through these channels by now. The Ming gentry should have a fairly clear picture of who we are. Chen Zizhuang and his student Li Suiqiu currently stand as the core figures of Guangdong's gentry. Their connections extend to scholars in the capital and Jiangnan as well. How we handle them will shape how the gentry north of the Five Ranges view us when the Senate eventually launches a full northern expedition. Who cares what they think? Mu Min scoffed. Ask the steel rifles and cannons in our hands. They'll tell you what attitude to take. That's one approach, Wu Mu acknowledged. But according to the Senate's strategy, we expect to settle most territories simply by issuing proclamations, minimizing unnecessary casualties and preserving productivity. Otherwise, recovery takes far too long. He paused. As heroic figures in the old timeline, the 3 loyalists of Lingnan still carry weight with many senators. People don't want to see them come to a bad end. Some have specifically contacted our bureau, asking us to save them while there's still time. Lin Beiguang sighed. Some things can't be achieved through wishful thinking alone. Principles and integrity sound abstract, but when you actually encounter them, you realize they're anything but hollow. Liu Xiang took a long sip of strong tea, then turned to Senator Li Zhuoxian beside him. "Old Li, why don't you walk us through this spider's web of gentry relationships?" Li Zhuoxian was a Guangzhou native from the old timeline, with extensive research on Ming historical figures. When the Senate initiated its Guangdong Guangxi strategy, he naturally followed the team north to assist. He opened his laptop and projected a sprawling mind map onto the screen. "I compiled this relationship chart using materials and intelligence from this timeline, supplemented with historical records from the old timeline," Li Zhuoxian began. "Senator Wu Mu is partially correct. To be precise, Chen Zizhuang and his student Li Suiqiu are the core figures of the gentry faction currently inclined toward resistance, not the entire gentry class. First, Chen Zizhuang. His family has produced officials for generations. He himself earned third place, or Tanhua, in the imperial examinations and made a name for himself opposing the eunuch party. Before his dismissal, he held the positions of Right Vice Minister of Rights and Academician Reader-in-Waiting, serving as a lecturer for the classics mat while managing the Ministry of Rights Administrative Affairs. In 1635, Chen Zizhuang came close to entering the Grand Secretariat but wasn't selected. He was later dismissed and returned home. Everyone here knows his story, so I'll move on. Next, He Wuzhu and Huang Shizhen. He Wuzhu is Chen Zizhuang's neighbor and future in-law. Historically, Chen Zizhuang's youngest son Chen Shangtu married He Wuzhu's daughter. He also served as Right Vice Minister of Rights, shortly after entering the Grand Secretariat when Tian brought him down. In the historical 1636, He Wuzhu founded Xiangshan Academy, where Li Suiqiu, Chen Zizhuang, Zai Wencheng, Quang Lu, and Chen Bangyan all studied under him. Though He Wuzhu currently appears to have defected to our side, he's deeply unreliable. Historically, he was the one who convinced Li Chengdong to rebel against the Qing and restore the Ming. However, we can have our informants in Beijing keep watch on Gu Qiujian. This man hails from Kai'an and despises He Wuzhu. When He Wuzhu rallied Guangdong Guangxi's local gentry to build connections with the 2 academies and 3 offices, Gu Qiujian started feuding with him from the Xinwei year of 1631 onward. But He Wuzhu held the upper hand, leaving Gu Qiujian perpetually bitter and defeated. How deep does this hatred run? Deep enough that when Gu Qiujian heard Li Chengdong had pacified Fujian, he personally traveled there to present a strategy for conquering Guangdong. It was Gu Qiujian's relentless lobbying that convinced Li Chengdong to adopt his plan, allowing him to take Guangzhou almost bloodlessly and destroy the Sheawu regime. The senators stared in disbelief. Someone muttered, "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Li Zhuoxian nodded. Jai Liuqi believed that Gu Qiujian spoke at length about conquering western Guangdong and Guilin within 3 months, hoping to claim the first merit and humiliate He Wuzhu. Now that He Wuzhu has been dismissed and sits trapped in enemy territory, if Gu Qiujian doesn't seize this opportunity to make trouble for him, he'd be betraying a rivalry as bitter as fire and water. If Changzhen listens to Gu Qiujian and takes his anger out on Guangzhou officials and gentry like He Wuzhu, well, would He Wuzhu still feel any loyalty toward that foolish emperor? Truly masters of internal strife, amateurs at external struggle, Li Zhuoxian continued. Huang Shizhen's credentials are even more impressive. A native of Shund, he earned top scorer, or Xunyang, in the Dingwei examination during the 35th year of Wanli. He served successively as Right Vice Minister of Rights, Right Vice Minister of Personnel, and Minister of Rights. Currently, he holds the position of Grand Secretary of the East Pavilion, participating in state affairs within the Grand Secretariat. However, he failed to maintain his integrity in later years. After the Longwu regime fell, he defected to Li Chengdong, shaving his hair and adopting Qing dress. Mu Min's professional instincts caught something. All 3 served as Right Vice Minister of Rights. That's quite the pattern. The Ministry of Rights was where Hanlin Confucian ministers gathered, Li Zhuoxian explained. The Ming Dynasty had no prime minister. Grand secretaries who participated in state affairs were typically selected from the Ministry of Rites. Qian Qiani, Zhou Yanru, He Ruchang, Wen Tian, Zheng Yue, Su Guangqi, all of them held titles in the Ministry of Rites. Think of it as the Grand Secretariat's farm team. Lin Beiguang studied the chart. Looking at this, the Senate has already become a central node in this relationship network. We're connected to the entire Ming officialdom, from the capital down to the localities. Everything we do ripples through the official gentry establishment. Exactly, Li Zhuoxian agreed. Never assume Lingao remains shrouded in some fog of war as far as Ming officialdom is concerned. That assumption will cost us. Chen Zizhuang may be a high official in the capital, but his local roots run just as deep as Huang's or He's. He's related by marriage to the Zhu clan of Jiujiang. His cousin Zhu Baolian studied under Li Yingsheng, one of the later 7 gentlemen of Dongguan. He and Liu Dalin passed the Jinqi examination in the same year. He exchanges poetry with Chen Shiji. His ties to Hainan gentry are closer than either Huang's or He's. The gentry circle around him also shares an unusual connection with Yuan Changhuan. They once held a collective farewell for him, producing the famous picture and poems of farewell banquet for Yuan Changhuan supervising Liao in Dongguan. 15 historical figures appear in that work. Among them, Deng Zhen, Li Yunlong, and Liang Jai all served on Yuan Changhuan's staff at various times. Han Nguyen came from the Han clan of Baoyuo. Though not particularly famous historically, the Han clan wielded considerable local influence. His juniors Han Ruhuang and Han Ruyan later joined Chen Zizhuang in raising troops against the Qing. His contemporary Han Rizwan rose to Minister of Rites and Vice President of the Veritable Records Institute for 2 reigns before dying in office in 1635. The renowned Huang Daizhu spent 2 years studying at the Han clan's family school in Baoyuo when he was 14, becoming Han Rizwan's initiated disciple. Han Rizwan served twice as examiner for the Metropolitan Examination. Hong Chengchu, Huang Daizhu, Nai Yuanlu, and Xisi all counted among his disciples. Huang Zongxi's father Huang Zunsu also honored him as teacher on the seat. Xisi was Qian Qiani's student. Maintained friendly relations with the Jesuit Giulio Aleni, was baptized into the church under the name Thomas, and shared his faith with Su Guangqi, Li Zhizhou, Sun Yuanhua, and others. He undoubtedly knows the Senate quite well. Li Suic, Mu Min cut in with a laugh. Senator Li, if you follow this web far enough, I suspect you could connect even the Changzhen emperor to us. Speaking of which, I almost forgot, our master Gao Ju's connections reach inside the palace itself. The Yangcheng Daily and Lingao Times have probably been sitting in Changzhen's imperial study for ages. Our melamine plastic bowls are stored in the inner treasury, and His Majesty drinks Gushiwashuang wine. Ha ha ha, Li Zhuoxian chuckled. Jokes aside, the local clans on this chart deserve attention too, particularly the O clan of Shund and the O clan of Gayaming. Among the 15 figures in the picture and poems, Xuanian's father Daxiang and uncle Kdalan were both Jinchi who served as Hanlin bachelors. Huerui was his brother. Together with Xuanian and O Biyuan, he belonged to the 12 masters of Nanyuan. The Xuanian brothers later participated in the anti-Qing resistance as well. O Biyuan was the grandnephew of O Daran, one of the later 5 masters of Nanyuan, and along with his cousin O Zhuyu, also numbered among the 12 masters of Nanyuan. O Biyuan studied alongside He Wuzhu and Li Sunchen. Li Sunchen rose to Minister of Rites in Nanjing before dying in office in 1634. O Biyuan's sons O Changxian and O Sixian later followed Li Suiqiu and fell in battle at Ganju. Birds of a feather indeed, they're all tough bones. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Continuing deeply rooted and intertwined, there's another figure everyone has overlooked, Deng Yunxiao of Dongguan. Of course, he passed away a few years ago. This man rose to become Right Administration Vice Commissioner of Guangxi. After retiring from office, he dedicated himself to poetry and essays, maintaining close ties with the 12 masters of Nanyuan, including Quang Lu and Li Suiqiu. His contemporaries hailed him as the leader of the Lingnan poetry circle. By all accounts, he was an upright man by nature, strict and resolute in enforcing the law, which earned him many enemies. In his later years, he clashed with County Magistrate Guan Tian. He was falsely accused in the 9 Thieves case and died of sheer indignation. The Deng family hasn't grasped the changing situation yet, but mark my words, once the prevailing winds become clear, they'll come weeping to Prefect Liu, demanding justice for their grievances. Liu Xiang sprayed the tea he just sipped. Please, no. Dying of anger is one thing, but it's hardly a criminal case. And how can you be so certain the Deng family will come crying to us? We aren't the great Ming. Because 10 years from now in the historical record, the second year of Longwu, his son Fengshenghe submits a memorial pleading for posthumous justice, and only then is the father rehabilitated, Li Zhuoxian explained. The fact that they pursue vindication after more than a decade shows how heavily the Deng family values their reputation. Don't worry about them not coming. Though we aren't the great Ming, once the situation becomes clear, they'll certainly seek to address the injustice. Besides, this is a local matter. It has nothing to do with the imperial court. Liu Xiang paused, then chuckled. He. If we can leverage this to pull out other handles against remnants of the previous dynasty, this favor might well be worth doing. Unlike Chen Zizhuang, who relied on family connections to mobilize considerable opposition against the Qing, Chen Bangyan was something different entirely, Li Zhuoxian continued. Despite being a poor teacher, he was the true activist and doer among this group. His organizational and liaison abilities were first-rate. The southern Ming's anti-Qing activities relied heavily on him to rally support. He was a genuine talent. A pity, though they served different masters, Li Zhuoxian couldn't help offering words of praise for Chen Bangyan. Wu Mu added his assessment. Despite Chen Zizhuang's considerable reputation, his military abilities were actually quite mediocre, essentially a record of failures, with no real combat experience to speak of. According to historical records, in 1647, Chen Bangyan and Chen Zizhuang agreed to combine forces for an assault on Guangzhou. Inside the city, Yang Jing'ai and others were prepared to respond, and 3,000 Flower Mountain bandits had been arranged in advance to feign surrender as inside men. But then Chen Zizhuang moved 2 days early and camped outside Guangzhou's walls. His house servant was captured by Qing soldiers while posting notices, and Tong Yangjia extracted the entire plan under interrogation. The whole scheme unraveled. With only 200 Qing soldiers in the city, Yang Jing'ai and the others, along with all 3,000 Flower Mountain bandits, were captured and executed. A complete failure. When Chen Zizhuang attempted to retreat, Chen Bangyan arrived and sent word that Li Chengdong had defeated Zhang Jiayu and was returning to reinforce the city. Chen Bangyan had discovered that Li Chengdong's troops would have to pass through the Youzi River channel and had prepared an ambush, with blue flags bordered in red as the signal for friendly forces. He asked Chen Zizhuang to join him in a pincer attack. Unfortunately, Chen Zizhuang blundered again. He failed to relay the orders to his subordinates. At the third watch, Li Chengdong came floating down the river. Chen Bangyan set fire to dozens of his large ships, sending Li Chengdong into panicked retreat and pursued him downstream. By dawn, Chen Bangyan was chasing Li Chengdong's forces right past Chen Zizhuang's camp. Meanwhile, Tong Yangjia beat drums from the city walls to rally morale. When Chen Zizhuang's men saw thousands of sails coming downriver, they mistook them all for enemies and fell into chaos. Though Chen Zizhuang himself recognized Chen Bangyan's fleet, he couldn't transmit orders in time. His rear guard pulled up anchor and fled first, triggering a complete rout. Chen Bangyan couldn't clap with one hand and had to. Not merely one mistake, but 2 in succession. Unforgivable, Mu Min said flatly. Truly, scholars in rebellion won't succeed even in 10 years. Li Zhuoxian elaborated. Actually, Certain clues are visible in the picture and poems of Farewell Banquet for Yuan Changhuan supervising Liao in Dongguan. Consider Quang Lu's poem, knowing the glorious fame of the Han Garden, cease the marten firs, orioles and flowers blow off the magnolia oars. Newly carrying horse bones to heroize the Yan market, old bestowed dragon spring sword hangs halfway. Tent suspended at night with the Nanhai moon, talk turned spring falling on the great rivers and lakes. Xunyang happens to encounter the day of boasting over barbarians. In the vast desert, who else shoots eagles? And Fengshenghe's verse. The ink on the proclamation of victory is not yet dry. The fame makes foreign lands still tremble with gallop. Red clouds wind around the Qilin pavilion, steeds harness alongside the Zizhai crown. A scroll of Chinese letter writing eventually repays the country. 10 years of green temples ascend the altar twice. Going east in rain and snow, the day of heavy return, willows dependently line the road to watch. On one side you have Han Garden glorious fame, and on the other, marten, barbarian, eagle. A mere proclamation of victory makes talk turn to spring falling on the great rivers and lakes, pacifying barbarian rebellions with the might of the Han Dynasty's celestial empire. It reveals how these southern literati fundamentally failed to grasp the true strength of the Qing forces, their heads swollen with arrogant sentiment. Later, Qerui organized village militia to march to the Longwu regime in Fujian, only to die by accidentally touching a blade along the way. While the circumstances were rather strange, it demonstrates these men's utter lack of practical military experience. Many of their staff members also carried various bad habits into Yuan Changhuan's supervisory staff. When attending Guangdong Poetry Society gatherings, most brought along prostitutes for entertainment, and the practice continued unchanged in Liaodong. Yuan Changhuan tolerated this. The limitations of their era, Liu Xiang couldn't help rapping the table. Such a pity, what a pity. Li Zhuoxian continued. Among the 3 loyalists of Lingnan, the ones who could actually fight were Chen Bangyan and Zhang Jiayu. After raising his troops, Chen Bangyan ate only 1 meal a day and shared every hardship with his soldiers. His forces had the strongest combat power. As for Zhang Jiayu, though he suffered repeated defeats, every time he retreated to a new location, he could rapidly organize fresh armed forces. That was Zhang Jiayu's particular gift. Currently, he's either following Du Yibin to recruit talent for the Shenao Learning Society or attending the Temple of the 5 Immortals to hear Fatty Kui ramble on. I believe he's not far from truly being brought into our fold. Speaking of Zhang Jiayu reminds me, I almost overlooked someone, Li Shichun. He hails from Mizhu and should currently be serving as magistrate of Kuo in Shanxi. In 1638, he'll be recalled to the capital for his political achievements and become a reader for the Eastern Palace, tutor to Crown Prince Zhu Silang. There's a legend that after Li Zicheng's defeat, Li Shichun brought Zhu Silang back to Mizhu, where the Crown Prince shaved his head and became a monk. Li Shichun's descendants recorded this in brief account of Mr. He. Local powerhouses in eastern Guangdong like Li Shichun and Lai Kixio were staunch supporters of Zhang Jiayu's Wuxing battalion, providing both manpower and money. Li Shichun and Zhang Jiayu fell into the hands of the Chuang army together in the capital and were fellow townsmen. I believe their relationship during this period was quite close. Lai Kixio was a tyrant in eastern Guangdong, with military power second only to Wu Liuqi of Ruijian. The Lai family's village militia formed the initial backbone of the Wuxing battalion. Unfortunately, none of these things will come to pass anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed across the shooting range of the Lingao garrison battalion. This had become a favorite pastime for senators stationed in Lingao. Back in the old timeline, they could never shoot firearms to their heart's content. Now that they'd arrived in the Ming Dynasty, they intended to indulge until they'd had their fill. Chief, Director Zio is looking for you. Special Agent 9527 trotted over to Zhang Zio's side, snapped to attention, and saluted. Removing the ear protection from his head, Zhang Zio's face remained expressionless. Lately, his heart had been restless. In his private moments, he kept asking himself one question. Why? Before the South versus North dispute erupted, perhaps someone had revealed it deliberately. Zhang Zio had accidentally glimpsed the shareholding list for everyone in the crossing group. Some basic laborers ranked several grades below him in their contributions and abilities, yet their shares were several times, even dozens of times greater than his own. The imbalance that swelled in his chest felt like Archimedes' lever prying at the earth itself. He understood, intellectually, that beyond the guaranteed 100,000 yuan in shares, each person's quota was determined by how much capital they'd invested at the time of joining the partnership. Someone like him, with no family wealth to draw upon back then, naturally couldn't have obtained more. But understanding something in your head and feeling at peace about it were two entirely different things. He only knew that he had been truly foolish before. Those in industry suffered the worst fate in any timeline, harsh conditions, countless hours of overtime. And in the end, his shares amounted to that pitiful guaranteed sum plus a token figure, totaling less than 200,000. Meanwhile, a few major hangers-on who contributed nothing substantial held shares worth millions. Of course, plenty of people with small stakes lived gloriously. Zhao was one example, but he held the invisible, intangible, yet infinitely precious founder's shares. Wu Nanhai was another. Born as a technical cadre, that man was skilled at social maneuvering, keeping the old executive committee comfortable, adept at cultivating his public image. He'd fashioned himself as a simple, honest, good person, building the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries into an independent kingdom while positioning himself as a leading candidate for the next Secretary of State. And what about himself? He'd been unable to resist getting entangled in the North-South dispute for the sake of industrial sector resources. He'd gained nothing and managed to offend quite a few people along the way. Truly not worth it at all. There's no future in doing technical work, it's too miserable. Damn it, no matter what you do, you need someone above to cover you. It's the same in any timeline, connections are everything. Zhang Zio's mind kept reinforcing this conviction. Tell him I'll come shortly, Zhang Zio instructed. He said goodbye to Zhao Wuchu, Jin Ji, and Chen Huan, who had come to shoot with him, explaining he had business to attend to and needed to leave early. Then he headed to the General Office of the Senate with 9527. Zhao Zishan maintained a fixed protocol when receiving senators. Unless someone showed up unannounced, senators rarely waited long in the reception room. His secretary scheduled appointments at precise times, so that by the time a senator arrived, the office door stood open, and the director of the general office himself was waiting at the threshold with a welcoming smile. To avoid giving the impression that he was timing meetings with arrogant precision, he never scheduled them for just 5 or 10 minutes. Every meeting had half an hour reserved. The extra time could be spent in casual conversation, creating an atmosphere of leisure. Sometimes they would share refreshments to strengthen the bond. Sure enough, the moment Zhang Zio entered the waiting room, Zhao Zishan was already performing his welcome and send-off routine at the door. After the customary warm greetings, the kind of solicitous exchanges about health and comfort that comrades offer one another, Zhang Zio took a seat before Zhao Zishan's desk. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he asked with practiced courtesy, "Director Zio, you wanted to see me." Zhang Zio was a cohort younger than the 3 giants of the crossing, counting as young by Senate standards. But he was now past 30. Nearly 10 years of tempering since the crossing had made his worldly ways increasingly mature, a far cry from the technical geek he'd once been. His transfer from the basic labor force group to the pharmaceutical factory had been Zhao Zishan's arrangement. To outside observers, his relationship with Zhao Zishan was far from ordinary. End of chapter. Chapter 25-26. Chen Wuren, have a seat, little Zhang. Zhao Zishan took a long sip of his strong tea and gestured toward the chair. I've been thinking for quite some time. You've distinguished yourself on the industrial front, but with your capabilities you could go much further. An opportunity has come up. I wonder if you'd be interested. Zhang Zhao's eyebrows lifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Director Zhao, you know my story. I was a castaway from the old world. No family, no cause worth dying for, which is exactly why I chose this perilous crossing. I was searching for purpose. Zhao Zishan nodded. After years as director of the Senate's General Office, he knew every senator's background like the back of his hand. I've spent 10 years building a life in Lingao, Zhang Zhao continued. From basic labor to the Grand Library, from the library to the factories, from factories to Fengshenghe, and from there to the fields and hospitals. I've accumulated so many good memories. I enjoy this straightforward life, easing people's suffering, changing their fates through the technology I've helped replicate. I feel I've already found my purpose. So you're not interested. You haven't even heard what the opportunity is, Zhao Zishan said with a smile. In this era, opportunities are everywhere, Zhang Zhao replied, matching his smile. Sharp lad, Zhao Zishan chuckled appreciatively. I see it'll take something substantial to tempt you from your nest. Director Zhao, what kind of person do you take me for? If the organization needs me somewhere, I follow orders without question, Zhang Zhao said lightly. Oh. Zhao Zishan leaned forward. The organization department wants to send a senator with expertise in biotechnology and chemistry to Guangzhou to oversee the Mulberry Dyke Fish Pond project alongside Senator Liang. Zhang Zhao stared at him blankly, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Director Zhao, I'm just a medicine brewer. Mulberry Dyke fish ponds are worlds apart from my specialty. The closest connection might be veterinary medicine. You've got an entire agricultural sector full of qualified people. Why must it be me? Zhao Zishan raised a hand, signaling patience. Calling it the Mulberry Dyke Fish Pond Project doesn't capture its full scope. Properly speaking, it's the Guangdong Textile Industry Improvement Plan. Beyond the fish ponds, it encompasses the silk weaving industry, cotton textiles, and dyeing operations. Your expertise actually fits quite well. Besides, Guangzhou needs more people. He picked up a slip of paper and read it aloud, word by word. General Zhao, deep plowing task heavy, send senator to help speedily. You're a smart man. I won't belabor the point. Zhang Zhao fell into thought. The industrial sector was indeed Lingao's lifeline, and after years immersed in it, he understood that building an industrial system couldn't be rushed. Even triggering the first industrial revolution would require decades of groundwork. If he stayed in industry, he would certainly rise through the ranks, but ultimately he'd end up managing a factory or at most an entire production system. He would remain, at the end of the day, a technical cadre. Perhaps this truly was an opportunity. Director Zhao, Zhang Zhao said, you've run the organization department for years. You understand the principle that if the title is improper, authority cannot flow. Zhao Zishan nodded and slid a list across the desk. Shund, Gaya, Xiangshan, Dongguan, Zhengcheng, Baoyuo, a column of county names, all formerly under Guangzhou Prefecture. If you want to return someday, the industrial sector will welcome you with open arms. Zhang Zhao studied the list carefully. After a moment, he pointed to a location outside the printed names. I choose here. Nanhai? Zhao Zishan asked, puzzled. You said I could choose. You. Zhao Zishan shook his head, a wry smile playing at his lips. Fine. If you want Nanhai, Nanhai it is. However, you lack administrative experience, so you'll serve as Executive Vice Magistrate of Nanhai County. I'll add the title of Guangzhou Special City Inspector. That way you can offer input on other counties. They're all currently under Guangzhou City's jurisdiction, and take charge when necessary, provided you secure Liu Xiang's authorization first. After Zhang Zhao departed, Zhao Zishan murmured to himself, Go on then. As long as you go, I'll have done someone a favor. Late that night, a small farewell party was underway in the large private room on the third floor of the Nanhai Café. As senators scattered across the mainland like seeds in the wind, Their numbers in Lingao dwindled by the day. Still, the cafe remained a favorite gathering spot for those who stayed behind. "Old Zheng, you're really going?" Chen Huan of the Chemical Industry Ministry wore an expression of disbelief, clearly doubting this decision from a die-hard Southward faction member. "You'll be branded as one of those hypocritical Southward types with Northward ambitions." The higher-ups play divide and conquer rather smoothly, Jin Ji of the Metallurgy Ministry observed. "Refuse to go and you're insubordinate. Accept, and you're a traitor to the Southward cause. Before you leave, you should smooth things over with Old Joe. Don't let this damage your friendship. Old Joe isn't that petty." Zhang Ziao raised his glass of kvass. "We argued for ages, but you and I both know that going south is ultimately for the sake of going north. There's no real north-south divide, it only exists because people keep talking about it. If Guangzhou isn't governed well, the Senate can't take root on the mainland. Whether we go south or north, we're working toward the same goal. That's our common interest." He paused. "Besides, why do you think I chose Nanhai?" "Nanhai is where Rebel Ma polished his secretary's credentials," Zheng Kun said knowingly. "Come on, brothers, another drink," Luo Heidao of the Machinery Ministry bellowed. "To Birdman Zhang, may you have smooth sailing and not end up like Zai the Kun," he roared with laughter. "If you turn out like Zai Aaron, I'll personally throw rotten eggs at you during the inquiry hearing." Zhao Wuchu shouted, laughing just as hard. Several days later, Zhang Ziao paid a visit to Yang Yun of the Livelihood Committee's Human Resources Division. When he emerged from the office, he held a list in his hand. As an industrial senator who had managed hundreds of workers, he knew it was impossible to accomplish anything without his own team. Though Ziao Zishan had promised to preserve his position in the industrial sector, Zhang Ziao wouldn't poach personnel from his former factory. Taking technical staff would be of little use, and would only undermine his remaining influence there. Since news of his assignment had spread, all manner of naturalized citizens had sought him out, hoping to cling to his rising star. But the candidates were either empty boasters, hopelessly inexperienced, or barely coherent. Zhang Ziao grew so frustrated that the big orange cat he'd borrowed from Lin Motion's house, on loan for 3 oranges, yowled from his agitated petting. He kept his face carefully neutral, saying only, "You won't even address me as senator." In truth, the Senate's mainland strategy was desperately short of capable people. Competent, reliable cadres had long been snatched up by others. There was no reason to expect them to simply fall into his lap. He had no choice but to seek Yang Yun's help. Loud footsteps echoed through the corridor of the Lingao Special City First Prison's affiliated factory. Fu Yaodi, recently promoted to warden, prided himself on staying connected to the grassroots, frequently descending to the front lines to inspect working conditions. Chen Wuren sat busy in the office, filling out reports and other administrative documents. His desk was piled high with papers, and the wall behind him displayed monthly production charts and labor distribution maps. At the very top hung a banner of large red characters. "Work hard to reform, become a new person." The moment Fu Yaodi appeared in the doorway, Chen Wuren sprang to his feet as if by reflex, back ramrod straight. Fu Yaodi regarded him coolly. "At ease. Why are you working today? It's your birthday, you're entitled to rest." Chen Wuren's voice trembled slightly. "Reporting, Warden, I could rest today, but the monthly plan is due soon. I wanted to audit it one more time to avoid any errors." Fu Yaodi smirked. Quite the eager worker. Chen Wuren didn't know how to respond. He knew silence was safest. Fu Yaodi studied him coldly for a long moment. "How much longer do you need?" Half an hour should be enough." "I'll give you 2 hours. Finish everything on your desk and hand your duties over to your deputy. Then report to the warden's office." The sound of leather shoes faded down the corridor. Chen Wuren's mind went blank, his body trembling. True, he was serving a sentence, but there were better and worse places to serve it. Here, he had climbed to the highest rung among prisoners, overseeing the entire affiliated factory. Fu Yaodi's order was tantamount to removing him from his position. Without asking, He knew that being summoned to the warden's office meant other arrangements. What arrangements? Chen Wuren's imagination conjured countless terrifying possibilities. He reassured himself that he had been diligent these past years, never stepping out of line. Unless, he dared not follow that thought further. He could only bow his head over his work, murmuring, "Blind Zheng predicted my fortune would turn at 35. Turn, fortune, turn." 2 hours later, he stood in the warden's office. Fu Yaoti said nothing, only ordering him to wait. He faced the wall with lowered head, consumed by dread. Behind him, Fu Yaoti paced. The man was smoking, cigarette after cigarette. Chen Wuren could tell the warden was nervous about something too. From the distance came the sound of approaching footsteps, clomp, 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 leather boots drawing nearer. For the Senate and the people, the footsteps halted. Chen Wuren could hear only Fu Yaoti's tense, heavy breathing. He started to turn his head for a glimpse of what was happening, but a hand immediately pressed his skull down, pinning him against the wall like a shrimp, unable to move. "Let him go," came an unfamiliar voice. "Turn around." Chen Wuren obeyed instantly. A pair of fine leather shoes entered his field of vision. His eye twitched. Those were the special-issue shoes reserved for senators. Zhang Zio studied him with a frown. "You're the former director of the Lingao ice cream factory, Chen Wuren." "Yes," Chen Wuren answered reflexively. The words ice cream factory struck him as both strange and achingly familiar, stirring a complicated tangle of emotions. End of chapter. Chapter 25-27. Taking Office Splash. Steam rose in white curtains through the large bathhouse, obscuring the naked bodies within while water sounds and voices mingled in a ceaseless murmur. This public bathhouse was newly built to serve East Gate Market's growing prosperity. No one had expected that the decontamination showers of the port purification camp would evolve into a social fashion in Lingao. Chen Wuren leaned against the tiled wall, his rough hands tracing the scars on his body one by one as hot water cascaded over him from the showerhead, as if he could wash away a lifetime of misfortune. He had lost his father in childhood and his mother when he came of age. Dependent on others from his earliest years, he had scraped by on the charity of his clan after relatives nearly swindled him out of the few mu of good farmland his family owned. Though destitute, he fancied himself a man of principle. When the eldest branch tried to eat the extinct household, seizing the property of a relative who had died without a male heir, he stood in their way. For his trouble, they framed him in a lawsuit. Then came further disaster. The Li family, under the pretext of reclaiming new sandbar flats to pay military rations, seized his remaining land outright. His ancestors shared a bloodline with the renowned Chen Zizhuang, though the connection had grown distant over generations. In desperation, he could only throw himself on the mercy of that famous master Qiyutao, hoping the shared surname might count for something. But the doorman at the Chen residence drove him away like a beggar. He squatted near the compound for half a month, never once catching sight of Chen Zizhuang. Later he learned that both father and sons were away serving as officials. Then his youngest caught smallpox, and with no money for treatment, he could only watch helplessly as his son's body ulcerated and gave out. After that, he and his wife and daughter wandered the streets. When hunger grew desperate, he thought of selling them, but could never harden his heart to do it. Then he encountered a group of strange men recruiting hands for land reclamation in Guangzhou, promising food and shelter. He took his wife and daughter to follow them to Lingao. Starting as a farmhand, he learned to read under the Australians, later became a worker, and slowly rose through the ranks. Life improved day by day. Just when he thought the road ahead would finally be smooth, he succeeded the unlucky former manager of the ice cream factory, and presided over the first large-scale collective food poisoning incident in Lingao under Senate rule. After they imprisoned him, his heart turned to ash. He convinced himself that his fate had offended some malevolent star, and that this was simply his destiny. When his wife brought their daughter to visit him in prison, he urged her to remarry and stop waiting. That imprisonment lasted 4 years. Reflecting on all this, Chen Wuren sighed deeply. The world was truly unpredictable. Just yesterday he had been a prisoner in the labor reform camp. Now he had escaped that cage. The chief was surnamed Zheng, young, handsome. That was Chen Wuren's impression. In his office, Chief Zhang stood gazing out the window with his back turned. "Why do you think this disaster befell you?" Chen Wuren thought for a long time. 1,000 words crowded his mind with nowhere to begin. After struggling in silence, he finally managed, "It's just fate." "What resignation?" Zhang Ziao shook his head and turned around. Wuren, 5 benevolences. You really do live up to your name. But there's a saying, mercy cannot command soldiers and righteousness cannot manage wealth. Your downfall, my friend, lies in that very benevolence. The Australian sages have a saying, character determines destiny. Chen Wuren lowered his head, listening quietly to the Australian wisdom from Zhang Ziao's lips, scarcely daring to breathe. "Do you still have family?" Zhang Ziao asked. Replying to the chief, this humble one's parents died early. I have no siblings. I persuaded my wife to remarry after my conviction. There is also a daughter by my count. She should be 15 now, of age to be betrothed. Do you know why I pulled you out? I truly do not know. Chen Wuren considered the rulers will unfathomable and dared not speculate. Amen. Zhang Ziao nodded. You're an old cadre of the Senate. Do you have any idea how many resources the Senate invests to train a cadre? These are times when we need every capable person. You should be taking on important work in an effective post, not wasting your years in there. This humble one has neither virtue nor ability and has failed the Senate's trust. Chen Wuren answered hurriedly, voice heavy with self-reproach. Enough. You know the Senate's rules, no more great person and humble one. Zhang Ziao cut him off. I'm giving you 3 days to handle personal affairs. Then you'll follow me north to Guangzhou. Whatever you need to arrange, see to it yourself. He placed a DeLong note and an elaborately patterned boat ticket on the table. Your wife and child are waiting for you at home. Hurry back and see them. Light kindled in Chen Wuren's eyes. In an instant, tears streamed down his face. He dropped to his knees with a thud, pressing his forehead to the floor. Thank you, Chief, for this great mercy. I will live up to your trust, through fire and water without hesitation. Whatever direction you point, I will follow without question. Stop washing already. Any more and you'll scrub your skin off. The bathhouse attendant's impatient bark yanked him back to reality. The man was annoyed at how long he had been under the water, wasting the hot supply. Blind Zhang's fortune-telling really was accurate, Chen Wuren thought. If only he knew where that old man was now, he would give him a generous red packet. 3 days later, Bapu military port. The pier swarmed with people seeing loved ones off. As the steam whistle sounded, woo, woo, the Senate special ship Nemesis pulled slowly away from port. The buildings and figures on shore shrank steadily into the distance. Though Zhang Ziao had traveled to Guangzhou on business from time to time in recent years, this was his first long departure from Lingao. He glanced at his old comrades, workers and students gathered behind him, then suddenly remembered something. He sprinted to the stern, cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted, "Comrades! The scale of the penicillin and streptomycin production lines is sufficient. Focus on reducing contamination during fermentation. Sweet wormwood must be harvested in July for best results. Sulfonamide is a basic variety. Concentrate on energy savings and consumption reduction to lower costs. For chemical engineering fundamentals, you must read BSL's transport phenomena. Our reaction engineering is still very weak. Start with elementary reactions to get the reactor running. For electrochemistry, Bard is enough. John Newman's book is on the 3rd shelf of my bookcase. Read the starred chapters first." Halfway through, Zhang Ziao's nose stung and tears welled in his eyes. His voice caught in a sob, and for a moment he couldn't speak. Finally he managed, "Goodbye, comrades, I'll miss you." Lin Motion, traveling with him, silently patted Zhang Ziao's shoulder and handed him a tissue. "I've always seen you calm, rational, vigorous. Didn't expect you to be a man of sentiment too." Carl Jung believed that everyone wears different personas, protecting both the self and society. Zhang Ziao's defense came out half-heartedly. Your team is really something. Lin Motion began to joke. Look at who you've brought. Some fished out of labor camps, some disgraced over epidemic prevention failures, some who caused hospital accidents. Practically a suicide squad. If you raise the pirate flag and sail into the city singing the Song of Pests, I expect every snake, insect, rat, and ant will flee. Zhang Ziao pulled 2 books from his backpack and spoke seriously. Zheng Mingjiang and I once inspected various state-owned food factories. Man, machine, material, method, environment, the 5 factors. Compared horizontally, the ice cream factory was actually decent. So why did accidents keep happening? The biggest risk point is always man. Chen Wuren's only real failure was lax supervision of subordinates. And Wu Shuyi, who handled quarantine in Guangzhou, do you have any idea how much cargo clears customs daily in the #1 city south of the sky? Given our conditions, even you, old Lin, would slip up eventually. Besides, Liang personally recommended him. Can I refuse that face? There's no trash in the world, only misplaced resources. I'll say it plainly, these people are qualified within the Senate's cadre ranks. Lin Motion nodded and glanced at the book titles in Zhang Ziao's hands. The Dictator's Handbook and Research on Mulberry Dyke Fish Pond Agriculture in Zheng. You're really going to promote Mulberry Dyke fish ponds? Zhang Ziao explained. The great tide of the world is inexorable. Those who follow it prosper. Those who resist it perish. The Mulberry Dyke fish pond was an important agricultural form that developed in the Pearl River Delta during the late Ming. For us to accelerate this advanced production method is to ride with the tide of the times. We must not only pursue it, we must pursue it aggressively. I've also heard about Li Yayar's work. Speaking privately between us, her experiment in Xiangshan does not bode well. Oh, Lin Motion was skeptical. After all, Li Yayar had trained in sericulture under Zhao Yinggong in Hangzhou and possessed rich first-hand experience. Zhang Ziao worked neither in agriculture nor had he ever raised silkworms. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Zhang Ziao smiled. What is our most precious asset? Not the Mini-A rifle, not the steam engine, it's 400 years of historical experience. The great stock market casualty Isaac Newton once said, if I have seen further it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Innovation matters, certainly, but ignoring the wisdom of predecessors and working in isolation may prove counterproductive. You mean? Precisely. The answer is right here. Zhang Ziao waved the book in his hand. This was a collection of materials he had copied from the Grand Library. Through his connections there, he had managed to take quite a few documents with him this time. What's the problem then? The emergence of any production system inevitably follows unique economic laws, and those laws depend on the interplay of labor, land, capital, policy, and other factors. Simply put, historically, the Mulberry Dyke fish pond developed with Jiujiang, south of Zheng Mountain, as its first ring. The second ring expanded outward from Jiujiang to the surrounding areas of Zheng. The third ring, during the Daeguang reign, shifted the sericulture center southward to Ronqi and Guizhou and Shund, still within Zheng's sphere. And even that expansion only broke the original pattern after more than a century of continuous stimulus from international silk trade, creating the fever of abandoning rice to plant mulberries, destroying fields to form ponds across the Pearl River Delta. Jiangkun Fort in Zheng, where Chen Qiyuan founded the Jiqinglong filature, was itself a newly opened area in that wave. According to land survey data from the Wanli reign, Nanhai County had 48,000 mu of taxed fish ponds, while Xiangshan County had only 711 mu. For her to attempt this in Xiangshan is to abandon the root in pursuit of the branches. The objective conditions there are simply too poor. End of chapter. Chapter 25-28. Complex situation, I see. Factor endowments determine the laws of economic development. Lin Motion looked thoughtful, but she must have had her reasons for choosing that location. She did, and to be honest, it ties directly into our current predicament. Zhang Ziao leaned back. The Ministry of Agriculture and the light industry departments have their own plans for establishing a cotton textile industry. Her going there actually represents their combined interests. After all, Xiangshan has extensive sandy terrain, unsuitable for most crops but adequate for cotton. Lin Motion chuckled. The classic might as well kill two birds with one stone mentality. That's the Senate for you, Zhang Ziao said with a bitter smile. Always trying to swat 5 flies with a single slap, which inevitably leads to indigestion. Indigestion is guaranteed. Zhang Ziao sighed heavily. People say we accomplished a miracle by taking all of Guangdong and Guangxi, but it could just as easily be said that our eyes were bigger than our stomachs, a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Now we're stuck, unable to advance or retreat. He paused. I opposed launching the Guangdong-Guangxi strategy so early. We should have consolidated for another 4 or 5 years, built a stronger foundation. Instead, we're constantly putting out fires, neglecting one crisis while addressing another. Consolidating has its merits but also its drawbacks. As for what those drawbacks are, Lin Motion's smile turned cryptic. Some things are better left unsaid. You don't need to spell it out, I understand. Zhang Ziao's expression matched his. People aren't machines. Everyone has their own interests. Distribution is always a thorny problem. The factions in power were eager to expand the pie before dividing it. Good that you see it clearly. Lin Motion had his own reservations about the campaign's timing. Launching the mainland offensive prematurely had significantly strained the health and medical systems they had painstakingly established. The sudden influx of infectious and endemic diseases that followed the mainland strategy had created enormous pressure. Enough idle speculation. Let me explain why Xiangshan is particularly unsuitable. Zhang Ziao's tone became businesslike. The Pearl River Delta is still actively silting up. The current coastline differs dramatically from what it will look like 4 centuries hence. Right now, it runs roughly through northern Zhongshan, what was Xiangshan during the Ming Dynasty. The 18 sands of the West Sea in northern Zhongshan had already formed into arable flats after the Song Dynasty, and the 16 sands of the East Sea have mostly emerged as usable land by now. However, despite the large stretches of productive sandy flats around Xiaolan, Guzhan, Nantu, Hinglan, Huangpu, Gangku, Sanjiao, and Mingjiang in the north, settlements remain sparse. Only areas near the edges with higher terrain, Xiaolan, Guzhan, Heizhou, Greater and Lesser Huangpu, developed significantly after villages were established during the Song Dynasty. He continued, as you know, mulberry dike fish pond farming is extraordinarily labor-intensive. Mulberry gardens must be near silkworm rooms and cannot be too distant from residential areas. You understand the implications. Furthermore, the 16 sands of the East Sea lies in a zone of continuously emerging sandy fields, with no hills to serve as barriers. Salt tides pose a constant threat, but most critically, the sandy fields in this region belong to absentee landlords. Powerful families from Panyu, Nanhai, Xinhui, and Shun counties have all staked claims to arable land in Xiangshan while keeping their household registrations in their home counties. Local farmers may have built dikes and reclaimed land through years of backbreaking work, only to have landlords collude with officials to purchase vast tracts of emerging sand flats at rock-bottom prices, often designating land the farmers already cultivated as ownerless wasteland before seizing it outright. Zhang Ziao shifted direction. That said, I can understand why Li Yayar didn't choose Ziqiao either. Why? Stop keeping me in suspense. Because as the Ming scholar Fang Hao wrote, Ziqiao is not merely the Ziqiao of Lingnan but the Ziqiao of all the realm. Ziqiao is not merely the Ziqiao of this age but the Ziqiao of all ages to come. Zhang Ziao's expression was grave. Deep waters, treacherous currents, so deep and so treacherous that no single vessel could contain them. In the early years after the crossing, Zhang Ziao had assisted Senators Zhang Heigu and Li Zhuoxian in compiling Ming Dynasty historical materials. Through that work, he had developed a thorough understanding of the Pearl River Delta's complexities. Guangzhou people who gathered firewood on Liufu Mountain called it East Kaio. Those who gathered on Jinchi Mountain called it West Kaio, hence the saying, the famous mountains of southern Yue, number 2 Kaios. Zikiao lay at the confluence of the West River and North River waterways, a quintessential Lingnan water village. Rivers and creeks crisscrossed its territory, more than a dozen waterways stretching over 100 kilometers, linking internal villages while providing external access to Fashion, Guangzhou, and beyond. Zikiao Mountain produced stone and tea, commodities that flowed through an extensive network of waterways and rural markets. During the Ming and Qing periods, 78 rural markets operated within its borders, a commercial density rivaling even Lingao Special City under the Senate's administration, testament to geography's profound influence on economic prosperity. The economic base, as ever, determined the superstructure. During the Zheng and Jiajing reigns, academies and study houses proliferated across Zikiao Mountain. The most celebrated were the 4 great academies, Dake Academy and Yungguk Academy, founded by Zhan Ruishui, Shiquan Academy, established by Fang Xianfu, and Xifeng Academy, created by Huo Tao. These 4 institutions flourished under the intellectual leadership of Fang, Zhan, and Huo. During this period, Guangdong produced famous scholars in abundance, and for decades afterward, the 4 academies remained vital centers of learning and discourse for the province's scholar officials. The Qing scholar Liu Zixiu later observed, when Master Zhan held the lecture seat, scholars from all directions gathered to study under him. The reputation of Dake in the mountains rivaled even Yuilu and Beilu, hence Zikiao earned the title Mountain of Neo-Confucianism. Fang Xianfu recorded his intellectual exchanges with Zhan Ruishui and Huo Tao in his manuscripts left from Zikiao. 3 academies stood in balance. The 3 of us traveled constantly between them. During our years of lecturing, we cultivated ourselves in scholarly seclusion for more than a decade. Wang Yangming himself wrote to Zhan Ruishui, Shuxian's ambitions and integrity far transcend common custom. Though I spent little time with Weixian, I recognized him as a man of loyalty and trust at first meeting. Yet I hear you seldom convene together. Why? How fortunate that such heroes should be born at the same time and place, yet you let precious time slip away, squandering this rare opportunity. Future generations will surely lament it. Wang Yangming's words revealed his high expectations for their scholarly collaboration, hoping they would seize the moment and leave an enduring legacy for Confucian posterity. These men shared common traits, mastery of Neo-Confucian philosophy and distinguished official careers. Zhan Ruishui served successively as Minister of Rights, Personnel, and War in Nanjing. He founded the Gangquan School of Neo-Confucianism, and his teachings were paired with Wang Yangming's Yangming Learning, under the joint designation Learning of Wang and Zhan. Huo Tao, together with Fang Xianfu and Liang Chu, were collectively known as the 3 Grand Secretaries of Nanhai County during the Ming Dynasty. Throughout the Ming period, Guangdong hosted more than 290 official and private academies, far exceeding the combined total from the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties. Nanhai County alone had 18. Political struggles during the Jiajing and Wanli reigns led to nationwide bans and destruction of private academies, and Guangdong's numbers declined during the Tianqi and Changzhen periods, with the lecturing tradition waning. Nevertheless, the academy's significance extended beyond training future officials for the feudal ruling class. They served as instruments of cultural transformation, shaping public morality, reforming customs, and propagating feudal ethics. The Academy's regulations, charters, couplets, stone inscriptions, and plaques all projected specific values and educational ideals, influencing generations of students and common people alike, leaving lasting imprints on their character, morality, and sensibilities. During the early Jiajing years, Guangdong Education Commissioner Wei Xiao converted 5 Buddhist temples in Guangzhou Prefecture, Guanyin Pavilion, Wuxing Temple, Yingzhen Temple, Tianzhu Temple, and Renhuang Temple, into the academies of Liangxi, Yichuan, Mingdao, Chengzheng, and Huyan, dedicated to venerating Zhou Dunyi, Chengyi, Chenghao, and Zhu Zai. The academy's sacrificial ceremonies were open to the public. Beyond those within the academy walls, officials, gentry, scholars, and commoners all had opportunities to participate. People from different social strata attending these ceremonies were, in effect, receiving moral education and Confucian baptism. The influence of academy sacrifice extended far beyond commemorating sages and preserving academic traditions. It functioned much like Western churches in shaping society. By the mid-Ming period, Guangdong's people had been steeped in Confucian culture for over a century. They had developed their own intellectual and cultural traditions and no longer considered themselves southern barbarians. They could discuss the Tao with the realm's foremost Neo-Confucianists and exchange poetry with literary luminaries. As the lecturing tradition declined, a literary movement rose to take its place, and poetry societies flourished across Guangdong. From the Jiajing reign through the late Ming, more than a dozen major and minor poetry societies emerged in Guangzhou Prefecture City alone. Their founders invariably maintained connections to Zikao Mountain, which also became a refuge for Guangdong's literati and scholar officials during later periods of turmoil. Another significant social transformation began in the mid-Ming. A trend toward rural militarization swept through Guangdong. After Huang Xiaoyang's uprising erupted, the Ming court proved unable to suppress it and was forced to seek assistance from local powerful families. Under gentry leadership, some villages and towns rapidly organized local militias and mounted desperate resistance against Huang Xiaoyang's rebel forces. After the uprising's suppression, the region underwent a reorganization of local order and redistribution of power. The renowned Foshan town had stood firmly with the court throughout the turmoil. As reward, their local deities received imperial titles and worship, and the control of powerful families over the locality expanded further. Zhejiang in Nanhai had similarly leveraged its strategic terrain of mountains and rivers to participate in suppressing Huang Xiaoyang, much like Foshan. When Huang Xiaoyang's assault on Guangzhou failed, his forces scattered to plunder the countryside and attacked Zhejiang by water. The people of Zhejiang defended Li Mountain, Ma Mountain, and Zhen Mountain, defeating him. After Huang Xiaoyang's death, Li Mountain was renamed Zhongliang Mountain, Loyal and Good Mountain, and Zhejiang received generous rewards. In the first year of the Jingtai reign, Ming Emperor Daizong bestowed upon Nanhai Zhejiang the title Rulan Xiang, Confucian Forest Village. Due to continuous unrest and rampant banditry, rural militarization in Guangdong reached its zenith at the Ming-Qing transition. Villages throughout the region constructed walled stockades for self-protection, giving rise to the characteristic pattern of no village without a stockade, and dramatically strengthening local armed forces. The people catching fish fry in the West River were Tanka boat people. The Ming court had forcibly registered them into the household system and levied fish tax rice upon them. However, large numbers of Tanka households along the river had participated in Huang Xiaoyang's uprising. After its failure, these Tanka people fled en masse, breaking free from Ming court household registration control. By the Hangzhou reign, Tanka households had almost entirely dispersed, making tax collection impossible. Under these circumstances, Viceroy of Liangguang Liu Daxia received an imperial edict to summon Zhejiang villagers to contract the fish ports on both banks of the West River. This stretch spanned 500 to 600 li from Fengshenghe to Guangzhou, encompassing 800 to 900 fish ports. From that point forward, Zhejiang villagers monopolized the right to catch fish fry, forming a formidable non-governmental power that would endure for generations. End of chapter. Chapter 25-29. On the road to Guangzhou to pass the tedious hours of travel, Zhang Ziao and Lin Motion discussed the situation in Nanhai County at length. Before they knew it, mealtime had arrived, announced by the unmistakable grumbling of their stomachs. They made their way across the deck toward the dining room and encountered a young man of 16 or 17 helping a middle-aged man with limited mobility shuffle slowly in the same direction. Liu Xixian, why didn't you put your father in a wheelchair? Lin Motion's orthopedic background kicked in at the sight. The sea can get rough. A fall would be disastrous. It's quite all right, Chief Lin. I wanted to walk, the middle-aged man interjected. I've spent most of my life bedridden. Thanks to your miraculous healing, I finally have the chance to stand again. Let me use these legs while I can to measure what I may of this vast land. The speaker was Liu Dailin. By modern standards, 41 was merely middle age. But Ming Dynasty people lived by the saying, since ancient times, few reach 70. More than half his life had already passed. His chronic poor health had given him the bearing of someone far older than his years. According to the original timeline, Liu Dailin would have died years ago. In this parallel history, however, modern medicine brought by the Senate had not only extended his life but restored some of his mobility. With improving health and better spirits in recent years, his face bore fewer marks of time than most natives his age. As Lingao General Hospital's most prominent native patient, Liu Dailin was well acquainted with the senators in the medical sector, Zhang Ziao included. Zhang Ziao smiled. Committee member Liu, the Government Affairs Council worried that traveling by civilian ship might be risky given your condition, so they arranged for you to take the Nemesis with us to Guangzhou. Weather at sea is unpredictable. Perhaps we should have another person help support you. He moved to take Liu Dailin's other arm. That's too much. I couldn't possibly trouble you, Chief, Liu Dailin protested, clearly flustered by the attention. But before he could refuse, Zhang Ziao had already taken hold of him. Committee member Liu, if you keep being so polite, we'll have no choice but to force you into the wheelchair, Lin Motion laughed. Liu Dailin could only smile helplessly and let them settle him into the chair. Once seated, he said, I couldn't help overhearing you two discussing Zheng Mountain earlier. It sounded like you might be interested in visiting. I studied there in my youth. If you don't mind, I could serve as your guide. Zhang Ziao had no real interest in the mountain, but brushing off such good intentions felt rude. That sounds wonderful. If time permits, certainly, he said politely. I won't hide it from you, Liu Dailin continued. Beyond attending the Guangdong Region Advisory Bureau activities, I'm also visiting at the invitation of a fellow graduate, a Tongnian. His connection to Zheng Mountain runs far deeper than mine. You mean Chen Zizhuang? Liu Dailin blinked in surprise, then quickly understood. The Australian's intelligence network had likely uncovered this connection long ago. As perceptive as ever, Chief. Yes, it's Chen Zhisheng. Zhang Ziao nodded. I know something of this Chen Zhisheng. He's talented and principled and devoted to the Ming state. Asking him to serve the Senate is probably futile. You're right, he does have a certain, stubborn idealism. Stubborn idealism isn't necessarily a flaw. I think Chen Zhisheng's character is respectable enough. If you see him, pass along a message for us. Great Song's laws are entirely different from those of the Ming state. We won't force an invitation. So long as he's content to remain a wealthy private citizen and harbors no other ambitions, there will be no trouble. Zhang Ziao understood that when it came to intrigue and scheming, none of the few hundred modern people could match these native masters of political cunning. Since the Senate could rely on overwhelming strength, their approach was open strategy. They might as well speak plainly. Absolutely. I'll convey your words, Liu Dailin assured him. The Senate special ship was steam-powered. To improve travel comfort for senators, it featured a first-class dining room and even refrigeration equipment manufactured in Lingao. On calm days, the galley could be lit, allowing hot meals. If the weather turned foul, the stove had to be extinguished to prevent fire. But even then, the steam engine could heat steamed dishes and rice easily enough. Today, the Nemesis enjoyed favorable conditions with gentle seas. The spread in the dining room included twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, roast lamb, roast duck, tomato-braised beef brisket, fuki fapian, white-cut chicken, potatoes, smashed cucumbers, and fruit salad. Zhang Ziao invited Liu Dalin to dine at their table. Over the years, the Senate's governance of Hainan had dramatically improved public safety and living conditions, earning Liu Dalin's genuine approval. The Senate treated him as one of their own. Liu Xixian initially moved toward a smaller table. Still a student and underage, he wasn't qualified by ancient custom to dine alongside officials. In the Great Ming, this would be the equivalent of sharing a meal with the Changzhen emperor himself. But the Senate had never stood on such ceremony, and they insisted he stay. Zhang Ziao took a piece of roast duck. Back to our earlier topic. As the saying goes, thugs aren't frightening, what's frightening is educated thugs. Lin Motion summarized. In other words, Nanhai, and Guangzhou more broadly, is a stronghold of entrenched opposition. Independent local military forces remain scattered throughout the region. Even though Guangzhou surrendered without bloodshed initially, conflict is inevitable. It's just like when Li Chengdong entered Guangdong and took Guangzhou peacefully at first, only to fight back and forth across Guangdong and Guangxi for years afterward, eventually massacring Guangzhou city. May I ask, who is Li Chengdong? When did he enter Guangzhou? Liu Dalin listened in confusion. At the word massacre, a chill ran down his spine. Lin Motion realized his slip and feigned nonchalance. Haven't you read that new novel? The science fiction one about a parallel world where the Jin Tartars conquered everything during the pre-Song period. Li Chengdong is the general they sent to subjugate Guangdong and Guangxi. I've never read novels. Liu Dalin knew this was a cover story but had no desire to press further. He simply ate in silence while the two senators continued their conversation. Zhang Ziao finished his duck and picked up a lamb skewer, eating as he spoke. The complexity of Guangzhou's current situation far exceeds what most people imagine. Without absolute military superiority, establishing a foothold there would be near impossible. Given that reality, inserting Senate governance at the grassroots level in a place like Nanhai County, where feudal forces are exceptionally strong, is a massive challenge for anyone. Young Hu is still too green, without enough experience at the local level. It comes down to a shortage of cadres, or rather, qualified cadres. We have no choice but to send senators personally. Lin Motion sipped his kvass, let out a satisfied burp, and savored the moment of leisure. Seamen love their bellies above everything else. Seeing Lin Motion deliberately shift the topic, Zhang Ziao followed his lead toward food. Conditions are vastly better now than when we first arrived. I remember eating Spanish seafood paella until I couldn't stand the sight of it. The smell alone still gives me flashbacks. Though I have to say, this cook's skills don't hold a candle to Li Mei's. Zhang Ziao sighed with regret. He and Ming Qiu were both from Sichuan province. Since Ming Qiu's semi-retirement, Zhang Ziao took every opportunity to visit his home in Lingao and enjoy proper Sichuan cuisine. Li Mei was perpetually busy and rarely had time to cook at home. However, she had trained an excellent team of Sichuan chefs at the Commercial Hall restaurant. Occasionally, she would bring them to her home to prepare a family feast for fellow senators, her own way of maintaining connections. Honestly, I never took you for someone picky about food, Lin Motion remarked. I reserve the right to evaluate it. Zhang Ziao wiped his hands with a napkin. Do you know why the old Lord of Heaven created Sichuan? I don't. To provide chefs for the world. Zhang Ziao declared with absolute confidence, never mind that he hadn't cooked a single meal since arriving in Lingao. Sichuan rats being delicious certainly lives up to its reputation. The thing about Sichuan cuisine is that it's authentic common people's food. The ingredients are diverse, and the flavors go perfectly with rice. Zhang Ziao spoke with pride. Other regional cuisines would be much harder to replicate here. The ingredients simply aren't available. As a doctor, I have reservations. Then don't eat it if you're so principled. When the Nemesis docked at the Guangzhou Great World Military Pier, Sedan chairs from the municipal government were already waiting at the entrance. The provincial port general hospital was located inside Guangzhou Great World, so Lin Motion bid everyone farewell and returned to his duties. Liu Xixian helped his father proceed ahead to the Region Advisory Bureau. The one who came to welcome Zhang Xiao was Hu Wenyang himself. Zhang Xiao had first met him years ago in Ma Qianzhu's office. Back then, Hu Wenyang had been just a green kid. Now he was in his early 20s. Zhang Xiao found his presence curious. Strange, Guangzhou is swamped with work right now. Little Hu, shouldn't you be juggling 1,000 things as Nanhai's administrator? Why did you come to pick us up? Hu Wenyang scratched his head awkwardly. Chief, Nanhai County isn't under my management anymore. Senator Little Zhang was transferred to serve as director of the Foshan Economic Development Zone Management Committee. No one could take over her role as Secretary General of the municipal government. Since I had experience in secretarial work, Chief Liu reassigned me to fill her position. The magistrate of Nanhai County is now Chief Liu himself, in a concurrent role. End of chapter. Chapter 25-30. Sea of Meetings. When Daisy began by acknowledging Zhang Xiao's concerns. Comrade Zhang Xiao raises a valid point. We've learned hard lessons in this regard, and if such problems can arise elsewhere, they're even more likely in Guangzhou, where our foothold remains precarious. But precisely because of this, I hope everyone will understand our position. He turned to Wu Mu. We all know how these past 2 years have gone. The Senate has been reluctant to court instability in the rear while fighting the Ming army, which has forced compromises with local power brokers. These forces have always maintained a careful distance, impossible to truly control, yet difficult to catch in anything actionable. In extraordinary times, we needn't be slaves to procedural niceties. Our plan can adapt to circumstances. Even if we arrest them all first, we can always find people willing to testify against them afterward. The Political Security Bureau senators were accustomed to Wen Daisy's hard-line rhetoric. He had once told the little senators in Foshan that if circumstances demanded it, he wouldn't hesitate to annihilate the tens of thousands of people in Foshan town. Wu Mu gave a non-committal response, but on the question of procedural justice, Director Zhao clearly had deeper considerations. If we don't want to end up like those famous enforcers in history, men whose names made children stop crying at night, only to be discarded like broken rags once their usefulness ended, we must insist on procedural justice. The groups that benefit most from efficient action will inevitably distance themselves from it when convenient. Li Zhuoxian offered his own perspective. Consider history. Even during the Shunjai era, when most of the country had submitted to a certain dynasty, Guangdong lingered in an awkward state of divided loyalties, half Qing, half Ming, for years. The root cause was that every stratum of Guangdong society faced agonizing choices about which way to turn. Eventually, the Qing dynasty continued its predecessors' policies and actively courted local gentry through imperial examinations, finally winning acceptance. The transition between dynasties became seamless, but the Senate has no intention of continuing Ming policies. Even if we temporarily follow the principle of Xiao and Cao, retaining existing rules in certain areas due to insufficient strength, fierce conflict with the feudal gentry is inevitable. Bloodshed will come. That said, I understand the concerns some senators have raised. Indiscriminate cleansing could generate unexpected local resistance during a future northern expedition. Military action requires legitimate justification. Better to uproot potential resistance in one decisive stroke. This is exactly the problem of wanting to have it both ways, Mu Min couldn't help but interject. The more she learned about Guangzhou society, the more she despised these feudal gentry. I still think a short, sharp pain is better than prolonged suffering, someone else added. The municipal government team clearly didn't share President Wen's view. Liu Xiang's position was unambiguous. Without conclusive evidence of a major case comparable to the witchcraft affair, He opposed indiscriminate cleansing operations. Damn it, Zhang Ziao thought. Prefect Liu's attitude has grown strangely ambiguous. When he first arrived in Guangzhou, he was eager to fabricate charges and make fortunes raiding wealthy households. Why the sudden change of heart? Could he have developed some unspeakable connections with the local gentry, worth investigating? While his mind wandered down these suspicious paths, the meeting turned to a briefing on gentry activities, specifically intelligence suggesting that Chen Bangyan might be colluding with the Flower Mountain bandits. Zhang Ziao knew that group well. In the old timeline's history, they had been a significant force resisting the Qing in late Ming Guangdong. In this timeline, he had encountered their name repeatedly in newsletters and briefings. Here, too, they represented a potential threat to Senate rule in Guangdong and had been the primary target of the public security rectification campaign following the capture of Guangzhou. Yet they still existed. Though he knew the question might seem naive, he couldn't help asking. The Flower Mountain bandits are still active. I assumed 2 years of rectification campaigns would have eliminated them. That's precisely what I wanted to address today. Liu Xiang glanced at him. After occupying Guangdong's prefectures and counties, we retained the Ming Dynasty's administrative divisions. Flower Mountain sits at the junction of several counties, dangerous terrain, mixed population, far from any county seat. It has always been a breeding ground for bandits, the notorious three-no-governance land shared by Panyu, Qingyuan, and Kongyua. It only stabilized after Hua County was established separately in the early Kangxi years. The pattern of repeated suppression followed by the rapid emergence of new bandit gangs shows that our local governance still has gaps. What Liu Xiang didn't mention was that the area lacked powerful gentry or strong clans. Without local assistance, maintaining public security in Flower Mountain at low cost was impossible. For now, they had no choice but to invest significant resources in governing it directly. You're proposing we add a Hua County? Zhang Ziao grasped Liu Xiang's intention. Correct, Liu Xiang said. In fact, as early as the Jiajing reign, gentry petitioned to establish a county in Flower Mountain. I propose we adapt to current needs by separating Huining Fort, Sushan Fort, Luokun Fort, and other areas from the Sanjiang division of Nanhai District, combining them with portions of Panyu District to form Hua County. This would strengthen administration over what is currently a lawless zone. Liu Xiang turned to Zhang Ziao. You have no objection. You've just arrived and already a piece of land is being carved from your jurisdiction. Zhang Ziao waved his hand. None at all. The waters of Nanhai run deeper than the Mariana Trench. Carve out a few more pieces if you like. It only lightens my burden. Liu Xiang nodded. This pharmacist from an industrial background had clearly done his homework. Back when Ma Qianju saw that the little senator's social practice proposal would pass the Senate, he had intended for Hu Wenyang, the district mayor of Nanhai, to concurrently serve as director of the Foshan Economic Development Zone Management Committee, overseeing the little senator's internship. But senators were psychologically reluctant to see naturalized citizen cadres giving orders to senators, even little senators. That was why Ma Qianju had pushed Zhang Yumi forward and transferred Hu Wenyang to replace her as Secretary General of the municipal government, a move that utilized his talents appropriately. The Nanhai District Mayor position naturally fell to Liu Xiang as a concurrent duty. Beyond the cadres drafted from Fengshenghe Academy and Middle School Division, a batch of Nanhai District cadres had also followed the little senator to Foshan. With this transfer, Ma Qianju's original plan collapsed. Liu Xiang found himself not only holding multiple posts but also short-handed, gradually becoming overwhelmed, which explained his telegram to Ziao Zishan. This pharmacist had just entered the city but already demonstrated deep understanding of local conditions and brought his own team. The pressure relief was considerable. Someone capable must be advising him. President Wen, should we submit the regional adjustment to the Government Affairs Yuan for approval? Liu Xiang probed Wen Daisy's opinion, seeing no opposition from the participants. Under current regulations, Wen Daisy said, adjustments to administrative divisions at the county level and below in Guangdong and Guangxi can be decided by the Guangdong region itself. It only needs to be reported to the Government Affairs Yuan for the record. Both sides should align their information to avoid discrepancies. And so, after Zhang Ziao arrived in Guangzhou, he found himself submerged in meetings for 3 consecutive days. Large meetings, small meetings, meetings of every conceivable variety, one after another. The deluge of information exceeded his brain's processing capacity. He was no stranger to meetings from his industrial sector days, but those had been mostly technical, with occasional discussions of management and resource allocation. Attendance was typically small, and unless some breakthrough was being announced, they rarely ran long. Here, everything was different. Every department seemed to require meetings, and as Executive Vice Magistrate of Nanhai County, he had to attend the vast majority of Guangzhou city meetings while also hosting relevant meetings for his own jurisdiction. They stretched from dawn to deep into the night. He had originally planned to summon county cadres and local notables for individual discussions, then venture out to walk the ground and understand conditions at the grassroots level. Instead, after a week in Guangzhou, he had done nothing but shuttle between government offices. He hadn't set foot outside the Nanhai County government gate. His schedule was completely full. Though he had yet to make a public appearance, the Yangcheng Express had published relevant news on the front page the day he arrived. Industrial Senator's transformation brings new atmosphere to local governance. The announcement formally introduced the new Nanhai County magistrate to the Guangzhou public. Liu Xiang also planned to personally introduce this new colleague to the Guangzhou gentry at the new policy lecture on the 15th. Amid the endless meetings, Zhang Ziao gradually assembled a rough understanding of conditions in Guangzhou and Nanhai, particularly the cadre situation and administrative structure that concerned him most. Cadres throughout Guangdong's prefectures and counties had studied the 3 volumes of the Civil Servant Guidance Series, drafted by Lin Beiguang, Outline of County Government Administration, Guide to Government Affairs, and Common Laws and Regulations for Grassroots Government. These were compiled from his experience as a county office director, combined with various Ming and Qing-era guides to being an official, and adapted to current conditions. The general principles were sound and highly practical, but books remained books. They couldn't anticipate every conceivable governmental issue. The deployed naturalized citizen cadres varied widely in ability, and many struggled to apply policies flexibly to actual situations, resulting in frequent distortions. This contrast vividly illustrated that senators remained the neural center of the entire great song. For the foreseeable future, naturalized citizen cadres could not replace them. Nanhai's naturalized citizen cadres were reputed to be the strongest lineup in all of Guangdong, but closer examination revealed considerable padding in that claim. The discrepancy lay in the divide between rural and urban cadres. As everyone knew, Nanhai County was attached to Guangzhou City, with the county yamen located inside the prefectural walls. But Nanhai County comprised not only the Nanhai District urban area, but also the vast rural expanses beyond the walls. Given Guangzhou's special status, the cadre configuration for Nanhai District inside the walls was strong, top-tier experience and ability. But once you ventured into the countryside beyond the walls, the cadre's resumes became considerably less impressive. End of chapter. Chapter 25-31. Thoroughfare, busy, wearying, difficult Counselor Wei, Chief Zheng wants to see you. Chen Wuren called out to Wei Bifu, who had been dozing behind his rosewood desk. The counselor's office of Guangzhou Special City employed more than 10 counselors, though precious little official business ever came their way. Most of the time, attendance was optional. Show up if you felt like it, stay home if you didn't. Several councillors had already found other occupations, becoming small farm owners in the countryside or running businesses. Yet regardless of whether they had outside interests, none could resign. Weekly meetings and mandatory sign-ins at the councillor's office remained inescapable obligations. Wei Bifu ran no enterprises of his own, but he had purchased a considerable number of non-preferred stocks when several violet-marked companies issued them in Guangzhou years ago. The annual dividends proved quite generous, and combined with his substantial savings from his former official career, he lived comfortably enough. Still, to demonstrate his enthusiasm, he made a point of wandering into the councillor's office every workday, regardless of whether anything required his attention. After Zhang Xiao assumed office, Wei Bifu's visits became even more diligent. He now stayed the entire day. He had a feeling that the new chief would eventually summon him to consult on local matters. When he heard that Zhang Xiao wanted to see him, Wei Bifu jolted upright, removed his glasses, and touched his face. "Fetch water," he ordered his servant. The servant hurried to bring him a basin of wash water. Wei Bifu wiped his face, examined himself in the mirror, and satisfied that he looked sufficiently alert, walked out of his office. Since entering the city, Zhang Xiao had been run off his feet, so overwhelmed with duties that he hadn't exchanged a single word with Wei Bifu for several days. Just as Wei Bifu began to doubt his own judgment, wondering if the new chief had forgotten him entirely, came this sudden summons. This had to be a request for advice. Though Wei Bifu's career in the Great Ming had been relatively brief, years of navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom had honed his political instincts. He remained keenly attuned to the recent personnel changes in the Guangzhou municipal government. Where there are people, there is Jianghu, Wei Bifu reflected. This great song officialdom isn't so tranquil either. Zhang Xiao received him warmly. "Councillor Wei, please sit. Make yourself comfortable." Wei Bifu knew the Australians disliked empty formalities, so he simply pulled up a stool and sat down. "When you served under the Ming, how long were you posted to Guangzhou Prefecture?" Zhang Xiao asked. "I'm ashamed to say, when the Heavenly Army entered the city, this student had only just taken office. Less than a year in total," Wei Bifu replied. Zhang Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. Less than a year was too short. How much could the man really know about local conditions? Moreover, as a vice-prefect, an auxiliary official rather than the principal one, Wei Bifu would have assisted the prefect with only a portion of local affairs. He couldn't possibly have grasped the complete picture. Wei Bifu noticed the disappointment immediately. A veteran of officialdom, he was exceptionally shrewd, but he also recognized that Chief Zhang particularly disliked subordinates who appeared excessively shrewd. So he simply played dumb, assuming an expression of patient deference, waiting for instruction. Zhang Xiao remained oblivious to these calculations. Disappointed or not, Wei Bifu was the only person available who could illuminate Nanhai County's situation. Masking his emotions, Zhang Xiao pressed on. "So you don't know much about Nanhai County's circumstances either." Regarding the specifics of Nanhai County, this student's knowledge is indeed limited. However, after a year in office, I became reasonably familiar with the general situation across both Nanhai and Panyu counties. "Then, please enlighten me about Nanhai County's geography and local conditions." Wei Bifu considered for a moment before answering. "If the chief wishes me to summarize Nanhai County's situation, 4 words capture its essence: thoroughfare, busy, wearying, difficult." "Oh," Zhang Xiao leaned forward. "Explain what you mean by that." In response to the chief, thoroughfare means it serves as a key passage. Busy means its administrative affairs are multifarious. Wearying means tax arrears plague it constantly. Difficult means its people are unruly, its customs contentious, and lawsuits and banditry run rampant. This is the most important county in Guangzhou Prefecture, indeed, in all of Guangdong Province. With just 4 words, Wei Bifu had distilled the essential nature of Nanhai. Zhang Ziao found himself developing a new respect for this former Ming magistrate's abilities. It seemed Changzhen had not lacked for talent after all. In the old timeline's history, the four-character evaluation of thoroughfare, busy, wearying, difficult for prefectures and counties only appeared during the Qing dynasty. But obviously, such an assessment wasn't invented overnight. It wasn't surprising that officials had conceived of it during the late Ming. Nanhai County was densely populated and served as the economic and political heartland of Guangdong. Combined with its characteristics of thoroughfare, busy, wearying, difficult, the scale and complexity of governing it could only be imagined. "The key passage part I understand," Zhang Ziao said, tapping his fingers on the table in sequence as if playing piano keys. "Both the West River and North River flow through this county. The water network is dense, with countless tributaries. Nanhai's jurisdiction stretches from Hueshan in the north to Jiujiang in the south, a straight-line distance exceeding 100 li. It borders Sanshui to the west and Guangzhou City to the east. Commercial traffic here is the heaviest in all Guangdong. People are the source of everything. Large populations breed complications, especially when so many are transient. But what exactly do you mean by multifarious administrative affairs?" Hearing this question, Wei Bifu understood that the new chief wasn't entirely clear on the administrative realities. Ming state regulations require that, except during busy farming seasons, the county magistrate receive monthly lectures from superiors on imperial edicts, laws, and moral exhortations, then transmit these to the elders in various forts and to the common people. Monthly sacrifices to the Confucian temple and to heaven and earth must be led by the magistrate alongside local scholars. This county's literary tradition is the finest in Lingao, with many academies to oversee. The triennial provincial examination also falls under the magistrate's responsibility. And since Nanhai occupies half of Guangzhou City, the metropolitan examination requires his attention as well. The asylum system and the Hall of Chaste Women go without saying. The West and North Rivers flow through this county, and since the Jiajing reign, Guanyejiao and Lubiachang have gradually silted up, causing frequent floods that demand relief efforts to soothe the people. Any magistrate who manages to build even 1 or 2 water conservancy projects earns the reputation of a great official. Beyond all this, there's bandit suppression, tax collection, receiving superiors and seeing off guests. Zhang Ziao's head began to throb just listening to this litany. Ming Dynasty governance separated officials from clerks. Only officials and a handful of permanent staff received government salaries. More than 90% of county government personnel worked without pay. Moreover, the question of local finances in the Ming had always been murky at best. Magistrates bore heavy responsibilities but commanded pitifully few resources. In a remote backwater like Lingao, life would actually be easier. But in a thoroughfare and busy place like Nanhai County, being magistrate offered great prospects, yet came with crushing pressure. Hence the terms wearying and difficult. How did things compare now? The Senate had at least equipped him with far more established personnel than the Ming ever had, and he needn't worry about paying wages. Meaningless rituals, moral exhortations, Confucian temple sacrifices, offerings to ghosts and gods, had been abolished. The Guangzhou Cadre School now handled civil servant training and selection. The Guangdong Region National Army provided local security. The Guangzhou Finance and Tax Bureau led tax collection efforts. The drawback was that cross-departmental matters were the easiest to pass off onto someone else. Doing well was difficult, and doing badly meant taking the blame. As for hosting and entertaining officials, with everything still being built from the ground up, the Senate hadn't yet degenerated into the bureaucratic decadence of the Ming and Qing dynasties. There shouldn't be much whining and dining of superiors or escorting fellow officials on scenic excursions. That left education, health, water conservancy, and developing the local economy as areas where he could actually achieve results. Yet even these, under the Senate's demanding vision of modern governance, were no small undertaking. 1,000 threads above, one needle below, as the saying went. Zhang Ziao continued his inquiry. I've long heard that Nanhai and Panyu rank among the wealthiest lands under heaven. Taxes here aren't as heavy as in Su, Song, Chang, and Tai Suju, Songjiang, Changzhou, Taking. So why are there still so many arrears? The chief surely already knows. Official merchant collusion to evade commercial taxes, Giji registering land under another's name, and face shifting the tax burden onto others. The great family's landholdings grow daily, while the number of people actually paying taxes shrinks daily, Wei Bifu replied. Zhang Ziao nodded. He had witnessed these methods in Lingao as well. They had once been key obstacles during the tax reforms of Lingao and Hainan. Official merchant collusion in the late Ming had reached epidemic proportions. Some smuggling vessels could pass as legitimate maritime traders simply by paying enough bribes to officials. Conversely, legitimate ships that failed to pay could find themselves blackmailed with invented pretexts to extract taxes. Giji was a scheme whereby owner peasants and small landlords falsely registered their land under the names of gentry who enjoyed tax exemption privileges, thereby evading corvée labor and taxes. FESA involved landlords colluding with officials to break up their land tax obligations into fragments and scatter them onto other farmers' land to avoid payment. Over time, officials and gentry's pockets swelled while the national treasury shrank day by day. How do they make up for the owed taxes? The chief is probably unfamiliar with Dinggong Zushui, fixed bow empty tax, Wei Bifu said. The suffering and exhaustion of the Yue people finds no greater cause than Nanhai's Dinggong. The term Dinggong exists nowhere else but here. Oh, explain this fixed bow empty tax to me, Zhang Ziao said. In the 9th year of Wanli, Nanhai's land was surveyed. Floods had caused widespread erosion and collapse. Calculating against the quota of over 15,400 Qing established for this county in the 6th year of Longqing, the lost quota amounted to 1,828 Qing. The officials in charge at the time dared not report this loss. Compelled to fulfill the original quota regardless, they used the actual measurements from the 9th year of Wanli, counting 0.0836 of a unit as 1 mu, then adding an empty tax of 0.0164 per mu to compensate for the unmeasured loss. This is the origin of the name Dinggong. To make up the lost quota, they actually added 400 Qing beyond the original Longqing quota. Nanhai County thus incurred a total of 2,228 Qing of fixed bow empty tax, more than 7,780 taels of silver assessed annually on land that simply didn't exist. Despite continuous supplementary payments, the amount still falls short. For 50 years now, the people paying empty tax have surrendered over 300,000 gold. The people of Nanhai are utterly drained. Wei Bifu finished speaking, deliberately drawing out the final syllables to convey his earnestness. Zhang Ziao gave a cold laugh. Quite the ingenious scheme. I suspect it wasn't as simple as flood damage. You officials probably skimmed off a fair share of benefits, didn't you? Wei Bifu tensed immediately. He had only been in office for less than a year, just eating hot pot and singing songs when the Kun thieves attacked, as the saying went. How much silver could he possibly have embezzled? The share he was entitled to hadn't even reached his hands yet. While he was still pondering how to respond, Zhang Ziao moved on without pressing the point. With such a heavy burden, do the local gentry have no complaints? The chief sees clearly. Both gentry and commoners in the county have long resented this matter. The former Nanhai magistrate Huang Ziyan was close friends with the former Guangzhou prefecture Judge Yan Zhenyan. The two had discussed this issue extensively, and so Brother Yan submitted a petition requesting that, in accordance with the clear example set by the Grace Edict statutes, the Dinggong empty grain tax be exempted to relieve this long-festering grievance. End of chapter. Chapter 25-32. Recommendation, Yan Zhenyan, you say. Zhang Ziao stroked his small mustache, drawing upon his previous experience compiling historical materials. Yan Zhenyan had been an honest man who served as prefecture judge in Guangzhou for 4 years, during which he cultivated close ties with the Chen Zizhuang family. When Yan Zhenyan presided over the prefectural examination in the early Changzhen years, he promoted Chen Zizhuang's younger brother, Chen Zisheng, to the top of the list. Many members of the Chen family became his students. Chen Zizhuang later provided detailed commentary on Yan Zhenyan's combined drafts of Mr. Yan Yanchu's successive victories and funded its family block printing and publication in Guangdong around 1629. When Surviving Letters of Mengshui Studio was printed, Chen Zizhuang wrote the preface. Other professors included Han Rizwan, Minister of Rights, He Wuzu, Grand Secretary of the East Pavilion, Lu Zhealong, Supervising Secretary of the Ministry of Personnel, Lu Ao, Prefect of Zheaking, and Wang Yinghua, Vice Commissioner of Surveillance. Li Le, Supervising Secretary of the Ministries of Personnel and Rights, wrote the introduction. A pity. In a muddy, turbulent world I stand alone. Of those who truly worry for the country there are precious few. The corrupt officialdom of the great Ming had no place for honest men. By now Yan Zhenyan had likely been dismissed and sent home, left to plant beans beneath the southern mountain. Still, something nagged at him. He recalled Quang Lu, a close friend within Chen Zizhuang's circle, who had fled to Guangxi after offending Huang Ziyan. Even Liang Yuanzhu's intercession had proved useless. Given Yan Zhenyan's ties to the Chen Zizhuang family, his friendship with Quang Lu could not have been shallow. If Huang Ziyan truly enjoyed such a close friendship with Yan Zhenyan, he should have shown Quang Lu some leniency. So this old fox's words were a tangle of truth and falsehood, substance and smoke, best to keep his guard up. As for Huang Ziyan himself, Zhang Ziao knew the man as well. He had been obscure in history until persecuting Quang Lu thrust him into prominence. The man had served as magistrate of Nanhai County for many years. If he could be persuaded to surrender, he would prove far more useful than this newly appointed Guangzhou vice prefect standing before him. With this in mind, Zhang Ziao asked, "Was the empty tax exempted in the end?" Replying to the chief, the prefect originally agreed to petition the imperial court for the exemption. However, the timing coincided with Wang Xun's campaign against Lingao. The shortfall in military funds proved substantial. Not only was the tax not exempted, but several more li were added to the land tax of each county. The burden fell not just on Nanhai County, but spread across the newly generated lands of Xiangshan, Shund, and other counties. Wei Bifu sighed. And then that Wang Xun, ignorant of the Great Song's military might, ended up with the egg broken and the chicken flown, losing his wife and his soldiers both. Son of a bitch, Zhang Ziao fumed inwardly. So the military funds for Wang Xun's attack on Lingao came from here. This was all the Senate's money. A thought struck him. Huang Ziyan was magistrate of Nanhai County. Where did he go when Guangzhou was recovered? Wei Bifu had been sitting on this matter for quite some time. Why? Because contrary to what most senators assumed, Huang Ziyan had not committed suicide. In the official archives, he was merely recorded as whereabouts unknown. Huang Ziyan had neither taken his own life nor formally surrendered. Instead, seizing upon the chaos of Guangzhou's early recovery, he quietly slipped away to the countryside, intending to find passage home once things settled down. But with the borders closed and his family in tow, escape proved impossible. After 2 years of stable Australian rule, with his household eating through their savings and growing desperate, Huang Ziyan began entertaining thoughts of coming out of retirement. The trouble was that emerging now would appear suspicious. The Australians would inevitably question his motives. After much deliberation, Huang Ziyan concluded he could only approach Wei Bifu, an old acquaintance. After all, among the original Guangzhou officials who had surrendered, Wei Bifu held the highest rank and was getting along quite well with the Australians. Moreover, their friendship in the old days had been genuine. Wei Bifu was shocked beyond words when Huang Ziyan appeared before him after more than 2 years, half convinced he was seeing a ghost. After their reunion and a long conversation, he finally understood that Magistrate Huang also intended to change strings and tracks. "Brother Huang, it's not that I mean to lecture you, but when the Grand Army entered the city 2 years ago, you should have simply surrendered to the Senate alongside me. Now that more than 2 years have passed, for you to surrender again." When Liu Xiang first entered the city, he employed all surrendering personnel as long as they bore no major historical problems. Though they generally received no substantive positions, they were at least granted the title of counselor and a monthly travel allowance, ensuring their families never wanted for food or drink. To defect now, setting aside the taint of opportunism, meant approaching a greatly stabilized Senate rule in Guangdong. Whether they would deign to employ him was anyone's guess. "I was simply confused for a moment," Huang Ziyan pleaded. "Please, elder brother, intercede on my behalf." With that, he presented a gift. It was a set of fine gold head ornaments. Wei Bifu found himself unable to part with such exquisite craftsmanship, and remembering his old friendship with Huang Ziyan, he agreed wholeheartedly. Though he had agreed, the matter was far from simple to arrange. Wei Bifu had been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that the chief was asking, this was it. Master Huang did not commit suicide. He merely feared the chaos of war and took his family to live in seclusion in the Nanhai countryside. Hid, precisely, Wei Bifu smiled. He was unwilling to flee to the Ming state, so he has spent his days farming and studying in the Nanhai countryside. "How do you know this?" Zhang Zhao asked suddenly. "Some days ago, I traveled to the countryside and encountered him in Jiujiang town. I was quite startled myself. I thought I had bumped into a ghost in broad daylight." So that's how it is. I thought he was dead," Zhang Zhao mused to himself. "This is even better. Since he neither committed suicide nor fled north, it's obvious he harbors intentions to surrender to the Kun. Perhaps he even sought out Counselor Wei specifically to reach me. This is like a pillow arriving just as you're getting sleepy, perfect timing." He said aloud, "In that case, I'll trouble you to make a trip for me. Tell him I intend to hire him as a counselor of Guangzhou Prefecture to advise me in Nanhai. The chief commands, I naturally obey." Wei Bifu was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so easily. It seemed Chief Zhang truly wished to accomplish something in Nanhai. "I shall set off to handle this tomorrow." "Good. Tell him to set aside his concerns. Since he is willing to emerge from seclusion, he should honestly serve the Senate. If he is unwilling, I won't force him. Let him remain in the countryside as a law-abiding citizen." Yes, I understand. However, since he remains in the countryside for now, I must continue to trouble Counselor Wei to explain this word difficult to me." Wei Bifu sensed that his response had pleased the new chief considerably. He stood and began. "Guangdong lies at the intersection of barbarian lands and remote outskirts. Wild bandits run rampant, relying on mountains and the sea as shields, constantly turning to theft. Guangdong has always harbored great bandits, and the atmosphere is far from peaceful. Merchants trading in Guangdong almost invariably end up filling the bellies of brokers. In minor cases, they lose their capital, in severe cases their lives. What was once regarded as a land of profit has become a ghost country." He continued, warming to his subject. "There were once 6 criminals like Li Yachou who gathered a gang, seized boats, and killed people in broad daylight. They robbed government messengers, murdered 3 gatekeepers at the tower camp in plain view of all, and looted the assets of 17 people. These thieves robbed from King Yuan, sailed down via Sanshui, and no one dared question them until they were finally captured at Shizhudangxia. The provincial capital is a place where people from all directions mix. Stick-wielding scoundrels from other provinces, identifying themselves by gang names and titles, secretly occupy local areas to cause trouble. Once reported, they scatter like birds and beasts, and the government often cannot touch them. Guangdong's terrain embraces mountains and sea alike. Its caves are treacherous beyond measure. The desolate, mist-shrouded lands and sand islands leave traces impossible to follow. For decades, demons have established titles in the mountains while bandits raise flags upon the sea. Wei Bifu stopped abruptly. He suddenly realized that the Australians had once been counted among the great bandits he described. What's wrong? Continue. Zhang Ziao was puzzled by the interruption. Wei Bifu looked somewhat nervous, stealing a glance at Zhang Ziao's expression. Finding nothing amiss, he continued, people cannot rest peacefully in their sleep, merchants cannot travel the roads. Circling north through the mountains or following the sea to the south, everywhere pits and moats, everything in chaos. In your opinion, what is the root cause? The previous dynasty's sea ban was severe. Provision ships entering or departing had to be inspected at Xiangshan and submit forms to the municipal office. There was no tolerance for unauthorized berthing. Yet over 1,000 ocean pirates burst into the inland rivers. The local soldiers, sentries, and municipal office officials, seeing profit and forgetting consequence, acted in collusion. This is bandits and government as one. Then there are officials who participate in smuggling themselves. Because bandits are so numerous in Guangdong, some use bandit catching as a pretext to flay the skin and suck the marrow from common folk. They employ Yamen militia to identify and incite bandits, to implicate and blackmail, to harbor criminals only to slaughter them for extortion, to fabricate accusations and deceive, employing every extreme method imaginable. Wei Bifu drew a breath. Third, the ranks of bankrupt commoners swell daily, many turning to banditry. Official governance grows more corrupt by the day. The people's livelihood grows harder by the day. Those seeking plaintiffs find them fewer by the day. Those hoping to ignore bandits find them more numerous by the day. The cause. Local officials reclassify robbery as theft to avoid punishment, choosing lighter charges to barely escape impeachment. They fail to realize that criminals deserving beheading or strangling who receive only exile will have no scruples whatsoever. No wonder the more they conceal bandits, the more bandits multiply. As for the practice of using bandits to close cases, that is especially cunning. When a robbery occurs, they implicate bandits from several cases to fill it out. When one criminal reaches court, they pile several cases before and after onto him. Either clerks induce confessions or bailiffs coerce and frighten. To the prisoner, it's death either way. Confessing to more or fewer cases adds nothing to his sentence, so he might as well accept several to avoid the whipping. The officials rejoice in their success. Wei Bifu's answer satisfied Zhang Ziao. Prefectural and county officials welcomed civil lawsuits because officials and clerks profited from them. But robbery cases were criminal matters. Numerous robberies meant poor local security, which damaged an official's reputation and could even lead to impeachment. Hence the paradox. Those seeking plaintiffs found them fewer by the day, while those ignoring bandits found them more numerous by the day. Drawing on the Senate's experience suppressing bandits in Hainan, Zhang Ziao knew they would clarify each bandit group's background through long-term investigation before taking formal action. Before the first county-wide suppression in Lingao, for instance, the Intelligence Committee had mapped out the entire county's bandit situation. 38 gangs of more than 50 people operating long-term, 7 with more than 100. This did not include the many home-based bandits who farmed ordinarily but turned criminal when opportunity arose. Moreover, they strove to eliminate criminal gangs in single decisive strikes, avoiding an endless public security quagmire. End of chapter. Chapter 25-33. Baojia. When the Senate first landed on Hainan, Lingao County held only tens of thousands of people, and the entire island numbered no more than 200,000 or 300,000. Years of careful management had made suppressing bandits relatively straightforward. The population growth that followed came entirely under Senate direction. Newcomers were settled into standardized administrative villages with tight oversight. Such control was simply not replicable in newly occupied mainland territories. These methods had emerged from unique circumstances. Attempting to transplant them to Guangdong was clearly beyond their current capabilities. According to social surveys and historical estimates, Guangdong and Guangxi together held some 13 or 14 million people. The Pearl River Delta alone concentrated several million. Even if every cadre on Hainan were relocated to the Delta, there would never be enough to go around. In mainland natural villages, particularly those in the Pearl River Delta, residents typically shared a single surname, or at most 2 or 3. Outsiders were routinely excluded from village governance. Planting informants proved nearly impossible. As a result, the government could never obtain timely intelligence about affairs within village boundaries. What the Senate controlled most thoroughly in the Pearl River Delta were the Tanka villages. After abolishing their debased status, the Tanka people were permitted to come ashore and build permanent homes. Under municipal government guidance, many newly formed Tanka villages had emerged. These were managed uniformly according to the Hainan administrative model, ensuring both smooth transmission of government decrees and a firm grasp on grassroots affairs. By controlling these newly established villages, the Senate had planted its own informants between the scattered natural villages in certain areas. Tanka household registration effectively curtailed the activities of water bandits throughout the Pearl River system. The notorious 4 surnames water bandits, once rampant across these waters, had lost their foundation for survival after the Tanka went ashore and registered. Under sustained pressure, they had been completely eliminated. Ships were now rarely intercepted or plundered on open water. It was an undeniable fact that Tanka people had been the main source of water bandits across the Pearl River basin. The 4 surnames water bandits who once terrorized the rivers were all of Tanka origin. Their vast numbers and drifting lifestyle had made them unstable factors that every dynasty found impossible to manage. Abolishing their debased status and settling them in villages had finally integrated them into the normal social order. Recruiting professionals from among their ranks, pilots and sailors brought into the system, had created a stabilizing force within the Tanka community. The numbers weren't large, but their influence was significant. It was this strategy of bringing the Tanka ashore that had allowed Liu Xiang to sweep away the major water bandit gangs of the Pearl River basin so quickly. A brilliant move indeed. As for the pirates unique to the Fujian and Guangdong coasts, they had largely ceased to exist. Once the Senate's navy dominated the seas, and even notorious pirates like Liu Xiang the bandit, distinct from Prefect Liu Xiang, had defected to the Senate, smaller pirate bands found themselves with nowhere left to operate. Land bandits had similarly declined. The Senate's sweeping reforms and rectification of corrupt clerks had broken up the old networks of official bandit collusion. Public security had improved markedly. Still, Zhang Zhao knew that complete elimination of banditry was impossible. Even in the old timeline, the 90s had required strike-hard campaigns. Social problems had to be addressed at their roots. The common people of this land had always been easy to govern. Provided they could survive, they would not rise up in rebellion. All problems traced to their source were economic problems. Yet Zhang Zhao's ability to intervene in economic matters was limited. Such things depended mainly on project investments from the Planning Academy. What he could do was little more than the ancient refrain of encouraging agriculture and sericulture, striving to boost agricultural production. In the days since taking office, as he familiarized himself with the county's situation, Zhang Zhao had noticed a problem that most people overlooked. The Nanhai County seat lay within the walls of Guangzhou Prefecture City, practically at the edge of its own territory. The situation resembled Shen's, but was even more extreme. Having the county seat situated in a corner of the jurisdiction made governing the whole territory exceedingly difficult. In Zhejiang, far from the Nanhai County seat, and in the Longshan area, far from Shen's seat, locals even had a saying: Zhejiang doesn't recognize Nan, 2 Longs don't recognize Shen. Shortly after the Republic of China was established, various attached counties had moved their governments out of the prefecture cities to find new seats, or simply built new cities entirely. Clearly, people of that era had already recognized this flaw. After the reform and opening up, a second wave of attached counties separated and established new districts. If Nanhai County were to move out, where would be suitable? Geographically, the most logical choice was Foshan Fort, but Foshan had been designated a demonstration management zone and would inevitably become its own county in due course. What about simply moving to Jiujiang? HMPH, since you refuse to recognize Nan, I'll just move the county seat to your doorstep. Let's see you ignore it then. Effectively controlling the remote areas within county borders while maintaining good public security, this would be no easy task. These thoughts prompted Zhang Ziao to seek historical perspective. He turned to Wei Bifu. If you were a magistrate in the previous dynasty, what strategies would you have employed to suppress bandits? Wei Bifu answered readily. In this humble one's opinion, the Baojia law should be strictly enforced. That means implementing Baojia registration for each bao and jia, branding the stern of every boat with its bao and jia number, the owner's name, and county of origin. The hull or bow should be painted in identifying colors visible from a distance. Detailed household registers must be created in duplicate, one submitted to the authorities, one kept by the bao chief for periodic inspection. Boats would only be permitted to work the waters during daylight hours. Come evening, they must gather and moor at their designated port. If any boat commits a crime or ventures out at night without permission, the Jia chief and the 8 other boats in that Jia may report it to the Bao chief, who will jointly remand the offenders to the authorities. If 9 boats conceal wrongdoing for each other and the Bao chief reports them, all 9 boats are punished together. If the Bao chief conceals everything and it comes to light through other means, the Bao chief bears collective liability. Wei Bifu's response drew silent criticism from Zhang Ziao. It seems Wang Yangming's 10-family tablet law really was the only option available in ancient times. The Baojia law had served as a cornerstone of social governance since the Song dynasty, persisting all the way to the Republic of China. Wang Yangming, despite his reputation as a Neo-Confucian master who repeatedly taught people to establish sincerity, had arrived at a different understanding when confronted with the intractable lawlessness of certain populations. He came to embrace the truth that warfare is the way of deception. Chicken soup for the soul in one hand, political maneuvering in the other. One could not practice benevolent governance toward those who refused to be governed. When Wang Yangming toured southern Gan as Grand Coordinator, one of the first measures he issued upon taking office became famous throughout his military career. The 10-family tablet law proclamation to elders and children of various prefectures. Its content matched exactly what Wei Bifu had described. The inspections required answers to specific questions. Who is missing from which household tonight? Where did they go? For what purpose? When will they return? Who is extra in which household tonight? Who is this person? Where did they come from? What are they doing here? If one family violated the law, all 10 families shared the punishment. Seeing Zhang Ziao remain silent, Wei Bifu continued. River and sea bandits are mostly treacherous fishermen. They appear and disappear across vast waters and flood plains, scouting for lone vessels, striking with impunity before sailing away on the wind. When government pursuit presses too close, they sink their plunder and resume the guise of innocent fishermen. Then there are the scheming net boats, fishing in the harbor by day, slipping out to raid by night. It's the same everywhere, a great harm to the people. Implementing the Baojia law allows fishing households to supervise one another, bringing these drifters under surveillance and control while denying foreign vessels any place to hide. Zhang Ziao had studied Yu Qinglong's methods for governing banditry in the Taihu Lake Basin during the Qing dynasty. He offered his own assessment. Organizing boats into bao is only one aspect. The Senate's approach of settling the Tanka people into administrative villages has largely resolved the fisherman problem. But goods stolen by water bandits must eventually be converted to silver and coin in towns on dry land. Inspection of those who harbor criminals along the riverbanks must also be strengthened. Nanhai County lies in the Delta region with its dense network of waterways, which essentially means incorporating all residents into the Baojia system. The Ming Dynasty likely already promoted such measures, but these regulations require Bao and Jia chiefs of high caliber who are both diligent and attentive. Guangdong prefectures and counties let everything slide. I've seen lawsuits in the former courtyard drag on for 5 or 6 years before resolution. Without persistent pressure, such regulations amount to nothing more than waste paper. Yu Qinglong had also promoted decrees organizing and registering Baojia for fishermen and villagers in the Taihu region. Yet robbery cases there did not decrease afterward. In fact, they increased during the Yang reign. Clearly, enforcement had been unsatisfactory. Most likely, the decree was never properly implemented at all. Still, by the standards of Ming officials, recognizing even this much about governing river and sea bandits marked Wei Bifu as a capable administrator. Zhang Zio's point about execution touched a raw nerve. Wei Bifu bowed his head in acknowledgement. The chief observes every detail. These are accumulated malpractices from the previous dynasty. Even with heaven-spanning abilities, nothing could be done. Having sat for too long, Zhang Zio felt the ache in his lower back. He rose and stretched. Isn't that why the Senate came? We're here to do only 3 things: fairness, no wait, transformation, transformation, transformation. The chief possesses such ambition, truly a blessing for the 10,000 people. This humble one's admiration for the chief flows like the surging river, endless and unceasing. Wei Bifu gushed. Zhang Zio paid no attention to the flattery. He was calculating. This place was indeed tangled in multifarious affairs. He would need to visit the countryside in person. To succeed his predecessor properly, he had to follow the Pareto principle. Continue 80% of existing policies while innovating on the remaining 20. Time to see how he would fare. After concluding their discussion, Wei Bifu immediately requested leave from the municipal government and traveled to Jiujiang Fort. Huang Ziyan had waited anxiously for days, practically wearing out his eyes watching for news. When Wei Bifu suddenly appeared with an invitation, joy descended upon him like a gift from heaven. With minimal preparation, he followed Wei Bifu to Guangzhou to meet Zhang Zio. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Zio inquired about his background. Reporting to the chief, this student passed the Jinqi examination in the Xinwei year of Changzhen 4. After 2 years of observing administration, I was appointed magistrate of Nanhai. That's quite a rapid promotion. Zhang Zio was somewhat surprised. From what he knew, the period between passing Jinqi and receiving an actual appointment could range from 2 or 3 years to 10 or 20 for Qing scholars. Some Jinqi remained candidates their entire lives without ever obtaining a post. Ming scholars were far fewer in number than their Qing counterparts, but even so, Magistrate Huang's advancement had been remarkably swift. I'm embarrassed to say, Huang Ziyan demurred, just fortunate timing. Since you served as Nanhai magistrate for all those years, your understanding of county administration and local conditions must far exceed Councillor Wei's. Now that I've come here as the parent official of Nanhai County, I hope you'll offer your guidance and counsel. End of chapter. Chapter 25-34. Indian cotton and domestic cotton. The textile industrial park of Nanbao had grown quiet. Where the cotton textile factory once hummed with ceaseless activity, most workshops now stood silent. A walk through the complex revealed empty halls, their floors marked only by the bolted-down bases where machinery had once stood. The equipment itself had been dismantled weeks earlier and shipped to the general machinery plant in Lingao for comprehensive overhaul before being sent on to Guangdong. New equipment had since arrived in stages and was now undergoing installation and trial operation. Li Shan took particular interest in these new machines. They had been designed according to the process flow he'd developed, with Zhu Biao handling the specific implementation. Several months prior, after the decision to carry out capacity diffusion in Guangdong and sell off all the old demonstration factory equipment, Li Shan had presented Zhu Biao with his specifications for the new spinning machinery. Zhu Biao had studied the proposal and raised concerns. The equipment itself isn't difficult. Our current machinery plants can manufacture all of it. But there's one issue. The Model 54 spinning frame is an all-electric design with a spindle speed of 12,000 revolutions per minute. We can only achieve 4,500. That might prevent us from reaching the target output of 15 kilograms per hour. You're talking about the spindle speed of the ring spinning frame, Li Shan replied. But Model 54 isn't just a machine, it's an entire process flow. I can't speak for other industries, but in textiles, process flow and spindle speed don't have an absolute relationship. Many steps aren't mandatory, though skipping them affects output and quality. Using the Model 54 process and building a ring spinning frame that matches Model 54 specifications are two different things entirely. He continued, consider this. In the Model 54 process, scutching is reduced from 2 passes to 1 and drawing from 3 passes to 2. These changes have no direct relationship to spindle speed, yet they dramatically save time and increase output. You're aware of this, surely. In effect, it meant shifting work previously done by machines in peripheral procedures onto human labor. While overall social productivity decreased, the output of the machines themselves increased. For an agricultural society that had never possessed such machinery, this still represented an enormous leap forward. I understand that, Zhu Biao said, but spindle speed still has a significant impact on output. I'm just giving you fair warning. The finished product may not meet expectations. Now, in the second week of the Model 25 ring spinning machine's operation, Li Shan and Zhu Biao were observing production inside the textile factory. Cheng Million had also come to visit that day. The Model 25 ring spinning machine had been manufactured according to the Model 54 process flow, powered by steam. Output per 1,000 spindles per hour came to roughly 13 to 15 kilograms. It seems actual production can't consistently reach 15 kilograms, Zhu Biao concluded after reviewing the production records. The stable output hovered around 13 kilograms. Overall, this exceeded his estimates. Model 54 had been an early domestic spinning machine in the old timeline. Though Li Shan's specifications drew heavily from Model 54, they didn't follow it rigidly. He had incorporated elements from the Model 65 process flow as well. Spindle speed is one factor affecting output, but it's not the only one, Li Shan said. Roller speed, package size, yarn count, they all play a role. Output isn't determined by spindle speed alone. How does our product differ from standard Model 54? Cheng Million asked. While spindle speed isn't everything when it's low, both output and quality suffer noticeably. Zhu Biao set down the records. The standard Model 54 spinning machine in the old timeline produced 25 kilograms per 1,000 spindles per hour for 20 English count yarn. We're producing 14 English count and barely managing 15 kilograms. English count, a British measurement unit. Explaining it in detail gets complicated. Li Shan pulled out a roll of finished product and examined it. Just know that in international cotton trading, the higher the count, the higher the cost, and the finer the yarn. Top-grade Xunyang cloth runs around 14S to 16S. Coarser yarn means greater output. Honestly, in the old timeline, yarn like this would generally be used for denim, and the rougher kind at that. Higher count meant finer yarn, which also meant more expensive yarn. But under current circumstances, the greatest demand was for low-count products, canvas, fireproof cloth, fabric for work uniforms, and the like. The higher the count of cotton products, the more delicate and precious they became, typically reserved for knitted undergarments, fine clothing, or high-end bedding. Some counts reached as high as 80S. But in this era, Cotton products generally weren't made that fine because manual craftsmanship limited single-ply yarn to about 16s. Anyone seeking high-count fabric typically turned to silk rather than cotton. Since there's English count, is there also metric count? Cheng Milian asked. Length had inches, feet, and miles alongside metric equivalents like kilometers. Naturally, one would wonder about the same for yarn measurements. Of course, but metric is generally used for wool and silk textiles. It's just habit. The cotton textile industry in the old timeline was heavily influenced by Britain, so everyone adopted their system. To convert, 14 English count is roughly 20 metric count. Standard Model 54 was around 33 metric count, much finer than what we're producing. Won't we standardize to metric count in the future? Cheng Milian recalled the vigorous standardization initiative the industrial sector had undertaken, which called for eliminating all the confusing legacy standards from the old timeline, especially the imperial system. Too troublesome. Besides, it's just terminology. The symbol for English count is S. We can simply say it stands for song count. Standards are best left alone. Look at how many imperial system parts remain in the industrial sector. Once a standard gains influence, changing timelines doesn't make it go away. Like that bizarre 1435 standard gauge, Zhu Biao laughed. Exactly. Once a standard takes hold, modifying it isn't simple. Li Shan's reluctance to change the English system stemmed partly from this reality. Too many technical materials and industry standards from the old timeline had been formulated around the imperial system. However, the Planning Academy seems to have doubts about the cotton yarn production line with a daily output of 8 tons, Zhu Biao said. They've only approved this 2-ton line. The original proposal had called for multiple production lines in the demonstration factory, each capable of 8 tons daily, requiring roughly 25,000 spindles. But the Planning Academy remained hesitant about expanding cotton textiles. What the Planning Academy fears is nothing more than raw material supply and market demand. That's why cotton textiles were scaled back during the first 5-year plan, Li Shan said. Yes. If 25,000 spindles operate at full capacity under ideal conditions, they'd consume 1,200 tons of cotton annually. Hainan itself produces almost no industrial-grade cotton. Setting aside whether we can even source that much from outside, if we exclude internal circulation within Senate-controlled territories, at least 400 tons of product would need to be sold externally. Zhu Biao laid out the numbers. 400 tons of cotton products would be enough for 200,000 well-off households for a year. Of course, this assumed maximum production under ideal conditions. In practice, 25,000 spindles wouldn't consume nearly that much cotton annually. I understand their concerns, Li Shan said. If we're talking about avoiding large-scale development of weaving, I agree, but avoiding the development of spinning, that's unreasonable. Under the Ming Dynasty's tax system, regardless of how backward it may be, roughly 60% of Hainan households own manual looms. That's a remarkably high proportion. And the nature of textile production means that most of the time, the loom sits idle waiting for yarn. The vacancy rate is quite high. Weaving a bolt of cloth takes an average of 7 days. Of that, spinning accounts for 4 to 5 days, while the actual weaving takes only 1. For the remaining 6 days, the loom stands essentially vacant. If we sell yarn, we fill that vacancy. In the old timeline, the so-called native cloth-resisting foreign cloth narrative of the Great Qing was actually misleading. Even before the Opium War, Guangdong native cloth already incorporated substantial quantities of foreign yarn. The vigorous survival of manual native cloth production had actually depended on imported foreign yarn. But the full story was complicated, too nuanced to summarize in a sentence. What about raw materials? Cheng Milian asked. Judging from historical statistics, Xunyang alone sells 13 million bolts of cotton cloth annually, representing more than 10,000 tons of cotton each year. And during this period, considerable commodity cotton from the north still flows south. However, given the disaster conditions up north, we may need to source our cotton from India. The problem is, how do we convince them to ship cotton to us instead of weaving cloth locally? We've purchased substantial quantities of Indian cloth ourselves, Zhu Bio pointed out. This wasn't merely his own question. Historically, Indian cloth had been famous throughout the world. If Europeans were willing to buy Indian cloth, why would anyone process it locally rather than shipping the finished product? Mo Zion may have taken bribes from Qing, but I have no evidence, Liang said with a joking tone. According to the trade yearbook from the Ministry of Colonial Trade, the FOB average price for the Indian cotton cloth we've purchased runs about 2 yuan per bolt, while the FOB average for Xunyang cloth is much cheaper, only 0.5 yuan. Granted, the Xunyang cloth we import is inferior to Indian cotton cloth in quality. Cheng Million drew a sharp breath. Then hasn't the Senate spent a fortune unnecessarily? He'd heard that schools used Indian cloth. So many students over so many years. How much money had that cost? Not necessarily. Looking at the imported cotton cloth figures over the years, we've brought in large quantities of both Xunyang and Indian cloth. Low-end undyed Xunyang cloth accounts for the highest import proportion among all textiles. The only explanation is that different applications require different products. Each serves its own market. But doesn't a high FOB price for Indian cloth also mean a high price for Indian cotton? Zhu Bio asked. If we want to import Indian cotton and it costs more, we certainly can't compete with domestic sources. In that case, our cotton imports would have to come primarily from within the country. In normal years, Indian cotton may indeed be no cheaper than domestic cotton, but with war raging in the north, farmers can hardly plant cotton in peace. Whether the traditional cotton-producing regions of the Central Plains and Huanghua can still be relied upon is an open question. Domestic raw cotton prices will inevitably rise. We may not lose money importing from India. Even if we take a small loss, it's not a problem. Li Shan's voice grew more confident. As long as we can import raw materials, our production efficiency will quickly compress costs to a minimum. At that point, we dump our goods back into India and crush their local manual cotton textile industry with ease. Then we'll be in a position to suppress cotton prices on our own terms. End of chapter. Chapter 25-35. Preparing to build a factory in the early Qing dynasty, when trade opened at the 13 factories, Guangdong's manual cotton textile industry flourished to meet foreign demand. At the time, Guangdong wasn't a cotton-producing region. Before the 1820s, the British East India Company shipped vast quantities of Indian cotton to Guangzhou. This was before India's manual textile industry had been fully crushed by British competition. But it's a complicated story. Li Shan paused, gathering his thoughts. After Britain's textile industry took off, they too faced cotton shortages. Competition with France on the European continent drove prices skyward, and in the end, Britain relied on American colonies and foreign conquest to secure a steady supply. The Senate should encourage private development of the cotton textile industry. When raw materials run short, the Senate's colonization efforts will gain valuable allies. Besides, we have the jacquard loom, wide-width cloth, and soon, chemical dyes. Punch cards had already been successfully developed, and the flying shuttle wasn't a particularly difficult craft. Once chemical dyes entered mass production, they would become remarkably cheap. The printing and dyeing advantages that made Indian cloth famous would be nothing compared to what the Senate could offer. "Did you call me over to design patterns?" Cheng Million asked, quickly grasping Li Shan's intent. After all, beyond production costs, the real challenge with consumer goods lay in design, and all three innovations they discussed were selling points centered on product aesthetics. Exactly. Among us, you're the only one with any artistic talent, so we need your help. 17th century European Nouveau rich style. The words slipped out before Cheng Million could stop them, his mind drifting to those gaudy real estate developments from the old timeline. The art world had always mocked such designs, but here in Lingao, transported to this era, they might actually seem fashionable. That settles it, this side is in your hands. Brother Zhu and I will be heading to Guangzhou soon. Li Shan clapped him on the shoulder. When Chen Ding and his nephew Chen Lin returned from Lingao with Wu Yizhen, they didn't go straight back to Nancha. Instead, they began preparatory work for the Nancha textile factory in Guangzhou. The blueprint Li Shan and Zhu Bio had designed called for a modest facility, implemented in 2 phases to accommodate the investor's financial capacity. The first phase would focus on spinning alone, with a scale of 800 spindles. The second phase would add weaving operations, 1,200 spindles and 60 looms. In Guangzhou, they held a preparatory meeting and divided responsibilities. Wu Yizhen would remain in the city, overseeing procurement and transportation of construction materials and cotton. The others would proceed to Nancha. Uncle Chen Ding and his nephew would handle land acquisition, canal excavation, and building construction. Chen Xiaobing would coordinate with local authorities. The 4 textile interns would assist with construction and begin training workers. Once these assignments were settled, Chen Xiaobing called Chen Lin aside. "Does your village have enough housing? We'll be sending an engineering team and technical personnel soon. They'll all need places to stay. If they're not too particular, we can arrange for them to stay with various villagers," Chen Lin replied. "The ancestral hall, silk workshop, and graveyard all have buildings we could borrow. It depends on how many are coming. 30 or 40 perhaps, but having them constantly coming and going from private homes would be an imposition. Then the graveyard would work best. The Yang dwellings there, the houses for caretakers, could easily accommodate 100 people. The question of land proved thornier. The workshop would be built on Nancha's territory, and although Wu Yizhen had purchased considerable acreage in the area, land suited for growing cotton wasn't necessarily suitable for a factory site. Water-powered machinery also raised the issue of river usage rights. Though Wu Yizhen was an investor and Chen Lin's relative, close brothers still must settle accounts clearly. This brought up the matter of the Chen family's shareholding in the new textile factory. Wu Yizhen approached the issue generously, stating that if factory land needed to be purchased separately, he would cover the cost. He also offered the Chen clan 1 free share as reward for their assistance in establishing the factory. The Nancha textile factory would have 13 shares in total. 1 share without investing a penny was generous by any measure, yet uncle and nephew hesitated. It wasn't that they found the terms unfavorable. The problem was more fundamental. Who in the Chen family had the authority to make such decisions? The Chen family of Nancha wasn't a single household but an entire clan, comprising dozens of families and hundreds of people. In theory, all Chen family land in Nancha village belonged to the clan collectively. Regardless of who had actually spent the money or effort to purchase or reclaim specific parcels, disposing of any land required the consent of clan members. Currently, the position of clan leader sat vacant, and second uncle had usurped the role of head of case, the manager of clan affairs. Any contract Chen Ding and Chen Lin signed with Wu Yizhen, second uncle Chen Xuan could simply declare invalid. He might not be able to accomplish much on his own, but obstructing others was well within his power. Worse still, second uncle had a female Australian backing him. Chen Xiaobing was only a fake Kun after all, a naturalized citizen. If Li Yar truly stepped forward to support second uncle, Chen Xiaobing's authority wouldn't matter. Chen Lin laid out his concerns to Wu Yizhen in full. Wu Yizhen agreed it was a thorny situation, so together they went to seek Chen Xiaobing's advice. If Chen Xuan refuses to cooperate, we can't buy land or build canals and buildings in Nancha. Chen Xiaobing nodded. Chief Li anticipated this to some extent. Guangdong's clan networks wielded considerable power, and Li Shan's team had thought of this long ago. Knowing the investors hailed from Nancha, they had already contacted Li Yar. Chief Li wrote to Senator Li in advance, Chen Xiaobing said, choosing his words carefully. "You can rest easy. Chief Li's mission to Nancha is promoting the new silk industry. She won't involve herself in internal clan disputes. He paused. Of course, resolving conflicts within your clan is ultimately your own affair. As for this contract, he considered for a moment. Do you and your uncle hold land in your own names? Naturally we do, Chen Lin said, his indignation rising. Not only that, but the house and land for the silk workshop were purchased by my father. We have the deeds. Then there's your answer. Since you hold property in your own names, the contract doesn't need to specify which particular parcel constitutes your investment. Sign with confidence. The Senate doesn't recognize the concept of clan land. Zhang San's land belongs to Zhang San, Li Si's house belongs to Li Si. He gave Chen Lin a meaningful look. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Chen Lin's response came out louder than intended. A thought struck him and he lowered his voice. But Chief Li, don't worry too much about Chief Li's position. Chen Xiaobing's tone was reassuring. Once you get the textile factory running, Chief Li will naturally have other considerations. This put Chen Lin's mind at ease. After consulting with third uncle, he signed the shareholding agreement in his uncle's name. With the agreement finalized, everyone dispersed to their respective tasks. Wu Yizhen rented a large house in Guangzhou to serve as a temporary office. Most construction materials would be ordered from the city, and Li Shan had provided a detailed list, specifications down to model numbers and quantities, with notes on backup suppliers and reference prices. Wu Yizhen simply had to follow it. Uncle and nephew then took a boat back to Nancha with the others to begin preparations. Their return, openly and without shame, infuriated Chen Xuan, though he found himself powerless to act. This uncle and nephew pair had not only allied themselves with Wu Yizhen, but had also brought an Australian cadre and secured a Senate capacity diffusion project. In terms of status, of course, Chen Xiaobing, a mere naturalized citizen cadre, couldn't compare to Li Yayar. In the past, as long as Chen Xuan served her well and cooperated with her work, he could practically rule Nancha unchallenged. But Chen Xiaobing's arrival complicated matters. Their words now carried more weight between them, and since the cadre's appearance, Li Yayar had clearly distanced herself from Chen Xuan. No doubt Chen Xiaobing had been poisoning her ear against him, and Han Changfu, whom he had specifically dispatched to Guangzhou to deal with Chen Ding. Not only had he failed to accomplish anything, he had vanished entirely. Chen Xuan cursed himself for throwing 10 taels of silver down a hole. For now, he could only swallow his anger and make a show of cooperating with uncle and nephew. Chen Ding and Chen Lin didn't return to their family home either. They moved into the Yang dwelling at the graveyard alongside the work team. The internship group immediately began surveying sites around Nancha village. Because the water-powered textile factory depended on harnessing river current, site selection was crucial. Back at school, the 4 students of the textile internship group had taken a special course called How to Build a Factory. Such practical training might seem unimaginable for textile majors in another timeline, but here it proved invaluable. Accompanied by Chen Lin, the group conducted extensive surveys along the larger rivers near Nancha, searching for a suitable factory location. The site itself had numerous requirements: level ground, solid foundation conditions. But the most critical factor, Li Gu explained to Chen Lin, was the river's flow. Since we're using water power to drive the machinery, we need sufficient current. The factory must be as close to the river as possible, with convenient transportation nearby, ideally near navigable waterways. At the same time, the land needs enough area for future expansion. Building an Australian factory requires such complicated preparations, Chen Lin sighed. Watching them work with their various instruments and equipment, he felt a pang of shame at his own ignorance. A thought occurred to him. The demonstration textile factory in Nanbao doesn't have a big river nearby. Good observation, and Jiu replied, looking up with a smile. They use steam engines there which burn coal. Do you have coal around here? Coal, we have it, but it's expensive. Exactly. Whether burning coal or wood, fuel is a major expense. River water costs nothing, why not use it? Then why doesn't the demonstration factory use water power? Is there no river? That's not it. Actually, when conditions allow, steam engines are more cost-effective. They can drive far more machinery, tens of thousands of spindles, hundreds of machines. And you can build wherever you want, river or no river. End of chapter. Chapter 25-36, Winning Hearts in the Village, Part 1. The textile internship group busied themselves with their respective tasks, while uncle and nephew Chen had work of their own. Chen Ding was occupied inspecting the sand fields Wu Yizhen had purchased in Nansha and elsewhere, checking on the tenants and monitoring their cotton planting progress. Chen Lin remained in the village, where he now faced a considerable challenge, winning the support of the clan members. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been difficult. As the eldest grandson of the eldest branch, Chen Lin was the natural candidate for clan leadership. Once he reached middle age and grew a proper beard, becoming a clan elder or clan leader would be a matter of course. For years, his father had managed the silk workshop on behalf of the entire clan, and many of its benefits flowed from that enterprise. Numerous clan members regarded his family with favor because of it, but the situation had changed. His second uncle had exploited the chaos to usurp the position of head of case and seize control of the silk workshop, and crucially, he had also secured the support of the Australians. Most clan members were opportunists who followed whoever held power. With his father gone, whether they would still recognize Chen Lin as the eldest grandson of the eldest branch remained an open question. Fortunately, after his return, Chen Xiaobing had arranged for him to meet with Li Yayar. Though she made no explicit promises during their conversation, her meaning was clear enough. She would not interfere in their internal feuds as long as they did the work well. To establish a factory in Nansha, he needed to bring the clan members to his side, but he had nothing to offer them now, only the promise of a future. The clan members were not fools. Though second uncle had done many unpopular things, his control of the workshop meant he could distribute tangible benefits to buy loyalty. Compared to second uncle's ready rewards, who would trust Chen Lin's empty promises? He had spent long hours thinking in the graveyard. Once construction of the textile factory began, clan members would naturally benefit, making them easier to win over. But the urgent task was to build his own base of power in Nansha. Currently, second uncle relied on a militia composed of outsiders to suppress clan dissatisfaction. Chen Lin could use the textile factory project to unite the clan members and form a second force of his own. In the past, he had not dared confront second uncle directly. Senator Li's stance had been too ambiguous. Now the senator's position was clear, and Chen Lin had the backing of Chen Xiaobing along with Senators Li and Zhu. He could finally challenge second uncle head-on. If he did not reclaim control of clan affairs, he feared he would find it impossible to accomplish anything in the village. Fortunately, he had one advantage: his long-standing popularity among the villagers. Many of the younger clan members had good relationships with him. With the right approach, he should be able to gather a group of supporters. Of course, he could not openly call this a second militia. Instead, he would use the guise of recruitment training to bring in young men, something already included in the original plan. He made his calculations. Besides Chen Qing, 7 other young clan members in the village were firmly loyal to him. If he secured these 8 first, everything else would follow. Shortly after returning to the village, he summoned Chen Qing back to his side under the pretext of needing a servant. That night, he asked about second uncle's activities during his absence. Qing shook his head. Ninth uncle, second granduncle, hasn't really done anything lately. He barely even visits the ancestral hall anymore. Apart from reporting to Chief Li every day, he ignores everything else. He's been going to the county seat to visit the pleasure houses often. If he's not serving Chief Li, who handles the various matters the chief sends down, he's also the Baojia of this village. He's entrusted all of that to Mr. Liu. Chen Lin frowned slightly. He knew Mr. Liu. The man had originally been the accountant for the silk workshop. Later, when the clan member handling the ancestral hall's finances was caught with discrepancies in the accounts, the clan members lost trust in their own people and hired this outsider instead. Mr. Lu calculated quickly, kept clear records, and was scrupulously honest. The clan trusted him. Mr. Lu had been in Nansha for over 10 years, maintaining what might be called a cordial distance from the Chen clan members. The reason was obvious. If he grew too close to anyone, accusations of favoritism would inevitably follow, undermining his credibility. So for all these years, he had kept his position secure through careful neutrality. This will be difficult to handle, Chen Lin thought. Though Mr. Lu was honest and surely looked down on second uncle's behavior, he was also prudent and absolutely refused to involve himself in internal clan struggles. He adhered to the principle of support whoever holds power and focus solely on doing his job well. As long as second uncle remained the clan head of case and shopkeeper, Mr. Lu would follow his orders, unless Chen Lin could find a way to remove second uncle from his position entirely. Has anything else happened in the village recently? Nothing really, Chen Qing blinked. Anything at all. The Kun person that second granduncle brought in stole a chicken from Zhang the dyer at the silk workshop and caused quite a scene. The dyer got punched. When he went to complain to second granduncle, he got slapped across the face instead. He was so angry he made himself sick and has been hiding at home, refusing to work. Zhang the dyer. You mean lame Zhang? Chen Lin had a vague recollection. Many of the workshop's laborers were not Chen clan members. As he remembered it, lame Zhang was a skilled dyer with a gambling problem. Years ago, his excessive gambling had left him drowning in debt, and a creditor had beaten him so badly he was left with a permanent limp. Chen Lin's father had paid off the debts and made lame Zhang sign a contract to work at the workshop until his obligations to the clan were settled. The pitiful thing was that lame Zhang could not break his bad habits. He had continued gambling over the years, always owing the clan money. In effect, he was bound to the silk workshop for life. That's the one. Now that the master is sick, his apprentices in the dyeing room are making a mess of things, producing mostly ruined goods. The silk cloth has been piling up. Second granduncle slammed the table and cursed, ordering the militia to carry lame Zhang over and force him to work. But when they brought him in, they saw he still couldn't manage it. Second granduncle was so furious he told them to beat him with a carrying pole. Mr. Lu finally talked him down. In the end, second granduncle had to load the silk cloth onto boats and ship it out to another dyer. Ship it out. That will ruin the workshop's reputation. Though lame Zhang was worthless as a person, his dyeing skills were exceptional. He had developed his own formulas over many years, and the colors he produced were distinctive, famous throughout the county and even in Guangzhou. Another dyer might fool ordinary customers, but anyone with knowledge would spot the difference immediately. Mr. Lu said the same thing, but second granduncle said he couldn't wait any longer. Delayed deliveries would mean paying compensation. I imagine the villagers all have complaints about this. How could they not? Chen Qing lowered his voice. Ninth uncle, people in the village are saying this so-called Kun person who stole the chicken. It wasn't any Kun person at all. It was Qiu Zio, that scabby head who works for second granduncle. Because second granduncle wanted to protect him, he deliberately spread the story that an Australian did it. I'll visit lame Zhang tonight. Qing spend the next few nights gathering some of the younger clan members. I don't know who's available these days. I have a plan. Understood. I'll get started after dinner. After the evening meal, Chen Lin quietly set out for lame Zhang's house. Lame Zhang was not a member of the Chen family, so his dwelling was tucked away in a remote corner of the village. This proved convenient for Chen Lin's approach from the graveyard. After crossing a few field ridges, he spotted 7 or 8 thatched cottages clustered near a branch of the river. The people living here were all outsiders who made their living in Nansha village, either tenant farming for the Chen family or working in the workshop. Lame Zhang worked at the silk workshop and had once earned a decent income, but his gambling habit had left his house the most dilapidated of the lot. The small courtyard lacked even a proper door, just a simple wicker gate. Entering the courtyard, Chen Lin found Lame Zhang's wife spinning yarn in the fading daylight. Because Nancha's sandy soil was well suited for growing cotton, many families cultivated it. Though Lame Zhang loved gambling, he at least had one principle. He never wagered his wife or his house. But this was mostly talk. He had accumulated gambling debts more than once, and if the Chen family had not intervened, both wife and home would have been seized long ago. "Sister-in-law Zhang," Chen Lin called out in greeting. Seeing who it was, sister-in-law Zhang quickly rose and curtsied. "How is Uncle Zhang doing?" Chen Lin had no patience for pleasantries and asked directly. "How do you think? Lying in there sulking?" Sister-in-law Zhang smiled bitterly. "So his illness is mostly better then?" "What illness? He just worked himself into a rage." Sister-in-law Zhang continued spinning, her words spilling out freely. "I told him, haven't you been beaten enough in this life? Before, when you owed those gambling debts, they hung you from the tree at the village entrance, stripped off your pants and whipped you. You endured that humiliation. Now you take a punch and a few slaps and you're too angry to work. You say you quit, but if you quit, what will we eat?" Chen Lin had intended to exchange a few polite words before going inside, but sister-in-law Zhang's remarks clearly contained something more. He decided not to hurry in just yet, better to hear what else she had to say. But that stubborn old fool had an answer ready. He said that when Master Xuan came back to run the silk workshop, he announced that the workshop used to belong to the Chen family, but now it belongs to everyone. He said no, one would be allowed to bully people just because they were Chen clan members. Sister-in-law Zhang sighed. "I told him Master Xuan was just saying what people wanted to hear, and you actually believed it. Besides, this Master Xuan wasn't exactly." She caught herself abruptly and offered an apologetic smile. "Listen to me, rambling on, I should slap my own mouth." Chen Lin laughed inwardly at the thought of Lame Zhang at his age believing such empty promises. No wonder he always lost at gambling. He spoke quickly to smooth things over. "Sister-in-law, you're the sensible one. I think you have more wits than Uncle Zhang. Second uncle truly overstepped this time. Let me apologize to you on his behalf." With that, he lifted the grass curtain and stepped inside. The room was dim, but by the light filtering in from outside, he could make out Lame Zhang, not lying on the bamboo couch as he had expected, but sitting alone on a rickety bamboo chair. His left eye was swollen shut, mottled with purple bruising. The right eye was blackened as well. In such a state, working in the dying room would have been impossible. Chen Lin smiled. "Uncle Zhang, is your body feeling any better? I truly am sorry about what happened." Hearing Chen Lin's voice, Lame Zhang forced his eyes open and hurriedly rose from the bamboo chair. His expression held both resentment and resignation. "Ninth Master, please don't say such things. This humble old man doesn't deserve it." End of chapter. Chapter 25:37, Winning Hearts in the Village, Part 2. Uncle Zhang, second uncle, was indeed in the wrong here, but he's the head of case now, so it's difficult for me to openly defy him. Chen Lin kept his tone respectful. "Ah, if only your father were still here," Lame Zhang sighed heavily. "Your second uncle, he's—" The old man trailed off, seemingly afraid to continue. Sensing an opening, Chen Lin gently prodded him forward. "Uncle Zhang, I heard the chicken thief was a fake kun brought by the Australians. Do you know what he looked like? I have connections with several chiefs. I could help you file a complaint, let you vent this anger properly." At this, Lame Zhang sighed again. "It was pitch dark that night. How could I make out his face? I caught him in the act of stealing my chicken and only managed one shout before he punched me to the ground." Claimed he was an imperial guard of Chairman Wen, King of the Great Song Senate. Whether he was truly Australian I couldn't say, but the man was definitely bald. This confirmed everything. Chen Qing had been right. This so-called kun was almost certainly a fraud. Chen Lin couldn't say for certain whether the Australians had any position called Imperial Guard, but he knew the Australians only had a Chairman Wen. He had never heard of anyone called Chairman Wen King. Such a title might fool and intimidate country folk, but to someone who had actually been to Lingao, the deception was transparent. As for baldness, that matched Qiu Zio perfectly. The man's hair was so pitifully sparse he couldn't even tie it into a proper bun. I suspect this chicken thief may not be Australian at all, Chen Lin said. Australians wear their hair in the Kun style short, yes, but not bald. I've had my suspicions too. Lame Zhang was lame, not stupid. Rumors had long circulated that the chicken thief was none other than Master Xuan's confidant Qiu Zio. Following Chen Lin's lead, he added, the Australians are always friendly in their dealings and they have money. Even if they wanted chicken, it's not as if they couldn't afford to buy one. Exactly. But regardless, Uncle Zhang, you are the victim here. Seeking justice through complaint is only natural. Second uncle treating you this way was excessive and reflects poorly on our Chen family. Chen Lin produced a small package. Please accept this token of our regard. Rest a few more days until you're feeling better, then return to work. The silk workshop cannot function without a master craftsman of your skill, and though you haven't worked these past days, I'll instruct the accounts office to issue you half wages for living expenses. Many thanks, Ninth Master. Lame Zhang's face lit up with joy. Chen Lin's conciliatory visit had already lifted his spirits considerably, but learning he would still receive pay while recovering, this was an unexpected blessing like the sun rising in the west. Ignoring the swelling and pain around his eyes, he struggled to his feet and bowed deeply. Please, please, you shouldn't strain yourself. Chen Lin steadied him. Uncle Zhang, in the future, the Chen family silk workshop will continue to need your experienced guidance. Of course, of course. With Ninth Master at the helm, the Chen family's fortunes are in safe hands. After Lame Zhang saw Chen Lin off, his wife came in and unwrapped the paper package. Inside was a packet of clear fire asthma stabilization candy from Chen Li Jai, the famous Guangzhou pharmacy. These were medicinal candies, made with chuanbei and other herbs for stabilizing asthma and suppressing coughs, precisely what someone like Lame Zhang needed after years of working in the dye house, his lungs long since damaged. This is quality medicine, sister-in-law Zhang said, examining the packet with surprise. Mrs. Wu was just telling me how effective these are. Said when she couldn't sleep from coughing at night, she'd let one dissolve in her mouth and gradually feel better. Good as they were, such remedies didn't come cheap. Lame Zhang's gambling habit meant his earnings after paying off debts barely covered food. Pity it isn't wine, he muttered. Wine, always wine with you. Are you trying to wheeze yourself into the grave? Sister-in-law Zhang snapped. The doctor said your condition absolutely forbids alcohol. Go ahead and drink yourself to death then. At least this old woman would suffer less of your torment. Her scolding gave way to tears as her anger boiled over into grief. Lame Zhang paid her no mind. He slowly climbed onto the bamboo couch, his thoughts drifting. That Master Xuan is truly worthless. He promised to treat us craftsmen of other surnames well, but in the end, it's all the same. Ninth Master is different, like his father, a genuinely kind-hearted man. The subtle power struggle between the Chen uncle and nephew had not escaped anyone's notice. Initially, Chen Xuan had held the upper hand through his connection with the female Australian, but Chen Lin had clearly returned from this trip with powerful backing of his own. A confrontation over Nansha seemed inevitable. In his heart, Lame Zhang hoped Chen Lin would prevail. The Chen Lin father and son had always treated people fairly and acted with integrity. Chen Xuan, on the other hand, though he had extended many benefits to those outside the family name since rising to power, had always seemed to harbor ulterior motives. His current generosity was clearly meant to win supporters. Once he consolidated his position, who knew what would follow? Those weavers in the silk workshop, blindly following Chen Xuan as if possessed, they would likely come to regret it. A few days later, more than a dozen young men gathered in the graveyard. These were the allies Chen Lin had gradually recruited from various families. Besides a few of his steadfast loyalists, there were 7 or 8 young men dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in Nansha. Originally, he had wanted third uncle, whose prestige in the clan was considerable, to preside over the meeting. but third uncle had insisted that he learn to command the room himself. With that in mind, Chen Lin forced himself to remain calm, mentally rehearsing the words he had prepared. When most had arrived, he signaled Chen Qing to stand watch outside, then lowered all the window shutters before speaking. Gentlemen, uncles, brothers, nephews. Though all present were young, their generational standing spanned several levels. A short while ago, I had the opportunity to visit Lingao under Australian rule. The journey was truly an eye-opener. Everyone present lived out their days in this rural corner of Xiangshan County. Life was plain and monotonous, nothing but farming and labor. In recent years, the region had known little peace, with rogue soldiers raiding villages and leaving every household struggling. What few entertainments and pastimes once existed had virtually disappeared. All that remained was gathering to gossip and trade old stories. Though Australians were stationed right in their village, including a rare female Australian at that, the truth was, everyone knew remarkably little about them. Daily contact offered only glimpses. As for what Lingao under Australian rule actually looked like, speculation and rumor ran rampant. Chen Lin had been there himself. His first-hand account was something altogether different. Once he mentioned it, everyone grew eager to hear more. Seeing their interest, Chen Lin launched into a detailed account of his observations in Lingao, touching on wonder after wonder. Iron ladder carts powered by water and fire that could carry 1,000 passengers, looms that wove 1,000 feet of cloth daily yet required only a single female worker, the East Gate Market, where lights blazed brilliant as the Silver River at night, and the department stores with their dazzling arrays of goods, many of which he couldn't afford, and some he had never even seen before. By the end of his account of observations from Lingao, the young men were intoxicated with wonder, their hearts yearning to see the place for themselves. Next, Chen Lin turned to the matter of wages in Lingao. This was no exaggeration. The living standards of Senate workers were incomparably superior by 17th-century Chinese standards. Guangdong had no shortage of rice and grain, so the promise of rice at every meal and daily fish and shrimp didn't particularly move these Chen family disciples. But meat every 10 days or so, that struck home. Ninth uncle, you're exaggerating. Meat every 6 or 7 days. For one household, perhaps, but for tens of thousands of craftsman families. How many pigs and sheep would that require? Whether I'm exaggerating or not, there are plenty of Australian employees right here in our village. Ask them yourself when you get the chance. See if it's true they eat meat every 6 or 7 days. Chen Lin smiled. Come to think of it, my father handles purchasing for the silk workshop, someone said. Those people buy half a pig for a feast every 10 days, and the workers in the silk workshop always get a share of the leftovers. See, I wasn't exaggerating. Encouraged by this confirmation, Chen Lin's enthusiasm grew. Seeing he had everyone's attention, he shifted the conversation. Gentlemen, though we young men span several generations in seniority, at home we're all still the young ones. Everything we do depends on reading our parents' expressions. If they disapprove, we can't pursue even worthy endeavors. We must wait until our beards turn gray before our words carry any weight. But do you know what I observed among the Australians? Chen Lin adopted a mysterious tone. What did you see? I know, Australians don't grow beards. Could it be that young people hold the power there? Chen Lin proceeded to describe his meeting with Chen Xiaobing in vivid detail, then declared with passion. He's roughly our age, yet he serves as an official among the Australians, directing numerous big shopkeepers to execute Australian plans. These words struck exactly the right nerve. The room erupted in excited discussion. That Australians were mostly young had long been evident. Setting aside that Chief Li was a young woman, the fake Kun she had brought, and those who had recently returned to the village with the Chen Xuan uncle and nephew, were predominantly young people. The 4 who had arrived with the recent group were particularly striking. Except for one slightly older man, the 3 girls were all maidens under 20. The ones who came with me this time, several girls not yet 20, serve as skilled craftsmen for the Australians. They know how to build factories and operate machines. Think about it, they're human and so are we. Are we incapable of the same? Chen Lin's voice rang with conviction. These are times of upheaval, dynasties changing, winds shifting. We young men can seize this moment, achieve great things, and make our elders see us with new eyes. We could certainly do it, we just don't know how to become capable, someone responded. Uncle Lin speaks the truth. What Australians can do, we can surely do as well. One of Chen Lin's loyal supporters chimed in on cue, stoking the atmosphere further. A wave of cheering swept through the room. Brother Lin, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your lead, one voice led, and others quickly echoed agreement. Everyone knows the silk workshop is currently managed by second uncle. As for the improved silk industry, I'm assisting Senator Li in that effort. But such improvements take time and cannot be rushed. Right now, many disciples in the clan have no livelihood. As it happens, during my trip to Lingao, I learned that the Australians intend to establish a cotton textile factory in Guangzhou, and the location they've chosen is right here in Xiangshan County. End of chapter. Chapter 25:38. Chen Qing's secret. Chen Lin recounted his visit to the textile park and his participation in Wu Yizhen's cotton textile project, laying out each detail in turn. Then he unveiled his grand plan, to build a cotton textile factory on the sandy riverbank land in the south, employing Australian production techniques. The Australians are desperate for colored cotton cloth, Chen Lin declared, painting the market prospects in the rosiest terms imaginable. Whatever we weave, they'll buy. The silk workshops are struggling now, and clan members are having a hard time of it. With this factory, everyone will have steady work, and our kinfolk can finally breathe a little easier. Though the Chen clan of Nancha enjoyed a prominent reputation and wielded considerable local influence, its foundations remained shallow. The clan had never achieved a true breakthrough on the civil service examination path. Collective support under the clan system had produced a few scholars, but not a single jurin among them. Their highest-ranking member held only the degree of Bagang, and he had never obtained a substantive office. The Nancha Chen clan styled itself a family of farming and scholarship, but the gold content of their scholarship was obviously lacking. Without jurin or jinchi degrees, they could never break into the ranks of the true gentry. Their local power remained limited, resting entirely on the strength of numbers that came from living together as a clan. Because of this, apart from the few members engaged in trade and industry, most of the Chen clan still depended on farming and manual labor. Working in the silk workshops had long been a major source of income for them. Now, although the silk workshops had recovered, Chen Xuan's improper position meant he had hired large numbers of workers from outside the clan while excluding Chen members. The official excuse was insufficient work, but everyone understood what was really happening. Resentment ran deep. The Chen family had been looted by rogue soldiers not long ago, leaving everyone from top to bottom destitute. The moment Chen Lin unveiled his grand plan of building a factory, it won immediate support from the younger generation. When you go home, talk to your parents and elders, Chen Lin instructed once the enthusiasm had reached the right pitch. He signaled for his men to distribute the gifts he'd brought. Explain the benefits of this cotton textile factory. These are small items I picked up in Lingao, nothing valuable but practical things for the household. Take them home to your families. The gifts were simple enough. Candles, matches, candies, mosquito repellent, common household medicines. Nothing extravagant but useful and effective. Chen Lin offered a few more words of encouragement, asking everyone to await news of the factory construction. When hiring began, clan members would receive first consideration. After the gathering dispersed, Chen Lin walked into the courtyard, his heart swelling with excitement. He gazed up at the star-filled sky, feeling as though infinite possibilities stretched before him. His eyes drifted to the east and west wing rooms where the internship group was staying. Lights still burned within. What were they working on at this hour? Probably still hammering out details for the new textile factory. Though it would be the Wu Yijin family's property, the clan had a stake in it too. More importantly, if this project succeeded, he would have proven himself in the Australians' eyes. He would have his chance to board that great ship. He was just planning to visit the internship group's quarters to discuss matters when movement in a shadowy corner caught his attention. Qing was nestled close to someone there, speaking in intimate whispers. Lin felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't heard anything about Qing having a sweetheart in the village. The boy was more resourceful than he'd given him credit for. He crept closer for a better look and felt as though lightning had struck him. The person wrapped in Qing's arms was his own cousin, Chen Yue. Lin was no hidebound pedant or feudal relic. He was a young man himself. Nor did he look down on Qing's family for being poor. But his sister's behavior was simply too brazen. A grown girl nestled in a man's arms in the darkness of night. What was this? And the fatal detail from the clan law's perspective was that Chen Yue was technically Qing's clan aunt. Though Qing's branch of the family was only distantly connected to Lin's grandfather's line, they all descended from the same founding ancestor. Such a thing would bring great shame upon the entire clan. Both man and woman would be drowned in pig cages. If this came to light, second uncle would seize it as a weapon against him, accusing him of lax discipline, driving him from the village. The clan members wouldn't say a word in his defense. Never mind reclaiming clan leadership or promoting industry and commerce. Whether he could even maintain a foothold in the village would become a serious question. Cold sweat broke out across his skin. Afraid of alerting others, he didn't shout for them to stop. He waited in the shadows until Chen Yue pressed something into Ah Qing's hands and hurried away. Ah Qing, ninth uncle. The voice jolted Qing from his reverie. His hand flew unconsciously to his chest. Hand it over. Lin extended his palm, face dark as thunderclouds. What? Don't play dumb. Lin kept his voice low. You've got some nerve. Are you courting death? Qing stammered, reluctantly drawing the object from inside his shirt. Lin examined it, a handkerchief. He tucked it away carefully, then rebuked him in an undertone. What kind of death wish is this? You and Chen Yue have the nominal relationship of aunt and nephew. You dare commit such an offense against proper human relations. If the clan finds out, neither of you will survive. Since ancient times, those of the same surname did not marry, and they were clan members descended from a common ancestor. Qing's face was a mask of loss and terror. Uncle Lin, he begged quietly, Chen Yue and I truly care for each other. Please don't tell the clan. You'd better understand the gravity of this, Lin snapped. Besides you two, who else knows? Do your parents? Qing shook his head frantically. No one knows. No one knows. Then how did I find out? Don't assume your secrets are safe. Others have probably just chosen not to get involved. Lin exhaled heavily. Consider it heaven's mercy that I'm the one who caught you. He fixed Qing with a hard stare. Besides this handkerchief, what other tokens have you and Ah Yue exchanged? Bring them all out now, before someone else finds them and uses them as ironclad evidence. Gone. They're gone, Qing said, trembling. Lin said nothing. He kicked the boy and hissed, if you want to die so badly, go throw yourself in the river outside the village. Don't drag others down with you. I'll ask once more, are there any others? Seeing his usually amiable ninth uncle turn so ferocious, Qing's courage crumbled. There are more, he admitted. Go to your room. Bring everything out. Lin escorted his nephew to the sleeping quarters and forced him to produce every object Chen Yue had given him. Besides the handkerchief, there were shoes and socks she had sewn by hand. And finally, to his shock, a close-fitting doo-doo and intimate belly band. This sent Lin's fury boiling over. Such corruption of morals and decency. He slapped Qing twice across the face. You shameless wretch. Tell me the truth, where did you get this? No, it's not. Qing covered his face, terrified. Yue gave it to me herself. Lin felt his skull cap nearly lift off. He had never imagined his sister, always so well-behaved and obedient, would do something so utterly shameless. He wanted nothing more than to kick this nephew to death, but he forced himself to calm down. Chen Qing was his capable helper, and Chen Yue was his sister. He had to protect them both from harm. Drawing a steadying breath, he asked in a low voice, "Is this everything? Don't lie to me. If anything happens, you'll both die." "All here, all here." Chen Lin bundled up the objects and took Chen Qing to the kitchen. Finding no one about, he stuffed everything directly into the stove. Embers still smoldered within, and the bundle caught fire at once. Still not satisfied, Chen Lin prodded it with a stick until he was certain nothing remained but ash. Only then did he turn to leave. "Tell me honestly, did you and Chen Yue ever?" He couldn't bring himself to finish. "No," Chen Qing said quickly. "Absolutely not." "Good," Chen Lin pressed further. "Did you give her any tokens?" "Only a pair of silver earrings. I bought them myself." "Any special marks on them?" "No, just the shop's stamp." "What shop?" "Maoyu, in the county seat." "Your name isn't on them." "No, no." Chen Qing shook his head repeatedly in fright. Chen Lin allowed himself a small breath of relief. A pair of unmarked silver earrings couldn't serve as proof. He warned in a low voice, "I'm going to treat this matter as if it never happened. You will restrain yourself and cut off these improper thoughts immediately. Otherwise, neither you nor Yue will come to a good end. When the time is right, I'll find you a proper wife. Don't be so desperate." He turned and left, leaving Ah Qing standing there with a face full of loss. Having dealt with the nephew, Chen Lin summoned his sister and rebuked her in hushed tones. "You're supposed to be a proper young lady. How could you do something so shameless?" He couldn't bring himself to mention seeing her belly band, so he shifted course. "Ah Qing is your nephew. Do you have a death wish? If the clan finds out, they'll drown you in a pig cage." Chen Yue fell to her knees in terror, admitting fault again and again, begging her brother not to report her. "Don't be afraid." Chen Lin's voice softened slightly. "I'm your elder brother and Kinger's uncle too. Even though you've done something disgraceful, I have to cover for you. I've already ordered him to burn everything you gave him. The earrings he gave you don't matter, keep them, but don't wear them in public. If anyone asks where they came from, tell them I bought them for you. Understand?" "Yes, brother." Chen Yue was frightened out of her wits. Whatever her brother said, she would obey. Chen Lin sighed heavily. "Danger lurks everywhere right now. Don't stray onto the wrong path. One misstep leads to another, and before you know it, there's no way back. At that point, not only will your lives be forfeit, but I won't be able to survive in this clan either. Stay away from Kinger as much as possible and stop living alone." He considered for a moment. Big girl Li mentioned wanting to take on an apprentice textile worker. "You'll move into her room and learn from her." End of chapter. Chapter 2539. Clan property. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Chen Lin posted a sign in the graveyard bearing the title Senate Demonstration, Private Nancha Cotton Textile Factory Preparatory Office, and began recruiting laborers for construction work. The Senate Demonstration designation had been specifically requested from Chiefs Li and Zhu at Chen Xiaobing's suggestion. Its purpose was obvious: to secure a protective talisman for the venture. With the preparatory office established, recruitment for construction workers commenced. Although the professional building team would come from Guangzhou, the project still required substantial manual labor. These positions were reserved exclusively for Chen clan members from Nancha. The internship group had spent considerable time exploring the area before settling on an unnamed river bend as the factory site. For convenience, they dubbed the location Factory Bay. According to Li Gu's on-site survey, the terrain dropped nearly 3 meters from the upper reaches of the river to this point. The head wasn't ideal, but it would suffice to drive a water wheel. Once the site was finalized, Xunfeng of the Textile Worker 4-man group began designing a water wheel to harness the river's flow. He commandeered a well-lit room in the graveyard as his design studio, set up a drawing board and equipment, and threw himself into the work. Though all 4 members were classified as textile workers, their specializations differed considerably. The Senate's textile school couldn't yet achieve the refined division of labor that existed in the old timeline, so adaptations had been made to suit current circumstances. Xunfeng's expertise encompassed textile machinery and factory architecture, with some knowledge of printing and dyeing thrown in, a true jack-of-all-trades. Xunfeng was the eldest of the group and more methodical than the three young women. Each morning he ventured out to survey and gather data. Each afternoon he returned to the design room to draft blueprints. The women assisted by copying blueprints and handling calculations and paperwork. Their specialized skills would come into play later. For now, besides helping Xunfeng, they drafted process flows and specification manuals. Once factory construction began, they would shoulder the burden of recruiting and training workers. Xunfeng's design was essentially a localized adaptation of existing Senate plans. Similar hydraulic systems had been installed throughout Hainan numerous times. The approach was well proven. The specific plan called for constructing a dam to create approximately 2 meters of head. As for the water wheel itself, the Senate's industrial archives contained multiple designs, each with distinct advantages and drawbacks. After comparing them against local conditions, Xunfeng selected the Breschat water wheel. The Breschat wheel operates on a simple principle. Water pours into buckets on the upstream side, and the weight of the trapped water drives rotation. Unlike the more common overshot wheel, which receives water from above, the Breschat wheel rotates in the direction opposite to the river's flow. This design offered key advantages. It could carry away backwater efficiently and didn't require a substantial head to operate. The pit beneath the wheel required careful construction. Its curved section had to align precisely with the wheel's edge, maintaining a very narrow gap at the bottom. This forced water to remain trapped in each bucket until it rotated to the lowest point of its cycle before discharging. With the water wheel design settled, Xunfeng turned to the power transmission system, arguably the heart of the entire factory. Without this plan finalized, even the building's dimensions couldn't be determined. The rotating water wheel would drive a vertical shaft through bevel gears, which would then transmit power via another set of bevel gears to a horizontal shaft known as the line shaft. This overhead line shaft was standard in all Senate factory workshops. Every piece of equipment connected to it through vertical drive shafts or belts, drawing power from its rotation. The only difference was that most Senate factories relied on steam engines rather than water turbines. The line shaft's length depended on the number of machines and the production workflow layout. Once Xunfeng determined this, he could calculate the building's length. The width was governed by two factors: the range of machines arranged along the main shaft, and the need to position equipment close to walls so workers would benefit from natural lighting. The factory building would be brick and wood construction. Despite considerable advances in the Senate's steel industry, wood remained one of their most common building materials, and this project was no exception. Though wood-framed, the main structure incorporated modern engineering. Trusses, beams, columns, floor slabs, and wall panels were all manufactured to standard specifications by sawmills, with custom dimensions available on request. Xunfeng couldn't claim to be designing from scratch. He was essentially splicing together elements from countless plans he had studied, adapting them to site conditions and specific requirements. This approach made his work proceed rapidly. The Phase I factory building measured 20 meters long by 10 meters wide, a brick and wood structure with a sloped roof and attic space. From outside, 2 rows of windows suggested 2 floors, but the interior was actually single-story with only a low attic at one end. To maximize natural light, the wall windows were generously sized, some fixed for illumination, others operable for ventilation. At one end of the building, a small shed was designed to shelter the canal and protect the water wheel from the elements. Once all designs were complete, the women calculated material dimensions and quantities from the drawings, added a 5% margin, and compiled several order lists. Chen personally delivered these to Wu Yijun in Guangzhou, who would handle the purchasing. Meanwhile, Chen Lin and Chen Ding spent their days negotiating with the owners of Factory Bay and the surrounding lands to secure usage rights. The negotiations proved difficult. First, Chen Lin wasn't the clan leader and couldn't leverage clan authority to pressure fellow members into compliance. Second, he genuinely had nothing substantial to offer as compensation. The riverside plots were prime agricultural land, and most holders were reluctant to part with them. Worse, the designated area involved 11 different landowners, 9 clan members and 2 outsiders. The magnitude of the challenge was daunting. The uncle and nephew commanded respect within both clan and village, so the situation wasn't hopeless. Still, after more than a month of talks, they had reached agreements with only 3 families. "This land is proving impossible to buy," Chen Lin muttered. "I've offered triple the market price and they still won't sell. Do I need to go to 10 times? Chen Ding was silent for a long moment before speaking. "Simply raising the price won't work. Even 10 times wouldn't do it. This land is people's livelihood, their root. Buying it means cutting off that root. But they could purchase new land. Wouldn't owning more land be better for them? I've been thinking about this. If I put myself in their position, I wouldn't sell either. These plots are mostly along the riverbank. The embankments and irrigation canals took shape over generations. Barring major disasters, these are guaranteed fields, harvest secured through drought or flood. You offer 3 or 5 times the price, but whether they could find land of equal quality is uncertain. Besides, the water conservancy infrastructure represents generations of work. Buying new land means starting those improvements from scratch. No amount of money makes that worthwhile to them. Then what do we do? Find a different location." Chen Lin spread his hands in frustration. "They spent ages finding this site. If we report that the project has stalled, how will the 2 chiefs view us?" Chen Ding stroked his thin mustache. "We need to offer them something long-term, a lasting stake in this. Let them work in the factory. That's no real benefit. Once the factory grows, anyone can seek employment there. How is that special?" Chen Ding dismissed the idea, but it sparked something. "Wait, we could offer shares. Third uncle, our entire Chen family holds only 1 share. How can we give away shares? We certainly can't distribute Master Wu's portion. You know, when I visited Lingao recently, Comrade Chen and I chatted during our free time. He explained quite a bit about Australian commercial law. It was rather enlightening. I have an idea." "What is it?" "You're probably aware that the Australians have issued new directives about clarifying land ownership and standardizing property rights. I've heard something about it, but it shouldn't affect us much. Few in the Chen family hold degrees, and we've never engaged in tax evasion through gentry commendation. It's not that simple." Chen Ding explained that he had studied the relevant regulations. Several provisions specifically targeted clans. As you know, clan land falls into 2 categories: individual holdings and collective clan property. All of it requires formal rights confirmation this time. So we confirmed the rights. Could the land deeds possibly be fake? Chen Lin looked puzzled. "Nephew, that's youthful impatience speaking. Government documents require careful interpretation. According to the new policy, clan lands would be categorized separately. Individual property remained with individuals, but assets held under the clan's name had to be converted to ownership by either a limited liability company or a collective legal entity. So the Chen clan's collective lands will inevitably become Chen clan company property. And then, Chen Lin still didn't see where this was heading. The share Master Wu gifted us should logically be incorporated into this company. We can then issue profit-sharing shares to those whose land we're acquiring, all in the company's name. Let them collect dividends every year and they'll naturally be willing to cooperate. But what difference does that make? Currently, everyone already benefits from clan land income. The annual distribution gives every male head at least something, and families facing hardships receive subsidies. Think bigger. Right now, income from clan sacrifice lands, how it's used, who receives what, all comes down to a word from the clan leader or head of case. At most, a few elders might voice opinions. Everyone else has no say. Whether to give and how much is entirely at their discretion. The accounts are murky at best." Chen Ding leaned forward. Transform it into a proper company, and suddenly you're running a legitimate business. Annual income, retained earnings, operating expenses, dividends calculated by shareholding, everything becomes transparent. Don't you think clan members would prefer clearly defined shares over arbitrary handouts? Which system do you suppose they'd choose? End of chapter. Chapter 2540. Retaking Fengshenghe. As Chen Ding explained further, Chen Lin began to grasp the situation. In the past, clans had operated as autonomous organizations beyond government oversight. How they managed their affairs internally, how money was distributed, the authorities paid no attention. A clan only needed to tend its own small domain. But transforming into a company or a corporate legal entity, whatever that meant, would bring them into the light of official legitimacy. Under the Australian-mandated regulations, they would need to register, maintain proper accounts, and pay taxes. Financial records would become public. Any company formed from clan reform would inevitably become a joint stock corporation, with clan members as shareholders. The general manager would be merely a shopkeeper, not a patriarch or elder wielding absolute authority. No matter how formidable a shopkeeper might be, he couldn't beat shareholders or drown them in pig cages. What seemed like a simple rights confirmation and reform concealed layers of complexity within. The Australians certainly know what they're doing, Chen Lin remarked. But it's also a tremendous opportunity for us, Chen Ding whispered. What do you mean? Registering the company. Chen Lin's mind raced, and he grasped his uncle's meaning. Despite second uncle currently occupying the position of head of case, the title held no official government recognition. It was merely acknowledged within the clan. He wasn't even truly the clan leader. If their faction moved first to register the company, they could seize control of the entire clan's assets. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. But with Chen Xiaobing and 2 senators backing him, and Senator Li explicitly stating she will not intervene, completing the registration would allow Chen Lin to command the whole clan. But to register a company, we need all the documents and deeds for the clan property. Those are in Mr. Lu's hands. Setting aside whether he'd be willing to hand them over, even if he were, registration still requires holding a shareholders' meeting. Given Chen Xuan's current power in the village and the militia under his control, such a meeting would simply elect him as chairman. A surprise attack would be impossible. Direct registration won't work, of course. We need to make another move first. What move? Fengshenghe. Chen Lin understood immediately. Though Fengshenghe had always operated under the guise of clan property, the reality was different. From his grandfather founding the factory to his father taking over operations, the Chen family had run it for decades. Many clan members earned their living working there, and his grandfather and father had often contributed profits to purchase clan lands and provide relief to the poor. Fengshenghe had also received financial support from the clan during difficult times, but on every document and deed, the legal owner remained Chen Lin's family. Although second uncle and third uncle shared his family name, they were cousins to his father, not descended from the same grandfather. Your family's documents are more than sufficient to register a company. Since it's wholly owned, why would you need a shareholders' meeting? Once you obtain the license for Fengshenghe, you can expel Chen Xuan directly. Rest assured Chief Li won't interfere. Why not? That second brother of mine excels at nothing but eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. When it comes to actual capability, he doesn't possess even a fraction of your ability, let alone matching Big Brother. Chen Ding sneered. Chief Li isn't blind. Do you think she can't see that? She's dealt with you before. I'm certain she recognizes who's worth more. He continued, guiding his nephew. As long as you make clear to Chief Li that your commitment to cooperating with the Senate remains unchanged, she'll be happy to see this succeed and won't interfere. Besides, you're handling the cotton textile factory matters now. Could she still doubt your sincerity? That's true. Once you retake Fengshenghe, you can immediately hold a shareholders' meeting for clan property disposition according to Australian requirements. This follows Australian decree. Who would dare defy it? Even if Chen Xuan still holds the head of case position, he won't dare oppose. His arrogance now stems from two things: Australian backing and control of Fengshenghe, the golden goose that lets him buy off outsiders and control clan members. Take the silk factory from him and he has nothing. Australians, outsiders, Chen clan members who will still want him. That's the logic. Chen Lin nodded eagerly. When Chen Lin had fled during the Troubles, he'd taken all of Fengshenghe's documents with him to Guangzhou. After returning, he had quietly hidden the contracts in a concealed compartment within a false wall at the graveyard, a secret known only to the eldest sons and grandsons of the upper three branches. It was meant specifically for storing important valuables and documents. Retrieving the documents, Chen Lin traveled to Xiangshan with his uncle. With all the materials in order, the formalities proceeded without difficulty. Once the paperwork was complete, he wanted to confront Chen Xuan directly at his residence, but third uncle stopped him again. If you go there now, given second brother's temperament, you'll likely suffer for it on the spot, Chen Ding warned. The militia under his command are all hot-headed youths. You'd be threatening their livelihoods. If they don't beat you half to death on the spot, they might just take your life. Then, what should I do? You're now the legal owner of Fengshenghe, but the factory isn't in your hands, someone has seized it. Since that's the case, go to Xiangshan County. The circuit court convenes in the coming days. File a lawsuit. A lawsuit? Exactly. Someone has usurped your private property and refuses to vacate. Your case is both reasonable and legal. Once a judgment comes down, he'll have no choice but to leave. But taking matters to court is no small thing. As the saying goes, the yamen gates open wide, with reason but no money don't come inside. That was under Ming rule. The Australians don't follow such practices. Do you remember what happened in Lingao? I remember. Under the great Ming, even if you were innocent and falsely accused, could you have walked out without spending 10-odd taels of silver? This reasoning bolstered Chen Lin's resolve. He nodded. This could work, but such a significant move, shouldn't we inform Chen Xiaobing first, and give Chief Li some advance warning? You think thoroughly. Chen Ding smiled. Chief Li left for Guangzhou 2 days ago to handle business. She won't return for 10 days to half a month. As for Comrade Chen, I'll speak with them. You just file the lawsuit. Chen Lin noticed his uncle's confident demeanor and felt a twinge of curiosity. Third uncle's arguments were airtight, each point striking true. Upon reflection, something clicked. However clever third uncle might be, he'd only been in contact with the Australians for a few months. How could he navigate their laws and regulations so precisely, unless he'd been coached by one? With that realization, his worries vanished entirely. A few days after obtaining all the documents, Chen Lin quietly traveled to Xiangshan County and filed his complaint with the circuit court. The court reviewed Chen Lin's complaint. The evidence was conclusive, so they immediately issued a summons to Chen Xuan. Still bewildered when he arrived, Chen Xuan discovered his own nephew was the plaintiff. He exploded with rage, so the boy's deference had been nothing but pretense. He tried to charge across the courtroom to beat this rabbit cub to death. Not only did he lose the lawsuit immediately, but he was also sentenced to 20 lashes and 1 week's detention for contempt of court. Chen Lin obtained the judgment and prepared to reclaim the factory. To his pleasant surprise, the court proved quite accommodating, assigning a team of police from the county police department to execute the order. When the police entered the village, someone ran to spread the alarm. Several clan elders rushed over immediately, fearing something grave had occurred. "Linner, is that you?" one elder exclaimed in surprise. "Granduncle N, I had no alternative. Second Uncle Xuan has been occupying Fengshenghe all this time. You elders know the truth. My grandfather founded that factory and my father operated it, 2 generations of management. It was always our family's private property. Since he refused to vacate, I had no choice but to ask the Australians for justice." Chen Lin spoke with careful deference. "Ah, well, though this is your family matter, it remains a family matter nonetheless." In his confusion, Granduncle N struggled for words. Involving officials disturbing the government. This is improper, improper. I was left with no choice. Chen Lin felt contempt rising within him. Improper. Where was this concern for propriety when he seized the factory? But he couldn't be bothered to argue, instead saying, with the factory returned, the clan will naturally benefit. Surely that's better than him using it to feed outsiders now. The clan elders had long harbored grievances about Chen Xuan collaborating with outside surnames to control village affairs. Now that Chen Lin stated it plainly to their faces, none could offer a rebuttal. They fell silent. Chen Xuan is morally corrupt, Chen Lin continued. He seduced outsiders with clan resources and seized clan property. Just now, he made an outburst in court and has been stripped of his Baojia position by the county government. His gaze swept across the elders of the various branches. I ask that you all proceed to the ancestral hall to discuss these matters. Chen Lin wielded borrowed authority like a tiger's roar. Young men from the clan, hearing the news, came flocking to cluster around him. For the moment, no one dared question him further. Chen Xuan had never commanded respect within the clan. In this crisis, even fewer were willing to stick their necks out for him. The elders had no choice but to step aside. Chen Lin led the police to Fengshenghe. Mr. Liu emerged to greet them, clearly stunned by the scene before him. What is the meaning of this? Mr. Liu, I've come to reclaim the Fengshenghe silk factory. Chen Lin had rehearsed these words many times. Please inform the workers there's nothing to worry about. This is a private matter within my clan. Those who work will continue working. Not a single coin will be missing from their wages. Please come in as usual tomorrow as well. I see. Mr. Liu watched several officers approach and paste the court notice at the factory gate. He knew then this was no bluff. Both surprised and impressed, he hadn't expected someone so young to possess such cunning. Chen Lin had acted submissive at first, flattering Chen Xuan at every turn. Then he'd seized the chance to defect to the Australians, securing powerful backers, returning to the village as an equal. Now at the opportune moment he'd struck like thunder, crushing Chen Xuan in an instant. Such methods, such scheming. Since there is a government notice, I shall naturally comply, Mr. Liu responded evenly. Ninth Master, you were always the young master here. Consider this the jade returning to its rightful owner. The meaning behind those words was clear. Chen Lin found them most agreeable. Mr. Liu, please maintain the factory's operations for now. And these officers, if you could see to their refreshments. I must attend the clan meeting. End of chapter. Chapter 25:41. Corporatization Reform. Chen Ding led his people to the ancestral hall. When he saw the sign for the Nansha village office, his brow furrowed. Two young men beside him moved to take it down, but Chen Ding gave a slight shake of his head. Chen Lin caught the signal and waved them off, then addressed the local braves standing guard at the gate. No need to stand watch. Go home, all of you. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what had provoked such a show of force. Chen Lin walked at the head of a column of Chen clansmen, their faces grim and purposeful. The sight was enough to make anyone nervous. Chen Xuan had been summoned to the county seat days ago, and without their leader present, no one knew how to respond. Wu Quan hurried out from the gatehouse. Ninth Master, what's all this about? Uncle Wu, Chen Lin said pleasantly. Second uncle made a scene in court and has been stripped of his Baojia position by the county. As for Fengshenghe, that's been returned to its rightful owner as well. He gestured to one of his companions who produced the court notice. Post the notice. We're going in. Reclaiming the ancestral hall wasn't police business, so the officers kept their distance, watching from afar in case violence broke out. A handsome young man under Chen Lin's command picked up the notice and moved to paste it on the wall beside the gate. Before he could finish, a young militiaman who'd been seething finally snapped. He rushed forward, grabbed the lad by the collar and threw him aside. Snatching up the notice, he tore it to shreds, threw the pieces on the ground and spat on them. You think you can seize power with a piece of paper? Dream on. The Chen clansmen behind Chen Lin bristled with fury. Fists clenched and sleeves rolled up, they surged forward. The local braves responded in kind, drawing swords and spears. Wu Quan squeezed between the two groups, arms raised. Everyone calm down, no fighting. Chen Lin turned to him with a thin smile. This young hothead, he's a relative of yours, isn't he? Yes, yes, a distant relation of this humble old man. Wu Quan was sweating profusely as he tried to keep the peace. Ninth Master, there's no need to reclaim the hall this very moment. Wait for second uncle to return and discuss matters properly. After all, we're all family here. Before Chen Lin could respond, Chen Ding arrived with two police officers in tow. Officers, take a look at this, Chen Ding declared, gesturing at the scattered paper. This notice was just posted and has already been torn to pieces and spat upon. Such contempt for the Senate's laws, what crime does this constitute? He rounded on the local braves. What is the meaning of this? Are you staging a rebellion? At the sight of the police, the fight drained out of the guards. They lowered their weapons and exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain what to do. Which one tore it? Demanded an officer. The deed had been done in plain sight of everyone. Two policemen produced a rope and bound the young militiaman on the spot. Wu Quan, experienced enough to recognize a trap when he saw one, understood that the Chen family had laid this snare deliberately, and his foolish relative had walked right into it. He turned to Chen Lin, pleading, Ninth Master, show mercy. The boy is just impulsive, he meant no harm. Chen Lin had dealt with this young man before. Every time he'd entered or left the village office, the militiaman had regarded him with barely concealed hostility, his words barbed with veiled insults. Chen Lin had appeared to let it slide, but he'd nursed the grudge. Now, seeing an opportunity to crush the morale of second uncle's guards, he let his smile turn cold. This matter has nothing to do with me. Since he chose to defy the county government and the Senate, what can I do? I'm just a common citizen like him. As they say, official hearts are hard as iron and the king's law burns like a furnace. I can only hope fortune favors him. He turned away from Wu Quan. We're going in. He pointed at the remaining braves. All of you, hand over your weapons to third Uncle Chen immediately. You'll receive this month's wages as usual. Those from this village, go home and tend to your own affairs. Those from elsewhere, return to your native places. There's no free rice for you here anymore. With that, he strode through the gates of the village office, his entourage following close behind. Uncle and nephew had struck like thunder, seizing control of Nancha's village administration and clan authority in a single blow. When Chen Xuan, still whining and dining in the county seat, received word of the takeover, he vanished without even showing his face. Chen Lin felt a deep satisfaction. Though he was too young to serve as clan leader himself, third uncle had been appointed head of case on his recommendation. As a precaution against future complications, they also nominated a new clan leader. What followed was a shareholders' meeting to reform clan property according to Australian law. Initially, the clan favored dividing assets by branch, but Mr. Lu's research revealed that the relevant statutes required distribution based on male heads, adult males, and mandated equal shares for all. This sparked heated debate. Distribution by person meant that families with more sons would benefit disproportionately, while those with fewer would lose out. It didn't matter whether you came from the eldest branch or the main line, from a prestigious lineage or an obscure one. After much argument, the government's position prevailed. Every male head in the clan, regardless of age, received an equal share of clan property, houses and fields alike, converted into company stock. Chen Lin immediately announced that the Chen family's share in the Nancha demonstration cotton textile factory, invested by Master Wu, would be added to the clan company's assets. Proceeds would be distributed according to each person's shareholding. With the company established, expenses for maintaining clan buildings and supporting widowers, widows, and orphans were handled through the company's cost accounts, all with detailed line items. Anything beyond the defined scope would come from each male head's personal dividends. The company would provide no additional subsidies. This arrangement dramatically reduced the clan elders' control over property distribution and brought all clan assets under formal tax supervision. Following the corporatization reform, Chen Lin rode the momentum of his legal victory to become general manager of Nancha Chen Clan Co., Limited, while the clan leader assumed the role of chairman. The cotton textile factory's land acquisition, which had stalled under the previous administration, now proceeded smoothly. Chen Lin invoked the company law to issue non-preferred shares, paying land requisition costs in stock. He also promised that once the factory was operational, children from the affected families would receive priority for employment. Because Nancha's Chen clan was the first in Xiangshan County to complete the corporatization reform, they received a commendation from the county government. A commemorative certificate was issued to mark the confirmation of their land rights. When Li Yar returned from the county seat, Chen Lin hurried to meet her, pledging in his capacity as general manager of Nancha Chen Clan Co., Limited, and proprietor of the Fengshenghe silk factory to unconditionally cooperate with the sericulture improvement program. The upheaval caused by the Chen family dispute had, paradoxically, opened doors throughout Nancha. Both Li Yar and the internship group found their work suddenly going smoothly. The civil construction of the Nancha textile factory entered its implementation phase, excavating the water channels. While it was possible to install a water wheel directly on the river, such an arrangement was vulnerable. Boats and floating debris could easily damage it, and there was no way to regulate flow when the current ran too fast. The water turbine would instead be housed in a wheel pit within a diversion channel running parallel to the main river. The construction team from Guangzhou surveyed the site according to the topography mapped earlier by the internship group, marking out the work area with small wooden stakes. Then the civil construction crew, recruited from Nancha villagers, began digging. The tail race came first, serving to drain seepage water generated during earthwork. Once the tail race was complete, the team excavated the water wheel pit under Xu Feng's guidance. They lined the bottom with wooden boards to reduce friction, speed water flow, and prevent erosion of the side walls. Next came the curved breast section, constructed from wooden ribs and planking fixed in place within the pit. Workers filled the gaps with stones and sealed everything with additional boards. Factory Bay had a natural drop in water level, so Xu Feng was able to skip the most demanding element of a typical water channel project, building an overflow weir to raise the upstream level. His calculations showed that the natural terrain drop at this river bend would generate sufficient kinetic energy to drive the wheel. Constructing a weir would have required cofferdams and a whole series of additional projects. Progress on the diversion channel was swift. The channel bottom was lined with stones and cement. The section adjacent to the main river remained sealed for the time being, fitted with a simple sluice gate to control water flow. By early summer, a team of technicians arrived from Lingao with their equipment. They had come to assemble the water turbine. The water turbine represented unfamiliar technology for the locals, since China had never introduced modern water turbines. Fortunately, its structure and principles were straightforward, and the material requirements modest, making reconstruction relatively simple. No senator was needed to supervise the installation. The gap between the water wheel and the curved breast section of the pit needed to be as small as possible without allowing the parts to rub together. All components were therefore manufactured with a margin of tolerance. Before installation, technicians carefully measured every accessory's dimensions and shape, then cut and fitted each piece on site. The workers began by installing the main shaft of the water turbine, a heavy wooden beam constructed from multiple timbers spliced together, bound with iron hoops using composite mast technology. Iron journals fixed with iron hoops capped both ends, fitting into cast iron bearing housings on either side of the wheel pit. Though the original design called for bronze sliding bearings inside the cast iron shells, Large ball bearings were used instead. The advantages were obvious: reduced friction and significantly improved operational efficiency. After carefully calibrating the level, the workers secured the main shaft in place. They then inserted spokes into pre-cut slots along its length. The wheel rim was assembled from thick wooden boards fitted piece by piece at the spoke ends. Finally, technicians chiseled fine grooves into the rim boards and inserted the wooden blades. Before installing each blade, they drilled 2 small holes and covered the inner side with leather flaps fixed at one end, simple one-way valves. When water flowed into the buckets, the valves sealed shut automatically. When water drained out, the valves opened, preventing the vacuum that would otherwise form as the buckets rose from the pit. Without this feature, the vacuum would impede drainage and reduce efficiency. End of chapter. Chapter 2542. Trial production. While the canal and water turbine projects progressed, construction of the brick-end wood factory building proceeded at a furious pace. The factory employed timber truss construction, a technique already well refined in Lingao. Prefabricated components, processed at the sawmill according to design specifications, arrived on-site ready for assembly. A skilled crew with sufficient hands could erect the entire framework in under a week, after which masons filled in the walls with red brick. Had fire resistance not been a concern, they could have used wooden stud walls instead, cutting costs even further. The chief advantage of truss construction was the ability to span large open spaces without excessive beams and columns, crucial for workshops that needed room to arrange machinery. Once the building was complete, a fresh crew rotated in to assemble the equipment. The machines arrived at Nancha in crates, carefully unloaded and carried inside for unpacking and installation. Villagers watched these new workers with curiosity. Unlike the previous construction crews who mostly spoke Cantonese vernacular, nearly all of them spoke Australian Mandarin. Though they wore similar work clothes and sported the same kun heads, close-cropped hair, these men were sturdier, carrying themselves with a distinctive air. Word spread that these machine assemblers were old kuns, more senior than the new kuns who had dug canals and built walls. The old kuns worked fast. By the end of June, all mechanical equipment stood ready. That day, Xunfeng conducted the first water turbine test. When the sluice gate opened, river water surged into the diversion channel and set the water wheel turning. Gradually, the wheel reached operating speed. The power transmission system engaged, the line shaft spun rapidly, and the entire factory building began to tremble. Some workers fled outside in alarm, but the internship group held their ground, carefully observing the shaft's rotation. At Xunfeng's signal, workers pulled the connecting rods one by one, linking transmission belts to the equipment. The machines began to idle, filling the air with a deafening roar. The girls watched intently, jotting observations in their notebooks. Chen understood none of the technical details, but from the expressions on Xunfeng's face and the girls', he could tell the operation was going well. He allowed himself a quiet sigh of relief. Since construction began, tens of thousands of taels of silver had been spent. Most of it was Uncle Wu's money, true, but his own family had a stake as well. A catastrophic failure would have meant lasting disgrace for the Chen name. The test results proved satisfactory. Next came trial production. Chen Ding had acquired a considerable quantity of cotton from the surrounding countryside and transported it to the factory. In the old timeline, cotton typically underwent ginning in the production region before reaching the textile factory, removing the seeds before transport. In this timeline, however, only the Senate possessed ginning machines. To improve efficiency, this step was moved to the factory itself. After the ginning machine stripped away the seeds, the cotton passed to the cleaning workshop, though workshop was perhaps generous. Because the work raised clouds of flying dust, cleaning took place beneath a large reed mat shed erected on open ground. Since the water turbine lacked sufficient power to drive cleaning machinery, this process remained entirely manual. Workers spread cotton on wooden frames and beat it with bamboo sticks, knocking loose the branches, leaves, insects, and soil tangled in the fibers. The work required neither special skill nor great physical strength. During the British Industrial Revolution, women had performed similar labor. Here, Jiu likewise requested hiring women for the task. Spinning and weaving by women, that I understand, Chen said, bemused. But this is physical labor. Who says women can't do physical labor? Jiu replied. Besides, this work isn't particularly strenuous. Chen thought privately, if this isn't strenuous, what is? But he didn't dare argue with this chief student. He simply nodded and agreed. The cleaned cotton was blended together, ready for the first process, carding. Regardless of what technology or equipment was employed, cotton spinning followed 4 basic stages: carding, drawing, roving, and spinning. Start feeding material. Liang called out, beginning to operate the carding machine. The first batch of recruited workers gathered around her, watching closely. She fed the cleaned cotton into the machine. Inside, layers of metal rake teeth crossed and interlocked, teasing apart the tangled fibers and combing them into parallel alignment. See how the carded fibers now run roughly parallel. She pointed to the product emerging from the machine. The cotton had transformed into loose, strip-like forms known in the trade as slivers. Liang deftly gathered the slivers and loaded them into the drawing frame in groups, where rollers applied pressure and combined them. This was the drawing process, meant to strengthen the slivers. The procedure would be repeated several times, the exact number depending on raw material quality and production requirements. After drawing, the cotton slivers went into a rotating container called a slubbing can for weak twisting. During this stage, the roving frame's rollers drafted and elongated the slivers, thinning them to dozens or even hundreds of times their previous diameter. This was roving. Once enough bobbins of roving had accumulated, workers moved them to the spinning frames. The spinning process was essentially a refined version of drawing. Roving wound onto bobbins and bobbins fitted onto spindles. Each spinning frame drove 72 spindles. The entire textile factory housed 10 such machines. Rollers drafted the roving into fine yarn, which emerged from the yarn guide hook to wind onto the spindle, twisting and winding in a single motion. This final twist was the crucial step that gave the yarn its strength. Only at sufficient rotational speed could the yarn achieve proper toughness. "It's coming out! It's coming out!" everyone shouted. None of them had ever witnessed such a magical and efficient method of spinning. Soon the first bobbin was complete. Chen picked up a sample the Australians had provided and compared it against his own. Looking closely, subtle differences remained. A layman would notice nothing, but an expert could see at a glance that the Australian yarn was superior. This puzzled him. Could there be something wrong with the machines the Australians had supplied? They were supposedly the same model. Perhaps water and fire power together produced better results than water power alone. Still, the quality was good enough. Yarn like this probably didn't exist anywhere in Guangzhou, perhaps not in all of China. With yarn like this, good cloth was guaranteed. Unfortunately, the first phase of the Nansha demonstration factory did not include a weaving workshop. Cotton yarn was their final product. Who would buy this yarn? The Senate had no need. They operated their own complete cotton textile enterprises. Fortunately, Chen already had buyers in mind. The Fengshenghe looms weren't running at full capacity. Beyond a few large draw looms, the accompanying waist looms could all weave cloth. The craftsmen at those looms could handle silk satin as readily as cotton. Another market was the farmers in the surrounding villages. Though not universal, most peasant households own looms for weaving cloth or silk as a sideline occupation. In the past, Fengshenghe had used the putting-out system for most of its ordinary products, distributing silk to village families for weaving. Cotton yarn could be handled the same way. The network was already in place, ready to use. Local cotton cost slightly less than cotton from Songjiang, while local cotton cloth fetched higher prices. Chen could still turn a profit producing machine-spun yarn, though the margins were thin. But if labor productivity increased significantly, those thin margins would accumulate into something substantial. Traditionally, spinning a bolt of cotton cloth consumed 4 times as long as weaving it. In Xunyang, weaving a single bolt averaged 7 days, and women produced roughly 7 kilograms of yarn per month. Cleaning cotton for 1 bolt took 21 hours, spinning 49, weaving 11. Now, with spinning time drastically reduced, once village women received machine-spun yarn, their cloth output would double immediately. After some simple calculations, Chen reached his conclusion. If cotton supply held steady and prices remained at current levels, the entire investment could be recovered in just 5 years. Add the expanded capacity of Phase II. This wasn't thin profit. It was enormous profit. Yet a serious problem immediately presented itself. The spinning was too fast. Based on local cotton production, supply fell far short. Even if he immediately urged villagers to plant cotton on a large scale, they would have to wait until autumn to harvest. And when the time came, who would buy such vast quantities of cotton cloth? The satin from Fengshenghe already had established channels. 3 generations of operation had built a fixed sales network, but they had never dealt in cotton cloth. The cotton problem was even more pressing. The cotton used for trial production had been arranged through Chen Xiaobing's help and shipped directly from Guangzhou. Honestly, Chen didn't even know its origin. Some local Xiangshan cotton had been acquired as well, but once full production began, it probably wouldn't last a month. That evening, he raised the matter with Li Guo. Older and steadier in temperament, she had taken on administrative management of the textile factory. Naturally, she was the one he consulted. Cloth sales are manageable, but the cotton supply, that's become a real problem. How does Mr. intend to solve it? Li Guo asked. I've thought it over, and there are a few possibilities. One is to send people to establish warehouses in nearby market towns to collect cotton. Local cotton harvests in August, however, no one has ever bought local cotton before. It was always spun and woven by the farm families themselves. I don't know if collection will even succeed. If the price is right, people will sell. After all, spinning takes time. If they can sell their cotton directly, they save that labor for other work. End of chapter. Chapter 2543. Guangzhou Textile Market, Part 1. Chen thought the internship group was taking things for granted. Certainly, for families short on labor, saving a female worker would be a blessing. But such households were rare, and spinning seldom occupied daylight hours anyway. It was primarily a nighttime sideline. For farmers, textile work was exactly that, a sideline. Unlike professional urban weavers who depended on the craft for their livelihoods and wove from dawn to dusk, rural folk adjusted their efforts with the seasons. They wove more during slack periods and less, or not at all, during the busy harvest months. In modern parlance, this was all fragmented time. Chen kept his objections to himself. The internship group might lack social experience, but they formed the technical backbone of the textile factory. It wouldn't do to contradict them openly. As for cotton collection, he would simply make his own arrangements. Fortunately, his family already maintained a network for purchasing silkworm cocoons throughout Guangzhou Prefecture's counties. Perhaps he could entrust them to collect cotton as well. While he pondered these countermeasures, Chen Xiaobing approached with a smile, letter in hand. Mail for you. The letter hadn't come through the newly established Great Song Post Office. It bore the mark of Kiwei Special Delivery. Such express service was fast and secure, but expensive, typically reserved for urgent merchant correspondence and small documents like deeds, contracts, and certificates. Chen took the envelope and noted the red stamp. The letter was from Guangzhou. Arrived this morning, Chen Xiaobing said, probably from some senator in Guangzhou. I don't know any senators in Guangzhou. Chen muttered, should be from Master Wu. Inside, he found an invitation and an accompanying letter. The invitation was for the Guangzhou International Textile Market opening ceremony. The letter, as he'd suspected, came from his cousin-uncle Wu Yijun, explaining that Senator Li Shan, who had served as their counterpart host during their Lingao visit, had arranged for the invitation. The term textile market struck him as both strange and familiar. Though it belonged to the realm of new speak, its meaning was clear enough, and the word international suggested that foreign merchants would also be welcome to trade there. He didn't fully grasp the Senate's purpose in establishing such a market in Guangzhou, but he dared not neglect a senator's invitation. He immediately packed his luggage to depart. Since the first phase of the cotton textile factory had just been completed, the internship group also needed to return and report, so they traveled together as companions. After a 2-day voyage, Li Shan arrived in Guangzhou City. He had visited at the beginning of Guangzhou's liberation, though his purpose then had been to inspect the Great World Entertainment Complex. Even then, he was already considering it as a potential market venue. But after surveying the Great World, he'd concluded the location wasn't quite right. The complex leaned toward retail formats, while his vision was for a trading market serving factories, wholesalers, and suppliers. Such a market required not only convenient transportation, but also large-scale storage facilities. Mere storefronts wouldn't suffice. At that time, Guangzhou lay in heaps of ruins awaiting reconstruction, and his light textile market project naturally attracted no interest. It wasn't until over a year ago that the project passed the Guangzhou City Establishment Review and construction finally began. Though the light textile market was essentially a case of government builds the stage, merchants perform the opera, the Senate's philosophy was to minimize spending wherever possible. Thus the market operated as a mixed joint stock venture, with Guangzhou City Assets Company as the largest shareholder, while local wealthy merchants and gentry held smaller investments. The moment Li Shan stepped off the ship, he headed straight for the Great World. Lingao was no ideal textile base, and as a textile person, his focus would gradually shift to Guangzhou in the future. Of course, as a future metropolis, land in Guangzhou was precious beyond measure. Using it for production would be wasteful, but for trade it held natural advantages. Seizing cheap land prices now to secure territory had become the primary goal for both him and Zhu Baiyou. To that end, Zhu Baiyou had already established an office in the Great World to settle his team. When Li Shan entered Zhu Baiyou's office, he found his partner looking thoroughly dejected. He cracked a joke to lighten the mood. "You don't owe me money and I don't owe you money. So why the long face?" Zhu Baiyou let out a heavy sigh. "That airjet spinning technology pre-research proposal I mentioned, the Planning Institute rejected it again." Li Shan walked over and patted his shoulder. "Don't take it too hard. Airjet spinning was considered relatively high-end even in the old timeline. The Planning Institute turning it down seems reasonable. But after you told me about airjet spinning, I dug up the blueprints and technical data again. It's really not that difficult to build. You know, back in the old timeline, our country started principal research in 1958 and achieved industrial application by 1967. Airjet spinning represents the general direction of the field. In Lingao, older technology was generally easier to replicate, but some technologies simply didn't suit their environment. The spinning jenny and the mule, for instance, were ill-fitted to Lingao's conditions. Airjet spinning, also called rotor spinning, offered distinct advantages under equal energy consumption. High output, large package sizes, shorter processes, and a wide spinning range capable of handling cotton, linen, wool, and even low-grade cotton and waste cotton. It was the very model of more, faster, better, cheaper for Lingao's circumstances. For 20-count cotton yarn, airjet spinning produced 60 to 85 kilograms per 1,000 spindle hours, 1 to 2 times the output of ring spinning, sometimes 3 to 4 times. It generated less flying waste, required less floor space, and eliminated the chronic problem of ring and traveler wear and burning that plagued ring spinning. Labor requirements dropped to 30% of ring spinning, and floor space shrank by 25%. What the old timeline considered shortcomings, suitability only for medium to low count textiles and coarse yarn, were solid advantages here. The resulting cloth was fluffy, durable, and warm. Moreover, Sales were typically low count and multiply, and the demand for sailcloth would remain enormous for the foreseeable future. The Senate's cotton supply was already tight, and what they had was short staple cotton of relatively poor quality. Airjet spinning was obviously the most suitable process for their fabric needs. Zhu Bio was confident he could replicate it, knowing that rotor spinning had been invented in 1937, and that the old timeline had mastered the technology. He believed he could build a production line capable of industrial use within 3 years. "Come now," Liang said. "If we had 1958-level industrial capability, wouldn't we be sweeping across the world? Setting everything else aside, your equipment requires full electric drive. It can't be installed in Guangzhou, let alone Lingao." "Correct. The Planning Institute told me the same thing. They said if I want a small production line for technical reserve pre-research, they'll support it. Full mass production, not a chance." "Well, that's something. At least they approved the pre-research. You can still set up a production line. But it can only be placed in Lingao. That's not necessarily permanent. By the time you've developed the equipment 3 years from now, Guangzhou might have electricity too." "Sigh," Zhu Bio sighed again. "Stop trying to become fat in one bite," Liang said casually. "We have limited resources. What else can we do? We'll use the old technology for now." His thoughts drifted to the Nansha cotton mill. "The demonstration factory. Progress has been smooth," Zhu Bio said. "We ran trial production recently. Operations are stable." "Excellent." Liang's spirits lifted considerably. "Pity it can only spin for now. Phase 2 must launch as soon as possible. Launching is easy. Finding cotton is hard." Zhu Bio's expression grew serious. "Honestly, I've pinned such high hopes on this textile market partly because I'm hoping to attract sources of textile raw materials here. We should establish a cotton exchange." Liang grew animated. "Exactly, and not just cotton. All textile products and raw materials." Despite being a mechanical engineer, Zhu Bio harbored keen interest in the market side of things. Wool, silk, woolen cloth, silk fabric. And since they've already started trading bonds and stocks, we could do futures in the future. Liang, however, was less optimistic. Among the 4 main textile materials, silk and wool were easiest to secure, abundant sources and stable supply. The textile market's prospects there looked promising. For linen and hemp, local raw materials were plentiful but the market limited. Given the Senate's current technological level, they couldn't produce high-grade worsted linen fabrics. The linen cloth they could make at this stage was less comfortable than cotton for wearing, so hemp materials mostly went into sails and ropes. The biggest problem was cotton supply. Reports from various dispatch stations painted an unpromising picture, and whether cotton from the north could be reliably supplied remained a large question mark. Xunyang's manual cotton textile industry was highly developed, but a substantial portion of its ginned cotton was imported from outside, primarily from production areas in Shandong, Hebei, and elsewhere. Yet a developed industry meant powerful vested interests entrenched within it. From raw cotton to spinning to various textile putting-out systems, everything was monopolized by established families. Wresting a share from their grasp would prove difficult. Before the Senate could squeeze out Xunfeng cloth, establishing a stable cotton source would be nearly impossible. But without a stable cotton source, defeating Xunfeng cloth would be equally hard. It was a vexing contradiction. Cotton was grown fairly widely across Guangdong, but rarely at scale, and the climate limited yields to pitiful levels. As for the major cotton-producing regions abroad in the old timeline, whether the USA, Egypt, or Turkey, cotton cultivation industries hadn't yet begun in this era. The only region with anything resembling scaled cotton production was India. Other paths existed, of course. If they could manufacture chemical fiber, it would reduce cotton demand, enabling 66% or 33% blended cotton cloth. But this was mere fantasy. Various departments of the petrochemical industry were fighting tooth and nail for products, and when the light textile industry's turn would come remained anyone's guess. Moreover, Even if chemical fiber became available, cotton demand might actually rise due to market factors. Li Shan had made bold promises. Securing a stable cotton supply had become his greatest worry. After all, he had convinced others to purchase machinery everywhere. If there was no cotton to weave, not only his own credibility but the Senate's reputation would suffer greatly. End of chapter. Chapter 25-44, Guangzhou Textile Market Part 2. For now, their only hope was that Chinese and foreign merchants would recognize the potential here and begin trafficking Indian cotton. Hold on, let's set that matter aside for now. Li Shan laughed. In any case, the Nansha factory's smooth operation proves our technical direction is still sound. Zhu Bio adjusted his glasses with a helpless sigh. Honestly speaking, reviving a technical zombie like hydraulic spinning isn't ideal. Hydraulic power has too many limitations. Ideal locations that combined favorable climate, geography, and human resources, the way Nansha Village did, were extraordinarily rare, perhaps impossible to find elsewhere in all of Guangdong. Promoting this technology widely would be extremely difficult. Moreover, hydraulic machines require building overflow dams to raise the water head. If the river channel needs to remain navigable, you also need supporting ship locks and lifts. Water may be free, but once you factor in infrastructure investment, the savings aren't that impressive. The only real advantage is low long-term operating costs. But it's running now, isn't it? Li Shan knew his old partner was full of complaints, but boasting about one's own work was pointless. Especially now, when there were plenty of impressive alternatives out there, hydraulic power truly held little advantage. Li Shan tried to lift his spirits. Even if this technical zombie is old, what matters is that it fits our current conditions. So, how is the Type 7 selling? Type 7 was the simple human-powered spinning machine and loom they had specially developed for household users. The spinning machine was a replica of the Type 77 spinning machine from the War of Resistance period, originally based on the Yamato spinning machine, invented in Japan. Zhu Bio had improved the structure, enabling it to connect to various power sources, including small water turbines and animal power. The spinning machine has been average, only sold a few dozen sets. The loom, though, is selling like wildfire, over 100 units sold by last week. This was an improved household loom based on the flying shuttle design with foot pedals, constructed from a large number of standardized wooden and metal parts. Like the Type 7 spinning machine, it could also connect to small auxiliary power sources. The beauty of the Type 7 was that it could be set up at home. Women in cities and villages could buy one, purchase cotton or cotton yarn from the market each day to spin and weave, then sell the finished products. If you ask me, we shouldn't be selling the Type 7 spinning machine at all. The yarn quality is passable enough for the loom, I'll grant you that, but selling it essentially encourages small-scale production, which competes with factories for raw materials. Despite being the main designer of Type 7, Zhu Bio wasn't fond of this small producer's tool. Local cotton cultivation is minimal, farmers aren't enthusiastic about selling what little they grow, and the costs don't work out, Li Shan said. Once large-scale enterprises get bigger, they'll inevitably rely on purchasing cotton from outside. Letting individual households absorb the sporadic local production is actually a perfect fit. In the long run, small producers would inevitably be crushed by factory costs, but this process might take 10 to 20 years. After all, building a large-scale cotton textile industry was a gradual undertaking. Yet once established, its expansion into the broader market would be unstoppable, like mountains roaring and seas howling. There was good reason the Industrial Revolution had begun with cotton textiles. Li Shan had actually never favored using silk to develop light industry. Beyond the transportation difficulties he'd mentioned before, silk output was fundamentally limited. Silkworms could also eat people, as the saying went. But in terms of volume, neither silk nor wool could ever match cotton. Due to the energy conversion inefficiencies inherent in animal-derived fibers, producing an equivalent amount of fiber required sheep or silkworms to consume far more land than cotton cultivation would. As luxury goods, their higher selling prices compensated for this. But for mass consumer goods, plant fibers like cotton and ramie were obviously better suited to large-scale industry. Silkworm cocoons were also highly perishable, unlike cotton and ramie, which farmers could store for long periods simply by sun-drying. Cotton could withstand long-distance transport without significant quality degradation. Just as Li Shan set foot in Guangzhou, Chen Lin arrived shortly after. He didn't come empty-handed. Accompanying him on the ship were over 10 bolts of blue cloth and more than 20 bolts of white cloth. These cloths had been hand-woven by weavers using machine-spun yarn from the cotton mill. The total shipment came to about 200 bolts. Half had been dyed blue using Australian dyes. The other half would be sold directly as greige cloth. Zheng had dyed the blue cloth a bright cyan blue using the Australian dyes. The color was far more vivid than any blue dye they'd used before. He'd praised it endlessly, saying he had never dyed such brilliant cloth in his life, and it didn't fade at all after rinsing. 70 bolts had been entrusted to several of Fengshenghe's old partners for sale. But most of his business connections dealt primarily in silk. Cotton cloth might be beyond their expertise. Just as Chen Lin was considering where to find more suitable distributors, and Jiu recommended her father's Ruihe Xiang. Fortunately, they counted as acquaintances. So another 50 bolts of blue cloth went there for sale. He packed the remaining 80 bolts and consigned them all to Guangzhou, hoping to find suitable distributors through trial and error. He also needed to give Master Wu an update. After all, Wu was the principal investor in this cotton factory. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, Chen Lin first visited Wu Yizhen, presenting 4 bolts of blue cloth and 4 bolts of greige cloth as samples. Wu Yizhen was delighted by what he saw, and the conversation naturally turned to this new international textile market. Uncle and nephew had more or less guessed the Australians' purpose in establishing the market, to build a comprehensive trading platform for both raw materials and finished goods. This was excellent news for outsiders like themselves. Neither Wu nor Chen had originally been cotton cloth merchants. Changing trades involved a complex process of gaining entry. You needed recognition from relevant guilds, and both purchasing and sales channels for raw materials and products were completely opaque, requiring exploration from scratch. Sometimes even knowing a specific network wasn't enough to gain access. Now, with this government-run platform, there would be a direct trading market. Whether buying or selling, everything would be laid out in the open. It was tremendously convenient for both transport merchants and producers. This is indeed an excellent approach. Needless to say, we must secure a seat in this market. Wu Yizhen laughed. Otherwise, selling this cloth might take enormous effort. Cousin Uncle speaks truly. Chen Lin agreed that this served both public and private interests well. The only trouble is that the market hasn't opened yet and we have a pressing problem that needs solving first. What problem? No cotton. Chen Lin explained that the factory's operation had consumed all the cotton they'd spent half a year hoarding. They had no choice but to halt production. So fast! Wu Yizhen was stunned. He knew Australian spinning machines had remarkable efficiency, but hadn't realized they weren't just 10 or 20 times faster than human labor. They were hundreds of times faster. I didn't anticipate it either. Chen Lin smiled bitterly. I've already sent people to scour the surrounding villages, but it's early summer and farm households have almost no cotton in storage. We'll have to wait until autumn for the new harvest. I figured Guangzhou, being a hub where merchants and goods from all directions converge, might still have some stored cotton available. I plan to search both inside and outside the city over the next few days. Wu Yizhen pondered for a moment. It's worth trying, but your chances of buying cotton aren't good. Prices have surged in recent months, nearly tripled compared to last year's market price. Tripled. Now it was Chen Lin's turn to be shocked. During the gap between harvests, when stocks ran low and new goods had yet to appear, some price increase was normal. But cotton had historically been stable. Tripling all at once would mean buying it back at a loss, wouldn't it? He immediately lowered his head to calculate costs. To his surprise, he discovered that even with raw material prices tripled, as long as the market price for cotton cloth held steady, there was still profit, just considerably thinner. If prices have tripled but there's available stock, we won't lose money, Chen said. What I mean is, as long as we're not operating at a loss, this factory's production cannot be interrupted. Temporarily halting production wouldn't normally harm the factory. Close the sluice, stop the water wheel, send the workers home. No work, no wages. And since it was the busy farming season, the workers would have plenty to do, whether on their own fields or hiring themselves out as day laborers. But Chen had just employed drastic measures in Nansha. Keeping the Nansha cotton textile factory operational was crucial for stabilizing his position in the village and clan. Tripled and still not losing money. Indeed, we won't lose, Chen confirmed. The factory currently has 720 spindles running. If women spin at home by hand, each can only manage one spindle. A full day's work wouldn't match half an hour of machine output. Miss Li and Miss N both said that with sufficient cotton, we could run 2 shifts, operating day and night without stopping, which would lower costs even further. In factory production, labor constituted a large portion of costs. The higher the efficiency, the lower the expense. This was the fundamental reason factory production could defeat handicraft industry. Indeed, the Australians run their spinning machines through the night without stopping. Wu Yizhen recalled his observations in Lingao. Cousin uncle, why has cotton risen so sharply? The Australians have been selling quite a few new looms recently. Not the large ones we use, but smaller machines that can be placed at home. Waist looms. Of course not foot-pedaled ones. Wu Yizhen gestured with his hands. Although these small spinning and weaving machines can't compare to our large equipment, the yarn and cloth they produce is vastly superior to traditional earthen looms, like the difference between clouds and mud. Once they launched, weaving households everywhere borrowed money to acquire them. With more new machines came greater demand for yarn, and cotton prices rose accordingly. I see. Chen thought it over. He recalled seeing such improved machines in the product exhibition room during his visit to Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 2545, Guangzhou Textile Market Part 3. Speaking of cotton stock, there might actually be a fair amount still inside Guangzhou City. Wu Yizhen considered for a moment. The problem is, with the market the way it is now, the other parties will almost certainly want to hold out. They may not be willing to sell even at market price. As long as there are goods, they'll have to sell eventually. Besides, in another few months the local new cotton will arrive. Not selling before then would mean taking a loss. Now is the perfect time. You're not wrong, but the market is scalding hot right now, rising every day. Wu Yizhen laughed. I've never seen cotton this sought after. You probably haven't heard about the new trick yet. Several patterned cloth firms in the city have privately set up a cotton market selling something called paper cotton. Paper cotton? How do you make cotton from paper? Chen was baffled. That's why it's called a fresh novelty, Wu Yizhen said. Though when you think about it, the concept isn't entirely new. Your family has been making silk for generations. Do you know about pre-renting mulberry trees? That I know well. Chen nodded. Silkworm-raising households find families who plant mulberry trees and sign contracts beforehand, paying money to rent a set number of trees. When the time comes, they enter the garden to pick leaves regardless of market price. He paused as understanding dawned. So you mean they're selling autumn's new cotton? Exactly. You go there, pay the money, and they give you a warehouse receipt stating how many pickles of cotton can be collected upon expiration. But it's not just a slip of paper. An interesting trick indeed, but we need cotton now. What use is a piece of paper? Virtuous nephew, you're an honest businessman, so you don't understand the schemes at play here. Wu Yizhen chuckled. This paper cotton is merely a paper contract. One slip of paper can be exchanged for wealth. It's practically making money from nothing. They can issue as much paper cotton as they want. Is there any more profitable business under heaven? But delivery still has to be made upon expiration. If they issue too much and there aren't enough goods to deliver when the time comes, what then? Could it be they intend to abscond when the deadline arrives? Haven't the buyers considered this? Of course they've considered it, but their thinking differs from yours, Wu Yijun explained. After this paper cotton is sold, it can be traded. A buys and sells to B buys and sells to C, like beating drums to pass flowers. With cotton prices climbing higher every day, buying in the morning and selling in the afternoon can turn a profit. You shouldn't underestimate this game of passing the flower. With each pass, the price floats up considerably. This morning's market price per pickle is already higher than the spot goods. This, Chen Lin could scarcely believe it. Though the concept of futures already existed in those times, theoretically speaking, futures prices and spot prices had no strict relationship. Futures prices were primarily estimates of future market supply and demand. If a major disaster struck this summer and caused cotton production to plummet, or if the Senate opened 10 new cotton textile factories at once, it wasn't impossible for the market price 3 months hence to exceed current levels. But the risk involved was staggering, pure gambling. I fear something will go wrong, Chen Lin said. I see it the same way, Wu Yijun sighed. However, those patterned cloth firms and speculators have certainly made a fortune. The unlucky ones will be the suckers left holding the bag at the end. I've heard that many small households, peddlers and porters in the city have pooled their money and formed associations to buy this paper cotton for resale. They'll likely lose their family fortunes in the end, leading to unbearable consequences. Chen Lin sighed. After the uncle and nephew had finished lamenting, Wu Yijun said, "You needn't worry too much about buying cotton, though. There's one family that has ready-made stock." "Which family might that be? I'll go pay them a visit. If I can persuade them to sell, that would be ideal." "Oh, they'll be willing. And speaking of which, he's an old acquaintance of yours, Dong Zhijiang's family." "Him?" Chen Lin was stunned. His family were hereditary military officers, not merchants. Though they have some landed property locally, most of it was encroached garrison fields that have now been turned over to the Australians. Where would cotton come from? The Dong family had long maintained dealings with his cousin-uncle. Chen Lin was aware of this. Moreover, he knew the Dong family was actually one of the shareholders in this Nansha textile factory, though the specific investment amount remained unknown. Chen Lin naturally hadn't asked. "He, you only know half the story," Wu Yijun laughed. "Dong Zhijiang's old man and brother are both officials in the Ming state, and not minor officials either. Some days ago when we were setting up the factory, I told little Dong, once the factory is established, the demand for cotton will be substantial, and everyone must find ways to secure supply. Little Dong then wrote letters to his father and brother, asking them to try purchasing cotton and shipping it south. He managed to get several hundred pickles. Since there's cotton to be had, I'll go request a meeting right now. No need to rush. I've already made an appointment to meet him at the textile market tomorrow. We can discuss it then." Early the next morning, after the uncle and nephew had finished breakfast, they boarded 2 rickshaws. 4 servants rode in 2 other carts separately, and the group headed toward the light textile market. Wu Yijun lived in the north of the city. After leaving the residence, the rickshaws went south all the way before turning west. The pullers were vigorous young men, swift on their feet and intimately familiar with the roads. In no time at all, they had exited Ziguan. Although neighborhood blocks existed outside Ziguan, it remained a relatively desolate area in the 17th century. The rickshaws ran for some distance further before stopping by the roadside. "We've arrived. The international textile market is just over there," Wu Yijun said. Chen Lin stepped off the cart and looked around, instantly confused. The surroundings consisted entirely of paddy fields and wasteland. The only structure that could be called a building was a newly built wharf by the roadside. Quite a few people had gathered on the wharf, with people coming and carts going, a lively scene. "This is the market," Haha, this is just the ferry crossing. The market is across the river on Henan land. We have to take a ferry from this Ziguan wharf. Wu Yizhen pointed to the opposite bank, where another wharf stood. Streets and houses built along the river could be glimpsed in the distance, apparently quite large in scale. Why did the Australians think of setting up a market on Henan land? Wouldn't travel be terribly inconvenient? Chen Lin wondered privately. Though Henan land lay just south of Guangzhou City before a bridge was built over the Pearl River, travel relied solely on boat ferries. Transportation was extremely inconvenient, residents were few, and the area was mainly agricultural. He voiced his doubts to his cousin-uncle. Wu Yizhen nodded in agreement. I'm curious about this too. Well then, let's go over and see for ourselves. A ferry ticket office stood on the wharf. The ferry here departed once every half hour. A single ticket cost 1 fen, with another fen for freight. Many commoners were already waiting beneath the straw shed for the boat. Wu Yizhen was unwilling to wait that long. Fortunately, there were also many private ferry skiffs at the wharf, all displaying operation permits and boat license numbers issued by the Guangzhou Police Bureau, queuing up in orderly fashion to await customers. The price was 5 fen per trip, but they departed immediately upon boarding, very convenient. This had traditionally been the livelihood of Tanka boat dwellers on the Pearl River. They remained the practitioners now, but the Guangzhou Police Bureau had brought them under its management scope. All ferry boats required licenses and operation permits for easier oversight. Wu Yizhen found a small skiff and ferried across to Henan land immediately. Stepping onto the wharf, the two could see many laborers clearing construction waste from the building site. Others were paving road surfaces and planting trees. The market construction had obviously entered its final stages. Besides the 10 large iron characters spelling Guangzhou City International Textile Market hanging high at the entrance, there was also a conspicuous road sign, number 144 Xunfeng West Road. Chen Lin looked around in puzzlement. The market surroundings were all fields. Where did the preceding 143 addresses come from? Though a market town had been newly built here, with neat and attractive streets and houses, it obviously couldn't compare to the prosperity of Guangzhou on the opposite bank. Pedestrians were few, lending the place a somewhat deserted air. Opening a shop had always been about location. Yet the Australians had done the opposite, establishing a market in a place where birds don't shit and transportation is inconvenient. What kind of business philosophy was this? While pondering these doubts, he suddenly heard someone calling out, "Ah, Lin, you came so quickly." The voice was very familiar. Chen Lin turned and discovered it was none other than Jiu. The internship group had come to Guangzhou on the same ship as him 2 days ago. However, they had parted ways after arriving, the internship group heading to the Great World while Chen Lin went directly to Wu Yizhen's home. "Why, Miss N?" Wu Yizhen laughed. "What brings you here? Come to stroll through the market?" "We're not here to stroll," and Jiu replied with a laugh. "We're here to help. The rental and sales conference opens in a few days. I came to do some preparatory work." She looked them over. "You've come to look at market shops, I take it." "Exactly." Wu Yizhen nodded. "Then let me give you a preview tour." And Jiu tapped her chin with a pen. Since the wharf had opened these past few days, quite a few curious Guangzhou merchants and locals had come to visit, eager to see what this international spectacle was all about. "But Miss N, surely you have official duties to attend to," Chen Lin said. "Won't this delay your work?" "Not at all. Taking customers on tour is part of my job." And Jiu smiled. "If I may ask, Miss N Jiu, since this is meant for doing business, why set the market on Henan land? Isn't the crossing inconvenient? Besides, the foot traffic here is far too thin." Chen Lin asked the question that had been nagging both him and his cousin-uncle since they had set foot within the light textile market's boundaries. "Ah, that. This market primarily caters to bulk trade. Commodities entering and exiting mostly rely on ships for transshipment, so location and foot traffic aren't key concerns. What matters is having enough space and river access for mooring ships." And Jiu explained. In truth, Li Shan had chosen Henan land mainly because land prices here were cheap, allowing him to purchase a large amount at once. If expansion became necessary in the future, there was ample room to grow, more convenient than the Guangzhou urban area or other suburbs. At the same time, the development could help spur the growth of Henan land itself. Though the market's positioning covered a broad range, its core customers were wholesalers. The volume of goods moving in and out at any one time was substantial, requiring large warehouses for turnover. For foreign merchants, there were also matters of long-term and short-term lodging for crew members and traders to consider. Meeting all these needs demanded a great deal of land. End of chapter. Chapter 2546, Guangzhou Textile Market Part 4. In the future, merchant ships carrying textiles and raw materials, whether domestic or foreign, will dock directly at these wharves to load and unload cargo, eliminating the cost and hassle of overland transshipment. See that row of buildings under construction along the river? That's the future logistics center, warehouses, essentially. The two men clicked their tongues in wonder. The scale was enormous. Would there really be enough merchants and goods to justify all this? And yet, judging by the Australians' level of investment, they seemed utterly certain of success. As for foot traffic, you needn't worry about that either. While our current customers are primarily wholesalers, we've also planned blocks suitable for ordinary people to shop and do business. Transportation will follow accordingly. The ferry wharf is just the beginning. Scheduled ferries will eventually run between here and various wharves outside Guangzhou's South Gate. This will not only solve the market's passenger flow problem, but also improve travel between Henan land and the Guangzhou urban area. Until a bridge spanned the river, Henan land would remain constrained by its commute. In later centuries, mere ferries and liners would never suffice. But in the 17th century, Henan land was still pure countryside, with far less commuting demand. Cheap, reliable ferry service would be enough to meet most needs. The Senate harbored grand ambitions for this area, envisioning it as the future new Guangzhou city. But erecting a great bridge across the Pearl River remained beyond their current capabilities. For now, they had shelved that grander vision, attempting only modest projects with limited investment. At the market entrance stood a tall schematic diagram, its different zones marked in distinct colors. Along the Pearl River from west to east lay zones A through D, the four main commercial districts. All faced north toward the main gate, each dedicated to its specialty: textiles, textile raw materials, textile machinery, and related goods. Flanking them on either side were two additional zones. The east zone was residential, offering detached houses and dormitories for rent or purchase. Merchants, their families, and shop assistants could live there. A commercial street was also planned, featuring shops for dining, groceries, bathing, and other services. Eventually, a national primary school would be established here as well, though a market alone hardly justified a school. Its primary enrollment target would be children of employees from the Guangzhou State Cotton General Factory, currently under construction across the way. The West Zone, and Jiu explained, was the Merchant Guild Zone, reserved specifically for foreign merchants. They entered Zone A first. In terms of location, Zone A was the best, yet ironically, its target customers were the humblest, small vendors and ordinary citizens. The designers had reasoned that the market area was vast. Citizens coming for leisure would never stroll through the entire complex, so the retail zone belonged near the entrance. This made browsing convenient while also generating activity. The bustle of people coming and going would enliven the main gate. Business in the retail area fell into two categories. First, small vendors and local household weavers could sell their individually produced fabrics and raw materials. The senators had concluded that eliminating household textile handicrafts was currently impossible. Better to channel than to block give these producers an opportunity to differentiate themselves rather than leave them at the mercy of putting out merchants. Perhaps some might even become models of prosperity through honest labor. Second, this zone housed Clothing Street, ready-made garments and alterations, old clothes recycling and resale, sewing equipment sales and similar offerings. A street serving everyday needs, essentially. Because Zone A catered to small clients, it featured numerous storefronts, each occupying minimal space. Shop fronts stood shoulder to shoulder, densely packed, yet each unit offered only 30 square meters of usable area. The zone's total footprint was the smallest of the 4 commercial districts. Some shops had already been rented and displayed simple signboards. Others lacked even that, hanging only banners marked with words like patterned cloth or raw silk to indicate their wares. The rent here is quite cheap. For those unwilling to commit long-term, we also offer stalls for short-term rental. That open ground is for stall vendors. However, goods sold here are mostly handmade and small in quantity. They can't supply bulk commodities, so overseas buyers won't bother looking. South of Zone A lay the remaining 3 zones in sequence. Zone B dealt primarily in textile raw materials: cotton, cotton yarn, silkworm cocoons, raw silk, wool, hemp thread, and the like. It occupied the largest planned area. Zone C sold finished and semi-finished textile products: cotton cloth, woolens, yarn, silk, satin, and everything in between. Zone D, the final district, specialized in textile machinery. Everything from massive iron and wood looms to tiny needles and replacement parts could be found there. Eventually, chemical products for textile use, dyes, sizing agents, and such, would be sold there as well. Compared to the first 3 zones, Zone D's architecture differed markedly. The others consisted of 2-story buildings, ground floor for the shop, upper floor for offices or storage. The style was Kailu, arcade buildings with extended corridors providing shade for pedestrians, a design well suited to southern commerce and residence. Zone D, however, required space for displaying and storing machinery. Here, the architecture shifted to truss-style warehouse buildings. "This Australian design is quite ingenious," Wu Yijun remarked, studying the peculiar Australian song architecture. "Wide eaves like these, providing shade in the scorching summer, not bad at all." In the original timeline, Kailu had only appeared in the 19th century, spreading through Guangdong with the introduction of European architecture. In this timeline, it had arrived early. Though the market hadn't officially opened, rental recruitment had begun over a month ago. No shops were operating yet, but well-informed merchants had already secured their preferred locations. Others still prowled the grounds, hoping to find the perfect feng shui spot. This project, pushed hard by the Australians, needed little promotion among merchants with keen instincts. The Australians clearly had ambitions beyond reshaping Guangzhou's textile trade. Something far larger was afoot. The business opportunities were self-evident. The 3 toured all the zones at a brisk pace, glancing at everything without lingering, and finally arrived at the Merchant Guild Zone in the west. Buildings here were more refined, mostly stone-built European-style structures with varied designs, no longer the uniform Kailu or warehouse architecture. And Jiu led the uncle and nephew to the first building in the west zone. It was the plainest of the row. This, she explained, was the market's management company. Though it bore the sign Light Textile Market Co., Limited, the true majority shareholder and primary operator was the Cooperative Society Co., Limited. A second sign beside the door read Cooperative Society Co., Limited, Guangzhou Branch. A small square fronted the building. A flagpole stood at its center, flying the Morning Star flag. Huge display boards lined the square's edge, hung with rows of wooden tablets. "What are these?" Chen Lin asked curiously. He saw inscriptions for lint cotton, clean cotton, cotton cloth, dried cocoons, and more, though empty hooks indicated content yet to come. Market reference prices, provided weekly by the Bureau of Statistics. The Bureau of Statistics supplied reference prices for various markets based on daily price data collected from major distribution and consumption centers like Guangzhou, Foshan, and Lingao. The goal was to give merchants and customers a benchmark, preventing fraud born of information asymmetry and fostering an atmosphere of fair trade. And what does A1 standard cotton cloth mean? Chen Lin pressed. His family intended to enter the cotton cloth business, so naturally he paid close attention to cotton cloth prices. But here, only standard cotton cloth appeared with no further details. Standard cotton cloth refers to fabric meeting specific requirements, a certain number of warp and weft threads per square centimeter within a certain weight range, and Jiu explained. Australian Song standard cotton cloth came in several specifications, from A1 to B3, not necessarily woven to a uniform 20 by 20 count. Is it like the Sheng measurement for official cloth? Chen Lin asked. Before the single whip method was implemented, cloth had been an important form of tax payment. The government had established standards, not only for width and length, but for warp threads within a given width. Generally, 80 warp threads constituted one sheng, though exact measures varied slightly by dynasty and region. Similar in concept, but weft threads are also counted, so there are differences. And Jiu pointed to the words reference price on the board. This is merely a reference. If you can produce something superior, you can naturally command higher prices. Substandard goods won't fetch premium prices. It all depends on whether the buyer knows quality when he sees it. The second building along the Kailu Row in the Merchant Guild Zone displayed a golden anchor above its doorway. And Jiu introduced it. This is the Pinglai company where I'll be working in the future. Once my internship at the Nansha Cotton Textile Factory ends, I'll officially join here. If you ever need to find me, come to this company, though 9 times out of 10 I won't be in. She delivered the line deadpan. When the uncle and nephew failed to catch the joke, she quickly added, best to make an appointment beforehand. We're quite busy. But since we're all here, let's go in and sit. She led them into the reception hall on the first floor. People moved in and out constantly. Some with obviously foreign features came and went as well. Screens partitioned the hall into private rooms arranged around a courtyard, and Jiu guided them into one. Chen Lin glanced around and noticed several signs hanging on the screens facing the main gate. Lingao Pinglai Shipping Co. Limited, Pinglai Development Co. Limited, Pinglai Investment Co. Limited. Multiple company names. What's the difference between all these companies? Chen Lin asked, slightly confused. Wasn't Pinglai Company just Pinglai Company? End of chapter. Chapter 2547, Guangzhou Textile Market Part 5. It's complicated to explain, and Jiu said with a lovely smile that made Chen Lin's heart flutter despite himself. It involves shares and equity structures. Put simply, each company can only operate within a limited scope. So many were registered, but they all answer to the same master. And Jiu knew that explaining cross-holdings, subsidiary and grandson companies, actual controllers, legal persons, and proxy arrangements would only confuse them. These rules had evolved in mature capitalist societies after all. The Senate had imported this sophisticated corporate framework, and even now, many people hadn't fully grasped it. Then, what is Pinglai Company's main business? Wu Yijin asked. He knew Jiu hadn't brought him here without purpose. Though he couldn't fathom what she was after, he refused to play the dullard and follow her lead blindly. That would only invite her contempt. Missin, since you came to Nansha to advise on textiles, I presume this company also deals in cotton cloth, Chen Lin ventured. Quite the opposite. Our company doesn't trade in cloth at all. We simply transport it for those who do. Oh. Like brokers Yaren, Wu Yijin's mind naturally went there. Beyond workshop owners who manufactured their own goods, the cloth trade included putting out merchants and brokers who collected commissions. Sometimes the boundaries between these roles blurred entirely. Brokers might double as putting out merchants, or a single person might wear all 3 hats. An interesting association, Mr. Wu. I can see why you'd think that. However, the Senate doesn't establish broker houses Yahang in production and distribution, so there are no official brokers. Legal market trade is free. Then what exactly are you? Wu Yijin struggled to understand. Even if the Australians had established a light textile city, wasn't it essentially a workshop market? Surely there were official brokers inside collecting commissions, matching buyers with sellers, managing the market. It seemed much the same to him. Let me put it this way, Jiu explained. Say you produce cloth for sale, or you're a merchant trafficking goods from the interior or overseas. Either way, you need someone to handle delivery or procurement. If you have the channels, you manage it yourself. But some destinations require large ships and some routes are unfamiliar territory. Whenever you can't handle the transport yourself, you come to us. We can deliver goods to Nanyang or even Taisi Europe. Wu Yijin nodded slowly, beginning to grasp the concept. Unlike broker houses, we post transparent prices and don't collect taxes on the government's behalf. Moreover, this industry isn't monopolized. You're not obligated to use our routes or ships for any particular destination. Other companies offer the same service. 2 of them are right next door. If customers find our prices unreasonable, they're welcome to try our competitors, she laughed. Though I must put in a word for ourselves, our value for money is unmatched. The companies next door, are they red hairs? Chen Lin asked. He'd noticed before entering that 2 neighboring shops were already open, with strangely dressed red hairs milling about their entrances. The people you saw are Dutchmen, to be precise. This row of merchant guilds includes offices of both the Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company. Their main business is buying and selling goods here, but they also offer shipping. You can hire them to transport goods anywhere overseas, provided they have a trading post there. I see, Wu Yijin said. I recall the Franks used to be the most common visitors to Guangzhou. They seem to have gone quiet. The Portuguese still come, but holed up in Macau as they are, they can barely conduct any business. And Jiu laughed. Compared to the British and Dutch, they lack enterprise. They move far too slowly. Does the Senate truly intend to let all these barbarians conduct business here? Wu Yijin couldn't hide his surprise. He knew the Australians had effectively carved out a section of Huangpu port for foreign merchants to berth, even allowing them to purchase land, construct buildings, and establish warehouses. But now they meant to give them permanent merchant guilds here as well. Why not? As long as they pay their taxes and abide by Senate laws, shouldn't we facilitate their trade? She smiled. You're both in cotton textiles. You may well need to rely on them to supply your cotton someday. What, they have cotton? Of course, and Jiu nodded. Not from their own countries, mind you, they traffic it from India. How do you know this? Chen Lin asked eagerly, his interest in cotton matters getting the better of him. If you're in the cotton textile industry, how can you afford to ignore the market? Here in Guangzhou, besides Songjiang cloth, whose fabric dominates, Indian cloth. Chen Lin felt foolish for not connecting the dots sooner. With so much Indian cotton cloth flooding the market, their cotton production must be enormous. This is wonderful, another source of raw materials for the future. The 2 lingered at Pinglai Company for quite some time, discussing a wide range of topics. Compared to Chen Lin, Wu Yijin showed keener interest in business, asking numerous questions about Guangzhou's future commercial trends and textile prospects. And Jiu spoke freely, sharing whatever she knew. The conversation flowed easily between them. Chen Lin, meanwhile, felt a private shame creeping over him. And Jiu had been in Nansha for months, yet he'd let concerns about propriety between men and women prevent him from having any substantive discussions with her. What a waste of an invaluable opportunity. Their talk stretched until noon. Suddenly remembering their afternoon appointment with Dong Zhijiang, they took their leave at once, and Jiu neither offered polite protests nor pressed them to stay for a meal. She simply mentioned that if they wanted to explore the market that afternoon, the Living Zone had restaurants already open for a quick bite. The Living Zone remained unfinished, though most storefronts had begun operating. The establishments here were mainly public canteen-type cheap restaurants, currently serving the laborers working the construction sites. Business was brisk. But Chen and Wu were long-gown party. They couldn't very well mingle with the short-jacket gang over a meal. Fortunately, Dong Zhijiang had invited them to meet at a local tea house, where they could conveniently eat lunch while waiting. Upon entering the tea house and mentioning Dong Zhijiang's name, a waiter promptly appeared, explaining that Master Dong had already reserved a private room. He led them inside. No sooner had they taken their seats than waiters arrived in an endless stream, bearing an array of exquisite tea snacks and presenting a selection of famous teas. Chen Lin thought to himself, "This Master Dong certainly lives up to his station." The waiter attended to them solicitously. "Master Dong asked me to convey that you shouldn't stand on ceremony. Please eat first. He must accompany the old matriarch for lunch at home before coming over. He worried about leaving you unattended." Given this arrangement, the two ate and drank at leisure. About an hour later, well past the noon hour, Dong Zheng finally arrived. Dong and Wu were old acquaintances, so there was no need for excessive formality. For Chen Lin, however, this was his first meeting with the general's family's first master, and his cousin-uncle made the introductions. Learning that the young man before him was the actual manager of the Nancha factory, Dong Zheng registered visible surprise. Since his family held shares in Nancha, he chose his words with considerable courtesy. Once everyone was seated, the waiter cleared the scattered dishes, presented fresh tea snacks, and brewed 2 new pots of tea. Only then did they turn to business. "Ah Lin, Master Dong is practically family. Tell him everything, how the factory was built in Nancha and where things stand now." Chen Lin understood that Master Dong's family was effectively his cousin-uncle's primary investor, or to put it bluntly, the major shareholder in Nancha. Composing himself, he recounted everything from his initial visit to Lingao through the recent trial production, leaving nothing out. His account was clear and methodical. Though he spoke for over an hour, Dong Zheng listened with rapt attention, never showing a hint of boredom. When Chen Lin reached the part about Nancha facing a production halt due to insufficient cotton stocks, Dong Zheng's brow furrowed slightly. "The stored cotton isn't enough. We stored plenty, but we never anticipated how fast the Australians' machines would work," Chen Lin explained. "A single machine matches the output of several hundred workers. Cotton consumption rises daily, and we've exhausted the supply around Nancha." He outlined the general scope of their dilemma for Dong Zheng. "We heard Master Dong has cotton here, so we've come to beg a favor. Might you be willing to share a portion with Nancha?" Dong Zheng nodded slowly. "I see." He tapped his fan against his palm. "By rights, this should be no trouble at all. But as things stand, it's not so simple. You've probably noticed cotton prices in Guangzhou have been climbing steadily. Though my family stockpiled quite a bit, if I release goods to you now, the household accountant will run straight to the elders complaining I sold too quickly." He smiled ruefully. "My mother fears nothing more than seeing me cheated in business. She opposed my stockpiling cotton from the very start. If the old madam doesn't want you stockpiling cotton anyway, what's wrong with selling at the peak and pocketing a safe profit?" Wu Yijin found this puzzling. "Ah, you don't know the half of it. To make sure I don't get swindled, my mother assigned an old manager to watch over me. He's quite capable at management, I'll grant him that. But it means I can't make any decisions on my own, everything requires his approval." Dong Zheng smiled helplessly. "I'll need to go home and discuss this with him first." Chen Lin felt a pang of disappointment, but his position didn't allow him to press the matter. Wu Yijin spoke up again. "Master Dong, while cotton prices are certainly riding high, they've reached absurd levels. The moment there's any hint of trouble, this market will collapse. When that happens, you won't just be complaining about selling too cheaply, you'll be lucky to sell the stuff for firewood. With the market this strong, surely the old manager can see reason." "You don't understand," Dong Zheng replied. "You probably haven't heard yet. My father and brother both wrote letters saying the cotton harvests in Shandong and Henan have been poor. The Jianghui region suffered disasters too. Even Songjiang doesn't have enough for its own needs. The Australians have been buying in large quantities recently, which naturally drove up northern cotton prices. The old manager believes this cotton has room to climb higher still." End of chapter. Chapter 25:48. Hidden concerns. Why were the Australians buying cotton too? The Nancha factory had only just begun operations. Tens of thousands of taels of silver poured in without so much as a ripple in return. If cotton prices kept climbing at this pace, how could the factory possibly stay afloat? The more Chen Lin thought about it, the clearer the picture became. The Guangzhou National Cotton Textile Factory sat right next to the international market, that vast tract of land now fenced off for factory buildings. Once it started running, tens of thousands of spindles would be spinning at once. Of course, the Australians would stockpile cotton now, but if that was the case, cotton prices would only continue to rise. Chen Lin's heart clenched with worry. Dong Zhijiang's next words offered some comfort. That said, cloth prices have also climbed recently. I hear the Australians have been buying in bulk. Why would the Australians need so much cloth themselves? Chen Lin asked, intrigued. Are you familiar with the Nanyang Company? Yes, it was established just recently. Something about developing the South Seas. Developing the South Seas means shipping landless vagrants and displaced peasants from across the provinces to Annam and the islands to clear and cultivate new farmland. These people need food, drink, and clothing. Farming requires seeds and tools. Someone has to provide all of this. The Australians can hardly send them off with bare bottoms and empty hands. Dong Zhijiang laughed. Right now in Guangzhou, it's not just cotton cloth that's rising. Grain and all manner of sundries have gone up too. Even hardware items that used to keep falling, iron nails, the cheapest of the lot, have risen considerably. Why? Because migrants need every last one of these things. His words struck Chen Lin like a revelation. He'd been so consumed by factory affairs lately that he'd completely lost track of the broader market. I see now. A merchant must stay alert to everything around him, keeping constant watch on market conditions, he said, reproaching himself. No need for self-blame, young man, Dong Zhijiang said with a chuckle. Since cotton cloth prices have surged, yarn prices have naturally followed. Whether you're selling cloth or yarn, you'll turn a tidy profit right now. The average price of cotton cloth in Guangzhou has risen 15%, with mid to low grade cloth climbing even higher. He paused as if remembering something. As for your cotton supply problem, I'll speak to the manager about it the moment I return. Since you're old Wu's cousin and the manager at Nansha, your family now. I'll make sure this gets handled properly. You won't leave empty-handed. Thank you, Master Dong. No need for thanks. We're all family. Dong Zhijiang studied him with an appraising look. Old Wu has mentioned you to me many times, always said you were the most honest and hardworking young man from a respectable old family. Now that I've met you, I see he spoke true. With you running things at Nansha, I can rest easy. I will always remember your grace in recognizing my humble abilities. Seeing that the young man was perceptive and knew how to conduct himself, Dong Zhijiang nodded with quiet approval. His father and elder brother both served as officials in Ming territory. Beyond their salaries, various unofficial incomes flowed quietly back to Guangzhou through DeLong's northern channels. That was one source. But gray income alone remained limited, since both men were military officers stationed nowhere near the lucrative postings of Liang. Their take was modest at best. To maintain the family's comfortable lifestyle and stave off decline, investment was the only path forward. The Nansha textile factory represented the Dong family's largest venture. Chen Lin had made a favorable impression. His commercial instincts might not match Wu Yijin's sharpness, but he was clearly someone who could get things done. This international market is an excellent place to take the pulse of trade. Renting a storefront here, the business itself is secondary. What matters is understanding this rapidly shifting market. The Australians certainly have vision. Dong Zhijiang raised his teacup. The streets of Guangzhou are paved with gold if you're willing to stoop and pick it up. I never believed that before, but I do now. We have no wine, so let tea suffice. To your prosperous business and abundant wealth. Wu Yijin and Chen Lin hastily raised their cups in return. After another round of pleasantries, Wu Yijin noted the time and caught Chen Lin's eye. The two made their excuses and departed. Chen Lin had wanted to discuss cotton procurement further with Dong Zhijiang, Since the Dong family had northern connections, this could be a long-term solution. He'd barely taken a few steps outside before voicing his frustration. I still had more to say to Master Dong. What's the rush? Wu Yijun laughed. It's only about the cotton business. Don't worry, wastrel though he may be, he still cares about his own investments. Those of us who serve shouldn't spoil his mood. Besides, it's nearly time. Time for what? See that clock tower over there? Can you read the Australian numerals? Those are just Arabic numerals. It's almost 2 o'clock. I didn't expect you to know so much. Wu Yijun glanced around furtively. Look across the street. Sensing something improper in his uncle's manner, Chen Lin knew better than to make any obvious movements. He shifted his gaze subtly and saw a small sedan chair arrive at the tea house entrance. The proprietor and waiters emerged to greet it. The curtain lifted, revealing a woman in Ming-style dress. Could that be Master Dong's? Wu Yijun nodded silently. Only after they'd walked some distance did he speak in a low voice. She's a woman Master Dong recently took as a concubine, not yet made official. He finds too many prying eyes in the city, so he bought her a courtyard in the living quarters here and rented a storefront for her to run. A woman running a business. What's so strange about that? Wu Yijun laughed. Plenty of women run wine shops in the city. Those are small establishments. The businesses in this market are major operations. Chen Lin said, puzzled. Besides, Master Dong himself isn't from a merchant family and doesn't understand commerce. What sort of business could he set up for a woman to run? Who said everything here is big business? Zone A is for smaller operations. Her shop is there. She deals in export goods, fine embroidered fans and handkerchiefs. The shop only just opened, but she's already secured several orders from the Europeans. Wu Yijun's voice carried a note of envy. Master Dong really knows what he's doing, finding himself a woman like that, capable and beautiful both. Such gossip held little interest for Chen Lin. Uncle, where is our storefront located? I noticed quite a few people here looking at spaces. You needn't worry about that. I've already identified a suitable spot and had the manager submit our bid yesterday. Highest bidder wins, but there are plenty of storefronts in this market. The one I chose isn't in any particularly auspicious location. Probably no one will compete for it. We'll likely get it at the base price. Their business was wholesale, far less sensitive to location than retail. No need to invest heavily in the lease. Wu Yijun led him to a storefront in Zone B. The doors stood wide open, workers renovating inside amid piles of timber and bricks. The annual rent was 200 yuan, Wu Yijun explained, Guangzhou's going rate for a prime commercial space in a bustling district. The rent is steep, but you get what you pay for. I've also bought a courtyard in the residential quarter here. I'll be spending quite a bit of time in this place from now on. What about your dried fruit business, uncle? I've handed it over to Huan. He's nearly 30 now. Doesn't need me watching over him every day. Wu Yijun's voice turned wistful. I'm approaching 50, old enough to know my destiny. While my body still holds up, I need to hustle for a few more years. Opportunities like this don't come along often. The two strolled through the market, stopping to chat with merchants they knew, discussing current prices and conditions for various goods. Even storefronts not yet officially open had workers and managers in place, and they went in to exchange words with them too. By the time they completed their circuit, it was past 4 in the afternoon. They took a ferry back to the Guangzhou urban area. Wu Yijun, in high spirits, ordered food and wine prepared. The two drank and discussed business, their grand plans for the future naturally. But where Wu Yijun brimmed with enthusiasm, Chen Lin wore a troubled expression. His uncle noticed and tried to console him. Lin, still worried about the cotton. Don't fret, Master Dong will certainly help you sort it out. He won't let the factory shut down. After all, he has his own stake in it. That's not what concerns me, uncle. Chen Lin set down his cup. What worries me most is the price of cotton itself. From everything I gathered at the market today, I fear a great storm may be brewing. You mean paper cotton? As long as we don't speculate, nothing will happen to us. Wu Yijun waved a dismissive hand. Besides, the cotton market could climb even higher in the second half of the year. Uncle, have you considered this? Cotton prices have skyrocketed, but while cloth and yarn prices have also risen, the increase is far smaller. The market's cotton supply hadn't grown. If anything, it had shrunk in the short term. But cloth and yarn production had surged with the introduction of new machines, actually pushing prices downward. I recently compiled the cotton cloth quantities and prices from the past few months' commercial monthly reports for the Nanyang Company's purchases, then compared them to prices before this year's rally. After factoring out the increase caused by Nanyang's buying, the actual price of cloth has fallen. This caught Wu Yijin's attention. He set down his wine cup. Go on. The Nanyang Company is just one company. There's a limit to how much cloth it can buy. Last month, its purchase volume already dropped by half compared to the previous month. If that continues, there will be a surplus of yarn and cloth on the market. Prices will inevitably fall. In commodity markets, people chase rising prices but flee falling ones. Once a commodity begins to decline, panic selling often follows, driving prices down further. Breaking through cost price can happen in an instant. End of chapter. Chapter 25:48. Hidden worries. Australians also purchased cotton. Nancha just started operation. Tens of thousands of silver invested haven't seen a splash yet. If cotton prices rise like this urgently, how can the factory continue to open? Thinking again, next door to this international textile market is the Guangzhou State Cotton Textile Factory, encircling such a large piece of land to build factory buildings. When machines start, tens of thousands of spindles will turn together. Isn't it normal for Australians to start hoarding cotton now? However, if it's like this, future cotton prices will only rise with the water. Chen Lin's heart couldn't help tightening. But Dong Zhijiang's next words reassured him a bit. However, cloth prices also rose recently. Heard Australians are buying in large batches lately. Why do Australians want to buy in large quantities themselves? Chen Lin got interested and asked. Do you know the Nanyang Company? No, founded not long ago, saying want to develop Nanyang. Developing Nanyang means sending landless refugees from various places to Jiaji and Nanyang to open up wasteland and farm. These people need to eat, drink, and wear clothes. Farming needs seeds and tools. Australians have to prepare everything. Could it be they let them go with bare butts and empty hands? Dong Zhijiang laughed. Nowadays in Guangzhou City, not only cotton cloth rose, grain and various groceries all rose. Even hardware parts that fell all the way in the past, the least valuable iron nails rose quite a bit. Why? These are all objects immigrants need to use. Dong Zhijiang's words made Chen Lin feel like enlightened by filling the top of the head with cream. Suddenly enlightened. These days he was immersed in factory matters, completely failing to understand the outside market. So it is. Merchants should originally observe 6 roads and listen to 8 directions, grasping business dynamics at all times, he said ashamed. Little brother, you don't need to blame yourself, Dong Zhijiang laughed. Since cotton cloth rose greatly, cotton yarn price naturally also rose quite a bit. Whether you have cloth or yarn, dumping it now can earn a ticket. Currently, the average price of cotton cloth in Guangzhou rose by 15%. Low-medium grade cotton cloth rose even more. He seemed to think of something. About the cotton matter, I will go help you persuade the manager when I get back. Since you are Master Wu's cousin-nephew and Nancha Factory's manager, you count as one of our own. I will definitely help to the end on this matter, resolutely not letting you return empty-handed. Many thanks, Master. You don't need to thank me either. We are one of our own. Dong Zhijiang looked at him with a you-know expression. In the past, Master Wu also mentioned you to me many times, saying you are a most honest and working descendant of an old family. Now looking, it is indeed so. With you and Nancha, I trust it. Yes, Master's grace of recognizing me, this lowly one will definitely engrave in heart. Dong Zhijiang saw the young man before him was very sensible and nodded secretly in his heart. His father and big brother were both officials in the Ming state. Besides salary, various gray incomes were secretly remitted back to Guangzhou using DeLong's channels in the north. This was one aspect, but just relying on their gray income was actually limited. After all, father and brother were both military officers, not serving in places easy to get rich like Guaning. The gray income part was actually very limited. To maintain the family's luxurious life without declining, collecting interest was the only road. Nansha Textile Factory was currently the Dong family's biggest investment project. His perception of Chen Lin was very good now. Although business mind was obviously inferior to Wu Yijun, he was truly a person capable of doing things. This international market is an excellent place to understand the market. Renting a shop face here, doing business or not is secondary. The key is knowing this fast-changing market. Australians indeed have vision and ideas. Dong Zhijiang said, "This Guangzhou city is full of gold everywhere, as long as you go pick it up." I originally didn't believe this saying, now I believe it. There is no wine here. I will use tea instead of wine to congratulate the two of you. Business prosperity, financial resources advancing widely. After speaking, he raised the tea cup. Wu and Chen hurriedly also raised cups to congratulate Dong Zhijiang together. After another round of polite remarks, Wu Yijun saw the time was about right, so he signaled Chen Lin and the two took their leave. Chen Lin originally wanted to talk more with Dong Zhijiang about cotton procurement. Since the Dong family had connections in the north, this was a long-term plan. Walking a few steps after coming out, he complained, "I still have a few sentences to say to Master Dong. What's the rush?" Wu Yijun laughed, "Nothing more than cotton matters. Relax, although he is a dandy, he still cares about his own business matters. We who handle errands shouldn't sweep away his interest. The time is about right." "What time? Look at that clock tower over there. Do you understand the Australian numbers on it? Isn't that just Arabic numerals? It's about to be 2 o'clock. Didn't expect you know quite a lot." Wu Yijun looked around secretly and said, "Look across the street." Chen Lin saw his cousin-uncle's appearance was wretched, knowing it wasn't some serious matter. He dared not make too big a movement, only shifting his gaze slightly. He saw a small sedan chair arriving in front of the tea house. Managers and waiters all welcomed it. The sedan curtain was picked up and a woman in Ming state attire came out from inside. Could this be Master Dong's? Wu Yijun nodded silently. Walking out a long distance later, he whispered, "This is a woman Master Dong newly took in. Haven't crossed the clear road, not official." Second Master disliked having many people and mixed eyes in the city, so he bought a courtyard for her in the living zone here and rented a shop face for her to manage. "What? Let a woman do business? What's rare about women doing business?" Wu Yijun laughed. "There are plenty of women selling wine at the stove in the city. That's all small business. What's done in this market is all big trading." Chen Lin didn't understand. Besides, Dong's second master himself isn't from a merchant background, nor does he understand business ways. Getting a shop face for a woman, what business can be done? Who said there is only big business here? Isn't Zone the place for doing small business? This woman's shop face is in Zone A, doing business of export silk fans, handkerchiefs, and such fine embroidery works. Although trading just opened, she already accepted several orders from Europeans. Wu Yijun said slightly enviously, "This Dong second master really has a hand, actually able to hook up with such a woman, capable and pretty." Chen Lin wasn't too interested in this kind of lace news gossip. He asked, "Cousin uncle, where is our shop face rented? I see quite a few people looking at shop faces here. You don't need to worry about this matter. I already favored a shop face. Yesterday I asked the manager to come bid. Although the highest bidder gets it, there are extremely many shop faces in the market. I didn't choose any special Fengshenghe treasure land. Presumably, no one will come fight with me. 9 out of 10 can take it down at base price." They were operating wholesale business here, not sensitive to shop location like retail, so they had no intention to invest too much capital in renting shop slots either. After speaking, Wu Yijun took him to a shop face in Zone B. The shop door was wide open. Workers were renovating inside. Timber, bricks, and tiles were piled all over the floor. Wu Yijun told Chen Lin the annual rent here was 200 yuan. This price in terms of Guangzhou was also the rental price of a first-class shop in a busy market. Although rent is expensive, it is worth the value. I also bought a courtyard in the living zone here. In the future, I will linger here often. Then, what about Master's dried fruit business in the past? Let Huan take over. He is also nearly 30. No need for me to stare beside him every day. Wu Yijun was quite emotional. I am almost at the age of knowing fate 50. Taking advantage of the body and bones still being useful now, have to flutter hustle for a few years quickly. This chance to earn big money isn't encountered casually. The two strolled in the market, exchanging a few sentences when meeting familiar merchants, chatting about the market of related commodities currently. Although some shop faces hadn't officially opened, waiters and managers had already moved in. They also went in to chat. After walking this circle, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The two then took a ferry boat and returned to Guangzhou urban area. Wu Yijun had a strong desire to talk, ordering people to prepare wine and dishes. The two drank and discussed matters. Naturally, they talked about future grandiose plans. Compared to the enthusiastic Wu Yijun, Chen Lin had a worried look. Seeing this, Wu Yijun persuaded. Lin, are you still worried about cotton? Relax, Master Dong will definitely solve it for you, absolutely not letting the factory stop work. After all, he has a share too. Cousin uncle, I am not worried about this. Chen Lin said, I am most worried about this cotton price now. Judging from words spoken by people from all sides in the market today, afraid there will be a huge storm. Are you saying the paper cotton matter? Wu Yijun waved his hand indifferently. As long as we don't go speculating, nothing will happen. Besides, cotton market in the second half of the year might be even higher. Cousin uncle, have you thought about one thing? Cotton skyrocketed. Although cotton cloth and cotton yarn also rose, the rise is much smaller than cotton. The market cotton supply hadn't increased. Shortly, it even decreased. But cotton cloth and cotton yarn, due to the promotion and introduction of new machines, saw production explode, actually showing a trend of falling prices. I just summarized and calculated the quantity and price of cotton cloth purchased by Nanyang Company in the Business Monthly from previous months, then compared with the price before this wave of market at the beginning of this year. Deducting the price rise factor caused by Nanyang procurement, actually, cloth prices are falling. These words attracted Wu Yijun's attention. He put down the wine cup and asked, then, Nanyang is also just a company. The cloth it can buy in has a limit after all. Moreover, last month, its purchase volume already decreased by half year-on-year. If it continues to decrease like this month, yarn and cloth in the market will appear surplus, prices will inevitably fall. A typical situation in the commodity market is chasing rise but not chasing fall. Once a certain commodity begins to show price drops, panic selling situations from all sides often appear, further suppressing commodity prices. Breaking through cost price is a matter of an instant. End of chapter. Chapter 25:49. Crisis emerges. Wu Yijun turned the matter over in his mind and realized his nephew was right. He had spent enough years in commerce to understand how markets worked. Once a crisis erupted, no government proclamation could stabilize it. He had been worried about the flood of paper cotton and the rampant speculation, but now, analyzing the prospects for yarn and cloth with Chen Lin, a chill ran down his spine. If the situation Chen Lin described came to pass, the cotton textile industry would bear the brunt. The yarn spun from Nancha factories' prized 720 spindles would become a noose around their necks. Unsold yarn and cloth would pile up. Factories would grind to a halt. He set down his wine cup. Lin, you're right. This paper cotton business will explode sooner or later. If we can pour cold water on it before it does, perhaps there's still a chance to salvage things. That's what I think as well, Chen Lin said. Our only option now is to advise the senators directly. Missin mentioned that Senators Li and Zhu arrived in Guangzhou not long ago. We could ask her to pass along our concerns. Even if we can't secure an audience, we should at least submit a letter. Exactly. Wu Yijun nodded. We'll draft it tonight. Then something else occurred to him. Lin, how much cloth and yarn remains unsold both in the factory and outside? We have considerable inventory at the factory. There's also a good deal of yarn we've distributed to the weaving households that hasn't been woven and returned yet. For everything we have on hand, yarn and cloth alike, send people to transport it to Guangzhou immediately. While prices are still high, dump it all. Even at a discount, as long as someone's willing to buy, get rid of every last bolt. How long will our cotton supply last at current production rates? About half a month. Have the manager spin all remaining cotton into yarn. Then shut down the machines and send the workers home. It's busy farming season anyway, so they'll have work to do. Once the yarn is spun, contract Fengshenghe to weave it into cloth for storage. After that, we'll watch the market. I'll send Qing back to handle this right away. Chen Lin hesitated, then lowered his voice. What about the cotton from Dong's second master? If he actually manages to get it for us, what then? Neither of them felt optimistic about the long-term cloth market anymore. Their priority was to clear as much inventory as possible before the crash. Taking on high-priced cotton now would drive their costs up considerably. If it were anyone else, they could simply refuse. There was no contract after all. But Dong's second master was not only a shareholder. He had also promised to sell them cotton when prices were rising 3 times a day. That was an enormous favor. To renege now would mean they could never look him in the face again. We'll just find a reason to decline, Wu Yijun mused. Perhaps you could say you've left for Lingao. Chen Lin shook his head. That won't do. Dong's second master might not say anything outright, but he'd hold it against us. We need another approach. Wu Yijun's eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. Lin, since arriving here, how many patterned cloth firms have you approached about buying cotton? Not a single one. Chen Lin looked puzzled. Wu Yijun immediately summoned a servant and instructed him to find out the current paper cotton price. The servant returned shortly with his report. Paper cotton had risen another 5% per pickle. Perfect. Wu Yijun smiled. Lin, tomorrow I want you to visit every patterned cloth firm in the city. Ask them what price they're offering for spot goods, cotton available for immediate delivery, and how many pickles they can provide. Tell them you need it urgently to start up the factory. But buying that cotton would only deepen our losses, Chen Lin said, confused. Of course, I don't expect you to actually buy any. I just need you to let every patterned cloth firm in the city know that someone is desperately seeking spot cotton. You want to drive up spot prices even higher. Precisely. But how would that help Dong's second master convince his family manager? Understanding dawned on Chen Lin. His inquiries would fan the flames of the spot market. The Dong family's manager would become even more reluctant to release their stock. I know a thing or two about that manager, Wu Yijun said with satisfaction. Shrewd as they come. With the market this hot, why would he release inventory willingly? He holds the mother's mandate, and Dong's second master, for all his status, may not be able to overrule him. By the time Dong's second master negotiated with his mother and tried to persuade the household, at least 3 to 5 days would pass. And knowing Dong's second master's temperament, the man detested complications. He might well give up entirely. As long as he can't get back to us in the next few days, I'll simply explain that you couldn't wait and went looking for other sources. Then everyone saves face. Chen Lin thought to himself. Cousin Uncle's mind is sharp as a blade. The next day he followed the plan. After making his rounds of inquiries, he went specifically to the Pinglai Company office in the textile market to find Jiu. He told her he had concerns about the current market situation and hoped to meet with the 2 chiefs, or failing that, asked if she could forward a letter on his behalf. Jiu was somewhat surprised, but she knew Chen Lin to be a steady, level-headed man. If he was requesting an audience with the chiefs, it had to be urgent. However, Chiefs Zhu and Li, while indeed in Guangzhou, were consumed with preparations for the Guangzhou cotton textile factory. Without a concrete agenda, they would have difficulty finding time to receive visitors. Tell me why you need to see them, Jiu said. You must have something specific in mind if I'm to make a proper report. To be frank, it's about the cotton situation. Chen Lin described the chaos of paper cotton flooding the market and laid out his concerns. Once paper cotton collapses, I'm afraid the entire industry will suffer devastating damage. Whether the chiefs see me or not isn't important, but they need to know about this urgently. And Jiu didn't know much about commercial affairs, but listening to his analysis, she too sensed the gravity of the situation. She promised to report immediately. Don't go anywhere tomorrow, stay at your cousin-uncle's home. You may be summoned at any moment. I understand. Li Shan, meanwhile, was preparing for an incognito inspection at the Great World Office. He planned to walk through the textile market and get a feel for conditions on the ground. This market was a project he had poured considerable effort into establishing, a key initiative in his push to develop the Senate's cotton textile industry. With the official opening imminent, he needed to investigate firsthand. From what he could tell, market response had been positive. But the only way to truly understand the situation was to see it himself. Originally, he had planned to blend in wearing Ming-style clothing, but after trying on a set he felt uncomfortable. He tried several more outfits, and each made him feel like a monkey in a costume. It seems clothing has a great deal to do with a person's bearing, Li Shan concluded. He abandoned the pretense. His own clothes were more comfortable anyway. For safety, and to make it easier to hear honest opinions, he passed on the finely made senator's uniform, and had someone fetch a set of indigo-dyed work clothes made from coarse cotton cloth. This was the most common attire among naturalized citizen employees. Any naturalized citizen cadre with even modest status wouldn't be caught dead in it. It would serve as a reasonable disguise. Li Shan examined the loose blue garment in the mirror. It hung on him like a flour sack. "This is hideous," he muttered. "It's not the clothes, it's the person wearing them." Zhu Bio appeared behind him, laughing. "Do you really need to dress so plainly? At least wear a cadre suit. Besides, your bearing doesn't exactly scream grassroots worker." "Enough, let's go." Li Shan turned from the mirror. "I need to see for myself how much this reality has diverged from history." "You think the historical record has become invalid?" Zhu Bio raised an eyebrow. He had assumed Li Shan simply wanted to check on market preparations. He hadn't expected such a weighty topic. "I wouldn't say invalid, but our influence on this timeline grows larger by the day. Many things have already changed. The butterfly effect seems significant. People who should be alive have died. People who should be dead still live. The variables are enormous. Just the fact that Sun Yuanhua was restored to his post means Shandong's historical trajectory has completely disconnected from what we knew. That only proves our understanding of history was superficial, that we only knew how to exploit short-term events for profit." Zhu Bio laughed, an unusually hearty sound from him. "In truth, short-term events have the least value. Do you think it matters to the Senate whether the one sent to suppress us is Xing Wenkan or Zhu Wenkan? Whether the one rebelling is Li Zicheng or Zhang Zicheng? I suppose it doesn't. No matter who led the opposing army, they stood no chance against the Senate's overwhelming advantage. The most precious thing about history isn't the events themselves. It's the laws we can derive from countless such events. Take the cotton textile industry you and I are developing now. History won't tell us exactly which year the handicraft textile industry should collapse or how many families will go bankrupt, but it will show us the process of that collapse and its characteristic manifestations. Using history as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall of states. Does history here mean a simple accumulation of events? Of course not. What matters is distilling laws from those events, then applying those laws to our own development. "That sounds rather abstract," Li Shan said. "Everyone knows the bourgeoisie overthrew the feudal class. Everyone knows machines must replace manual labor. But what good is stating such generalities? Because those laws were summarized by others based on vast amounts of historical evidence. It's other people's historical theory. To put it crudely, it's as if someone else chewed the food and spat it out for you to swallow. Your mind doesn't contain the same reservoir of historical facts as theirs, so naturally it feels empty and abstract. That's a revolting metaphor, Li Shan grimaced. Let me give you an example. After the Opium War, you'll find two claims. The impact of industrial products caused fragile family handicraftsmen to go bankrupt, and native cloth produced by family handicraftsmen proved resilient under the impact and continued selling well in the market. Which of these two contradictory statements do you think is correct? Both claims seem to appear in descriptions of the post-Opium War economy. Li Shan vaguely remembered seeing them in junior high and high school history textbooks. Even some economic history books contain these diametrically opposed assertions. End of chapter. Chapter 2550. The cloth shop boss Li Shan scratched his head, mulling over the Guangzhou market report that Chen Xiaobing and the others had brought. Seems like both assessments are correct. Zhu Bio spread his hands. Exactly. These two statements appear contradictory, but they're both accurate. Social development has dynamic spatial and temporal imbalances. Britain experiences this, and China even more so. Two seemingly contradictory processes can exist simultaneously within the same country, sometimes even within the same county. I didn't expect someone who's clearly a science student to have such an interest in social sciences. I'm an engineering student, Zhu Bio said solemnly, and what we're discussing now is essentially economic history. Without a certain level of mathematical ability, you can't truly comprehend it. So the long-duration historical approach is still valid. If history continues developing along these patterns, won't historical phenomena simply repeat themselves? Historical materials can be true or false, but there's no such thing as history being valid or invalid, Zhu Bio explained. History itself is a summary and refinement based on past information. The source materials themselves vary in authenticity and completeness. To truly understand any situation, you still need field investigation. We take one trip around international market, and it almost feels like you're preparing to write a thesis. Li Shan laughed. International's opening went smoothly, but I'm worried the market itself is far from calm. Zhu Bio's expression grew concerned. Without personally observing the market, I'm afraid serious problems might develop. Naturally, they already knew about the paper-cotton situation. Whether police or political security, an important responsibility was collecting social sentiment and public opinion. Reports about paper cotton flooding the market and rampant speculation had landed on their desks over a month ago. But paper cotton speculation was fundamentally a financial problem. Although Li Shan and Zhu Bio recognized the danger it posed, the specific response depended on decisions from finance and the financial department. As leaders of production departments, they had no authority over market operations. I also think this paper cotton business is outrageous. The speculative element is far too pronounced. Zhu Bio frowned deeply. What did the Wang couple have to say? They don't handle this. Theoretically speaking, the matter is touching neither 1 nor 8 right now, completely unrelated to anyone's jurisdiction. After all, we don't have a futures market. The bank also claims it's not their concern since the people speculating in paper cotton haven't taken out any bank loans. Mayor Liu held a work meeting and assigned this to Chu He and Ren Youzi. Theoretically, aren't they the heads of the Guangzhou Stock Exchange? What use are those two bear commanders? Despite Chu He and Ren Youzi holding titles of Securities Regulatory Commission Secretary and Stock Exchange Chairman respectively, they could command only their own personal secretaries. They had set up a joint office in the Great World Building. Because securities trading volume was so small and efficiency mattered, the Senate adhered to its principle of not supporting idle personnel. The Stock Exchange and Securities Regulatory Commission only conducted business on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, both men held separate part-time positions. Isn't this just professional alignment? I have a feeling this arrangement will cause trouble sooner or later. Zhu Bio sighed repeatedly. They took a small skiff directly from the Great World Wharf to International Market Wharf. Their landing attracted little attention. Although the opening ceremony had been held just yesterday, the market was already quite lively. Naturalized citizens came and went in great numbers, and everyone had grown accustomed to seeing people in Australian-style clothing. They no longer drew curious stares. To stimulate market development, the Hainan Demonstration Factory had begun releasing inventory cotton yarn and cloth in batches starting a week ago. The Nansha Cotton Textile Factory, which they had prioritized supporting, had also started supplying cotton cloth to the market. Now was the time to observe consumer response. Among international markets, 4 professional zones, A, B, C, and D. Zone D was mainly occupied by Senate enterprises, while the shop rental rate in the first 3 zones remained below 50%. Yet even at half capacity, the transaction volume generated was already considerable by contemporary standards. Merchants could readily appreciate the benefits of this specialized market model. They first visited the market management company to get a general sense of current operations. The situation matched their expectations. Transaction volume wasn't large yet, but showed a gradual upward trend. However, flowers, yarn, and cloth accounted for only a small portion of total volume, less than 20%. Silk products still dominated the market. The reason was self-evident. Raw silk and silk textiles had bulk buyers among foreign merchants. With Guangzhou's opening as a port and various restrictions on foreign merchants gradually lifted, their purchasing had shifted from a monsoon system to a year-long system. Many merchants now stayed in Guangzhou permanently, no longer concentrating their acquisitions in particular months. For cotton products, export quantities of locally produced cotton cloth remained minimal. On the contrary, due to brisk sales of low to medium-grade cotton cloth in the domestic market, large quantities of Xunyang cotton cloth had been arriving recently. Rising cotton cloth demand and climbing prices, combined with continuously increasing cotton yarn demand from small-scale weavers and household producers, had stabilized and improved yarn shipments from the Lingao Demonstration Factory and Nansha Factory. Even improved yarn produced on Type 7 manual machines had risen with the tide, and prices continued climbing steadily. From a market perspective, aside from skyrocketing cotton prices and the increasingly frenzied paper cotton speculation, overall conditions seemed favorable. Machine-made yarn had earned widespread recognition and had displaced earth yarn from a significant portion of its market. Emerging from the market management company, they strolled through the market, chatting with shop owners and clerks in the retail sections, roughly verifying the data they'd obtained. All told, as long as paper cotton speculation could be curbed in time and the financial risk dissolved, the potential for crisis in the cotton textile market remained within preventable and controllable bounds. After completing their circuit, both men felt reasonably satisfied. Finally, Zhu Bio suggested they visit Zone A. Zone, a handled small-scale commerce. Despite its bustling crowds, it accounted for less than 5% of the entire market's transaction quota. But such small businesses touched the lives of countless families. To truly see how much influence our actions have on society, observing the common people's conditions directly is the most realistic approach. Zone A, besides its established storefronts, also permitted stall setting on undeveloped open ground. The merchants here, whether buying or selling, operated on the smallest possible scale. Their goods were meager: 1 or 2 bolts of cloth or silk, a few skeins of cotton or silk yarn, a pickle of raw cotton or dried cocoons. Though the business was modest, it represented the sideline income of countless farming households around Guangzhou. The women of many families exchanged these goods for small earnings to supplement household expenses. They soon noticed 7 or 8 people gathered before a small storefront, apparently engaged in some kind of discussion. By the look of it, a shop proprietor was purchasing cloth from retail households. At Li Shan's signal, the group drifted over casually to observe the scene inside. Sure enough, This was a small cloth shop. Li Shan knew the term shop, or zhuang, carried a specific meaning in contemporary commerce. In the handicraft sector, it typically referred to putting out merchants, those who distributed raw materials and purchased finished products. Some didn't supply materials at all, simply acquiring products directly from scattered households. Most did both. Merchants who established shops all maintained their own wholesale channels. After collecting goods, they would transport them elsewhere for bulk sales. The cloth shop's proprietor was a thin, tall man. While directing two shop assistants to move cloth and receive visitors, he simultaneously bargained with retail households coming to sell, picking at quality, measuring lengths, and finally weighing on his scale. He also found time to reprimand or remind his assistants. The man could truly be called ears listening in 8 directions, eyes viewing 6 roads. With nearly every roll of cloth that unfolded in his hands, he began shaking his head. Although Li Shan and Zhu Bio couldn't fully understand his Cantonese, they grasped the general meaning: endless fault-finding. Though the retail sellers argued with him each time, they invariably lost the battle, allowing him to deduct anywhere from a few fen to a full jiao. His style reminds me of a wuxia character, Zhu Bio murmured. Who? Head-shaking lion. Both men laughed. The sound caught the proprietor's attention. He raised his eyes and spotted several people in cadre suits watching. His mind worked quickly. He immediately smiled and called out, "Comrades, how about stepping into my humble shop to have a look?" Li Shan had intended to learn about the merchant's circumstances anyway, so he nodded. "That would be fine, though you still seem busy with your trade." "No hindrance at all," the proprietor laughed. "It's a skill I've practiced since youth, using one heart for 2 purposes. Talking business never delays doing business." He turned to his assistant. "Kian, invite the comrades inside to sit. Brew some good tea." Li and Zhu entered the shop. The space was quite small. Apart from the counter, everything was inventory. But behind the counter stood a tea table and several Australian rattan chairs. The complete set of Kung Fu tea equipment on the table gave Li Shan a familiar feeling. He hadn't expected that habits some senators had brought from the old timeline would spread so quickly. The proprietor left his assistant in charge temporarily and came over personally to brew tea for the 2 visitors. The 2 gentlemen must be high-ranking Australian cadres. Li Shan couldn't help laughing. "How can you tell?" "I can see it from your bearing, your attitude and manner. I recognize it at a glance. Though you're missing that certain something compared to the senator chiefs, you still have 7 or 8 parts of the resemblance." Hearing this, Li Shan wasn't sure whether to take it as praise or deprecation, and could only respond with an awkward chuckle. Zhu Bio found the proprietor quite entertaining and said, "Your eye is sharp. We're from the Great Song Weaving Bureau, here specifically to check on Australian cotton yarn sales." "So Australian yarn is spun at your establishment?" the manager exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. "My respects. May I ask the comrades' honored surnames?" There was no need for concealment. The 2 gave their surnames. The manager said, "My humble surname is Li, given name Kiwei. I run a small cloth shop in Nanhai County. This is a branch location." Both visitors nearly sprayed out their tea. Li Shan suppressed his laughter with effort and managed, So it is Manager Li. "You're too kind, too kind." Manager Li was visibly excited and was about to attend to them personally when the customers waiting outside grew impatient, clamoring to sell their cloth. End of chapter. Chapter 2550. The cloth store owner Li Shan scratched his head and pondered the reports that Chen Xiaobing and others had brought him about the Guangzhou market situation, then said, "Both seem to be correct." Zhu Bio spread his hands. "That's right. These 2 statements appear contradictory, but both are correct. Social development has dynamic spatial and temporal imbalances. This was true for Britain, and even more so for China. These 2 seemingly contradictory processes can exist simultaneously in the same country, or even within the same county. I didn't expect that you, a science student, would be so interested in social sciences." "I'm an engineering student," Zhu Bio said with utmost seriousness. And what we're discussing here is essentially economic history. Without a certain level of mathematical ability, one cannot properly comprehend it. So you're saying long-term historical patterns are still valid. If history continues to develop this way, it seems that historical events will still repeat themselves. Historical sources can be true or false, but history itself doesn't become valid or invalid, Zhu Bio said. History is a summary and distillation based on information from the past. Historical sources themselves may be true or false, incomplete or fragmentary. If you really want to know the situation, you still have to conduct field investigations. We're just going to take a stroll around the international market, and you're almost ready to write a thesis, Li Shan laughed. The international market opened smoothly, but the market itself is probably quite unsettled, Zhu Bio said with a worried expression. If we don't go see for ourselves, there might be big problems. They both knew about the paper-cotton situation. Whether it was the police or political security, one of their important jobs was to gather social conditions and public sentiment. The matter of paper-cotton proliferation and speculation had reached their desks more than a month ago. However, paper-cotton speculation had actually become a financial issue. Though Li Shan and Zhu Bio were aware of the risks, the specific response would have to depend on decisions from the fiscal and financial departments. After all, they were only leaders over production. They had no decision-making authority over specific market operations. I also feel the paper-cotton situation is getting out of hand. The speculation is too heavy, Zhu Bio furrowed his brow. What do the Wang couple have to say? They're not handling this. Theoretically speaking, this doesn't fall under anyone's purview right now. After all, we don't have a futures market. The bank also says it's not their business. After all, people speculating on paper cotton haven't borrowed from the bank. Mayor Liu held a working meeting and assigned this to Chu He and Ren Youzi. Theoretically, they're the heads of the Guangzhou Stock Exchange, aren't they? What use are those two commanders without troops? Despite Chu He being the Securities Commission secretary and Ren Youzi being chairman of the stock exchange, they only had their own living secretaries to command. They had set up an office in the Great World for joint operations. Because securities business volume was currently very small, and the Senate followed the principle of not supporting idle personnel, the Stock Exchange and Securities Commission were only open for business on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, the two had other part-time duties. Isn't this about matching expertise? I think if we keep going like this, something's bound to happen sooner or later. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Zhu Bio began sighing. They took a small boat directly from the Great World Pier and arrived at the International Market's dock. When they landed, they didn't attract much attention. Although the opening ceremony had just been held yesterday, the market was already quite lively. Naturalized citizens came and went frequently, and everyone was long accustomed to seeing people in Australian dress. No one paid them any notice. To promote market development, the Hainan Demonstration Factory had been releasing stockpiled cotton yarn and cloth into the market in batches starting from a week ago. The Nansha Cotton Textile Factory that they had focused on supporting had also begun selling cotton cloth in the market. Now it was time to see the market response. In the 4 specialty zones, A, B, C, and D, of the international market, except for Zone D, which was mainly for Senate enterprises, the storefront occupancy rate for the first 3 zones wasn't even 50%. However, even at less than half occupancy, the transaction volume by contemporary standards was already quite considerable. The advantages of this type of specialty market were something merchants could fully appreciate. They first visited the market management company and got a general understanding of current operations. The situation was about what they had envisaged. Current transaction volumes weren't large, but there was a growing trend. However, in total transaction value, cotton, yarn, and cloth accounted for only a small portion, less than 20%. The bulk was still silk products. The reason was self-evident. Raw silk and silk fabrics benefited from bulk purchases by foreign merchants. As Guangzhou opened up and various restrictions on foreign merchants were successively lifted, foreign merchants' procurement patterns had shifted from monsoon-based to year-round. Many merchants now stayed in Guangzhou long-term, and purchasing goods was no longer concentrated in certain months. As for cotton products, locally produced cotton cloth had negligible export volume. Instead, due to the hot sales of mid to low-grade cotton cloth, large quantities of Xunyang cotton cloth had recently arrived. Influenced by increased cotton cloth demand and rising prices, small producers and household weavers had continuously increasing demand for cotton yarn. Cotton yarn output from both the Lingao demonstration factory and the Nansha factory was steadily improving, and even the improved yarn produced with Model 7 manual machines was rising with the tide. Prices were climbing steadily. From the market perspective, apart from the surging cotton prices and the already going mad paper cotton, overall market conditions were fairly good. Machine-spun yarn had gained great acceptance and had already eroded the native yarn market to some extent. After leaving the market management company, they walked around the market some more, chatting with shopkeepers and workers. This largely confirmed the data from the management company. This being the case, as long as they could promptly curb paper-cotton speculation and eliminate financial risks, the risk of a cotton textile market crisis would remain within a controllable range. After completing their circuit, the two felt relatively satisfied. Finally, Zhu Bio suggested visiting Zone A. Zone A was all small businesses. Though bustling with activity, it didn't even account for 5% of the market's total transaction volume. Yet such small businesses often touch thousands of households. To see how much our actions impact society, looking directly at the conditions of the masses is the most practical approach. Zone A had storefronts, but also allowed stalls on as yet undeveloped open ground. The merchants here, whether buying or selling, were as small as could be. Traded goods were as little as 1 or 2 bolts of silk cloth, a few skeins of cotton yarn or silk thread, a dan of cotton or dried cocoons. Though the business was small, it represented the side income of countless farm households around Guangzhou. Many families had women earning a bit of income this way to supplement the household. They soon noticed a small storefront surrounded by 7 or 8 people who seemed to be discussing something. It looked like some shop was purchasing cloth from individual sellers. At Li Shan's signal, the group inconspicuously moved closer to observe the scene inside the shop. Indeed, this was a small cloth store. Li Shan knew that the word store, or zhuang, had a special meaning in local commerce. In the handicraft sector, these were mostly putting-out merchants. They distributed raw materials and purchased finished products. Some didn't distribute materials but simply bought directly from individual producers. Most did a bit of both. Merchants who operated stores had their own wholesale channels. After collecting goods, they would transport them to certain places for bulk sales. The cloth store owner was a tall, thin man. While directing his 2 assistants to move bolts of cloth and receive customers, he simultaneously haggled with individual sellers, scrutinized quality, measured lengths, and finally put everything on the scale to weigh. From time to time, he would scold or remind the assistants, truly hearing in all directions and seeing in all 6. Almost every bolt of cloth that reached his hands was unrolled with a shake of his head. Though Li Shan and Zhu Bio couldn't fully understand his Cantonese, they got the gist, all manner of fault-finding. Although the individual sellers invariably argued with him, in the end they all retreated in defeat, having a few fen to 1 jiao deducted from their price. His manner reminds me of a martial arts character. Zhu Bio said, "Who?" The head-shaking lion. Both of them laughed. This laugh startled the owner. Looking up, he saw several people in cadre clothes watching from the side. He was quick-witted and immediately greeted them with a smile. "Comrades, how about coming to take a look at my little shop?" Li Shan was interested in learning about the merchant's situation and nodded. "That would be fine, but you're still busy with business." That's no problem, the owner laughed. I've practiced this skill since childhood, multitasking between talking business and doing business, no conflict at all. With that he called to his assistant. Ah Kian, please invite these comrades inside for a seat. Brew some good tea. Li and Zhu entered the shop. It was very small. Besides the counter, everything was inventory. Yet behind the counter there was still a tea table with several Australian rattan chairs. Looking at the complete set of Kung Fu tea paraphernalia on the table gave Li Shan a familiar feeling. He hadn't expected that certain customs brought by some elders from the old timeline would spread so quickly. The owner had his assistant hold down the fort temporarily while he personally came to brew tea for the two. He asked, "You two must be high-ranking cadres for the Australians." Li Shan couldn't help laughing. "How do you know?" "One can tell from your bearing, just from the way you carry yourselves. Though you're still not quite like the elder chiefs, you're about 70 or 80% there." Hearing this, Li Shan wasn't sure whether to take it as praise or mockery and could only give a few dry laughs. Zhu Bio found this owner quite interesting and asked, "You have a sharp eye." "We're from the Great Song Weaving Bureau, here specifically to observe the sales of Australian cotton yarn." "So the Australian yarn comes from your establishment," the manager exclaimed in surprise. "My apologies, what are the comrades' surnames?" There was no need to conceal this, and the two gave their surnames. The manager said, "My surname is Li, given name Kiwei. I run a small cloth store in Nanhai County." "This here is something of a branch." The tea in both their mouths nearly sprayed out. Li Shan struggled to contain his laughter and said, So it's Manager Li. You flatter me." Manager Li was quite excited and was about to personally attend to them when the customers waiting outside grew impatient and began clamoring to sell their cloth. End of chapter. Chapter 2551. New market conditions. "If you'll excuse me for a moment, comrades." Li Qiwei cupped his hands to the two men. "Please attend to your business, commerce takes priority," Li Shan replied courteously. He watched as Li Qiwei approached the cellar, unrolled the cloth, and launched into his usual routine, shaking his head, clucking his tongue, finding fault after fault. When the haggling finally concluded, he announced his price. 2 bolts of native cloth, 3 jiao, 4 fen, 6 wen total. "Why has cotton cloth dropped?" The seller's face fell. "Just yesterday my neighbor got 2 jiao per bolt. Nothing to be done about it." Manager Li spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "Too much cloth flooding in this month, too many sellers. And yours is woven from native yarn, the worst market right now. Nobody wants the stuff anymore. Boss, have mercy, can't you add just 1 fen, even 5 wen would help. Brother, do you think I'm running some grand enterprise here? There's rent to pay, workers to feed." Li Qiwei put on his well-practiced, barely scraping by expression. "I'm making porters' wages. If you want better prices, start buying machine yarn or at least improved yarn for your weaving. Machine yarn costs too much. Our village grows its own cotton, we spin and weave ourselves. Buying yarn just isn't worth it." The weaver shook his head and shuffled away. The next several cloth sellers met the same fate, each falling to Manager Li's blade and retreating in defeat. "See that?" Zhu Bio nudged Li Shan. "Doesn't it have that paying more for 3 and 5 due feeling? This will probably become the norm going forward," Li Shan said quietly. He was privately puzzled. Hadn't cotton cloth prices been climbing? From what he was witnessing, they were doing the opposite. Li Qiwei finished with his customers and hurried back to attend to his guests. He offered tea and produced cigarettes. Li Shan noticed they were Shengchuan brand. This shopkeeper had taste. Still confused about the cotton prices, Li Shan asked, "Has the cotton cloth market fallen? Yesterday I saw prices still rising." "They were rising yesterday. Today the market turned." Seeing that they had declined the cigarettes, Li Qiwei brought out a plate of betel nuts instead. Both men politely refused these as well. What happened? Originally, a big buy order for cotton cloth came in every day. The quantities varied, but even the smallest order was too large for any single firm to handle. Several of us had to split it. Li Qiwei leaned back in his chair. But the day before yesterday no order came, not a single bolt purchased. Zhu Bio furrowed his brow. "Whose buy order?" "Nanyang Company," Li Qiwei said. From the very first day of trading, they've been buying continuously, not only in large quantities but specifically cheap coarse cloth. That immediately drove prices up. Everyone else saw the market was hot and piled in. Li and Zhu exchanged glances, both recalling the joint notice from the State Council and Enterprise Planning Institute. To promote a market economy and private manufacturing, materials that could be procured on the open market should be purchased through market channels. So why did they stop? Who knows, probably bought enough. Li Qiwei shrugged. When the order didn't come the day before yesterday, there were only a few scattered small purchases. Everyone assumed they'd put in orders the next day. But there were no orders yesterday either. Exactly. So when the market opened this morning, coarse cloth prices plunged. How much? For native cloth woven from native yarn, I was paying 2 jiao yesterday. Today it's 1 jiao, 7 fen, 3 wen. That's a drop of 2 fen, 7 wen. Li Shan did a quick calculation. The decline already exceeded 20%. The figure stunned him. In Guangzhou, 2 yuan was enough to cover basic living expenses for a family of 4. Losing 2 fen 7 wen per bolt was no trivial matter. Can you move the cloth you're buying now? Yes, native cloth is cheap and sells easily, Li Qiwei said. As long as the price is right, buyers will always come. Besides the missing orders, are there other factors? When more cloth floods the market, prices naturally fall, Li Qiwei explained. It's already late June. Next month the Portuguese merchant ships arrive in Guangzhou, bringing another large shipment of Indian cloth. Market prices will drop again then. When Li Shan asked about machine yarn, Li Qiwei's eyes lit up. Now that is truly quality yarn. Uniform, fine, strong, runs smooth on the loom without snapping. Many workshops and weavers are eager to buy it. Then why does everyone still use native yarn? Li Qiwei looked at him as if the answer were obvious. Because it's expensive. Everyone knows machine yarn is superior, but the price is too steep. So machine yarn and improved yarn hadn't yet disrupted the native cloth market. Production remained limited, stuck at the premium quality, premium price stage. Native yarn with its near-zero labor costs still dominated the low end. Is there separate trading in locally made yarn? Li Shan continued. Of course. Before machine yarn existed, all cotton yarn was homespun. Families without looms would sell their yarn. Spinning requires almost no capital, just cotton and labor. Are there any large-scale yarn buyers locally? Yes, the big cloth stores handle that. They have more capital and backing from officials or gentry. And large-scale yarn sellers? Haven't seen any. The Australians selling machine yarn in bulk are the first. Just then an assistant hurried in with the Market Dynamics Bulletin. Li Qiwei scanned it and groaned. Prices have dropped again. Even cotton yarn is down. Tomorrow's market is going to be brutal. Boss, should we stop buying cloth? The assistant asked. Not yet, Li Qiwei thought for a moment. From now on, all cloth, regardless of type, lower by 5 fen. What? Another price cut? That's right, and this time it's across the board. Li Qiwei handed the market report to Li Shan. Not just cotton cloth falling, cotton yarn is falling, even raw cotton is starting to slide. He called another assistant over. Get back to the city immediately. Tell my father-in-law to sell all the paper cotton he's holding right now, whatever the price. Li Shan studied the report. Sure enough, every cotton-related price had fallen. Both visitors tensed. Hearing the manager's urgent order to sell, Li Shan asked, Wait, you bought paper cotton too? Not me, my father-in-law. Anxiety creased Li Qiwei's face. And my wife probably put her private savings into it as well. I've heard paper cotton prices have been climbing daily. Selling now would still mean a profit. True enough, comrades. Some of the tension left Li Qiwei's shoulders. But I'm worried he'll get greedy and miss the window. Paper cotton has dipped before and bounced back. He might think this is the same. How do you know it won't bounce back this time? Isn't it obvious? Li Qiwei's voice rose. Right now cotton cloth and yarn prices are falling across the board. How can paper cotton, for cotton that won't even be delivered for months, not follow? Once the Portuguese ships arrive and Indian cloth hits the market, cloth prices will crater. At that point this paper cotton will be nothing but worthless paper. End of chapter. Chapter 2551. New market prices 2 comrades, allow me to excuse myself a bit. Li Qiwei cupped his hands to the two. You busy first, business is important, Li Shan said politely. Saw this, Li Qiwei stepped forward to unfold cloth, another operation following the same method, shaking head and picking thorns after a round of bargaining, then quoted, Earth cloth 2 bolts total 3 jiao 4 fen 6 wen. Why did cotton cloth fall? Retail household asked, somewhat surprised hearing the quote. My neighbor came to sell yesterday, still sold for 2 jiao a bolt. No plan, can't help it, this month cloth is much more than monkeys. Manager Li had a helpless expression. Besides, you are cloth woven from earth yarn, market is worst. Now no one on the market wants it. Boss, do a good deed, can you raise another fen? 5 wen is also fine. Brother, you think how big my business is. Still have this rent, still have waiters. Li Qiwei had a bitter melon face of about to be unable to support. Just earning a moving fee. If you want selling price good, buy machine yarn in the future, at least buy improved yarn to weave cloth. Machine yarn price is expensive. Our village has cotton, self-spin, self-weave, buying yarn is not calculating cost-effective. Weaver shook head repeatedly. The next few cloth sellers, slashed by this manager Li wielding dragon-slaying saber, all returned in low spirits. Just as called, coming in high spirits, returning in disappointment. Look, does this have the meaning of harvest 2 or 3 bushels more? Zhu Bio poked Li Shan. Wait until later, afraid this will be normal state. Li Shan whispered. He was secretly surprised in heart. Didn't they say cotton cloth price rose quite a bit? Looking at this appearance, price was falling. Li Qiwei finished work at hand, hurried over to a company. Serving tea again, taking out cigarettes again. Li Shan looked. Still, holy ship brand. This shop owner was really a particular person. Li Shan had doubts about cotton price, so asked. This cotton cloth market fell. I watched yesterday, it was still rising. Yesterday indeed still rising, but today market changed. Li Qiwei saw they all refused cigarettes, brought a plate of betel nuts again. The two declined this thing even more. What situation? Li Shan asked. Originally cotton cloth had a big buy order every day. Quantity not fixed, but even the smallest order, no single family in the market could eat it alone, all several families sharing to eat. Li Qiwei said, but day before yesterday this big buy order didn't come out, didn't buy a single bolt. Zhu Bio frowned. Whose buy order? Xunyang company. Li Qiwei said, from market opening its family kept buying in. Not only large quantity, wanted all cheap coarse cloth, lifted price up at once. Everyone seeing market so good, all followed. Li and Zhu both recalled a joint notice issued by Administration Council and Planning Institute last year to promote market economy and private manufacturing regarding material procurement. Whatever can be purchased from market, purchase from market as much as possible, instead of going through internal allocation settlement channels. Then why stop buying? This isn't known. Approximately bought almost enough too. Li Qiwei said, day before yesterday Xunyang had no buy order, only 0 and star scattered small buy orders. Everyone hoped it would issue buy order next day. After all, heard they have immigrants in Jiaji and Nanyang. Heard want to emigrate 10,000. Just making clothes and bedding for immigrants would need buying 10,000 bolts of cloth. Zhu Bio couldn't help asking, who did you hear from that Nanyang company wants to emigrate 10,000? Everyone in market spread so. Li Qiwei sipped tea, tasted flavor. True or false, I don't know either. But Nanyang company buying so much cloth can't be for hoarding, must have a destination. Day before yesterday no order, yesterday probably none either. Exactly, so today once market opened, coarse cloth market fell. Fell how much? Like this earth cloth made of earth yarn, yesterday I collected still 2 jiao. Today is 1 jiao 7 fen 3 wen. Directly dropped 2 fen 7 wen. Li Shan calculated roughly, drop exceeded 20%, unconsciously stunned. This was too fierce. In Guangzhou, 2 yuan was enough for a family of 4 to maintain most basic livelihood. 1 bolt of cloth earning 2 fen 7 when less was already not a small amount. The cloth you collect can distribute now. Can. Earth cloth cheap, easy to distribute. Li Qiwei said, as long as price is in place, always someone wants. He pointed to cloth piled in warehouse behind. Don't look at earth cloth appearance ugly and coarse. People loving to use really not few. Peddlers going to countryside all like to come to me to wholesale goods. Besides no big buy order any other reasons. Cloth on market increased, naturally fell. Li Qiwei said, now is end of June. Next month Portuguese merchant ships come to Guangzhou. Then large batch of Indian cloth arrives at port. Market cloth price will drop another wave. So this market only will continue to go low. Source sufficient, market expectation bearish, price naturally falls. This is the simplest logic. When Li Shan asked about machine yarn, Li Qiwei praised. This is truly first-class good yarn. Uniform, fine, tough, hanging on loom to weave also smooth, not easy to break ends. Cloth made is also fine. Many workshops and weavers are willing to buy machine yarn to weave cloth. Although price more expensive, cloth woven is much better than earth yarn cloth. Then why does everyone still use earth yarn? Price high. Li Qiwei looked at him with a strange expression. Everyone knows machine yarn is easy to use, but this price is much higher than earth yarn. Besides, farm family earth cloth is mostly self-spun, self-woven. Spin how much yarn allowed by current cotton, weave how much cloth. Extremely few buy cotton yarn from outside. Seems machine yarn and improved yarn input didn't shake earth cloth market. Zhu Bio knew, now machine yarn production limited, still at premium quality premium price state. Earth yarn as rural sideline relied on near zero labor cost, could still occupy low-end market with very low price. Machine yarn to defeat earth yarn still had to rely on larger scale, lower production cost. Does local yarn have separate trading? He continued to ask. Generally speaking, commodities under feudal economy were mostly self-produced, self-used, self-sold from raw material to product, one dragon integrated. Most commodities were also used as tax, so semi-finished product trade was actually relatively rare to see. Of course, before machine yarn, cotton yarn was all spun by farm families themselves, self-spun, self-woven. Families without looms sold yarn. Old Sir probably also knows, spinning yarn uses no capital, just having cotton at home is fine. Most primitive spinning method didn't even use hand-crank spinning wheel. A drop spindle could spin yarn. Input needed was just cotton and manpower. But weaving was different. One loom, few tails of silver at least, tens of tails at most. Ordinary farm households could rarely afford to set up. So local earth yarn always had circulation, just circulation scope was very small, furthest not past nearby market towns. Small cloth shop merchants like Li Qiwei initially went to market towns in various countrysides to acquire cotton yarn, credit to small weaving households, then buy back cloth they wove. Originally my family collected yarn and also collected cloth, but now only collect cloth. Yarn credited out if can't collect back cloth for one pickle, loss is big. We are small capital operation, can't afford loss. Are there big batch purchases of yarn locally? Yes, big cloth shops do. People have ample capital, also government or gentry big households backing up, not afraid you weaving households don't hand in cloth. Then, are there big batch sellers of yarn? This hasn't been seen. Speaking of which, Australians selling machine yarn in big batches count as the first family. Seems machine yarn and improved yarn input didn't shake earth cloth market. Zhu Bio knew, now machine yarn production limited, still at premium quality premium price state. Earth yarn as rural sideline relied on near zero labor cost, could still occupy low-end market with very low price. Machine yarn to defeat earth yarn still had to rely on larger scale, lower production cost. Just talking, waiter brought a piece of paper. Turned out to be market dynamic printed every afternoon by market. Li Qiwei looked, sighed. Fell again, even cotton yarn market fell. Seems tomorrow market will be more miserable. Waiter said. Manager. Want to stop collecting cloth? Don't stop first, Li Qiwei pondered a moment. From now on, no matter what cloth, adjust down 5 yen per bolt. No 5 fen. So, fell again. Correct, this time is full line fall. Li Qiwei casually handed business sentiment paper to Li Shan. Not only cotton cloth fell, cotton yarn fell, even cotton started falling. This is terrible. He suddenly remembered something, called a waiter. You go back to city immediately. Tell uncle-in-law, sell all paper cotton in hand immediately. No matter how much money now, sell immediately, not leaving a single sheet. Li Shan looked at market. Sure enough, cotton category market all fell. Looking from amplitude not considered specially big, but appearing such full line fall was first time since opening market. Two instantly became nervous. Hearing manager order selling paper cotton, Li Shan couldn't help asking, "What, you also bought paper cotton?" "I didn't buy my that uncle-in-law bought." Li Qiwei face showed anxiety color. "My wife roughly also threw her private money in." Heard paper cotton rose several times a day. As long as your uncle-in-law's paper cotton was bought past few days, dumping now is still earning. Two comrades say right. Li Qiwei anxiety reduced slightly. I only fear he covets petty gain, unwilling to dump in time. After all, this paper cotton had fallen past days, later rose back. Then how do you know won't rise back this time? Need this be said? Right now cotton cloth, cotton yarn full line price drop. Cotton which can only be delivered months later and don't know where it is, how can it not drop? Once Portuguese merchant ship arrives, Indian cotton cloth unloads into market, this cotton cloth market will drop faster and more. By then this paper cotton afraid will be just a sheet of waste paper. End of chapter. Chapter 2552. Chu He and Ren Youzi, the two returned from the market and immediately sent word to the municipal government. They didn't know who else to notify. Soon after, a courier arrived with Njiu's note. Chen Lin was requesting a meeting to discuss Guangzhou's current paper cotton situation. The moment he heard paper cotton, Li Shan said, "Find Chen Lin at once. Tell him I'll see him immediately." The courier turned and left. Within the hour, Chen Lin arrived at their temporary office in the Great World. He recounted everything he'd witnessed regarding paper cotton and shared his growing concerns. If cotton prices rise 3 times a day, so be it. Markets fluctuate, and there's usually a reason behind it. But when patterned cloth firms write contracts on slips of paper and sell them as if they were actual goods, exchanging them for real silver. I've never heard of such a thing. Don't worry too much. This is pure speculation, Li Shan said. The greedy ones will inevitably suffer heavy losses. As long as you keep your head, you'll be fine. As for the cotton shortage you mentioned, we have preparations in place. Raw cotton will enter the market within days. Yes, many thanks, Chief. However, keep this to yourself for now. Li Shan told Chen Lin not to worry, but his own stomach was in knots. Once the paper cotton bubble burst, spot prices for raw cotton would collapse along with it. True, the current spot market was also wildly inflated, and a return to normal prices would be healthy. But if prices fell too sharply, it would devastate a broad swath of industry stakeholders, hardly conducive to the industry's development. More troubling still, would this debacle affect the cotton textile industries standing with the Senate? That was what worried Li Shan most. Even setting aside the paper cotton incident, the raw cotton shortage and factories teetering on the edge of shutdown were undeniable realities. It vindicated the senators who had long opposed developing a cotton textile industry. Guangdong's cotton cultivation simply couldn't support industrial-scale textile production. Li Shan had originally believed he could crush Xunjiang cloth through dumping cheap machine-woven fabric, forcing cotton exports from the Jianghui region. The problem was that cotton supplies were already insufficient. Where would massive quantities of cheap, machine-woven cloth come from? Xunjiang cloth, which should have been finished according to plan, was not only surviving but expanding southward. Local textile production, whether from factories or farm households, couldn't begin to satisfy the appetite of the Nanyang Company, that suddenly ravenous giant. Counting on Jianghui cotton was unrealistic, and Guangdong itself wasn't suited for cotton cultivation. The only hope was India. Fortunately, Li Shan had shown foresight. The previous year, He dispatched Pinglai Company to negotiate with the Portuguese and British, securing several forward contracts for cotton delivery. Now 3 Portuguese ships fully loaded with Indian cotton lay anchored in Macau, undergoing quarantine and customs clearance. Once the paperwork was complete, they would sail directly to the International's cargo wharf. Hundreds of tons of cotton would flood the market in an instant. The inevitable result of the paper cotton bubble bursting, while large quantities of spot goods hit the market, would be a comprehensive collapse in cotton prices. How could they engineer a soft landing instead of a crash? Li Shan and Zhu Biao spent half the day discussing it in the office and came up with nothing. The only approach they could devise was to ask Liu Xiang to intervene administratively, ban paper cotton trading outright, and shut down or seize the patterned cloth firms that had started it all. But what about the aftermath? Even if every cent of illegal income could be recovered from the firms, it would fall far short of covering a market that had ballooned to more than 10 times its original value. Common people left holding worthless paper cotton would never accept such an outcome. The way I see it, we can't solve this ourselves. We need professionals. Zhu Biao offered a suggestion. As for the Indian cotton, I think we shouldn't let it enter the market just yet. If it stays off the market, at least spot prices can stabilize. The main buyers for raw cotton were never the retail speculators anyway. Let Pinglai supply the Nansha factory and Guangzhou State Cotton Factory directly at internal contract prices. That should minimize the impact of new supply. But that means Pinglai absorbs all the financial pressure. The Nansha factory currently operated only 720 spindles. Its capacity to absorb inventory was limited. And Guangzhou State Cotton, with its 1,200 spindle first phase, wouldn't complete construction and equipment installation until autumn. Forget it. Let's go find old Ren and Chu He, Li Shan said. Before they could leave, the day's closing figures from the international textile market arrived. Cotton cloth had fallen 16% from the previous day. Cotton yarn was down 23%. Raw cotton had plunged 27%. The carnage was difficult to look at. Li Shan knew that if this were a stock market or futures exchange, people would already be jumping from buildings. What about the paper cotton market? The people we sent to investigate reported that Qingyun Tower Tea House, where paper cotton was traded, closed its doors after noon. What? They fled. The details are unclear. Contact the Municipal Police Bureau in my name. Find Mu Min and tell her I'm requesting a few officers to help investigate. Li Shan scrawled a note as he spoke and handed it to the courier. Have them report to the Securities Regulatory Commission office. Then he hurried to make a phone call to Liu Xiang. I'm already aware of the situation. Liu Xiang's voice was distinctly lukewarm. Little Ren and Chu He are working in the great world. Hold your meeting there. From his tone, Liu Xiang clearly didn't consider this a serious matter. This, aren't you? Won't you send someone to attend? I believe this matter is rather specialized and involves financial stability. As a local administrative leader, I'm not suited to take the lead in organizing direct intervention. Liu Xiang's words were measured. Discuss it among yourselves first. Once you've formed a concrete plan, I'll review it for implementation. Rest assured, the municipal government will fully cooperate. These words were equal parts evasion and positioning, but the message was clear. Liu Xiang had no intention of getting deeply involved in the paper cotton incident and little interest in maintaining market stability. Still, at least he'd made his stance known. Ren Youzi and Chu He's office was inside the Great World, just a short walk from their own. Li and Zhu went over and knocked, only to find Ren Youzi still absent. Chu He was holding down the fort alone. Old Ren got called away to help Cheka. We don't have much going on here, not enough to keep us busy, but he'll definitely be back before dinner. Chu He offered an awkward smile. You two are here about the paper cotton situation, I assume. That's exactly it. Li Shan was burning with anxiety. Seeing Chu He looking so utterly unperturbed, he felt a flash of irritation. The man's puffy eyelids made it obvious he'd just woken from a nap. A disaster is unfolding out there, and you have the peace of mind to sleep. Li Shan fumed inwardly. but courtesy demanded otherwise. This situation has grown quite serious. I'm worried about where it's heading, so I came to find you both. After all, you're the professionals. At the word professionals, a hint of pleasure crossed Chuhi's face. Whether we're truly professionals, I wouldn't presume to say. Social conditions here are quite different from what we studied. Please sit. Youzi will return shortly, and we can discuss it together. He called for a secretary to pour tea for his guests. Regarding paper cotton, old Ren and I have actually known about it for some time. It was in the Guangzhou social situation briefing. Honestly, we're both quite fascinated. It illustrates an important point. Commerce and finance are fundamentally inseparable. To some extent, even without us so-called future brains teaching these mechanisms as if they were arcane secrets, they emerge spontaneously in various forms. Zhu Bio thought. From your expression, you seem to view this as a sign of social progress. But it wouldn't do to lose his temper now, so he held his tongue. On this matter, old Ren and I are in complete agreement. Everyone should stay calm. Even if the bubble bursts, the consequences won't be catastrophic. But, just as Li Shan was about to object, Youzi returned. He strode through the door asking, "What's going on? Why are there 2 police officers here? They say Mu Min sent them to report here." "I asked Mu Min to dispatch them," Li Shan explained hastily. "Good heavens, you're already deploying police for the paper cotton situation. You've defined its legal nature." Youzi set down his briefcase, took the towel his secretary offered, and mopped his brow. "I don't have the authority to define anything legally, but our futures market suddenly closed its doors." Li Shan recounted how Qingyun Tower Tea House had abruptly shut down after noon. Most paper cotton trading happened at that tea house. A sudden closure suggests the people behind it may be trying to disappear. "I thought we should have the police pick them up first." "It's possible," Youzi nodded. "However, the tea house owner himself isn't the one issuing paper cotton. At most, he collects handling fees, and whether he even does that is unclear. Arresting him wouldn't accomplish much. Besides, even if you rounded up every patterned cloth firm boss who issued paper cotton and forced them to disgorge every coin they made, would it fill the hole that's been created? Well, you two are responsible for the cotton textile sector. I understand your concern, but we've been monitoring this situation closely." Youzi pulled a document box from the filing cabinet and handed it to Li Shan. "This contains everything we've gathered on Guangzhou's paper cotton situation. Large and small, it's all here. So you were paying attention after all. What did you think? That we just drink tea and nap all day?" Chuhi smiled wryly. "As I mentioned, the emergence of paper cotton is a fascinating phenomenon. Whether as a professional duty or simply to satisfy our research curiosity, we were bound to follow it." Li and Zhu finally felt some of the tension leave their shoulders. Perhaps these two were reliable after all. End of chapter. Chapter 2553, the full story. "Elder Ren and I have been watching this paper cotton business since it first appeared," Chuhi said. "We even visited the Qingyun Tea House, that primitive futures exchange. Comrade Wu Mu also planted a few people inside, though his concern wasn't financial risk. He suspected a conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. In the end, there's nothing special about this affair. It's simply a bizarre creature born from the collision of market volatility and human greed. Fascinating, really. Quite valuable for research." Li Shan's patience was wearing thin. This man's rambling knows no bounds. Chuhi explained that the paper cotton incident had origins predating the international markets opening by a considerable margin. It had begun at the start of the year. The trigger was deceptively simple. Rising demand for cotton cloth drove prices up, which triggered a chain reaction through cotton yarn and raw cotton. Ever since the Senate had liberated Guangzhou, demand for cotton cloth had expanded year after year. With the successive occupation of Guangdong and Guangxi and the continuous establishment of government organs, agencies and factories, both relocated and newly built, were expanding rapidly. The naturalized citizen class was growing at pace. Demand for uniforms had surged. Originally, This growth had been gradual, but the emergence of the Nanyang Company changed everything. The Nanyang Company's flagship endeavor was the Southern UA Development Plan, the largest expeditionary operation since Operation Engine. They intended to send over 20,000 migrants to the Southern UA region, followed by 10,000 more each year for the next 5 years. The food and materials required for migration on this scale could only be described as oceanic. Cotton cloth, that most basic necessity, was in particular demand. Though the Nanyang Company had adopted a strategy of small, frequent purchases to avoid destabilizing the market, cotton cloth prices still rose in response. Once they began climbing at the start of the year, they never stopped. To be honest, Li and Zhu's optimism about the cotton textile industry had been significantly shaped by this bull market. These are figures from the Commercial Monthly Report published by the Statistics Department since last October. We've extracted the statistics relating to the cotton textile industry. I should note that the numbers aren't perfectly precise, but they paint a rough picture. Cotton yarn transaction volumes were too small to count, but prices and transaction volumes for both cotton and cloth have climbed month by month. The increases this year have been even sharper. Using last October's average price as a baseline, November, December, and January each saw monthly increases exceeding 5%. By February, it became a runaway horse. Cotton cloth rose over 7.5% monthly, reaching 10% by March. Had we not increased Xunyang cotton cloth imports, the price increases would have been far steeper. Even so, this May's cotton cloth prices show an average increase exceeding 50% compared to last October. That's an alarming figure. The reasons were twofold. First, the Nanyang Company had accelerated its overseas development and needed to stockpile more clothing, tents, and other cotton products. Second, the Two Guangs campaign was entering its final phase. The hastily organized National Army required comprehensive reorganization, and the Bobo Army needed rest and recovery. Their uniforms all needed replacing. Military supplies alone involved over 100,000 sets. Beyond the military, the Nanyang Company, and scattered government procurement, there was another crucial factor: inflation. Since the Senate had issued new currency in Guangzhou, silver dollar certificates had been continuously increasing in circulation. The fiscal and financial system had maintained basic credit for these certificates through various means. Yet inflation was not a force that bent to human will. Prices crept upward across society. Fortunately, basic necessities in this era were limited. Through its unique long-distance communication and transportation capabilities, the Senate could quickly grasp grain situations across regions and rapidly stabilize grain prices, maintaining overall stability. So the surge in cotton products is actually tied to inflation as well. Precisely. Youzi nodded. Supply-demand imbalance is one factor, inflation is the other. Put simply, the current market prosperity and high prices are hollow. If you examine the relevant reports, you'll see that the Senate itself is the market's biggest customer right now, and this kind of bulk purchasing won't continue indefinitely. The Nanyang Company has already begun reducing its purchase volume this month, and joint logistics purchases will shrink as well. In the long run, the cotton textile market will experience a recession. For new growth, the only real option is cotton cloth exports, crushing Indian cloth and Xunjiang cloth. Exactly. The current cotton shortage exists precisely because those two behemoths are still alive and kicking, intercepting raw cotton upstream. He gestured. But let's return to the main thread. As cotton cloth prices rose, raw cotton prices rose with the tide. Supply grew tight. The cotton and cloth merchants who had been supplying the market found themselves unable to keep pace. Cotton cloth merchants frequently encountered situations where they had buyers but no goods. Supply came in fits and starts. To ensure their weavers had cloth to weave, cloth stores began paying in advance and purchasing warehouse receipts. Initially, this advance payment practice was simply a commercial deposit. The buyer paid a deposit for a certain quantity of cotton. Upon delivery, they would settle the balance at the prevailing market rate minus the deposit and take possession. It was merely a way for buyers to secure their supply. Gradually, some people spotted the speculative potential. Thus, the first full payment advance purchase receipt was born. Unlike standard deposits, these receipts weren't settled at the delivery time price. Instead, buyers paid in full at current market rates and received delivery when goods arrived. This practice was essentially about hedging against future price increases or supply disruptions, common enough in commerce. The Dutch did it. Silkworm farmers in Jiangsu and Zhejiang had similar arrangements. By rights, this wasn't anything new, just betting on future expected price movements. But somehow, some clever soul came up with the idea of endorsable transfers. He laughed. I'd genuinely like to meet this person and ask how they conceived of it. Once transfers became possible, these warehouse receipts acquired the properties of speculation and investment. With raw cotton prices only climbing, constantly rising, you could buy a receipt, mark it up, and flip it. Instant profit. Once this quick money-making method was discovered, it became the focus of a speculative frenzy. Every cotton cloth merchant began selling warehouse receipts. At first, these receipts were still quite standardized. They bore clear issuing firms, delivery dates, quantities, and grades of cotton to be delivered. When the various cotton cloth merchants first started, they still exercised some restraint. They had a rough idea of how much they could actually deliver, so the number of receipts remained limited. But then everyone realized this was easy money requiring no capital. What followed grew increasingly chaotic. Originally, only cotton cloth merchants issued receipts. As the speculative fever intensified, cloth stores, silk shops, embroidery shops, any establishment even tangentially related to textiles, rushed to issue cotton warehouse receipts. Soon cotton yarn receipts followed. Now there are even people who simply conjure a name without even having a physical shop, claiming to be XX warehouse or XX firm, and issuing warehouse receipts, and somehow they actually sell them. It reminds me of the Hainan Island real estate bubble in the 90s. Back then, a land transfer contract would change hands for profits of hundreds of thousands. Save that for later. Li Shan's patience had run out. These two had such a clear grasp of the situation, yet they'd stood by watching until now. He couldn't criticize them directly, so he deflected. What should we do now? All right. In short, the situation escalated, he said. By this point, all participants knew that the cotton they were trading had nothing whatsoever to do with actual cotton or even with textiles. It had become pure speculation, a game of pass the parcel. Everyone simply believed they wouldn't be the last one holding the bag. Does the Qingyun tea house closing mean the bubble has burst? Very possibly. Youzi nodded. I don't know whether the Qingyun tea house owner will open for business again tomorrow, or what the paper cotton market will look like when he does, but its collapse is certainly imminent. The first reason was the arrival of 3 ships carrying Indian cotton, spot goods that directly triggered a fall in spot cotton prices. Second, local new cotton would come to market in 2 or 3 months. Third, the northern cotton-growing regions, especially the Jianghui area, were expected to have a poor harvest. Under the twin blows of military disaster and natural calamity, who there would plant cotton? By rights, the expected production decrease in northern cotton regions should have stimulated futures prices even higher. But everyone knows that the cotton local merchants can actually deliver mostly comes from those Jianghui regions. If production there decreases, it means the cotton cloth merchants simply won't have goods to deliver. That was the last straw. Youzi paused. Though speculators all know they're merely trading paper, once the illusory guarantee of future cotton collapses entirely, market confidence crumbles with it. He continued. The Qingyun tea house owner made a fortune in this speculative trade. His sudden closure very likely means he realized the game cannot continue, but the specifics will have to wait for Comrade Wu Mu's investigation. So, right. Having Mu Min send police to you was somewhat redundant. Guangzhou political security has been watching the Qingyun tea house for quite some time. He won't escape. That's reassuring. My biggest concern was disruption to financial order. Li Shan relaxed slightly. But whether police or political security, neither can truly manage financial order. How do you think this crisis should be handled? End of chapter. Chapter 2553. The sequence of events. Senator Ren and I started paying attention to this matter shortly after paper cotton first appeared. Included Qingyun Tower Tea House, this primitive futures exchange. We also went a turn around. Speaking of which, Comrade Wu Mu also planted a few people inside, of course. He wasn't for preventing financial risks, purely worrying about some conspiracy inside. Chu, he said. Generally speaking, this matter has nothing special. Can only be counted as a bizarre product erupted from weaving of markets changing clouds and wind plus human greedy nature. Very interesting, extremely valuable for research. Li Shan listened with cloying feeling, thinking, your nonsense has no bounds. Chu, he said, actually the onset of the paper cotton incident was much earlier than international opening. The time point was at the beginning of this year. Actually, the beginning was very simple. Cotton cloth demand rose, causing market price to rise. Following was a series of chain reaction style rises of cotton yarn and cotton. Since the Senate recovered Guangzhou, demand for cotton cloth had been expanding year by year. With successive occupation of Liang and continuous founding of regime institutions, various organs and factories moving north and newly built were expanding. The naturalized citizen class was also expanding rapidly. Demand for uniforms increased greatly. Originally, this demand increase was relatively moderate, but the appearance of Nanyang Company changed this phenomenon. Nanyang Company's biggest project was the South Vietnam Development Plan. For this, the largest expedition action since engine action would be conducted, expected to put more than 20,000 immigrants to the South Vietnam area, and in the following 5 years, emigrate another 10,000 annually. Immigration of this scale, grain and materials needed could be described as massive volume, especially basic necessity cotton cloth. Although Nanyang Company adopted the method of small batch and multiple times for procurement to avoid large purchases affecting market stability, market cotton cloth prices still rose in response, and once rising, rose from the beginning of the year until now. Seeking truth from facts, Li and Zhu being so optimistic about the cotton textile industry was largely affected by this wave of market. This is data from Business Monthly Report issued by the Statistics Department since last October. We transcribed statistics related to the cotton textile industry among them. Here explain first, relevant numbers aren't necessarily precise, but the general situation can still be seen. Transaction volume of cotton yarn is too small, can be ignored, but prices and transaction volumes of flour cotton and cloth rose month by month. Amplitude is bigger this year. Taking average price of last October as base price, rising amplitude of November, December, and January each month exceeded 5%. By February completely became a runaway wild horse. Cotton cloth monthly rising amplitude exceeded 7.5%. By March even reached 10%. If not for increasing Xunjiang cotton cloth imports, cotton cloth rising amplitude would be even bigger. Even so, comparing this May's cotton cloth price with last October, average amplitude already exceeded 50%. This is quite an astonishing number. Reason 1 was Nanyang Company's overseas development steps accelerated, needing to reserve more clothing, tents, and other cotton products. 2 was Liangwang's strategy entering closing stage. National Army originally formed hastily needed comprehensive reorganization. Fubo Army also needed rest and reorganization. Their bedding and uniforms all needed renewal. Just these military uses involved more than 100,000 sets of uniforms. Besides Army, Nanyang Company, and scattered government procurement, there was another key factor: inflation. Since the Senate issued new currency in Guangzhou, silver note issuance volume kept increasing. Finance and financial system maintained basic credit of silver notes through various means, but inflation, this matter, didn't shift by human will. Social commodity prices rose quietly. Fortunately, daily necessities in this timeline were limited. The Senate, through unique remote communication and transportation means in this timeline, could grasp grain situations everywhere rapidly, stabilizing grain prices rapidly, only then maintaining a stable situation. So speaking, the big rise of cotton products actually has a big relationship with inflation. Correct. One reason is supply and demand contradiction, the other is inflation. Youzi nodded and said, "It can be said like this. Current market prosperity and soaring prices are actually hollow. You just need to look at relevant reports to know. Currently the biggest customer in the market is the Senate itself, and this kind of bulk procurement won't last too long. Nanyang Company already started reducing procurement volume this month. Next, joint logistics procurement volume will also reduce. Looking long-term, the cotton textile market will have a recession period. Wanting new growth, afraid can only think of ways on cotton cloth export. Defeating Indian cloth and Xunjiang cloth. Correct. Actually, current cotton dilemma is exactly because these two giants are still lively and vigorous, cutting off cotton from upstream. He said, "Let's continue the main topic." Because cotton cloth market rose, cotton market also rose with the water. Situation of source shortage appeared. Originally supplying cotton to market were patterned cloth firms. This patterned cloth hua bu didn't mean printed cloth, but meant cotton hua cloth bu. Patterned cloth firms often showed condition of has price no market. Cotton supply continued intermittently. To ensure their own weavers had cloth to weave, cloth shops began to prepay goods payment, buying warehouse receipts Zheng. At the beginning, this practice of prepaying goods payment was just deposit in commerce. Buyer pays some deposit, buys how many pickles of cotton. After goods arrive, deduct deposit according to market price, settle balance, then can pick up goods. Nothing more than a promise made by buyers to ensure their own goods source. Gradually, someone saw the speculative nature within. Thus, the first fully paid pre-purchase warehouse receipt came out. Pre-purchase warehouse receipt didn't settle balance according to price at delivery, but prepaid full amount directly according to current market price. Wait for goods to arrive, then conduct delivery. This practice, essentially to avoid risk of future price rise or supply cut, was a common practice in commerce. Not only Dutch did this, silkworm farmers in Jiang's region also had similar operations. Reasonably speaking, this doesn't count as fresh matter either. Nothing more than betting on future expected price rise and fall. But don't know which smart person thought of the routine of endorsement and transfer. He laughed. I really want to know this person, asking him how he thought of it. Once transferable, this warehouse receipt had attributes of speculation and investment, especially under the condition where cotton market price only increased and didn't decrease, climbing section by section. Buying a warehouse receipt and changing hands with added price could earn money immediately. Such short, flat, and fast means of earning money once discovered by people immediately became the focus of speculation. For a time, all patterned cloth firms started selling warehouse receipts. At the start, this warehouse receipt was quite standardized, had clear issuing firm name, delivery date, delivery cotton quantity and grade. Moreover, when various patterned cloth firms issued, they still had some estimates, having a bottom in heart about roughly how much goods they could deliver in future. Quantity of warehouse receipts issued was still limited, but later everyone saw this capital-less business with red eyes jealousy. Later it became more and more chaotic. Originally, only patterned cloth firms issued warehouse receipts. With speculative trend becoming more and more fierce, cloth shops, silk satin firms, embroidery shops, as long as shops related to textile products all scrambled to issue cotton warehouse receipts. Later cotton yarn warehouse receipts also appeared. Now some people even directly get a name, without even a physical shop, claiming to be XX warehouse or XX firm, issuing warehouse receipts themselves, actually can sell out like this. Makes me think of Hainan Island real estate bubble in the 90s. At that time, a piece of land transfer contract changed hands, earning hundreds of thousands. Talk about this later. Li Shan started to lose composure. These two people grasped the situation so clearly, yet actually stood by with folded arms until now. He couldn't criticize them conveniently. What should we do now? Fine anyway, situation is intensifying, He said. All participants at this time actually already know. The cotton they buy and sell not only has not half a win relationship with cotton, even has no relation with fabrics. Already purely a speculative game, passing the flour to beat of drum musical chairs. It's just that everyone feels they aren't that last stick. Qingyun Tower closing, does it mean bubble burst? Indeed, very likely, Youzi nodded. Although I am not clear if Qingyun Tower boss will still open door for business tomorrow, how paper cotton market will be. Its burst is indeed close before eyes. Reason 1 was arrival of 3 ships of Indian cotton spot goods, directly facilitating fall of cotton spot prices. 2 was local new cotton would go on market in 2 or 3 months. 3 was north, especially Jianghuai cotton producing area, cotton expected bad harvest. Under double blow of soldier disaster and natural disaster, where would people still plant cotton? Reasonably speaking, expectation of large production reduction in northern cotton areas would further stimulate futures market rise. But everyone knows, cotton that native patterned cloth firms in Guangzhou market can deliver mostly comes from Jianghuai producing area. If local production decreases, it implies patterned cloth firms simply can't bring out goods to deliver. This counts as the last straw crushing the camel. Youzi said, although speculators everyone knows what they buy and sell is just a piece of paper, after the illusory guarantee of future cotton also collapsed thoroughly, market confidence equals collapsing thoroughly. He continued. Qingyun Tower boss earned big money in speculative buying and selling. Suddenly closing door at this moment, very likely realized game can't go on quickly. But how exactly it is, still have to look at Comrade Wu Mu's investigation result. So saying, right, you asking Mu Min to send police to you is a bit unnecessary. Guangzhou political security has noticed Qingyun Tower for a long time. He can't run away. That is good. I worried most about causing financial order turbulence. Li Shan breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, whether police or political security, after all they can't manage financial order. How do you see this crisis should be rectified? End of chapter. Chapter 2554, Subsequent Issues. My personal recommendation regarding this paper cotton incident is simple. Pretend we never saw it, he said. Li Shan and Zhu Bio stared at him in astonishment. A speculative crisis of this magnitude, a financial storm, and his advice was to look the other way. This, Li Shan sputtered. It's such a significant matter. I'm not being alarmist. This is actually the consensus view among financial circles. As he spoke, Youzi nodded in agreement. But cotton is a livelihood essential. This kind of behavior amounts to cornering the market and disrupting supply. Surely it could be prosecuted as an economic crime. Economic crime prosecution isn't the problem, but this doesn't really qualify as cornering the market, he replied. And the risk is considerably less severe than you gentlemen imagine. Paper cotton trading wasn't true market manipulation. It differed fundamentally from the 2 whites and 1 black campaign in Shanghai just after liberation. Spot cotton circulation remained unaffected, prices were simply high and supplies scarce, but there was no hoarding. The real issue with paper cotton was unregulated speculation. Secondly, the greatest risk in futures trading isn't the sale of delivery receipts themselves. It's that these receipts operate on margin, allowing traders to leverage themselves to extreme heights at the trading center. Guangzhou's paper cotton market hasn't adopted a margin system. It requires full cash payment for warehouse receipts. so there's no high-leverage trading to worry about. Third, proper futures operations allow for risk hedging. You can't only buy long, you must also permit shorting. You need both bulls and bears to achieve true hedging. Seeing that both men across from him wore expressions of utter bewilderment, He abandoned further explanation and cut straight to his conclusion. In any case, you only need to understand that this paper cotton business won't trigger a serious financial crisis. Many people will certainly lose their fortunes, but the damage will remain confined to them and their immediate circles. It won't significantly impact the broader financial market. In this regard, I must acknowledge that traditional strict lending practices have actually helped contain the crisis. So you're saying this won't cause widespread turmoil? There will be some turmoil, certainly, but nothing severe. It won't threaten social stability. You can rest assured on that point, He said. By our estimates, the total capital involved in paper cotton speculation shouldn't exceed 150,000 yuan. Relative to the cotton textile market's overall scale, it's not particularly large. 150,000 yuan is already a staggering sum, Zhu Bio exclaimed. Many people in this city earn only 2 yuan a month. People earning 2 yuan a month don't have the capital to enter this game in the first place. To participate, your household needs to produce at least 100 yuan on demand, especially in recent months, when no warehouse receipt has been priced below 50 yuan. 50 yuan was a significant sum not just for ordinary Guangzhou citizens and villagers, but even for mid-level naturalized citizen cadres. The speculation scale was considerable by any measure. Even so, this round of speculation has grown substantial. I believe we should establish a state reserve system to reduce the risk of such incidents in the future, Zhu Bio said. In the 18th century, cotton and cloth were undeniably strategic materials, perhaps second only to grain, but no less critical than coal and iron. For such strategic goods, state reserves offered the most effective means of managing abnormal price volatility. Establishing national reserves makes sense both politically and economically. Consider this paper cotton affair. When the market collapses, if the state reserve steps in with large-scale purchases, it wouldn't represent an economic loss. Cotton prices will continue rising in the long term. When the time comes, the reserve could release supplies to the market at a slight premium or at par. Either approach works. Li Shan watched Chu He and Ren Youzi's expressions carefully. Both listened attentively, nodding occasionally, but their subtle expressions betrayed complete dismissal of Zhu Bio's proposal. Strategic material reserves are certainly reasonable in principle, but honestly there's no necessity for them now, and they wouldn't solve any problems, Chu He said. They might even create new ones. Why? First, this paper cotton crisis doesn't affect supply, as we've already explained. It's merely a primitive, crude futures market. This isn't the same as cornering. State reserves can certainly regulate market order effectively, but that requires having supplies to reserve. If current supply barely covers production needs, what exactly would we store? Expanding cotton supply sources matters far more right now than stockpiling. Only after we've secured stable sources and the market has surplus cotton to spare can we discuss state reserves. At present, shipping capacity from the South Seas, India, and Northeast Asia is limited. These regions haven't yet developed the specialized cotton cultivation they would in later eras. Planting area and output remain unpredictable, with no reliable cotton suppliers to speak of. So state reserves can't be established in the short term. And once created, such reserves become yet another massive bureaucracy. Storage inevitably means enormous losses, requiring a complete inventory auditing system. The Senate's current state grain reserve system is already stretched thin. Adding cotton is out of the question. Ren Youzi continued, why must everything require state reserves? If factories sign long-term agreements or forward contracts directly with plantations, market fluctuations should have almost no impact. During economic upswings, Some small businesses going under isn't a major concern. Someone will absorb them soon enough. If we truly must give everyone a means of speculation and hedging, we still need to establish proper futures contract mechanisms. Frankly, given the current situation, there's little necessity for a futures market at all. He added. At this stage, if we pursue futures trading, the focus should remain on forward transaction price agreements aimed at physical delivery, not leaping straight to a futures exchange. Once leverage enters the picture, all bets are off. Take too large a step and you'll tear something. Li Shan and Zhu Bio found themselves thoroughly lost amid the two men's eloquent discourse, yet they couldn't formulate any concrete rebuttals. After all, they hadn't come here to debate. Fine, you've made your arguments, but specifically, how do we not intervene? First, ban paper cotton trading outright. Then investigate all warehouse receipts currently circulating. Those issued by entities without physical shops or by people not even in the cotton cloth trade, purely fictitious receipts, that's economic fraud, prosecuted as such. Those who purchase these receipts are victims. When the criminals are caught, recover the stolen funds and return them proportionally. Of course, full recovery is unlikely. The victims will simply have to consider it an expensive lesson. Naturally, regardless of whether the criminals could even be apprehended, recovering all stolen funds remained pure fantasy. Li Shan smiled wryly. That's quite an expensive tuition. If it weren't expensive, how would it count as a lesson? Youzi continued. For warehouse receipts legitimately issued by cotton cloth merchants, regardless of the ultimate market outcome, those merchants are the final clearing entities. When receipts come due, require them to honor their obligations. If they can't, treat it as bankruptcy, a civil economic dispute, adjudicate according to relevant statutes. Of course, we'll give them an opportunity to negotiate with receipt holders and buy back the paper at an agreed price. How that goes depends on the negotiations. So in the end, it all comes to nothing, Li Shan said. Another tuition payment. Naturally. Speculation always carries tremendous risk, he replied. Paper cotton has neither a compliant issuing entity nor a margin system to guarantee delivery. It could absolutely be classified as fraud. The trouble is, this problem isn't really about futures per se. The entire corporate governance system and our fiscal financial framework are severely lacking in relevant laws and regulations. He had been mulling over this problem for some time. Now the topic drew out his thoughts. Consider, for instance, the current push for company registration. We've essentially introduced the modern limited liability company system without the corresponding corporate governance requirements. Questions of apparent authority, shareholder rights, bona fide third parties, equity transactions, all massive pitfalls. This isn't directly related to paper cotton, actually. It's more that after this financial risk began emerging, I suddenly felt we should take stock of Guangzhou's corporatization reforms as a whole. The current reforms, so-called limited liability companies, foundation legal persons, religious legal persons, and so forth, are actually quite dangerous given our present circumstances. Several fundamental issues embed enormous risks. First, as large numbers of commercial entities become legal persons, especially with the introduction of limited liability, where is the corresponding bankruptcy and liquidation system? With multi-layered shareholding structures and no comprehensive commercial registration or data accumulation, how do you pierce the corporate veil? How do you identify the actual controllers? The risks of money laundering, tax evasion, and legal violations will rise dramatically, especially if bureaucrats establish multiple layers of shell companies to engage in insider trading, or simply shift funds from left hand to right, converting public money into private gain. Investigations become extraordinarily difficult. Are we to rely entirely on Cheka for internal inquiries? Second, lending risk. In an era without sound credit systems, collateral-based lending works well enough. But what about companies mutually guaranteeing each other and committing loan fraud? Third, Commercial registration data cannot possibly interconnect across regions. Once you leave Guangzhou, verification becomes essentially impossible. So how do you resolve identity issues in commercial contracts? How do you handle apparent authority disputes? You might suggest verifying seals and signatures, but these things in the Ming Dynasty are virtually unrestricted in replication. How do you address that? In traditional commerce, people knew each other personally. Now with legal personhood, how do you identify clerks or account managers? End of chapter. Chapter 2554. Subsequent problems. My personal suggestion regarding this paper cotton event: the best handling is pretending not to see, He said. Now Li Shan and Zhu Bio were both shocked into widening eyes. Big. Such a big speculative event, financial disturbance, actually saying pretend not to see. This, Li Shan said surprisedly, such a big matter. I'm not making sensational statements. Actually, this is also the common view of our finance and financial circle. As He spoke, Ren Youzi also nodded slightly. Cotton is people's livelihood material. This kind of behavior counts as hoarding for speculation, disrupting the market, right? Completely can be treated as economic crime. Economic crime, this point is no problem. However, hoarding for speculation doesn't quite count. He said, moreover, the risk is relatively not as big as you gentlemen think. Paper cotton wasn't hoarding for speculation, different from the 2 whites and 1 black campaign in early Shanghai liberation. Market cotton spot circulation itself had no problem, just price expensive, cotton scarce, but hoarding didn't exist. Paper cotton's main problem was disorderly speculation. Secondly, futures high-risk key isn't selling pickup vouchers, but this pickup voucher is margin trading, which means allowing extremely high leverage multiples in trading center. Current Guangzhou paper cotton didn't do this margin set, adopting mode of full cash buying and selling warehouse receipts, so high-risk leverage trading problem doesn't exist. Thirdly, generally contemporary futures operation actually allows risk hedging. You can't only buy high, must also allow buying short, must have both bulls and bears to hedge. Seeing the two opposite had looks of bafflement, he gave up further explanation, directly summarizing. Anyway, you just need to know this paper cotton won't cause serious financial crisis. Many people's wealth being washed by water is certain, but also limited to themselves and people around them only. It won't have big impact on financial market overall. On this point, have to say traditional strict borrowing system also limited expansion of crisis. You mean, this time won't cause turbulence? Turbulence inevitably will exist but won't be big, won't affect social stability. On this point you can be greatly at ease. He said, according to our estimate, amount involved in this paper cotton speculation won't exceed 150,000 yuan. Looking according to overall scale of entire cotton textile market, doesn't count as very big. 150,000 yuan, this is already very astonishing. Zhu Bio said, many people's monthly income in this city is only 2 yuan. People earning 2 yuan a month have no capital to join this kind of game. Those who can participate, at minimum occupy families able to take out over 100 yuan anytime, especially reaching recent month. A warehouse receipt rarely is lower than 50 yuan. 50 yuan, let alone ordinary Guangzhou citizens or villagers, even for medium naturalized citizen cadres, was not a small sum. The scale of this speculation actually counted as quite considerable. Although scale of this speculation is already not small, I feel we should establish national reserve system in city to reduce risk of such things happening in future, Zhu Bio said. In 18th century, cotton cloth definitely counted as strategic material, status probably only second to grain, but not inferior to coal and iron resources. Regarding abnormal price fluctuation of this kind of strategic material, state establishing strategic reserve is the most effective means. On one hand, state itself has sufficient demand for strategic resources, can spread flat storage, labor, management costs of establishing national reserve. Secondly, maintaining strategic material price stability is also objective demand of maintaining social stability. Establishing national reserve is very reasonable whether in political account or economic account. Just saying this paper cotton storm, wait until market crashes, national reserve taking action to acquire heavily, is economically not losing either, because looking from long-term cotton will still rise. National reserve by then, whether releasing to market with small premium or flat price, is allowable. Li Shan looked at Chu He and Ren Youzi's expressions. Two listened very attentively, occasionally nodding slightly, but looking from their subtle expressions, completely disapproved of Zhu Baiao's statement. Important material national reserve system is of course very reasonable, but speaking honestly now, no such necessity and also solves no problem. Chu He said, even might generate other problems. Why? First, this paper cotton crisis doesn't affect supply. This we already said just now. It is only a primitive rough futures. Hoarding for speculation isn't the same thing. Establishing national reserve is of course an effective means to regulate market order. But prerequisite is we must have source of goods. If source of goods just enough for production, how to reserve? So expanding cotton source of goods is much more important than storing cotton at present. Behind having stable source of goods, surviving cotton quantity in market can prop up reserve. Only then is there national reserve to talk about. Now Nanyang, India, Northeast Asia transport capacity is limited. Strictly speaking, these places haven't formed later cotton professional planting either. Cotton planting area and yield are unknown numbers. Stable cotton supplier doesn't exist either. So national reserve is hard to take shape in short term. Moreover, once national reserve established, it is another huge team. Behind storage, inevitably implies huge loss, must establish a whole set of inventory checking system. Forgive my straight talk. Senate's current state-owned grain reserve system is already power not catching up struggling. Let alone adding a cotton. Afraid on cotton and many bulk commodities, we can only follow market. After all, 17th century doesn't have big market, also lacks scaled economic crop plantations and mining industry. Ren Youzi continued, why everything needs national reserve? If factories sign long-term agreements or forward contracts directly with plantations, market fluctuations should have almost no impact. Economic rising period, some small enterprises falling has no impact. Soon someone will take over the plate. If must give everyone a means of speculation and hedging, then still must walk road of formal futures contract. Honestly speaking, regarding current situation, even futures market can't talk about how much necessity. Chu He supplemented, current stage wanting to do futures, main direction should still aim at forwards trading price agreement with purpose of physical delivery, rather than stepping onto futures trading market at once. Once leverage this thing goes up, it recognizes no six relations ruthless. Steps too big easily tear the balls. Li Shan and Zhu Baiao were completely made confused by the two's fervent assurance and discussion, but they couldn't think of any specific rebuttal either. After all, they didn't come to debate. Fine, you said so much. Then specifically how to not intervene. First is prohibiting paper cotton trading, then checking warehouse receipts currently on market. Those without shop entity or fundamentally not patterned cloth industry, purely belonging to empty issuance of warehouse receipts, this belongs to economic fraud. Handle according to economic fraud. Those who purchase this kind of warehouse receipt belong to victims. After criminal caught, recover loot, return amount by proportion. Of course, full return is unlikely, can only count as them buying a lesson. Needless to say, let alone whether criminal can be caught, wanting full recovery of illicit money is even more illusory matter. Li Shan smiled bitterly. This tuition fee is quite expensive. Not expensive how can count as lesson, Ren Youzi continued. Indeed are warehouse receipts issued by patterned cloth firms, no matter how final market is. They are final bowing honoring subjects, must honor upon maturity. Those unable to honor handle by bankruptcy. This belongs to economic dispute. Determine verdict according to corresponding laws. Of course we will give them a chance, that is conduct related negotiation with warehouse receipt holders, recycling warehouse receipts at certain price. This depends on how both sides discuss specifically. Finally is also completely empty, Liang continued. Another tuition fee. This naturally, speculation originally has huge risk. He said, paper cotton actually has neither compliant issuing subject nor margin system ensuring delivery. Completely can determine as fraud. Just that this problem isn't a futures problem. Actually, it is serious lack of relevant laws and regulations in entire corporate governance system and financial system. He had considered this problem for a long time. At this moment his topic was drawn out. For example, big engagement in company registration now. Actually introduced contemporary limited liability company system but lacking relevant corporate governance requirements. Apparent agency problem, shareholder rights problem, bona fide third-party problem, equity trading problem. All are big pits. Actually no relationship with paper cotton itself. Mainly after financial risk started popping head here, I suddenly felt should reflect on current Guangzhou's company reform in good time. Current company reform, so-called limited liability company and consortium legal person, religious legal person whatnot, actually are very dangerous reforms in current timeline. There are several fundamental problems bearing huge risks. First is after large amount of commercial subjects become legal persons, especially introduction of limited liability. Where is the matching bankruptcy liquidation system? After multiple shareholding, under situation without perfect commercial registration and data accumulation, how to pierce equity, how to find actual controller. Risks of relevant money laundering, tax evasion, law breaking and discipline violating will rise linearly. Especially if bureaucrats set up few layers of white gloves, through insider trading or simply left hand to right hand, changing public funds to private profit, will become very difficult to verify. All depend on steamed bun bureau, political security bureau, doing internal investigation. Second is lending risk. In timeline with unsound credit system, if there is collateral it is fine. If companies guarantee each other, doing loan fraud, what to do? Third is commercial registration data impossible to interconnect. Basically out of Guangzhou can't query anymore. Then what about identity problem in commercial signing? How to solve apparent agency problem? You say recognize official seal, recognize signature. This thing equals can be copied at will in Ming Dynasty. How to solve? Ancient times doing business recognized person. Now after legal personization, how do you recognize clerk? How do you recognize account manager? End of chapter. Chapter 2555. Paper cotton aftermath. These concerns weren't unique to Chu He and Ren Youzi. They reflected the prevailing sentiment within the law society. Many believed that current commercial law remained incomplete, and that rushing to implement entirely new systems and regulations would invite unforeseeable consequences. That said, this series of reforms had also garnered considerable support from elders in the administrative departments. The system is currently being piloted, but I don't expect promising results. Whether some clever opportunists will exploit the loopholes exposed by this paper cotton incident remains to be seen. If this actually triggers some kind of financial storm, Li Shan began. There won't be a financial storm, Chu He laughed. Not unless something happens to the Nanyang company. Private financial activity in Guangzhou is still quite limited, both in variety and volume. No massive waves are possible. You can rest easy. Someone will certainly throw themselves off a rooftop over the paper cotton affair, but there won't be systemic damage. What concerns me more is your cotton textile industry. This mess will definitely affect you. I had the same premonition, Zhu Biao sighed. The paper cotton incident has exposed a major vulnerability. To be honest, I'm beginning to lose confidence in our cotton textile plans. The raw material supply issue won't be solved overnight, Li Shan replied with considerable confidence. But when the British built their cotton textile industry, cotton plantations didn't exist either. Demand stimulates supply, not the reverse. As long as demand is strong enough, land capitalists, landlords if you prefer, will establish plantations on their own. That doesn't worry me. The key is bringing down cotton spinning costs. Market cloth prices remain too high. Actually, based on your machine-woven cloth costs, once the major procurement sources contract, cotton cloth prices will plummet. Individual textile households will soon find no profit to be made. Whether you're willing to squeeze them all into bankruptcy depends on your specific policies going forward. But except for the enterprises you're focused on supporting, independent operators will probably all go under. That evening, Mu Min personally commanded the police raid on Qingyun Tea House and the associated cotton cloth merchants. 58 individuals were arrested. According to final police statistics, the paper cotton affair involved nearly 170,000 yuan, an astonishing sum for Guangzhou. Fortunately, as Chu He and the others had predicted, the absence of leverage meant no serious disruption to Guangzhou's financial order. But the victims were far more widespread than anyone had estimated. Many had caught wind that paper cotton could make big money and organized rotating credit groups to participate, essentially pooled investments. Preliminary counts identified over 2,000 people involved, most with stakes of 2 or 3 yuan, some as little as 1. Most were poor, and many had bought in at the peak, left holding worthless paper. Their losses were devastating. The municipal bureau's courtyard overflowed with people registering claims. Wailing echoed through the compound. Some fainted where they stood. Then came reports of people throwing themselves into the river. The news made Mu Min grind her teeth in fury. Surveying the chaos, she unleashed a thorough tongue-lashing on Chu He and Youzi, who had come to help manage the aftermath, declaring that everyone in finance was a rotten bunch. She even dragged Li Shan into the tirade. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't create paper cotton. If you hadn't stirred up this international market business, would any of this have happened? Li Shan protested his innocence, insisting he'd never conceived of anything so advanced as creating a futures market. I don't care whether you're advanced or backward, so cleaning up the mess isn't your department's responsibility either. Each of you excels at sitting around theorizing. If you don't help sort this out properly, don't bother coming to Guangzhou on official business anymore. My office can't accommodate such esteemed Buddhas. Chu He's expression had gone rigid. No one enjoyed traveling all this way only to receive a dressing down, but Youzi kept a diplomatic smile fixed on his face. Yes, we'll definitely handle everything properly. Don't worry, we do have a concrete plan. He immediately outlined the relevant proposal. The 170,000 yuan case value isn't entirely fictitious. By my rough estimate, about 70,000 yuan worth of warehouse receipts can ultimately be honored. As long as we maintain control over the cotton cloth merchant owners and prevent them from fleeing, the cotton cloth merchants still need to keep operating. Keep operating. I was thinking of confiscating their property to compensate the ordinary people. Only if they keep operating will there be any chance of compensation. Otherwise, they simply declare bankruptcy and wipe their debts clean. Mu Min's eyebrows rose. She seemed about to retort but held back. Additionally, the personal assets of these 58 individuals can cover part of the shortfall, Youzi continued carefully. Take this Qingyun tea house owner, Wu Yuanian. He claims he wasn't involved, but in truth he operated like a casino owner, skimming a cut from every transaction. Apply some pressure and there'll be fat to squeeze. As for those who issued fictitious warehouse receipts, this batch is already on Political Security's internal watch list. None will escape. Once the stolen funds are recovered, most of the gap should be covered. Even so, it won't be enough. Just look at this courtyard. We have a repayment proposal that prioritizes small and medium-sized victims. This should effectively stabilize the general public. Mu Min reviewed the plan and calmed somewhat. The final delivery will still be problematic, though. Many people who bought warehouse receipts have no connection to the cotton textile industry. They purchased purely to speculate. Even if the cotton cloth merchants eventually make physical delivery, what use is cotton bought at inflated prices to them? They can sell the spot cotton directly at the international market. Prices might even be higher by then. Mu Min shook her head. That's not guaranteed. More likely they'll be even lower. Chu spread his hands. That's beyond our control. Frankly, these outsiders who jumped into paper cotton trading were simply gambling on quick riches. If you gamble, accept your losses, as the saying goes. Besides, we didn't create this scheme. Stepping forward to resolve it is already tremendous benevolence on our part. He sighed. This is simply the tragedy of the petty bourgeoisie. At the Temple of the Five Immortals in Guangzhou, a new sign had recently appeared, the Shenao Study Society. Though the pronunciation was similar, this Ao wasn't the Olympic Ao. The Shen in Shenao meant explaining, expounding. In other words, this was a place for conveying Australian conditions and Australian learning to the local population. Its founder was Du Yibin, whom quite a few elders teased for having a notable person-collecting habit. This civilian organization he'd established in Guangzhou served primarily to win over old-style literati receptive to certain new ideas. However, Du Yibin wasn't stationed in Guangzhou, making it difficult to maintain ongoing attention to the institution. Running a society required funds, space, and staff, resources an elder posted elsewhere couldn't readily provide. So he approached Kui Hanteng, who shared similar inclinations, and requested his assistance. Elder Kui had been contemplating the same idea. The two hit it off immediately. The sign went up at the Temple of the Five Immortals, and Kui Yunheng now had a proper base for conducting united front work with local intellectuals, avoiding accusations from certain elders of spreading feudal superstition under false pretenses. The Shenao Study Society occupied a small side courtyard within the temple complex, newly redecorated and rearranged. The main hall had been converted into a tea house for scholarly discussion. The East Wing housed a reading room where visitors could borrow from the temple's substantial collection of Australian books. Many volumes couldn't leave the premises, particularly the extensive civil service exam preparation materials, favorites among failed examination candidates. The West Wing served as an exhibition hall, displaying simple models, scientific instruments, and educational wall charts. The gatehouse functioned as the society's office and storeroom, small as a sparrow, yet complete in all its vital organs. After opening, the society gradually attracted a steady following. Beyond scholars hoping to find positions in the new government and system, many students came out of curiosity about the Australians and their learning. Daily visitors engaged in scholarly discussion and perused newspapers, magazines, and books. Because many here maintained direct or indirect connections with the Australians, the society became a primary channel for gathering insider information. Kui Hanteng welcomed everyone without discrimination, treating all with equal warmth. Today, the hottest topic at the Shenao Study Society was the paper cotton incident. Most found this new phenomenon quite novel, generating lively discussion. The Yangcheng Express had devoted a full page of special reporting to the affair, analyzing causes, consequences, and key details thoroughly, right through to the final resolution plan. The coverage lent substance to the conversation and minimized wild speculation. Most scholars' views aligned. Paper cotton was a vehicle for opportunistic profiteering, a source of endless trouble for nation and people alike, and should be completely banned. Those with broader knowledge invoked the mulberry tree futures practice in Jiangnan, arguing this was essentially the same thing. As long as government oversight remained strong and fictitious warehouse receipts were prohibited, trading in paper cotton wasn't necessarily harmful. It could even hedge against future raw material price increases. As the debate continued, someone suddenly asked, "It's been a while since we've seen Zhang Jiayu. Does anyone know where he went? Now that you mention it, he hasn't come in several days. He used to visit every 2 or 3 days. I heard there was a family matter. He returned to his hometown in Dongguan. He's been gone so long, could something have happened at home? I heard a close relative fell seriously ill, so he had to rush back, another offered. I saw him leaving looking quite distraught. I fear something terrible may have happened. End of chapter. Chapter 2556. Undercurrents in Dongguan. Late at night, the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital in the Great World hummed with activity. Doctors and nurses moved through the corridors with tireless purpose. As the only Australian-style hospital on the mainland, it boasted something extraordinarily rare in Guangzhou: electric lighting that burned through the night. The hospital's reputation had swelled with each successful replication of modern drugs. Patients now arrived daily in droves, not just those with complicated ailments from the Pearl River Delta, but sufferers from as far as Guangxi who had heard of its fame. Even wealthy magnates from Jiangnan and the capital made the journey seeking treatment. And so the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital had inevitably followed the familiar trajectory of mega-hospitals from the old timeline, expanding endlessly, claiming more space, adding more beds. To staff these wards, the affiliated health school had likewise begun devouring the great world's footprint. Though space wasn't yet critically scarce, the great world was, after all, a commercial complex. A hospital in its midst struck an incongruous note, and the queues of patients waiting to register disrupted the commercial atmosphere. Deng Baojia had recently visited Guangzhou to investigate the matter, preparing to relocate the general hospital somewhere more suitable while expanding the health school's capacity two- or threefold. Lin Motion had been spinning all day without rest. Now, finally seated at his desk, he faced a stack of documents requiring the dean's personal approval. He was technically off duty, but duty cared little for technicalities. Fortunately, the hospital's general affairs director, Li Mo, was remarkably capable. She had rescued Lin Motion from the worst of the administrative burden, allowing him to focus on medical affairs. Otherwise, the paperwork alone would have crushed him. He eyed the stack of notes pinned beneath a paperweight and sighed. More favor requests. Can't refuse them, though. The first note was exactly that, a request for special treatment. Guangzhou had only recently been pacified, and everything remained in flux. The various institutions under the municipal government operated in a peculiar limbo. Rules existed, yet didn't exist, yet somehow did, a marked improvement over the chaos of their initial entry into the city. This particular request came from a naturalized citizen cadre bearing a note from some chief or other. Lin Motion, perpetually overwhelmed, had barely found time to respond. He rolled his neck to ease the stiffness, then picked up his pen and began drafting a reply. He had scrawled only a few characters when a young girl poked her head through the doorway. "Chief, Section Chief Huang from the Health Bureau is here. Says it's urgent." Lin Motion rose before his seat had even grown warm, still clutching the half-written instruction slip, and followed her out. The next day, Section Chief Huang returned to the Health Bureau and began sorting through the documents he had collected from Lin Motion's office. A slip of paper fluttered to the floor. He bent to retrieve it. The handwriting was unmistakably Senator Lin Motion's. "Your department's cadre is diligent and assiduous, quite effective at present." Section Chief Huang stared at this fragment of an instruction, utterly baffled. But he could hardly go back and ask for clarification. And so a certain cadre's favor request vanished without a trace. Deep within a courtyard in Chashan, Dongguan, a middle-aged man who appeared no older than 30 stood motionless, staring at leaves withering in the cold. An hour passed. The household servants kept their distance, not daring to disturb him. At last his lips moved. "First, Master Xuandu passed away in bitter indignation. Then I traveled for several years, only to learn that Quanren died young. He was only 3 years my senior. And when the bald bandits took the city, Kissy chose to die for his country." The man lost in grief was Zhang Mu, courtesy name Erki, art name Muzha, a descendant of the Tang Dynasty Prime Minister Zhang Jiyuling. His father, Zhang Shiyu, had earned his Juren degree in the 13th year of the Wanli reign and eventually served as magistrate of Bobai County in Guangxi. Zhang Mu had been born when his father was already past 60. As a son of his old age, he was naturally doted upon. The family's wealth had allowed Zhang Mu an unconventional education. At 12, he admired Lord Xunfeng. At 13, he studied the works of Youzi. By 15, he had mastered mounted archery and dreamed of glory on the frontier. Coming of age, he cultivated a reputation for lofty eccentricity, carefree, disdainful of orthodox Confucianism. Though not quite 1,000 gold heir, fine horses were always in his stable, and the humble family gate welcomed a motley assortment of guests, all men of true spirit. In his youth he had studied with friends at Mount Luofu, drinking from stone springs and sleeping amid morning mist. Drunk, dreaming beneath plum blossom moonlight, weary from wandering, returning on lotus-leaf boats, night reflecting cinnabar glow, steaming into colorlessness, cloud jade pearl trees hidden in 3 heavens. How carefree those days had been. In the 6th year of Changzhen, he had resolutely crossed the mountain ridges northward, determined to prove himself at the frontier. Teachers and friends had attempted to recommend him to Yang Sichang, commander-in-chief at Shanhaiguan, but the arrangement fell through for reasons never explained. Instead, he wandered through Jingchu and Xiangan, through Suzhou and Hangzhou, years spent absorbing the beauty of mountains and rivers while growing accustomed to the sight of war's flames and people who could no longer sustain themselves. When he finally turned homeward, he received devastating news. The bald bandits had launched their attack and seized Liangguang. He lingered in Jiangxi for months, paralyzed by uncertainty, before retreating to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Only recently had he managed to return to Dongguan by sea. He had not expected so many old friends to be dead. Grief rose unbidden from his chest. Returning to his study, Zhang Mu lifted his gaze to a calligraphy piece mounted on the wall. Gift to Zhang Muzhai, a present from Guangzhou. The running cursive script danced with dragons and phoenixes, the brushstrokes vigorous and assured, truly excellent work. The poem read, Western wind and setting sun hang high banners, young Master Zhang's poetry draft named Sword Flower. Divine objects from ancient times aren't easily obtained, making me sigh repeatedly, over and over. Sighing that your talented hand remains deep and sincere, literary heart's embellishment all in play. In days past, Rangju harbored leopard strategies, nothing more than Sun Yang portraying dragon steeds. Sir, don't you see Han Xin begged for food and relied on the washerwoman? Wu Yun played flute towards the Wu market. Ancient heroes losing their way are often thus, so Rengong ceased fishing and returned to Kangzhou. Spiritual medicine I will follow and never die. I wonder how that old rascal Zhanruo is doing, Zhang Mu thought. He had heard that after his own departure northward, Kuang Lu had offended Huang Ziyan, the magistrate of Nanhai County, and fled to Guangxi. Unfortunately, letters were difficult to exchange while abroad, so Kuang Lu's whereabouts remained a mystery. Otherwise, traveling the mountains and rivers hand in hand with his dear friend would have been a true delight. The thought brought him some comfort. He spread rice paper across his desk, ordered a servant boy to grind ink, raised his brush and composed, arriving home, many old friends have died, a poem to encourage myself. Born in the 5-turbid world, wealth and honor don't last long. Troubles in poverty and lowliness, all kinds are bitter and busy. Poverty and lowliness, poverty easily returns, wealth and honor. Indulgence leaves no leisure. Looking back, body gradually lightens, all becomes as chaff. Those I admire and emulate, drawing beside sages. In the West there is ancient Buddha, vow power pervading 10 directions. Buddhist teachings are my teacher, preaching already detailed. Sincere faith unbroken, body emerges from lotus chamber. 5 colors like carriage canopy, bathed following fragrant light. Dust sand views pearls and jade, ground covered in 7 treasures. Heaven net brilliant walking trees, wind music containing reed pipe. Phoenix and crane meeting 100 sounds, chanting harmoniously and rising. Time without cold or heat pressing, heartland all cooling. Material feelings far from good karma, lustful killing competes in self-harm. Aged and forgetting return date, willing to negotiate with gratitude and resentment. Just as he finished writing, a servant boy called from outside. Master, Master Su Yulin requests your presence. Su Guansheng, Zhang Mu frowned. We've had little contact. What could he want? Where is the invitation for? He didn't say, Master, only that it's at Yan and Hermitage in Huancun. Huancun in Dongguan originally had no temple. Historically, the area was known for Jian Hermitage, the Dharma practice site of monk Deodu. The monk, art name Kang Yin, was a native of Nanhai, Guangdong, and the 33rd generation successor of the Caodong school. He had held Dharma seats successively at Huangyan Temple on Mount Lu, Jian Hermitage in Dongguan, Huishu Terrace on Mount Luofu, and Heichuang Temple in Guangzhou before passing away at Jian Hermitage. The Hermitage had been built by monk Deodu and monk Tianren after their return to Guangdong. At this time, however, monk Deodu remained at Jinlun Peak on Mount Lu. Ordinarily, he would have been invited back to Guangzhou by Chen Zizhuang, Li Suiqiu, and others around 1640. With the Senate's arrival, whether he would return at all had become an open question. As for Yan and Hermitage, it was the cultivation site built by Li Yunlong, Yuan Changhuan's advisor in this timeline, after he had taken monastic vows and wandered to Dongguan. More than 10 kilometers away, at Wanjiazhu, what would one day be known as Wanjiang Village Feng, a heavy atmosphere pressed down upon an ordinary household. The mother of the family lay ill in bed. Her son held a bowl of clear water, helping her swallow a white tablet. The medicine was sulfa, obtained from the newly opened Retaking in the city. Previously, the family had summoned the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the county, but his prescription demanded paired crickets as a primer, an impossible requirement. They had resorted to catching a random pair of crickets instead. Unsurprisingly, the bitter black decoction had accomplished nothing. Their only remaining hope lay in the Australian's Retaking. Everyone claimed this sulfa was the Australian's miracle drug, perhaps not capable of raising the dead but said to improve most illnesses. Yet something was clearly wrong. The sulfa had been administered several times now, and his mother's condition showed no improvement. The whole family paced in anxious circles. Desperate, the son spent a considerable sum to bring a fake-hair doctor for a home visit. The physician examined her with a new-style stethoscope, listening here and there, asking about her medical history. Then he sighed and shook his head. The devoted son dropped to his knees. Doctor, I know great song medical arts are wondrously advanced. Surely there's still hope. The doctor produced a prescription slip, scrawled something in barely legible handwriting, and handed it over. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial murmur. The sulfa I can prescribe is aminobenzonesylfonamide, the earliest variety from Lingao Pharmaceutical Factory. Its efficacy isn't reliable. If you can find a way to obtain this medicine from the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, there may yet be hope. The son took the slip. On it was written, penicillin, 1 vial, 10,000 units. After seeing the doctor off with profuse thanks, he stood in the doorway thinking, perhaps only Chief Du could help. Jiayu, a voice called from beyond the gate, accompanied by urgent knocking. Shibao, stay with mother, I'll get the door. Zhang Jiayu spoke to his younger sister, then hurried to the entrance. The gate swung open with a creak. Teacher, Zhang Jiayu exclaimed in surprise. The visitor appeared to be around 40 years old. It was none other than Lin Jian, Zhang Jiayu's former tutor. Under Lin Jian's instruction, Zhang Jiayu had studied the classic of changes for the imperial examinations, as well as military texts. The 3 strategies of Huangshi Gong, new book on military efficiency, military defense record, essentials of military tactics, and divine weapon manual. Lin Jian glanced carefully in both directions before stepping inside and closing the door behind him. Jiayu, I heard you returned from Guangzhou. Did the bald, he caught himself. Did the Australians give you trouble? Zhang Jiayu's expression grew distant. The Australians are occupied with government affairs. They won't trouble a nobody like me." He paused. I had gone to Guangzhou hoping to broaden my horizons and join the scholars' societies there. I never expected the Australians to attack. End of chapter. Chapter 2557. Conspiracy in the Hermitage. Lin Jian could see his student's thoughts drifting, his face clouded with worry over his mother's grave illness. "I came looking for you today because I want to help," the teacher said. "A trusted friend has invited me to a secret gathering this afternoon. I've heard that among those attending, there's an accomplished master well-versed in medical arts. Perhaps he could cure your mother." Zhang Jiayu's expression brightened at once. He instructed his sister Shibao to watch over their mother, bid farewell to his father, and set off with Lin Jian toward Xunyang. When Zhang Mu learned the meeting would be held at Li Yunlong's Dharma site, he wasted no time deliberating. He ordered his servant boy to saddle his horse and rode hard, encountering no obstacles on the road. Within the span of an incense stick burning, he arrived at Xunyang. Compared to renowned Buddhist temples like Nanhua Temple, Huishu Terrace, and Guangzhou Temple, Yan'an Hermitage was modest in scale, a typical Lingnan structure of only 2 courtyards, with gray brick walls and gray molded ridge tiles. Situated in a remote area and recently built, the temple attracted few incense-burning pilgrims. After tying his prized horse's reins to a post, Zhang Mu knocked on the heavy main doors. Moments later, a thin, gaunt monk emerged. It was Li Yunlong. Zhang Mu could hardly conceal his surprise. He hadn't seen Yank in so long, and the man had grown terribly haggard. Gripping his old friend's shoulders, Zhang Mu exclaimed, "Yank, I hope life has treated you well since we parted. Amitabha. Mujai, after all these years apart, I have missed you greatly." Li Yunlong's expression remained serene as he replied. The two stepped into the hermitage and spoke of worldly affairs, though Li Yunlong showed little interest in such matters. Zhang Mu wasn't surprised. He knew Li Yunlong had once served as an advisor in Yuan Changhuan's army. After Yuan Changhuan's execution, Li Yunlong had returned home in bitter disillusionment and, having seen through the vanity of the mortal world, shaved his head and taken monastic vows. Years ago, when they had shared lodgings, Yank had told him, "You are a man of hot blood, but don't you see? What heroes cannot accomplish, once one turns back, all heroic schemes reveal themselves as foolishness." From that day forward, the world lost the Li Yunlong who once wrote, "A scholar need not set aside his sword, traveling far to join the army, carrying his prodigal spirit." Remembering how Superintendent Yuan's command had once gathered the most brilliant talents of the age, Zhang Mu felt a pang of melancholy. Now all had withered and scattered to the winds. Who knew where they had gone? "If Yank has renounced worldly affairs," Zhang Mu asked, "why extend an invitation today?" Footsteps sounded behind him and a voice answered, "Don't blame him, Mujai. It was I who arranged this meeting." Zhang Mu turned to look. The newcomer was Su Guansheng, courtesy named Yulan, a native of Dongguan City. As Zhang Mu recalled, the man's examination record was unremarkable. At 30, during the 7th year of Tianqi, he had only gained admission to the prefectural school. By the 7th year of Changzhen, he had become a bagung, tribute student, the advancement path for Shengyuan licentiates, who failed to pass the Juren examination. Zhang Mu himself preferred chivalry to Confucian scholarship, and his ambitions lay outside the imperial examination system. For this reason, he and Su Guansheng had rarely crossed paths. "May I ask what matter brings you to summon me, Master Su?" Zhang Mu inquired. "To oppose the bald bandits and restore the Ming naturally," Su Guansheng answered without hesitation. Zhang Mu laughed. "Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the fake hairs in the city? Everyone invited today is a loyal patriot devoted to sovereign and country. Word will not leak." Su Guansheng's confidence was unshaken. "The bald bandits have many eyes and ears within the city walls, so we had no choice but to borrow Master Arian's temple for our gathering." "It seems you've been preparing for some time, Master Su," Zhang Mu said with a chuckle. Before long, over 20 people had filtered into the hermitage, most of them from local wealthy families. The Lingnan region had been steeped in superstition since ancient times, with worship of various gods and Buddhas flooding through the populace. Temples and Taoist monasteries dotted the landscape, and as religious sites where all manner of people might enter and exit, they provided excellent cover. Once all attendees had arrived, the Hermitage doors were sealed shut, and someone was posted outside to keep watch. After surveying the room, Su Guansheng cupped his hands in salute to the assembly. All who have come here were invited by their closest relatives and trusted friends, people whose backgrounds are known to us. Now that our mountains and rivers have been so drastically altered, and Guangzhou has fallen into bandit hands, we who have received the nation's grace for generations must strive with all our might to repay the sage emperor. The moment he finished speaking, someone echoed his sentiment. Exactly. These sea pirates are obviously no descendants of the great Song. Not only do they refuse to recognize the previous dynasty's merit titles, but they've stripped us of our tax exemptions. Now they speak of remeasuring land and levying progressive taxes up to 50%. It's simply intolerable. We must drive them out. Indeed. They even tax us for keeping a few household servants. People have started calling the Senate all taxes, instead of almighty. Dressed-up monkeys wearing crowns. Since when are overseas barbarians qualified to collect our taxes? They should get out of Dongguan. Indignation swept through the room, the atmosphere charged as if the attendees were ready to storm the county yamen and tear every fake hair to pieces. Su Guansheng gestured for quiet. That we can unite against our common enemy. If the sage emperor knew, he would surely be pleased. But the bald bandits invaded 2 years ago, and their foundations grow deeper by the day. On the day their army entered the city, we could not resist. How much less can we now? If we wish to oppose them, we must plan carefully and devise a proper strategy. What strategy do you have in mind, Master Su? Asked a young man named Li Zhen. He was a friend of Li Suiqiu, had studied at the Imperial Academy in the capital during the early Changzhen years, and was also acquainted with Chen Zilong. As the saying goes, one chopstick breaks easily, but 10 bundled together hold firm, Su Guansheng replied. I believe we should widely befriend righteous warriors, secretly practice military arts, and gather firearms and blades. When the court's punitive army arrives, we rise in response, attacking from inside and out to drive the bald bandits from our lands. Master Su, since the bald bandits came, they've bestowed favors upon the rabble. The common people have been seduced by their gifts. Look around at this gathering of 20-odd souls. Loyal men are few and far between. How can great things be accomplished with such numbers? What you don't know is this. I have made contact with Master Jinyan, the righteous warrior of Dragon Mountain. Master Jinyan risked great danger to personally enter enemy territory and has already recruited several thousand stalwart fighters. Su Guansheng gestured toward one of the attendees. Allow me to introduce Master Jinyan's disciple, Guan Yuisun. In truth, Su Guansheng knew that due to the Australians' bandit suppression operations, even if Master Jinyan had 3 heads and 6 arms, gathering a force of several thousand would be impossible. But to draw more people into the cause, what harm was a little embellishment? Guan Yuisun stepped forward and saluted the assembly. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, with the given name Guan Zhangxi, Yuisun being his courtesy name. My teacher has personally visited Ganjitan and Hueshan, Guan Zhangxi said. He has already persuaded the Ganjitan remnants and the Hueshan bandits to serve as our armed forces. He has also secretly placed disciples within the Fake Hair National Army, where they have grown familiar with the bald bandits' military methods. Additionally, major clans from Nanhai, Xinhui, and Xiangshan have pledged their support, providing us with several thousand local militia. If we could gain the assistance of everyone present, wouldn't it be like a fish finding water, like a tiger gaining wings? Su Guansheng nodded with satisfaction. If each family here contributes manpower and resources, assembling an army of 10,000 would not be difficult. Zhang Mu had always harbored ambitions to serve his country, and he felt his emotions stirring with the fervor in the room. but having passed 30, he was no longer an impulsive youth. After calming himself to think more carefully, he recognized the magnitude of what was being proposed. Wang Zund and Xunfeng had led regular armies against the bald bandits and still could not match them. What chance did a motley force of several thousand have? From what I hear, our great cause already has a small foundation, he said. But the bald bandits' firepower is formidable, and several thousand stalwarts are likely no match for them. Moreover, before moving troops, grain must go first. To gather military funds and weapons under the bald bandits' very noses, we will need additional support. Ha ha ha. Mujai is indeed a chivalrous warrior with frontier aspirations, thoroughly thoughtful. Su Guansheng laughed heartily. You're correct. Allow me to introduce an extraordinary personage to everyone, Taoist Mushi. Taoist Mushi. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, having never heard the name. Whispers rippled through the room. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the Buddha statue, bearing the ethereal countenance of one touched by immortal wind and Taoist cultivation. The Taoist is skilled in strategy, proficient in military arts, and possesses considerable accomplishment in medicine, Su Guansheng praised. A rare and difficult-to-find personage indeed. Master Su flatters me. Taoist Mushi held a whisk in one hand while stroking his beard with the other. I had heard that Dongguan was the Lingnan hometown of Confucius and Mencius, the hometown of sacred teachings. Seeing it today, this poor Taoist is not disappointed. He paused. I was entrusted by Stone Elder to come deal with these overseas barbarians, and I am willing to join hands with all of you to drive out the bald bandits. Who is Stone Elder? Someone asked. Stone Elder is my master's title. Because treacherous officials in the court have already colluded with the bald bandits, it is inconvenient to reveal his true identity. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Treacherous ministers in the court colluding with the bald bandits. No wonder these pirates had operated in Guangzhou for years with such ease. Their wings had grown full, and now they posed a grave threat to the dynasty itself. Truly a case of raising a tiger only to court disaster. The bald bandits were hateful, yes, but the treacherous ministers at court deserved death even more. I have a proposal, Su Guansheng said. Since Master Jinyan could secretly place righteous warriors within the bald bandit national army, why can't our Dongguan stalwarts do the same? Someone sighed. Yulin, how can you not know? The bald bandits' cadres are all fake hairs brought from Guangzhou. They have no use for scholars like us. Their civil service examinations don't even test the 4 books and 5 classics. They only recruit common rabble. As for studying the bald bandits' books from a young age, I've heard some families have arranged for their concubine-born sons to attend Australian schools. But those children's thoughts become indistinguishable from the bald bandits themselves, completely bewitched. Taoist Mushi had been listening carefully. Since the eyes and ears previously planted among the Australians had been eliminated in the witchcraft case, he urgently needed fresh intelligence about the bald bandits' inner workings. If someone could infiltrate the bald bandit false court, he spoke up, it would be crucial to our great cause. Are there any stalwarts willing to enter the tiger's den for the sage emperor? Lin Jian, hearing this, quickly nudged Zhang Jiayu and whispered, Jiayu, this is your opportunity. I was wondering how to ask the Taoist for medicine on your behalf. Why don't you volunteer? Zhang Jiayu hesitated. He had come here seeking medicine for his mother, never expecting to find himself at an anti-bald assembly. He had little connection to these wealthy families. He had only been drawn here by the accomplished master Lin Jian had mentioned. Listening to their grand plans for overthrowing the bald bandits, he felt entirely out of his depth. Yet his teacher's prompting gave him pause. In truth, he harbored no great aversion to the Australians. If anything, he appreciated their good works among the poor. In Guangzhou, he had studied Australian learning alongside fellow members of the Shen Ao Academy, freely debating the great transformations sweeping the world, changes unprecedented in 1,000 years. Chief Du had shown considerable interest in him. He could sense that both Chief Du and Taoist Kui harbored intentions of recruiting him into their service. And yet, he had studied the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, learned the ways of Confucius and Mencius, and earned his academic honors under the great Ming. With the sage emperor still living, how could he switch allegiances? How could he ever face his teacher and parents? End of chapter. Chapter 2558. Hope. When Zhang Jiayu remained silent, Lin Jian stepped forward. I am Lin Jian, a Sheng Yuan of the county school. To gather here today among such righteous warriors is truly a blessing spanning 3 lifetimes. Regarding the Taoists' plan, I have someone to recommend. A man who loves swordsmanship and acts with chivalry, who keeps company with the heroic men of the rivers and lakes. He is quick-witted by nature and loyal to sovereign and country. He can surely bear this great responsibility. Oh, Taoist Mushi leaned forward with interest. Lin Jian pushed Zhang Jiayu from behind. My student, Zhang Jiayu. Zhang Jiayu had not anticipated this. Thrust suddenly into the center of everyone's attention, his fair, youthful face flushed crimson. Someone immediately mocked him. A shy, fair-faced scholar, this is supposed to serve as a spy unto death. Zhang Jiayu had only just reached adulthood, and his temperament remained unsettled. On any other day, his forthright nature might have driven him to accept on the spot, but his heart was consumed with finding medicine to save his mother. What did he care about some grand cause against the bald bandits? Now that his teacher had dragged him into this affair, he would have difficulty extricating himself without a clear explanation. He forced down his embarrassment and composed his expression. I am Zhang Jiayu. I have studied military texts under my teacher for several years. Though not born into a scholarly family, I was raised on the teachings of Confucius and Mencius and harbor a sincere desire to serve the country. Yet I am a nameless nobody, lacking in talent and learning. I fear I cannot bear such a great responsibility. Li Zhen spoke up. Brother, there is no need for modesty. I heard your name during my time at the county school. They called Dongguan's Zhiyuan a brilliant swordsman, chivalrous indeed, well-versed in classics and histories, broadly talented with ambitions to bring order to the world. What a pity we never had the chance to become acquainted. I understand you recently traveled to Guangzhou and were away from home for quite some time. You must have been infiltrating the tiger's den to probe the Australian situation. He shook his head with a rueful smile. Dingfu feels ashamed of his inferiority. Is this truly so? Su Guansheng exclaimed. Worthy indeed of being a descendant of Duke Zhang Wenxian, loyal through generations. A young hero, Zhiyuan's conduct is a model for our generation. Su Guansheng naturally recognized the handsome young man before him as the clan brother of his teacher, Zhang Yifeng. The Zhang clan had resided in Dongguan for generations, their ancestor being Zhang Jiyugao, younger brother of the famous Zhang Jiyuling. Although this branch had declined by Zhang Jiayu's great-grandfather's generation, the family was poor. They remained a household that had farmed and studied for generations. Zhang Yifeng, a Juren of the 34th year of Wanli, had been appointed registrar of Quzhou Prefecture and later promoted to vice commissioner of the left Jiang Military Defense Circuit in Guangxi. Historically, after Zhang Jiayu passed the provincial examination, Zhang Yifeng had invited him to study at the Military Defense Circuit's official residence, seeking to cultivate this promising young talent of the clan. He had even arranged a marriage for his impoverished kinsman, a testament to how highly Zhang Yifeng valued promising youth among the younger generation. It was during this period that Zhang Jiayu's military qualities were greatly tempered. In the 9th year of Changzhen, when the emperor ordered capital officials to each recommend capable men to pacify bandits and settle the people, Zhang Yifeng had recommended Su Guansheng as magistrate of Wuji County. One might say Zhang Yifeng was something of a talent scout in Dongguan. But what Su Guansheng, Zhang Jiayu, and the others did not know was that the butterfly effect brought about by the bald bandit's appearance had altered everything. Zhang Yifeng had been transferred to a capital position, before the bald bandits launched their attack. At this point, Zhang Jiayu remained merely a Xiukai, and Xiukai who failed to pass the Juren examinations were as common as sand on a beach. Whether Zhang Jiayu might one day become a Juren or even a Jinchi remained unknown. The Zhang clan was large with extensive assets, and Dongguan was a place where literary culture flourished. Throughout the Ming Dynasty, over 30 academies had existed there, and Xiukai were beyond counting. Zhang Yifeng would not have given special attention to Zhang Jiayu at this stage. Now that Liang had fallen, Zhang Jiayu could not travel to the military defense circuit to study military arts, and Su Guansheng would never become magistrate of Wuji County. Zhang Mu had been listening carefully to Su Guansheng's words, and now he regarded the handsome young man before him with fresh interest. Not only were they of the same clan, but here was a commoner who was loyal and righteous, who loved swordsmanship and acted with chivalry. Zhang Mu found himself deeply intrigued. Under everyone's urging, Zhang Jiayu had no choice but to describe his experiences in Guangzhou, his participation in the Five Immortals Temple Salon, and his enrollment at the Shen Ao Academy run by true hares. His audience clicked their tongues in wonder. To think that among our generation there is someone who knows the bald bandits. Even more remarkable, he actually infiltrated the Bald Bandits Academy and caught the attention of their leaders. This will make infiltration far easier. Such an important task belongs to none other than Zhiyuan. The praise flowed freely. In truth, gaining entry to the academy was nothing extraordinary. Shen Ao Academy was an open venue. Any scholar interested in Australian learning could enter with a recommendation from a formal member. No qualifications were required. Those who did not intend to formally join need not even take an oath. Formal membership required only joint recommendation by 3 formal members. The distinction between formal and ordinary members meant little more than access to more advanced Australian learning texts. Beyond that, there were no other benefits, but Zhang Jiayu's value in the eyes of the true hares was genuine. Many at the academy sought to curry favor with them, yet few caught Du and Qi's attention. Zhang Jiayu was one of the rare exceptions. Listening to the torrent of praise, Zhang Jiayu felt his blood surge and his head grow light. Although the Australians had shown him appreciation, it was not enough to make him bow in submission. From the beginning, he had no solid reason to refuse this anti-bald coalition composed of his teacher, classmates, and fellow villagers. Now, swept up in everyone's acclaim, the loyalty, filial piety, propriety, and righteousness instilled in him since childhood stirred once more. Half pushed and half willing, he tacitly accepted this momentous task that had fallen from the sky. Yet his heart still ached with worry for his mother's illness, and a bitter smile played at his lips. Zhang Mu noticed and asked, "Zhiyuan seems troubled. Is something weighing on you?" Zhang Jiayu glanced at Taoist Mushi, then turned to Zhang Mu. "Brother Taikeo is perceptive. My elderly mother is gravely ill at home. Medicine and treatment have had no effect. We have tried Australian sulfa several times, but her condition has not improved. My teacher mentioned that an accomplished master would be visiting today. That is precisely why I came." Taoist Mushi was a shrewd man. He had already detected unusual undertones in Zhang Jiayu's account of his Guangzhou adventures. With a wave of his whisk, he smiled. "Since young brother is one of us and is willing to contribute to the great cause against the bald bandits, this poor Taoist shall certainly assist with all his might. Since childhood, I have specialized in Kaimendungia, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, and I possess some knowledge of the medical arts as well. I happen to have several excellent elixir pills that can help your mother overcome this tribulation." He produced a small white porcelain bottle from within his Taoist robes. Zhang Jiayu grasped at the offer like a drowning man clutching at driftwood. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud and kowtowed deeply. The Taoist's great kindness, Jiayu will never forget it until his dying day. However, the Taoist's smile faded, and his voice grew solemn. This medicine was refined in the purple-gold elixir furnace using secret methods passed down from Liang himself over 9 times 9, 81 days, and contains a thread of true qi. This medicine works only for the benevolent, the righteous, the courteous, the wise, the trustworthy. If the heart leans toward Great Ming, it works. Whether your mother overcomes this tribulation depends entirely on your sincerity. With evident reluctance, Taoist Mushi carefully poured 2 yellowish-brown tablets from the porcelain bottle and handed them to Zhang Jiayu, instructing him to take them with clear water. Everyone inside the Hermitage had never seen such medicine. They thought it surely an immortal treasure, something far beyond the ordinary. Zhang Jiayu did not grasp the implications and agreed repeatedly. Su Guansheng beamed. Today is truly delightful. Brothers united can cut through metal. The great cause against the bald bandits will surely succeed. After the group finished their discussions, they departed from Yan'an Hermitage in separate batches to avoid drawing attention. Zhang Mu, however, lingered with Zhang Jiayu, finding their conversation increasingly congenial, a great regret of having met too late. Zhang Mu clasped Zhang Jiayu's arm. Our ancestors came from the same line. Only the passage of years has made us distant. Another day, I shall personally deliver my name card to your door and formally acknowledge our kinship. Were we of different surnames, I would borrow Yang's sacred ground this very moment to swear an oath of brotherhood. Zhang Jiayu felt overwhelmed. Brother Taikiao comes from a noble and wealthy family. How could Jiayu presume so high? Come now, Zhiyuan, say no more. We are both men of the rivers and lakes. Why twist and fuss like a woman? Zhang Mu said with a wave of his hand. Seeing Zhang Mu's unaffected manner, Zhang Jiayu declined no further. After exchanging family genealogies and seniority, he addressed Zhang Mu as elder brother. Zhang Mu, knowing that Zhang Jiayu was anxious about his mother's health, did not detain him further. He himself remained behind to discuss Buddhist teachings with Li Yunlong, whom he had not seen in years. That evening, Zhang Jiayu gave the yellowish-brown tablets from Taoist Mushi to his mother. About an hour later, her condition seemed somewhat improved. Exhausted from days of worry, Zhang Jiayu finally fell asleep slumped against the edge of her bed. Brother, brother. After some indeterminate time, young Shibao shook Zhang Jiayu's shoulder. Mother is coughing again. Zhang Jiayu woke with a start. A full night had passed. Hearing his mother's heavy coughing, dread seized him. Could it be that his loyalty to Great Ming was insufficient, bringing harm upon her? Once he had gathered his wits, he recalled the warning his sworn brother Zhang Mu had given at their parting. I have no dealings with Su Guansheng, Zhang Mu had said, but I have long heard that this man has grand ambitions yet little talent and lacks sound strategy. For a matter as great as opposing the bald bandits, he surely cannot manage it. The true force behind this must be that Taoist Mushi and the stone elder he mentioned. Yet this Taoist is an outsider with an ambiguous background. The rivers and lakes are treacherous. Younger brother, keep your wits about you. Zhang Mu's words were well-founded. He had traveled across half of Great Ming's mountains and rivers. His worldly experience far exceeded that of Zhang Jiayu, who was young and had seldom ventured far from home. Anyone who knew the trade would recognize that Taoist Mushi's pronouncements were the same smokescreen ancient healers used to absolve themselves of blame. If treatment failed, wouldn't it tarnish the miracle doctor's reputation? Taoist Mushi was building networks across various regions. To win hearts, he inevitably displayed miracles. But where in this world existed a panacea that cured all diseases? With those words, if the patient could not be cured, it was all due to insufficient sincerity. If she recovered, it was all thanks to the Taoist's miracle. Could it truly be that only penicillin can save mother? Zhang Jiayu clutched the prescription written by the fake-hair doctor, recalling the physician's cryptic expression. Moments later, he made up his mind. He would take his mother to Guangzhou. End of chapter. Chapter 2559, Past Events at the Academy. Jiayu, it's been ages. A friend from Shenao Academy greeted Zhang Jiayu as he burst through the doors. Have you seen Chief Du recently? Zhang Jiayu cut in, breathless. He was here just yesterday, even asked about you actually. Where is he now? His main post is magistrate of Enping County, so he can't stay long in Guangzhou. He's leaving today. If you hurry, you might catch him at Tianzi Wharf. Thanks. Without waiting for his friend to finish, Zhang Jiayu was already sprinting out the door, leaving everyone staring after him in bewilderment. Moments later, drenched in sweat, he intercepted Du Yibin at the wharf just as the chief was about to board his vessel. Du Yibin found Zhang Jiayu's frantic behavior puzzling. This wasn't like him at all. But once he heard the situation, understanding dawned. A truly filial son. That's all. This is a small matter. Du Yibin laughed and called for an instruction slip, on which he began to write. The whistle of the senator-exclusive vessel pierced the air, reminding Du Yibin that time was short. The Senate measured its schedule in minutes, and even senators had to abide by established rules. Lin Motion should recognize the signatures of Guangzhou senators, Du Yibin thought. He hadn't brought his personal seal for this return trip, so he simply signed his name and handed the slip to Zhang Jiayu. Though barely palm-sized and scrawled in crooked characters, Zhang Jiayu clutched the note like a sacred treasure, examining it again and again. This single piece of paper could save his mother's life. He tucked it away carefully and raced toward the great world. Chief Lin, the office clerk at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, knocked on Lin Motion's door. Receiving no answer, she pushed it open a crack and peered inside. Not here either. She glanced at the instruction slip in her hand, wondering whose request this was. One special case after another, enough to keep all the chiefs running in circles. With a small sigh, she left the slip on Lin Motion's desk and withdrew. Back in the hospital lobby, she called out to Zhang Jiayu, "Young man, none of the chiefs are in their offices. It's getting late anyway. Come back tomorrow. Medicine can only be dispensed after a chief signs off. But my mother is gravely ill. She's dying. Please, isn't there some way?" "Young man, we all have compassion here. Saving lives is our mission. If this were an ordinary cold, I could give you a few pills without a fuss. But controlled materials require a chief's signature. Without rules, there's no order. If everyone were a special case, how would the chiefs decide who to save first?" Her tone had grown clipped. But, Zhang Jiayu thought bitterly, these bald bandits certainly know how to put on official airs. But what? Penicillin isn't malt candy you can pop whenever you like. The allergy rate is dangerously high. We have to prepare epinephrine before we dare administer it to patients. Today's supply was exhausted during emergency treatments. Only the joint logistics warehouse has any left. If a patient goes into allergic shock and dies, no amount of tears will bring them back. She dealt with enough people carrying approval slips to last a lifetime and had little patience left. What galled her most was the unfairness of it all. Many special effect medicines came and went unpredictably. Besides money, you needed luck. Yet certain people could simply wave an approval slip and jump the queue, pushing aside those who paid and waited. She remained polite to these visitors, couldn't afford to offend them, but inwardly she held them in contempt. Allergy, epinephrine, joint logistics, shock. The strange terms tumbled from her mouth in a torrent Zhang Jiayu couldn't follow. He understood only one word: die. His heart sank. Medicine is 3 parts poison. It can save lives, but it can also kill. This isn't some immortal elixir that cures all ailments. Without complete preparation, who would dare use it? Don't worry yourself sick over this. Come back tomorrow. The clerk was an experienced conversationalist, well practiced at handling people in his situation. Zhang Jiayu wanted to argue further but knew he had no standing here. Even under Great Ming's rule, he was merely a Ziu Kai, not qualified to make a scene in public, much less on Australian territory. Under someone else's eaves, one must bow one's head. With no other choice, he turned and left. The clerk watched his retreating figure until it blurred into the distance, then shook her head. The hospital was the warmest place in the world, yet also the coldest. Shen Ao Academy had rented a courtyard among the temple property, outside the 5 Immortals Temple for its members, though Old Qi only collected a token rent. The purpose was to provide short-term lodging for active members visiting from other regions. Zhang Jiayu had little savings, so he'd settled his mother in a side room of the academy's rental courtyard. Seeing her condition, and moved by their shared fellowship, the members staying there gathered together to brainstorm solutions. Everyone agreed that if Chief Du had personally gone to the hospital, the outcome would have been different. It was simply Zhang Jiayu's misfortune that he'd missed the chief's schedule by a single day. If only he'd returned sooner. Suddenly someone shouted, "I've got it." "Got what? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Tomorrow, Mayor Liu is lecturing on new policies at Nanhai Academy while introducing the newly appointed Nanhai County Magistrate to the citizens. They say new officials light 3 fires upon taking office. We can go plead with him. It's bound to work. Is that reliable? The chiefs are busy with 10,000 things a day. Will they care about the life or death of an ordinary commoner? What do you understand? For an official, reputation is everything. Don't the chiefs always say, an official who doesn't make decisions for the people might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes? Right, I remember now. This new county magistrate's background is rather special. Oh, how so? A few days ago, the Yangcheng Express ran a headline about him. The new county magistrate came from the industrial field and holds an elegant title, pharmacist. They say all of Great Song's miraculous medicines came from his hands. Before he could finish, someone cut him off. "Why didn't you mention this earlier? Who told you not to read the newspaper?" The new county magistrate is also surnamed Zheng. Perhaps 500 years ago, he and our Jiayu were one family. If we could acknowledge common ancestry. Keep dreaming. Listening to their banter, Zhang Jiayu felt a faint hope kindle in his chest, and his spirits lifted slightly. He hadn't realized how much had changed in Guangzhou during his absence. Nanhai Academy, that is, Nanhai County School, was the highest official school of ancient Nanhai County. Founded during the Southern Song Dynasty, it had relocated 3 times due to wars. In the 30th year of Zhiyuan under Emperor Shizu of Yuan, it moved to the old site of Jupe Shrine in Gayagui Ward in the western part of the city. During early Yuan, the 2 county schools were squeezed together, leaving them cramped. In the 3rd year of Hongwu at the start of the Ming Dynasty, the court decreed that all counties establish schools, and each successive dynasty expanded it further. Wei Bifu had recommended former Nanhai County Magistrate Huang Ziyan to Zhang Ziao. Now Huang Ziyan was guiding Zhang Ziao on a tour of Nanhai Academy, recounting its historical evolution with the pride of someone showing off family heirlooms. "Chief, look here." Huang Ziyan gestured eastward. Originally, Qingyun Road ran alongside the county school, but over the years, nearby residents built dwellings along its path until the road was buried entirely. 3 years ago, I led an effort to restore the old site and renovate the 2 memorial archways. He spoke of the accomplishment with evident satisfaction. "Your execution capability is commendable, Council Member Huang." Zhang Ziao nodded approvingly. He knew that Liu Xiang's campaign to clear illegal structures on Chengshuan Street had required the Fubo Army's bayonets, which meant Huang Ziyan possessed genuine administrative skill. The academy faced from north to south. Along the central axis, the buildings ran from south to north. The main gate, Lingxing Gate, followed by Jai Gate, with Jukui Tower to the left and Dasheng Hall at the center, flanked by continuous large buildings on either side. Behind Dasheng Hall stood Minglan Hall, and beyond that the library. At this time, Nanhai Academy occupied over 60 mu of land, far exceeding its later dimensions. The surrounding area was the densest concentration of private academies in all of Guangzhou. After the Senate entered the city, the academy had been requisitioned as the Nanhai County Education Bureau Office and Nanhai National Demonstration School. Later it became Guangzhou Municipal National Demonstration School, with the Simple Normal School also affiliated here, serving as the educational headquarters for all of Liangguang. Today, Liu Xiang would lecture on new policies while introducing the new Nanhai County Magistrate to Guangzhou society. The venue, Nanhai Academy. End of chapter. Chapter 2560. The press conference gentry and household heads from Guangzhou, Nanhai, and Panyu filtered into the academy throughout the morning, some accompanied by family members, others by servants. A fair number of ordinary citizens curious about the Senate's new policies had also come to observe. Outside the gates, sharp-nosed merchants and peddlers had materialized with temporary stalls, eager to capitalize on the crowd. For the senator's protection, Liu Xiang had transferred personnel from the Guangzhou National Army Sabre Squad to secure the entrance. He'd also handpicked several veterans from the old Runner Corps who had once served at the Guangdong Examination Hall to conduct searches and screen visitors for dangerous items. These old runners were masters of their craft, seasoned experts at searching examination candidates, their experience vast and thorough. When no one slipped them coin to look the other way, they could sniff out every conceivable cheating device. The trouble was, they showed precious little courtesy to ordinary people. Scholars both dreaded and despised the examination hall's notorious searches. Anyone young or good-looking could expect wandering hands, groping disguised as protocol, liberties taken under official pretense. Their reputation was thoroughly rotten. When Mu Min recruited these men as security inspectors, she made certain to train them properly. She standardized search procedures with exacting detail, which parts of the body could be touched, with what degree of force, and an absolute prohibition on full-body groping. The goal was to prevent unnecessary disputes before they started. To handle female visitors, she also recruited several women from among the runners' relatives to serve as inspectors. Chen Banyan followed the security officer's directions, raising his hands, turning, lifting each foot in turn. After the inspector confirmed nothing amiss, he was waved through. As he passed, his eyes met the officer's for a brief instant. A subtle nod passed between them, and Chen Banyan walked briskly on. After a dry and lengthy policy lecture, Liu Xiang continued. Next, let us welcome Senator Ren Youzi, Secretary of the Guangzhou Securities Regulatory Commission, to address the recent paper cotton disturbance and take questions from the press. Holding a press conference had been the propaganda department's suggestion. Besides the Yangcheng Express, Guangzhou now hosted several newspaper offices and magazine publishers. Some senators questioned the necessity of multiple newspapers, but the propaganda department saw advantages in a diverse press. Indigenous demand for information was running high, whether for promoting literacy, publicizing new policies, or spreading scientific knowledge. More channels could only help. Most of these publications had Australian backing, the majority having relocated from Lingao. They included established names like Tianshui Living Weekly, Reader's Friend, and Dianshijai Pictorial. A few were purely private ventures. Yes, some indigenous people had already grasped the significance of newspapers, even if their understanding of news and media remained hazy. At a naturalized citizen cadre's signal, applause rippled through the hall. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and black trousers walked to the microphone, cleared his throat twice, and opened his mouth to speak. Nothing came out. Frowning, he tapped the microphone. Still dead. The indigenous attendees could be forgiven their confusion, but from the naturalized citizen cadres behind the stage came a wave of murmured consternation. Fragments of malfunctioned again, and this was supposed to be the latest technology drifting forward. Ren Youzi turned and beckoned to a young assistant. Bring the amplifier over, yes, the one you call the big voice. Hello, hello. Everyone, please quiet down. Please quiet. He spoke while pressing his palms downward in a calming gesture. Gradually, the crowd settled. I don't think I came late today. Ren offered a small smile. No reaction from the audience. He shook his head slightly. Comrades, greetings. Journalists, greetings. Fathers and elders of Guangzhou, greetings. Today, on behalf of the Senate, I will briefly discuss the administration's views on certain minor fluctuations that recently appeared in our financial market, as well as the measures we intend to take. We have observed that some traders and investors have been dealing in so-called paper cotton. This is a financial instrument that emerged spontaneously among the populace. We believe the original intentions were good. People wanted to solve the practical problem of locking in future costs and benefits for buyers and sellers, and to promote the long-term development of our planting and textile industries. Murmurs of agreement rose from the crowd. Many heads nodded. However, paper cotton, this not yet standardized, not yet mature forward contract, has in practice produced many irrational behaviors, owing to the absence of a powerful intermediary guarantee institution. We observed unrealistic naked shorting, market cornering, excessively high turnover rates, quotes deviating wildly from recent transaction prices, self-dealing wash trading, reckless leveraging, all of which led some participants with limited capacity to bear losses into, shall we say, tragedy. These are not hallmarks of a healthy market. So what conclusion did the finance ministry reach after analysis? We determined that this paper cotton should have been regulated long ago. The audience exchanged glances, then broke into clusters of murmured discussion. Senator Ren maintained his smile and pressed on. Since the Guangzhou exchange was established, it has successively issued non-preferred stocks and bonds from excellent, efficient enterprises including Nanyang Company, Dabo Shipping, Retaking, Fashion Steel, and others. This opened a highway for financing the real economy while providing superior investment options for investors. The achievements speak for themselves. The administration affirms them highly affirms them. However, this recent wave of private paper cotton trading has sounded an alarm. Off-exchange trading without government supervision, though not technically illegal, carries extreme risk. Some investors lacked the capacity for such speculation, yet insisted on borrowing at usurious rates. The results, catastrophic losses, no choice left but to sell themselves to Nanyang. He caught himself. This selling oneself, it's very difficult to discuss. Previously, we didn't pay sufficient attention to this derivative product. I must offer self-criticism here. We failed to guide everyone's urgent needs onto a path of standardization and specification in time, leading to the current situation. We, too, feel deeply pained. Going forward, we will launch a 100-day major action to crack down on illegal trading, thoroughly cleaning up all unlawful practices. Additionally, we are researching, what exactly? Primarily, how to satisfy everyone's investment needs. I understand Guangzhou is a prosperous, wealthy place. The amount of idle social capital is substantial. So we are also exploring whether, besides bonds, there might be other investment directions. This paper cotton incident has actually given us inspiration. At an appropriate time, not immediately, but at an appropriate time, we will launch standardized cotton futures and cotton yarn futures, providing manufacturers and investors with the highest standard financial derivative services while ensuring the highest level of investor protection. This also actively responds to the administration's call for finance to genuinely serve the real economy. Good. That concludes my remarks. Journalists may now ask questions in an orderly manner. The moment he finished, a bespectacled young man standing near the front raised his hand. Ren nodded, and the young cadre passed him the amplifier. Chief Ren, hello, I'm a reporter with Yangcheng Express. What specific regulatory measures does the Senate have planned for the futures about to be listed? When will contract information be announced? Thank you. An excellent question. However, about to be listed isn't quite accurate yet. After all, one cannot grow fat in a single bite. Conditions aren't mature. Long-term investigation and preliminary preparation are still required. So we will first launch a simplified prepayment forward contract model with controllable risk. Simultaneously, we will promulgate corresponding futures trading management regulations, which may later, depending on circumstances, be elevated to law. We will publish a draft version soliciting opinions, and at that time, we will fully consult the broadest range of market participants. Contract information will likewise be opened for feedback. What I can reveal now is this. referencing the great Song's mature derivative trading experience combined with local conditions. The framework should guarantee both market liquidity and commodity delivery requirements. Good, next question. An elegant young woman raised her hand. Ren happily directed the young cadre to let her speak. Dear Chief, hello, I'm Zhu Zio, a reporter with Reader's Friend. So happy to meet you again today. I feel truly honored. I'd like to know, what specific aspects embody the highest level of investor protection you mentioned? The audience barely suppressed their surprise, watching Chief Ren's eyes roll heavenward as he gathered his thoughts. The situation is as follows. First, we will levy a proportional investor protection fund on each transaction. This clause is already in effect for securities trading. Given that derivatives are novel instruments with relatively high risk, we will initially collect a somewhat higher proportion. This also serves to suppress excessive speculation. Second, we will strictly manage investor access, requiring qualified investors with demonstrated experience and risk-bearing capacity before they may trade. Third, we will strengthen investor education, deeply instilling concepts like investment carries risk, trading requires caution, buyer beware in everyone's minds. Thank you so much, Chief, for taking time from your busy schedule to speak with us. Next question. Honestly speaking, press conferences and Q&A sessions like this had a somewhat performative quality. The main purpose was to familiarize indigenous people with the format, gradually accustoming them to obtaining authoritative Senate information through such events. That said, this particular round of questions hadn't been scripted beforehand. Senator Ren had room for genuine improvisation. The gentry and wealthy households hadn't truly grasped most of what he'd said. They had, however, heard something of the paper cotton affair. Yet contrary to the senator's assumptions, almost none of the gentry or wealthy heads had actually gotten involved. Rather, it was their housekeepers, servants, accountants, and other underlings, plus various concubines, who had entangled themselves in the speculation. For the established wealthy, such trading was still too bold by half. From what they could glean, the Senate wasn't opposed to this kind of trading. The words even seemed encouraging. But that came as no surprise. Everyone knew the Australians valued money above all else. End of chapter. Chapter 2561. Xunyang Tower. The attendees welcomed Elder Zhang Zio with warm applause. This wasn't Zhang Zio's first public appearance in Guangzhou, but today's occasion carried particular weight. Every person in attendance possessed both reputation and standing among the local population. Though their numbers were modest, they represented the wealthiest, most cultured, and most influential circles in the city. In contemporary European cities, such people would be called citizens. Few in number, yet they held the city's affairs firmly in their hands. Zhang Zio had already reviewed the guest list. Half consisted of new money and activists the elders had cultivated, while the remainder were fence-sitters, people who submitted to the new order but harbored no enthusiasm for the regime. Some even nursed a quiet hostility. In a sense, they were all potential troublemakers. Yet these very individuals still commanded high prestige and influence among the common people. The elders who sought to supplant them faced a long road ahead. Even the self-proclaimed Senate, bold enough to challenge heaven and earth, had discovered this truth. After sweeping into Guangzhou and riding the momentum of a few high-profile cases to establish dominance, they now found themselves holding their noses to cooperate with these same people. Deep roots and flourishing branches, truly no empty phrase, Zhang Zio reflected. With this thought, he flashed a practiced smile at the audience below and spoke in measured, cadenced tones. Citizens of Guangzhou. Quang Lu maintained a residence in Guangzhou called Haixu Hall, situated in Xianlin Lane near the Temple of the Five Immortals, just a stone's throw from Nanhai Academy. He too had come here today. A genuine prodigy, he had entered the county school at 13. His lack of examination success stemmed not from inability, but from ambitions that lay elsewhere than the civil service path. Now that the land south of the Lingnan Mountains had undergone such upheaval, with the thousand-year Confucian tradition swept away like leaves before a storm, Nanhai Academy had become a constant weight upon his heart. In former days of leisure, he would often stroll here. As a Nanhai County licentiate, visiting the academy had been the most natural thing in the world. But after the Australians came, the place had been converted into an Australian school and something called an education bureau. Watching the grounds he had frequented since childhood become a gathering spot for those crop-haired, short-coated types filled Quang Lu with impotent rage. He could only conclude this had become a place of heartbreak and resolved never to return. Today at noon, however, he had drunk a few cups more than usual. On sudden impulse, he decided to tour the old Nanhai County Academy. The grounds no longer prohibited ordinary visitors. Only the courtyard housing the Education Bureau offices was closed. The rest remained open without strict security. Someone like him, an old neighbor and local celebrity, was known to the gatekeepers. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him. Thoroughly familiar with this place where he had played since childhood, Quang Lu wandered unconsciously to the Xunfeng Pavilion. The former green brick outer wall had long since been whitewashed with lime by the Australians. The Confucian classics within had been cleared away entirely, replaced with all manner of great song books. It had become an Australian library. Gazing back at the plum blossoms blooming in the garden, Quang Lu felt the weight of the times pressing upon him. His heart brimmed with sorrow he could neither name nor express. With a long sigh, he picked up a stone from the ground and began scratching characters onto the pavilion's white wall. The realm south of the peaks has truly sunk. The true dragon lies shallowed in heart of mountains and sees 3 rivers, 10 memorials, always cooking jade 4 bare walls, no refuge, still pawning the chin plunging into the sea. Can it contain a noble's honor gazing homeward, forever pained by songs of Yue if the passes should ever seal with clay again looking back? Plum blossoms deep amid frontier grass. When he finished, Quang Lu remained standing by the wall, gazing skyward, lost in grief for the times. Just as bitter emotion consumed him, an angry shout erupted from behind. "What are you doing?" Quang Lu started violently. He spun around and his pupils contracted. "It's him!" Huang Ziyan was equally startled. He hadn't expected fate to bring him face to face with this wild, unrestrained Quang Lu again. Enemies on a narrow road, as the saying went. Quang Lu had assumed that Huang Ziyan, as Nanhai County magistrate, should have died for his country when the city fell. Encountering him here could only mean one thing. He had gone over to the Australians and become a traitor. Quang Lu's heart sank with contempt. He sneered. The prodigal meets the Huyin magistrate once more, but mules and horses have become homeless curs. Huang Ziyan still remembered the Lantern Festival 3 years past, when Quang Lu had mocked him with that verse. Riding the donkey, happened to meet the Huyin magistrate, lost the horse, still like the old man of the frontier. Being provoked again now, he trembled with rage, words catching in his throat. "Magistrate Huang, you're looking remarkably well," Quang Lu said with exaggerated courtesy. Huang Ziyan finally mastered himself. "And who might this be?" "Ah, young Quang, the unlearned and unskilled." "Unlearned and unskilled still surpasses going over to the enemy and selling out one's country." "I know the Quang family prides itself on loyalty and righteousness," Huang Ziyan replied. "Your cousin Quang Zhulu followed Yuan Changhuan and died on the Liaodong battlefield. Unfortunately, alas, Yuan Changhuan ended up being sliced to death by 1,000 cuts, and Quang Zhulu's heroic blood was spilled in vain. Your Quang family's loyalty was all fed to that dog Changzhen. Ha ha ha." This, Quang Lu could not endure. Insults to himself were one thing, even calling the emperor a dog might be tolerated. But humiliating his elder cousin who had died for his country was absolutely beyond bearing. Rage erupted through him. In 3 strides he was upon Huang Ziyan, landing a right hook squarely on his left cheek. Huang Ziyan was not only older than Quang Lu but a mere bookworm besides. How could he match Quang Lu, a fierce warrior who had roamed the rivers and lakes with sword in hand and books in saddlebag. He managed to block a few blows before his defense crumbled entirely. His howls of pain echoed across the grounds. The Xunfeng pavilion stood not far from the former clerk's quarters, now the Education Bureau offices, and the sounds of their scuffle quickly drew staff from within. "Stop!" A sturdy hand clamped down like iron pincers on Quang Lu's raised right arm from behind. Quang Lu's left hand still gripped Huang Ziyan's collar. He released it and spun around, throwing a left hook, but the man behind him ducked with practiced ease. A strike caught Quang Lu in the ribs and chest. The solid hit slowed him, and his opponent seized the opening, slipping to Quang Lu's side, sweeping his knee. Quang Lu's right leg buckled. Before he could recover, the man wrenched both his arms behind his back, pressed a knee against his spine, and pinned him cleanly to the ground. Having completed this sequence of Bobo Army grappling technique, Nanhai County Education Director Tian Liang finally called out, "Quick, someone! There's a brawl here." No matter how Quang Lu struggled, he couldn't break free. Though skilled in martial arts since childhood, when it came to combat experience against Tian Liang, an old soldier who had been crossing bayonets since the Chiang Mai campaign, he was showing off before an expert. National Army soldiers arrived in response. With several sabers leveled at his face, Quang Lu recognized this was a loss he couldn't afford to escalate. Huang Ziyan struggled to his feet, blood at the corner of his mouth, bruises mottling his head, black circles ringing his eyes like a panda's markings. He looked utterly wretched. Straightening his robes with what dignity he could muster, he stepped forward and slapped Quang Lu across the head. "How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant?" "Counselor Huang, stop hitting him," Tian Liang intervened. "Just hand this man over to the police." "Director Tian, you don't understand." Huang Ziyan pointed at the library's white outer wall. "This villain has written seditious poetry right here on the walls of the Education Bureau. He intended to use this opportunity to deal with this hateful fellow once and for all." Since ancient times, writing seditious poetry had been a grave offense. Huang Ziyan had only glanced at the wall, but he knew this defiant scholar had composed seditious verse. The first line alone, "The realm south of the peaks has truly sunk, the true dragon lies shallowed in heart of mountains and seas," could hardly be more damning. A cold smile curved his lips. "No matter how defiant you are. This isn't Ming territory anymore. There aren't so many connections to protect you here." Tian Liang followed Huang Ziyan's pointing finger and examined the wall. All he saw were several columns of wild, flourishing cursive text, completely illegible to him. Quang Lu's emotions had been running too high. The poem had poured out in a burst of unrestrained cursive. Even Huang Ziyan, who fancied himself a calligraphy connoisseur, could only decipher about half, but he could guess well enough that it was a seditious poem lamenting the former dynasty. "All right, I understand. Hurry and call the Security National Army to detain him." Tian Liang knew his cultural foundations were weak. These Ming literati's showy calligraphy was such that even elders could only recognize fragments. How could a rough fellow like him, wearing the hat of Nanhai County Director, dare expose his ignorance before Huang Ziyan? He simply sent Huang Ziyan off to summon help. Soon 2 National Army soldiers came jogging over. Only when they had the man firmly in hand did Tian Liang finally get a clear look at this rebel Huang Ziyan had described. "Mr. Quang," Tian Liang's surprise was evident. "The blockhead from Tanka village." Quang Lu was equally startled. Who would have expected that slow-witted former headmaster to possess such skills? Truly, I underestimated these baldy pirates. With everyone watching, Tian Liang couldn't reveal that he and Quang Lu were acquainted. He said only, "Nanhai Academy is an important government and educational facility. There is also an important event here today. Do you understand that causing disturbances will land you in a cell?" Quang Lu laughed aloud. "This young master has been wild and free for 20 years. What scene haven't I witnessed? I'd quite like to see how Australian cells differ from Ming prisons." "Save that talk for the police." Tian Liang waved his hand and the National Army led him away. "You've got nerve, kid." Guang Lu shouted as two sturdy soldiers hauled him off, still calling challenges back at Tian Liang. Don't you dare play dirty tricks. Sneak attacks don't make a hero. When I get out, face me in a proper match if you dare. At the academy address venue, Zhang Ziao had finished his inaugural speech and most of the crowd had dispersed. Chen Bangyan approached Chen Zizhuang's side and whispered in his ear, "Sir, Zhanruo has just been detained by the Australians." Chen Zizhuang's brow furrowed. "What for?" he asked quietly. "Writing elegiac poetry on the walls of the Xunfeng pavilion, also assaulting Huang Ziyan, the new county magistrate's counselor. Impulsive fool." Sigh. Chen Zizhuang knew this matter could be made large or small. If the Baldy pirates intended to implicate others, even hundreds of people might be swept up in the net. Moreover, nothing could go wrong at this juncture, lest all previous efforts be wasted. But he had never given the Australians a friendly face, so pulling strings for favors was hopeless. It seemed he would have no choice but to impose upon a certain examination classmate, one he hadn't seen in many years. End of chapter. Chapter 2562, Seeking Help. Nature's call waits for no meeting. Zhang Ziao had consumed several cups of tea during the proceedings, and by the time Liu Xiang launched into his lengthy speech, his bladder was screaming for relief. The moment the meeting adjourned, he bolted for the toilet. Ah, sweet mercy! After emptying his bladder, Zhang Ziao shuddered with pleasure, sighing toward the ceiling. He fastened his belt and sauntered out to wash his hands. I'll say this for old Liu, the toilet standards here are quite decent. The man really does care about education. His orderly smiled. This is the National Model School, sir, the face of Guangzhou City. Mayor Liu puts great emphasis on it. Zhang Ziao noted approvingly that this orderly was perceptive. He strode toward the exit but stopped short at the doorway, startled by what he saw. A figure in Ming Dynasty attire knelt at the entrance to the men's toilet. Despite the large cap, the person's features were remarkably delicate, almost like a woman dressed in men's clothing. Good heavens, what's this? Have I stumbled into the classic, stopping the sedan to plead for justice scene? In an instant, Zhang Ziao's mind raced through countless period dramas he'd watched. A local bully covets a poor family's beautiful daughter and demands her for himself. The girl, already betrothed to her sweetheart, refuses unto death. The bully conspires with corrupt officials, driving her parents to their graves and murdering her lover. Just when all hope seems lost, an upright new county magistrate arrives to assume office. The girl escapes, intercepts his sedan procession, and pleads for justice. The magistrate, burning with righteous fury, outmaneuvers the bully through cunning stratagem, ultimately bringing the villain to justice and winning the beauty's heart. The only flaw in this particular tableau was the location. Outside the men's toilet would make for rather unseemly reading in any future biography. The orderly reacted swiftly, stepping forward to shield Zhang Ziao. "Who are you? Why are you blocking the way?" "This humble commoner is Zhang Jiayu. My mother lies gravely ill, her life hanging by a thread. I beg the chief to show mercy and save her." He pressed his forehead to the ground in a deep kowtow. This sedan stopper was indeed Zhang Jiayu. He and his society friends had deliberated at length over how to petition. Requesting a formal audience was out of the question. He was merely an ordinary licentiate, not some distinguished local scholar or worthy. 9 times out of 10, he'd be turned away at the door. His only option was to intercept Chief Zhang when the man stepped out, but timing required careful thought. Approaching the chief in full public view might create moral pressure, compelling Zhang Ziao to agree for the sake of popular sentiment. Yet this approach risked provoking the elder's displeasure, or worse, getting arrested as an assassin by security before even seeing the chief's face, achieving the opposite of his intentions. After much deliberation, waiting here at the academy for a moment when fewer people were around seemed the wisest course. Hearing the voice, Zhang Ziao grumbled inwardly. "Damn, it's a man. We really do need to enforce those naturalization haircuts." "Zhang what jade? Wait, Zhang Jiayu," recognition dawned. This was none other than the historically famous Zhang Jiayu. Zhang Ziao had read the relevant historical materials, and Li Zhuoxian had briefed the city government on the 3 loyalists of Lingnan. He waved off the orderly. "It's fine. Let him follow me." Zhang Jiayu hadn't expected the new county magistrate to be so approachable. Hope surged in his chest as he rose and followed them to the Education Bureau office. Inside, Zhang Ziao gestured for Zhang Jiayu to take a seat, but the young man dropped to his knees once more. Zhang Ziao found this tiresome. He was sick of reciting the usual platitudes about how in great song we don't do this, so he simply said, "A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Get up." "No, Chief, I beg you to save my mother." Zhang Jiayu insisted. Zhang Ziao had no patience for the stubborn convictions of these ancients. "Fine, kneel if you must, but if your mother is gravely ill, why come to me instead of seeking medical treatment? My mother is seriously ill, and medicines have proven ineffective. I read in the newspapers that the chief goes by the nickname Medicine Master, so I came specifically to beg for your help." Zhang Ziao thought to himself that Liu Xiang's advertising was remarkably effective. It had been only a few days, and already customers were arriving at his door. "Tell me the details." Zhang Jiayu recounted the whole story. Zhang Ziao had encountered more than a few cases of natives or naturalized citizens seeking medicine like this, so he had some familiarity with symptoms and conditions. He questioned Zhang Jiayu closely about the specifics. When he heard that an itinerant doctor had provided 2 yellowish-brown tablets and that her condition had improved after taking them, Zhang Ziao's interest sharpened. Native medicines came in pills, powders, pastes, and decoctions. It was absolutely impossible to manufacture tablet formulations using traditional methods. Yellowish-brown tablets. What was the price? Where is this doctor now? Zhang Jiayu grew uneasy, fearing he might inadvertently reveal information about that day's gathering. He answered evasively. "Reporting to the chief, I paid 1 tael of silver. The man was a traveling doctor with a bell. He's gone now, whereabouts unknown. If I could find him again and obtain this medicine, I wouldn't dare trouble the chief." "Looks like oxytetracycline tablets that leaked out through some channel," Zhang Ziao thought. "I'll need to investigate this properly." He remembered Jin Zhijiao mentioning that the inventory accounts at the Danju pharmaceutical factory had problems. At the time, he'd been in a hurry to take up his post, and he trusted the staff he'd personally trained, so he hadn't given it much thought. Truthfully, some leakage was inevitable. Making it so that not even a single pill could slip through was impossible now, and even the old timeline with its most advanced management systems and technology couldn't achieve it either. But learning that medicine was being sold in Guangzhou demanded his attention. Zhang Ziao stroked his small mustache thoughtfully. Setting aside the drug leakage situation for now, there was the matter of Zhang Jiayu's mother. If she had ordinary pneumonia, treatment would be straightforward. But if it was tuberculosis, that would require continuous treatment with multiple antibiotics for over 6 months, and several first-line drugs like isoniazid and rifampicin couldn't be produced yet. The Senate's antibiotics were mostly produced in batches at the Danju pharmaceutical factory. He knew the prices by heart. Besides the internal transfer price supplied to publicly funded medical care, commercial drugs at market rates meant only wealthy tycoons like Gao Ju could afford tuberculosis treatment. With his connections in the medical sector, arranging something wouldn't be difficult, but he'd inevitably owe other elders a significant favor. Moreover, quite a few elders in the Senate were averse to collecting historical celebrities like rare specimens. Zhang Ziao, being a hands-on technical person, was rather practical and didn't believe in overstating things. "Your matter could be simple, or it could be difficult. But you and I are complete strangers. I need a reason to help you." Zhang Jiayu understood the county magistrate was naming his price. Money was out, though not destitute. His family wasn't wealthy, and the Australians had built their nation on industry and commerce. They didn't need his few coins. Reputation was equally useless. His most distinguished status was merely a Ming Dynasty licentiate, hardly anyone of consequence. Helping him wouldn't earn a 10,000 people umbrella of gratitude. At most, just Zhang Jiayu's own tearful thanks. As for talent, the Australians recruited through civil service examinations regardless of what degree you held, showing no interest in former dynasty literati like himself. And he wasn't some peerless beauty. Could it be? He looked with sudden trepidation at the mustachioed Zhang Ziao, a vague unease creeping over him. Zhang Ziao had been wearing a half-smile, but noticing the young scholar's eyes fill with fearful alarm, he realized his expression must look rather unsettling, carrying distinct implications of surely you wouldn't want such and such. He quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Give me a reasonable justification and I'll help you. Zhang Jiayu relaxed, seeing the solemn expression. After much thought, he realized that only by offering to help this new county magistrate govern effectively might he be able to move him. This humble commoner's family has lived in Dongguan for generations. I am well acquainted with the popular sentiment in Guangzhou. Though untalented, I associate with bold men of the greenwood, and I am reasonably lettered. If the chief doesn't find me beneath consideration, I am willing to serve at your command. Zhang Ziao pretended to deliberate. The analysis materials from relevant departments had indicated that among the 3 loyalists, Zhang Jiayu was the one most likely to prove useful to the Senate, given the right opportunity. That opportunity had arrived. He might as well do the young man a favor and let events take their course. But as the saying goes, the more easily something is obtained, the less it's treasured. Zhang Ziao didn't want Zhang Jiayu to think that asking elders for favors was a trivial matter. He needed to understand exactly how heavy this favor was. Young man, do you know what you're asking for? Medicine, Zhang Jiayu said. Zhang Ziao shook his head. Not medicine, life itself. The right to survive. At any given moment, countless people in this world need the same medicine, but production is limited. If someone else uses it, you cannot. If you use it, someone else cannot. How do you think it should be distributed? The words pierced through Zhang Jiayu's defenses. He fell silent, understanding now that what he sought might not seem priceless to Australian chiefs, but to others who sought it just as desperately, it meant the difference between life and death. Zhang Ziao continued. Every society must decide who eats roast suckling pig and who eats dirt, who rides in a red flag sedan and who rides a donkey cart. The teachings of all the 100 schools of thought revolve around one core question: how should scarce resources be distributed? Taoists advocate that everyone eat dirt, or at least ensure the common people know nothing else exists. Confucians advocate hierarchical distribution from top to bottom. Whatever class you're born into determines your share. Everything becomes predictable. Whether eating roast pig or dirt, everyone accepts their lot with equanimity. Legalists advocate from each according to ability to each according to work, performance-based compensation. Buddhists advocate not competing in this life, accepting everything with submission, and in the next life you'll enjoy unlimited resources. He paused. Since you've read the classics and histories extensively, you know that the governing principles of all dynasties amount to nothing more than Confucian on the outside, legalist on the inside, mixed with dashes of Taoism and Buddhism. What the great Confucians preach about heavenly principles and human desires, extending good conscience, mouths full of benevolence and righteousness. He gave a cold laugh. Heh. Zhang Jiayu had read his share of Australian books, but he'd never heard such an interpretation. He couldn't help feeling shocked, not because the insight was particularly earth-shattering, but because of the elder's attitude. End of chapter. Chapter 2563. Zheng Mingjiang. Zhang Ziao paused and took a sip of tea. In all of Guangzhou Prefecture, if there aren't 10,000 sons as filial as you, there are at least 8,000. Countless people would sacrifice everything to save the ones they love. I'm not helping you because you're the most devoted son or because you're well-read. I'm helping you because I believe you can still contribute something meaningful to the Senate and its people, that you can help build a brighter future for this world. Zhang Jiayu understood his meaning perfectly. He kowtowed in gratitude. A single conversation with you, sir, has taught me more than 10 years of books. I humbly accept your instruction. From today onward, you're my man, Zhang Ziao said with a hint of mischief. Consider yourself my staff aide. For now, continue your studies at home and attend the Shenao Study Society daily to prepare for next year's civil service examination. You must pass. Yes, sir. Zhang Jiayu had originally held no interest in the civil service examination, but now he had obtained the miracle medicine to save his mother, and he could smoothly infiltrate the Baldies as an undercover agent, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Better still, this genuine Baldy seemed intent on grooming him for important work. That would only make his undercover mission easier. Zhang Ziao felt quite satisfied with himself. After all, he had successfully recruited the famous Zhang Jiayu. Though he wasn't a collector of historical celebrities, watching a renowned figure kowtow in submission still gave him a certain thrill. It seemed Comrade Little Doo's persistence hadn't been without reason. Rise now. Today I'll handle matters personally for you. Zhang Ziao could have simply appointed him as a counselor, but that position, frankly speaking, was a sinecure for buying loyalty. Once you took it, your career was effectively over. Old bureaucrats like Wei Bifu and Huang Ziyan could while away their years in such roles, but wasting a promising young talent like Zhang Jiayu on one would be foolish. Better to have him take the civil service route. Zhang Ziao instructed his orderly to arrange a sedan to transport Zhang's mother to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital for examination, and wrote a note requesting a consultation with an elder physician. Just then Huang Ziyan arrived at the office with Tian Liang in tow. Zhang Ziao was startled by Huang Ziyan's wretched appearance. The man had clearly been beaten. Who in Guangzhou territory was so bold? He couldn't help asking, "Counselor Huang, did you fall into a ditch? How did your eye sockets get bruised purple?" Huang Ziyan, the dignified former Ming Dynasty Nanhai County magistrate, had been pummeled by Quang Lu's fists until his face resembled a paint shop. Utterly humiliated, he had no intention of swallowing his resentment. "Chief, Quang Lu is a villain with sinister intentions. He wrote seditious poetry on the academy library wall. I was injured trying to stop him. Chief, you must punish him severely as a warning to others." "Oh. There's such a thing?" Zhang Ziao raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tian Liang. "Chief, Counselor Huang was indeed beaten by Quang Lu," Tian Liang confirmed. "I've already apprehended him. He should be in the detention center now. This is the seditious poem he wrote." Huang Ziyan produced a sheet of Xuan paper from his sleeve. "I copied it down myself. The original is still on the Xunfeng pavilion wall. Please send someone to investigate immediately." Zhang Ziao took the paper and studied it. This Quang Lu was indeed wild and unrestrained. The poem couldn't be more seditious, and he'd struck hard too. A fierce one, truly. Since Quang Lu has already been arrested, let him stew in jail for a few days to cool off. We'll discuss it later. Zhang Ziao shook his head with a hint of resignation. "Counselor Huang, come with me to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital to see a doctor. This lowly official is fine, truly fine." "Better get checked," Zhang Ziao said. "After all, it concerns your face. Wouldn't want it disfigured." "Many thanks for the chief's concern." Zhang Ziao was in excellent spirits. First, Zhang Jiayu had kowtowed in submission and could now be taken under his wing. Second, Quang Lu had openly written seditious poetry in the academy and assaulted an official. Now Zhang Ziao had him right where he wanted. Beating Huang Ziyan wasn't a serious matter. Senate law emphasized equality before the law, with no provisions for crimes like subordinate offending superior or lowly offending noble. As long as the injuries didn't meet the threshold for serious harm, it meant only detention and compensation. But seditious poetry, that could be made as big or as small as one desired. He was humming a tune on his way to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital when a messenger intercepted him. "Director, Zheng invites you to dinner tonight." "Dinner?" Zhang Ziao immediately felt a prickle of unease. He understood Zheng Mingjiang well enough to know she wasn't someone who arranged casual dinner gatherings. If she was treating, she surely had something to discuss. Zheng Mingjiang had arrived in Guangzhou on the same ship as Zhang Ziao. Ever since she'd quarreled with her father and stormed out to do something big, she had found herself in this timeline's Lingao. As she gradually adapted to life there, or perhaps simply accepted her fate, she had set a goal for herself: become the academic authority of this timeline. The goal was neither novel nor difficult, but Zheng Mingjiang still worked diligently, eager to become the psychological shadow haunting medical students as soon as possible. After several years confined to Lingao County, she had come to deeply understand why house arrest qualified as punishment. So she decided to actively participate in various dispatch and support activities. However, her lifestyle depended heavily on Lingao's industrialization achievements, so she only wanted brief excursions for fresh air rather than extended postings, nothing like taking on a hospital directorship elsewhere. As an elder, work when you should work, be a salted fish when you should be a salted fish. After all, I'm the ruling class. I don't need to follow anyone else's KPIs. This was Zheng Mingjiang's famous saying while lounging in the sun. But being a salted fish wasn't that easy. She currently served as director of both obstetrics and gynecology and neurology at Lingao General Hospital. So this particular salted fish couldn't afford to be too salty. After all, patients and expectant mothers were waiting. Even as the ruling class, she still had a doctor's conscience to answer to. So Zheng Mingjiang decided to venture out for some fresh air. When she heard that Zhang Ziao and Lin Motion were heading north to the mainland, she decided to hitch a ride. She submitted an application to Xunyang, stating that she would represent the health ministry to inspect and guide work at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, with particular focus on obstetrics and gynecology and the promotion of new-style midwifery. The application was approved immediately. Zheng Mingjiang, whose true purpose was sightseeing, was in excellent spirits. Before departure, she even broke into song at the dock. Had she not needed to maintain an elder's dignity, she might have twirled around. But after the ship departed, seasickness struck. It had struck again. Because of this, she hadn't participated in building revolutionary friendship among the elders at all. She didn't even want to eat. While Lin Motion was actively helping Zhang Ziao identify which naturalized cadre stragglers might still be poached, Zheng Mingjiang finally emerged. Having slept whenever possible throughout the voyage, she only crawled up to the deck to join the conversation when they neared shore. Zhang Ziao was serving as an administrative cadre for the first time. Lin Motion was returning from a Lingao business trip to continue work at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. The three traveled with notably different energies. When Zhang Ziao asked Zheng Mingjiang if she had any cadres to recommend, she threw up both hands. As you know, yours truly only wants to be an academic authority. I have absolutely no interest in being a local chief executive or frontier governor, so I know nothing about cadre reserves. Fine, Zhang Ziao sighed, once again confronting the reality of the Senate's severe shortage of qualified personnel. Chief Zheng, all your luggage is here. If there's no problem, we'll take it directly to the guest house. Zheng Mingjiang pointed at her cases. Take these 2 rattanwood cases directly to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. The rest goes to the guest house. She didn't actually know where this so-called guest house was or what it looked like, but obviously there couldn't be a better place to stay in this timeline than the Senate guest house. What's in those 2 sealed cases? Lin Motion asked, suddenly curious about the ones bound for the hospital. He. Zheng Mingjiang felt herself spring back to life from her seasickness. These are Lingao specialties that the health ministry is sending to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. The Senate's radiance warms people's hearts. Though Zheng Mingjiang's smile was bright, Lin Motion felt a chill run down his spine. He'd assumed they contained medical supplies, but on second thought, hadn't he just returned from Lingao himself? What supplies would require Zheng Mingjiang to personally escort them? Her benevolent, no, benign, smile only made it feel more ominous. Before they parted ways at the dock, Lin Motion expressed that Zhang Xiao and Zheng Mingjiang were welcome to come to the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital for inspection anytime. Don't worry, I'll come once I've recovered from the seasickness. The guest house was located inside the Great World. Though the Great World was reasonably bustling, the guest house itself occupied a secluded spot, and combined with its relatively modern decor, Zheng Mingjiang found it quite satisfactory. On the coffee table in the small sitting room sat 2 plates of pastries, with a Zhang's promotional flyer tucked underneath. Though the pastries looked appetizing and smelled delicious, Zheng Mingjiang's caution about Guangzhou's sanitary conditions kept her from eating them. After resting overnight at the guest house and recovering her strength, Zheng Mingjiang brought her life secretary out for a stroll, grandly calling it going to the grassroots. After thoroughly inspecting the Great World's commercial situation, they arrived at the entrance of Zhang's food shop. Zheng Mingjiang hadn't touched the pastries herself, but her secretary had polished them off and declared them delicious. This piqued her interest in the long-famous confectionery shop. "Chief, I'm hungry." "All right, let's go in and take a look." Before they could enter, a shop assistant hurried forward to greet them. "Welcome, Chief, to Zhang's pastry shop. Our humble establishment is honored by your presence. Please come in, we have elegant seating upstairs." Since she'd been recognized, Zheng Mingjiang didn't stand on ceremony. "Where are your business license and sanitary permit? Let me see them." "Right away." The assistants here had seen many elders and promptly pointed at the wall. "Look here. The originals of both the business license and sanitary permit are displayed right there. The copies are in the office upstairs. If you'd like to see them, I'll fetch them immediately." "No need." Zheng Mingjiang spoke flatly, her expression neutral, betraying no indication of whether she was satisfied. "Do you have a warehouse or preparation room here?" End of chapter. Chapter 2564. The new medical records. The pastries are all made at the factory. This shop doesn't have a preparation room, only a warehouse. Then let me see the warehouse. The assistant's smile never wavered. "May I ask which department you're from, elder? If you're with the health department, I'll need to see your credentials. Under the food sanitation management law, unauthorized personnel aren't permitted in food storage areas." The polite but firm rebuff caught Zheng Mingjiang off guard. After all, she had personally led the drafting of that very regulation. Still, for a mere shop to cite health codes at an elder, this walnut place was the first to have such nerve. She had to give them credit. She produced her health ministry credentials at once. Food safety currently fell under the ministry's purview, with enforcement handled by the sanitary police of the National Police. This was squarely within her jurisdiction. "Right this way, then." The assistant maintained his pleasant demeanor as he led her inside. After completing her spot inspection, Zheng Mingjiang and her secretary settled into an elegant seat on the second floor. By old timeline standards, the sanitary conditions were merely adequate. But having wandered the streets all morning, they were hungry, so she reluctantly sampled a few items. Traditional pastries and candies tended toward heavy sugar and heavier oil. Regardless of what hygiene standards they met, they weren't to her taste. What she did enjoy was Zhang's salted lemon soda water, which captured something of the flavor of a Guangdong tea restaurant from the old timeline. Her secretary Jingshan, on the other hand, was delighted by everything. Nearly all naturalized citizens and natives shared this fondness for traditional pastries. Before leaving, Zheng Mingjiang had the assistant pack several dozen boxes of assorted confections for delivery to the guest house. Afterward, she took her secretary to browse the jewelry shops in the Great World. "Jingshan, today's your birthday. Pick whatever catches your eye." Zheng Mingjiang settled into a seat at the jewelry counter and made the generous offer. But when the manager eagerly displayed all their so-called finest pieces, disappointment set in. The Great World marketed itself as embodying the Australian lifestyle, which meant nothing resembling the traditional handcrafted jewelry she'd imagined. Everything sold here was mass-produced industrial goods. Her plan to buy her secretary something representing the crystallization of 17th-century craftsmanship had fallen through. Never mind. I'll look around in Guangzhou proper sometime. The city was renowned for its traditional crafts. The 17th through 19th centuries had produced vast quantities of export pieces. Surely such specialty shops still existed there. After all, handicrafts remained an important export commodity. The next day, Zheng Mingjiang arrived punctually at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. Lin Motion had already assembled the hospital's senior medical staff in the conference room to welcome her. The most conspicuous items in the room were the 2 sealed cases she had brought from Lingao, supposedly Lingao specialties sent by the health ministry. Anyone could guess that, while the specialties were real, they certainly weren't the kind anyone actually wanted. Lin Motion watched with some amusement as the naturalized citizen doctors shifted nervously. In the eyes of natives and naturalized citizens alike, these men were miracle workers who could regenerate flesh on bare bone. By old timeline standards, though, they were little more than well-meaning quacks. What exactly was Zheng Mingjiang up to? Lin Motion found himself genuinely curious. After the obligatory rounds of welcome, applause, speeches, and more applause, they finally reached the main topic. The first case was opened. Zheng Mingjiang withdrew a blue hardcover notebook with medical record book, printed in large characters on the cover. The book contained no bound pages. It was designed as a loose-leaf binder. Each was a standard size, with specialized index tabs and a simple instruction card on the outside. This is the latest version of the Lingao medical record book, incorporating numerous improvements over the previous edition. It should greatly enhance your workflow. Each notebook is numbered, so allocate and use them carefully. 1 per person. All medical record books must be properly preserved. Not a single one can go missing. Medical records are a hospital's most priceless treasures. Someday, when you've all become distinguished professors and we've built a proper library, these records will form your legacy. All right. Zai Yao, the most senior physician at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, seemed taken aback. Thank you to the Senate for thinking of us. Of course, wherever sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all lands share in the Senate's benevolence. Zheng Mingjiang's tone was matter-of-fact. There's another matter I need everyone to understand. Previously, outpatient medical record books were kept by patients, with the hospital retaining only inpatient records. But outpatients frequently lose their books and simply buy new ones at their next visit, defeating the entire purpose of maintaining a medical history. Under the new system, the hospital keeps all records. Patients receive only a medical record number. She picked up a bamboo tablet tied to the medical record book, its surface branded with a number. This tablet is given to patients when they first receive their medical record book. Afterward, they need only present this number to register. When treating patients, write the medical record number along with the patient's name, sex, and age on the specialized loose-leaf paper. At each shift's end, the Medical Affairs Department's archives room handles the filing. She continued explaining the new procedures. Of course, patients might misremember their number, which could cause administrative confusion. So currently, patients must present their tablet to register. If the tablet is lost, they must report it and reapply, with a handling fee, naturally. Everyone caught the weight she placed on handling fee. That sum would not be trivial. Zai Yao raised his hand. Do you have a question? Zheng Mingjiang asked. What if someone uses another person's tablet to register? An excellent question. This situation could certainly occur. Our current solution is that doctors concern themselves only with the number, not the identity. Verification falls to the archives room, which performs a 4-way check: number, name, age, and sex. If the information on the loose leaf doesn't match the registration in the medical record book, the page receives a doubtful stamp, but is still filed, alerting the physician. Complete prevention was likely impossible. However, those who could afford to register at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital probably wouldn't bother borrowing someone else's tablet. After all, anyone could obtain their own after a single registration and payment, and using another's tablet offered no cost advantage. Zheng Mingjiang continued at length about the new procedures and their specific details, taking about an hour. Only after she'd covered everything did Zai Yao finally exhale. He quickly summoned several helpers to move the 2 large cases of medical record books out of the room. Coming from so far, I didn't bring personal gifts for everyone, but I picked up some pastries from Zhang's food shop in the Great World, 1 portion each, something to stave off hunger during your shifts. The harmonious atmosphere brought by the pastries didn't last long. Zai Yao, this afternoon I want everyone to bring their current medical record books back to the conference room. I'll be instructing you on the new documentation standards. Don't always bury yourselves in work. Take time to learn and reflect. Sure enough, the entire afternoon found Zheng Mingjiang providing intensive guidance to the junior residents on proper medical record keeping. Thanks to the Senate's resource-strapped medical education, these residents could only be described as barely adequate. When I'm old, who's going to treat me? Zheng Mingjiang sighed, then added a pointed grumble about Wuren. What good is a leader who can't recruit students? Sighing was one thing, but it didn't stop her from delivering thorough instruction. That evening, she divided the medical record books before her into 3 piles: superior, middling, and inferior. Pointing at the rightmost pile, she declared, "These are to be opened and posted on the classroom's outer wall, names displayed prominently in large print. They'll hang there for 6 months. Okay." Zai Yao felt he'd been stumbling over his words all day. Let this serve as a warning to everyone. Zheng Mingjiang then indicated the leftmost pile. "These are quite good. Keep up the excellent work. The Health Ministry is establishing a Jian scholarship. I'll submit your names." She copied down the owners' names with deliberate care. "All right, we've all worked hard this afternoon. Let's eat together, my treat." But the doctors felt acutely that accepting Chief Zheng's dinner invitation might prove more trouble than it was worth. Some claimed duty shifts, others said they needed to hurry home and study, determined to pierce their thighs with awls rather than fail the Senate's cultivation efforts. In the end, Zheng Mingjiang had no choice but to track down Lin Motion. "Absolutely." Lin Motion agreed at once. "Zhang Zio said he's treating tonight. I'm free, and so is Fu Qilyang. Why don't the 3 of us go take advantage of his hospitality?" When Zhang Zio's group arrived at the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital shortly after, Lin Motion had just finished signing a document on his clipboard and was handing it off to his assistant. Spotting Zhang Zio, he called out, Well, what wind blew County Magistrate Zhang our way? Our humble hospital is truly honored." "Come on, old Lin, stop teasing me." Zhang Zio laughed. "Coming here means I'll owe you a favor." "Oh. What's this about? Consider it done." Yesterday Zhang Jiu brought a note from